Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The young man, looking at the entire city, felt hatred for the entire world. His eyes were wide with terror. He abruptly shifted his gaze. He had been abandoned as soon as he was born, treated like an animal, beaten at every opportunity. There was no reason to love this world. Everyone laughed as they looked at him. The boy frowned, distrusting people, no matter what. The men standing before him were angry. The protagonist, his mouth open, roared. He struck one of his enemies in the head. The young man spun around, starting to beat the second. The protagonist put on his hood. He had always been alone, so he left alone. Everything changed on January 1st, 2020. Dungeons and monsters emerged from them all over the world. The destruction in the cities left many dead. Along with the dungeons, divine beings began to appear, imparting their special powers to a small group of people. This group of people, using these abilities, could destroy dungeons and transform into players. People, seeing a player defeat a monster, believed that one day they would save the world. The players themselves, taking advantage of the chaos, began to earn mountains of money. For the protagonist, all people were strangers until he met a blonde man in the crowd. Sejong, clad in shining armor, stood in the middle of the crowd. The warrior was one of the first 7 players to gain power, an heir to the sacred light. Sejong selflessly helped the weak by slaying monsters. For the sake of saving the world, he could rush at the demon. The young man's gaze abruptly shifted. The boy had slain the demon. The blonde man frowned, looking at the demon's body. Blood gushed from the monster's wounds. Sejong, turning around, declared that he would destroy the very last boss in the game. The protagonist, standing to the side, was surprised. The boy moved his lips and said that he would save this world. The young man frowned, shocked. The Messiah Guild crest appeared in the boy's darkness. He believed that brave men who wanted to save this world were gathering around Sejong one by one. The protagonist fought, cutting down monsters. The girl fired arrows. An arrow struck an ogre's head. The warriors fought the monsters together with the protagonist. For the first time, the boy met people he could trust. He stood calmly beside them. The people laughed, while their leader frowned. The protagonist grinned. The man laughed and took a mug of beer. The blonde approached the group and began to scold them. The guild members gathered around the fire. The boy smiled, thinking he could change the world. Now, standing before the enormous gates, he said that now only the final battle remained. Sejong moved his lips. Stopping behind the boy, he said that she might be the last. The protagonist spun around abruptly. The blonde man drew his sword. Woojin's face twisted in pain. He gritted his teeth in anger when Sejong said that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to achieve this. The boy fell to his knees, a curse cast upon him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Bracing his hand on the floor, he asked if he had really planned all this. Barely raising his head, he asked why he had done it. The girl approached and asked if he still didn't understand. Stepping into the light, the girl said that when the game ended, everything would disappear. Money, power, items, dungeons, and monsters. Placing her hand on Sejong's shoulder, she said that even the reason and excuse for honoring them would disappear. Shinhee leaned toward the boy. Getting close to his ear, she said that they couldn't even take over this world. The boy's eyes widened in shock. He involuntarily looked up. He found himself back in the darkness, before people laughing at him. Woojin's face twisted in anger as he roared. He coughed up blood poisoned. The blood splashed onto the ground and began to smoke. Shin, adjusting his hair, said the curse had only poisoned him, which was pretty cool. She chuckled and said that for the others, ordinary poison was enough to kill them. Woojin frowned deeply. He couldn't help but think of his comrades. His body began to tremble. Clenching his fist, he said he trusted them, wanting to save the world. He roared, saying they had decided to eliminate him when he got in the way. Throwing up her hands, the girl said he was right, for he had gotten rid of the dragon slayer John and the others himself. Turning around, Shin said they had the right to rule this world. Sejong frowned when Woojin called out to him. Closing his eyes, the boy screamed, telling Sejong to try to justify his actions with his filthy mouth. The couple calmly left, ignoring Woojin. Parting his lips, the protagonist cursed. His body began to fall forward. A moment later, he fell to the floor. Light appeared in the dark tunnel. A truck emerged from the tunnel. The protagonist jerked his head up. His eyes widened in shock. He began to feel himself, realizing that he had definitely been stabbed and died. Looking at his hands, he froze. He looked at the man across from him. Soldiers were sitting next to him, murmuring something. The truck pulled onto the highway. The driver's mouth dropped open in shock. He slammed his foot on the gas pedal. The truck spun around and barely stopped. The man's eyes widened in horror. Enormous ogres stood right in the road. He slammed the wall, saying there was a crowd of orcs in front of them. Soldiers with weapons jumped out of the truck. The orc turned his head. The monsters rushed at the people. The man, trembling all over, told them to get ready. The soldiers became wary and frowned. One of the men, his mouth open, told everyone that they were low on ammo, so they should only pull the trigger when they were sure. The soldiers spun around, hearing the noise of gunfire. The orc's body fell to the ground. Yujin, holding a machine gun, frowned. The orcs rushed toward him with a roar. The young man opened fire. Bullets pierced the monsters' foreheads. Shell casings fell at the young man's feet. One of the monsters swung his club. The protagonist jumped back, dodging the blow. Yujin aimed the barrel at the monster. A moment later, he fired at the enemy. Yujin landed on the ground. He began to look around. The orc sweated and gaped in horror. A second later, his dead body fell to the ground. The soldiers standing behind Yujin were in shock. Some exchanged glances, not believing it was even possible to do this alone. The protagonist looked at his hand. He frowned, silently telling himself that this was too real to be a dream. The commander began to approach the young man. When the young man began to walk toward him, the man tried to call out to him. Pointing a finger at the young man, he asked if he was such an idiot, so reckless, that he wanted to kill everyone along with him. The protagonist, head bowed, approached the old man. He simply walked past him, realizing he had returned to the past. Looking at the young man's back, the commander told him to respond when spoken to. The crowd, watching the young man approach, tried to figure out what had happened to him. The young man sat down to the side, clutching his head. Wujin's face twisted with anger as he remembered Sejun and Shinhee. His ear twitched. He himself involuntarily broke out in a sweat and froze in shock. A bright light illuminated his eyes as the system announced he had become a player. 3 panels appeared before him. The protagonist frowned, noting that, compared to before, he now had 3 choices. He looked closely at the skull icon. It offered the opportunity to become a representative of the dark world. These representatives' roles allowed them to control various types of curses, similar to voodoo dolls. Or they could use dead monsters as material to create a dark army. Unlike other roles, this one granted cheating abilities, as a single player could master all the skills of a supreme being. John, known as the King of the Immortals, was the most powerful player, having received the favor of the representative of the dark world and all the abilities, playing with the skulls like toys. If Sejun was a hero, then John was always the opposite, a monster. The boy stepped forward. He extended his hand, saying that in order to find this monster, he personally analyzed and researched its aura. The young man tapped the screen. Wujin grinned broadly, declaring that he would now become that monster himself. Now he had become the darkness that inevitably approached Sejun. Guilds are commercial organizations for player associations. Each guild has a flag and a crest. Of all the guilds in Phoenix, it was possible to gain money and power by any means necessary, which is how it became the second largest guild in Korea. Against the backdrop of corruption in the Phoenix Guild, the Messiah Guild looked even more ideal, and their crest glowed with holiness. The events take us to the Phoenix Guild headquarters. The man, holding out the sheets of paper, said that this was a contract for joining the Phoenix Guild. Sitting down at the table, he explained that each dungeon clear incurred additional expenses. The protagonist picked up the contract, silently telling himself that it wasn't enough to purchase the item. Looking up, he asked how he could prove his qualifications as a player, as the status window was only visible to the player themselves and there was no way for others to see it. The man chuckled. He placed a couple of sheets of paper on the table, explaining that these were unique skill pages for representatives of the dark world. He should choose one and tear it up. The man raised his hand and pointed at the sheets. He adjusted his glasses, saying that if he were a player, he could see everything with his own eyes. Yujin looked at the sheets of paper in surprise. Among them was a page for the hemotoxin skill. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't thought he'd be able to obtain it here. This skill transformed blood into a potent poison, very difficult to resist. The skill itself was simple, but when combined with a blood golem, the effect was amplified, allowing it to poison even stone creatures. The young man grabbed the sheet of paper. He tore it up, declaring that he chose this skill page. A bright light enveloped him. While in the forest, the girl had asked the elder why he had been chosen as a tracker. She put her finger to her lips, asking if he was really suited for the role. The man leaned over and whispered that in the entire guild, this guy had the most dog-like personality. Trying not to look at Yujin ahead, he said that if she stayed with him a little longer, she would understand for herself how bad his personality was. The man flinched as the protagonist shouted, warning of an approaching enemy. The masked assassin became wary. The girl frowned, becoming serious, then grinned broadly. The young man drew his sword from its sheath. The protagonist reached for his phone. He bowed his head, saying that he had died once and been reborn, but he still had dreams of his past life. The events take us to Gwangbang Sports Park. The man waved his hand, beckoning his partners. The girl bowed her head slightly, saying that today was their first hunt, and should they simply trust him? Junseep sighed and, spreading his arms, said that this was his 4th expedition already, and they should simply trust him and follow him. Raising his hand, he asked when the last of their group would arrive. They all turned sharply, hearing a noise. An old car pulled into the parking lot. The blond man, grimacing, said that the guy had said it was his first time, but he was too slow. This newbie needed to be more disciplined. The protagonist got out of the car. The girl, looking at the guy haughtily, said he should be grateful they let him join. Smiling, one of the guys said that, judging by his appearance, it seemed to him he hadn't even received the guild equipment. The blond man, looking at the approaching guy, said that he had decided to focus on survival on his first operation. The crowd, turning away, decided to forget about him and move on. Jun-sup, walking ahead, said they should just pretend they were missing one member, especially since he had just acquired a new weapon. Woo-jin watched the group go, his hood twitching. Looking at the screen, the instructor said that the things he hadn't mentioned didn't matter. The main thing was to remember their goal and the conditions under which it must be accomplished. Wiping away sweat, the worker said that if they had any questions or anyone wanted to cancel, they should say so now. Looking at the people at the table, he said that if there weren't any, they should check their inventory again. The man called up the inventory panel. Jun-sup smiled and grabbed his shoulder. The girl, meanwhile, was having fun with the blonde man. The protagonist tapped the table, realizing he didn't know anyone here. He chuckled, silently telling himself that he wouldn't have to worry about them. Soon, the group found themselves in front of a portal to the dungeon. Jun Sop, pointing to the portal, said that they would be even more surprised once they entered. The protagonist removed his hood. The girl stepped through the portal. The protagonist began to slowly approach the portal. Soon, the four found themselves transported to the dungeon. The girl covered her mouth, surprised. A huge forest surrounded her. The archer, looking around, said it was like being in a game. Shouldering his sword, Jun Sup declared it was real. Wu Jin left while the man issued commands. The young man examined the marks on the tree. Looking at the claw marks, he realized there were quite a few goblins here. Jun Sup grinned and approached the protagonist. Raising his hand, he told the boy he should explore the surroundings while they set up camp. The boy, frowning, agreed. The archer, watching Wu Jin leave, said he'd fallen for it too easily. Smiling, he said the boy didn't even realize it was dangerous. Jun Sup, shouldering his sword again, said they needed to prepare for the hunt. Now all the items would belong to them. The boy rubbed his chin, realizing they were planning to use him as bait. He chuckled. The events take us to the guild headquarters. Shinhee parted her lips. Rising from the table, she said she would now introduce them to the new member for this mission. The man with the scar across his lips looked puzzled. The door to the hall opened, letting in some light. Jihu, gritting his teeth, mentally declared that an arrogant bastard had come to see them. Approaching the table, the guest introduced himself. Eiichi, standing next to Jihu, said there were so many familiar faces here. The man chuckled, telling Sejuin he had great ambitions. The blonde smiled, saying it was nice meeting him. Looking at the people at the table, Eiichi asked what he was supposed to do. Jihu slammed the table. He jumped up abruptly, asking how dare he speak to the leader in such a tone. The man narrowed his eyes. Hidaro and Ken, sitting to the side, remained silent. Jihu, gritting his teeth in anger, then Eiichi declared he was crazy. Hitting his arm with his fan, he asked if his tone was annoying him, or if it was because of last time. Frowning, he asked if he still had a bad feeling. Jaehoon, sitting to the side, was irritated by the fool's behavior. A sharp shout made the men turn their heads. Sejong frowned. Jihu flinched in fear at the sight. He sat back down, silently telling himself that if it weren't for last time, none of this would have happened. His eye flashed as he silently promised himself to beat up Eiichi. Shinhei parted her lips, saying they should finish their greetings. Pressing the remote control in her hand, she asked how much longer they would have to wait for the previously ordered work. Eiichi folded his fan. Looking at the couple in front of him, he said that if it was just a matter of finding the location of the material, he needed 3 days. Sejong steepled his fingers and thought, the events take us to the forest. The protagonist touched the scars on the tree. Sitting on a branch, he said that the rumors about this were probably true. The young man smiled. Touching the tree, he said that it wasn't even funny anymore. In the past, Eiichi, standing next to him, said that every trace carried information and that this would help him survive in the dungeon. The young man, turning around, asked if becoming stronger wasn't enough. The man, crossing his arms, said that no matter how strong he was, he would always have a weakness. The young man frowned, silently saying that he thought his words would be a lesson for him, but he turned out to be a member of the Messiah. He not only killed, but also became their loyal dog. The protagonist jumped from the branch. He frowned, silently saying that now this knowledge would turn into a knife in his back. A projectile hurtled towards the young man. Yujin easily dodged it. A group of goblins approached the young man. He called up the system panel. He pulled out his dagger. He placed the blade on the palm of his hand. He slashed his palm, saying that until recently he had been hiding from goblins in multi-story dungeons, but now they were just targets for his hemotoxin. The goblins rushed at Yujin. The monster screamed, swinging its weapon. The protagonist moved behind it. The dagger sank into the monster's hand. The young man pulled the dagger from the enemy's body. Saliva flowed from the monster's mouth. The young man easily dodged the goblin's attack. The young man frowned, mentally telling himself that he was poisoned, but still moving. Apparently the poison wasn't that potent. The monster leaped upward. Yujin jumped back, dodging the attack. The young man twirled the dagger in his hand. A moment later, the blade sank into the goblin's head. The corpse fell to the ground. Yujin smiled, silently telling himself that the goblin's strategy was easy to predict, so these creatures would be easy to deal with. Looking at the crowd in front of him, he said that stalling would only cause them to continue gathering. The young man summoned a whip. He swung it, activating the Goblin King's whip. The monsters trembled all over. The protagonist, smiling, said he had prepared it in advance. The group walked through the forest. Something rushed past the trees. The girl turned sharply, puzzled. Her eyes widened in shock. A group of monsters was running straight toward them. A member of the group's eyes twitched. One of the goblins appeared directly in front of the mage. Blood splashed on her face. She cracked an eye open. Blood began to pool on the ground. Jun Sup, who appeared before her, told her she had no need to fear mere goblins. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. The knight laughed. The blond man, clenching his fist, also smiled. The man smiled nervously, silently remarking that it was fortunate he had prepared his long sword. A group of goblins stood frozen in front of him. Jun Sup frowned. His sword was lodged in a monster's body, preventing him from removing it. The man frowned. One of the goblins struck him on the head. The player fell to the ground. His party members were frightened, seeing Jun Sup fall. The man's entire body shook with rage. He began to rise, calling for help. The girl began to tremble. The warrior clutched his weapon tightly in his hands. He closed his eyes and screamed. A moment later, the boys rushed forward with a shout. Screams echoed through the forest. One of the goblins was cut across his chest. He fell to the ground. The monster trembled in terror. Yujin grinned, glaring at him. The goblin turned and ran away. The boy's whip rushed after him. The whip wrapped around the goblin's neck. A moment later, he squeezed its neck. The monster fell to its knees. The protagonist glowed brightly due to his level increase. Smiling, the boy said that they were weaker than he thought, and yet even he attracted attention with so many. Behind the boy, numerous corpses of the creatures remained. Clutching the whip in his hand, he said that only fools brandished heavy swords. The group sat on the ground arguing. The warrior raised his head and asked what had happened to the newcomer. Frowning, Junsop said he must have died, since there was no news from him. The two men began arguing among themselves, while the girl trembled with fear. Junsop's gaze shifted to the side. The mage's eyes widened in shock. The boy's mouth gaped in astonishment. Everyone immediately stood up, hearing a noise. A cry of pain was heard from deep in the forest. The protagonist had leveled up by killing a couple of goblins. The boy frowned when the system reported that he had acquired the skeleton warrior skill. He raised his hand and summoned a reference book. A huge book appeared right in front of him. Taking the skill sheet in his hand, he said he couldn't believe he already had this skill. John, the immortal king who could control an army of the dead with his own hands, possessed this skill. However, on the other hand, this skill wasn't perfect. Its flaw proved fatal, allowing the protagonist to kill him. Only monsters killed directly by the caster's hands could be sacrificed. Thus, the deceased monsters first turned into souls. Then, the necromancer transformed them into skeletons. Tearing up the leaf, the young man said that at least he would save a little time. Approaching the corpses, he said it would be easier to distract the enemy and hunt. The young man reached out to the corpse. Mana enveloped the goblin's body. A moment later, its body began to dissolve. A few seconds later, the skeleton began to rise. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. The skeleton rested its hand on the ground. Then it stood before the young man. Looking at the glint in the skeleton's eyes, Yujin said he liked the glint in its eyes. A smacking sound echoed through the area. A skeleton warrior finished off a fallen goblin. The hero rubbed his chin and remarked that the mob wasn't as strong as he'd expected. The warrior turned around. His magical power was too low. Couldn't Yujin do anything about it? The skeleton nodded. The man placed his hand on its head. Using it as a primary weapon would be difficult. A shadow fell across the hero's face. He looked closer and wondered if this was really what he thought it was. A large pile of player corpses lay scattered beneath a tree, their rotting bodies hanging like puppets. One commonality among all monsters, from the weakest goblins to the strongest dragons, was a desire to harm humans. Unfortunately, most newcomers overlooked this. Yujin moved on and saw a cave. He had no reason to be merciful to these monsters. In the darkness, a group of players lit a fire. The warrior glared at his feet and began cursing at the common goblins. The mage scratched her head. The archer looked at everyone and asked what they should all do now. His face expressed sadness. They had clearly underestimated this dungeon. Safian shook his head and said he couldn't die like this. He frowned and declared he wouldn't forgive those damn goblins for this. Now he abruptly stood up and shouted that they couldn't die here. The team looked at him in surprise. The player waved his hands and asked what was wrong with the others. They had had a hard time, but they could still handle it if they tried. The archer pointed ahead and said he didn't mean that. The big man froze and decided to clarify. The scowling archer pointed ahead and warned of something above their leader's head. To everyone's surprise, a sign appeared above his head, announcing a level increase. The man stared at it. He wasn't even in combat. What was going on? He only knew that the level increased when someone on the team fought. Could their newcomer still be alive? Someone was walking in the darkness with a torch. While everyone was thinking, someone was warming their tired feet. Yujin followed the bodies into the cave, the most effective way to kill a crowd of goblins. He smiled slyly and said, "Do this." He threw the torch. The light source hit the floor. A moment later, there was an explosion. The pile of firewood he prepared immediately burst into flames, black smoke filling the cave. The goblins' noses twitched. They began to turn around. They pointed toward one of the passages. A few minutes later, their throats spasmed from the smoke. Two had already fallen to the ground. Someone continued pointing toward the dark passage and groaning. The entire crowd perked up. They ran to find the source of the smoke. Meanwhile, the summoner stood before a wall of fire. From the other side of the firewood pile, blows began to be heard. The man took a closer look. Horrible green creatures began to push through the fire, and the wood with eerie screams. A pile of green arms protruded from behind the wall. The hero smiled and suggested at least burying the dead players along with their killers. The flames spread to the protruding arms. The flames grew larger with the new living fuel. The fire spread to the forest outside, and the representative of the dark world was pleased with the man's cruelty. After a while, the skeleton and Yujin looked at a handful of ash. The man frowned. Looking ahead, he said it was strange. His hand reached for his whip, thinking it would at least help them see his face. With that, he stepped out into the fresh air, slightly uncomfortable, and suspected he was hiding somewhere. A sound came from behind him in the firewood pile. The skeleton warrior turned to find the source. The cave began to collapse with a roar. The skeleton looked in fear at what appeared before him. A huge goblin breathed steam. The owner behind him unwound his whip and said he was starting to get tired of this place. He frowned and thanked the boss for showing up. The goblin boss glared at him. He gritted his fangs. He picked up his club. Before the guild intervened, millions of newcomers had died in this dungeon, all because of this monster. His hand began casting magic. In a dungeon with first-level goblins, an encounter with the hidden Goblin King was tantamount to a meeting with death. The whip infused with magic. The man swung it. Now he held a sword. The hero had no intention of allowing this monster to take any more lives. The skeleton looked at his master's new weapon in surprise. He took a few steps forward. Yujin looked at him. The skeleton stood as if mad, his arms swaying slightly, eager for battle. He stared ahead. But when he turned to look at his master, faint lights blazed in his eye sockets. The summoner grinned proudly. The skeleton's gaze changed noticeably. After some thought, the hero propped himself up against the wall. He handed the skeleton his sword. The boss smiled and growled. The skeleton took a short step. A moment later, he lunged. The goblin flinched, the small warrior rushing towards him. He began to back away. His legs retreated uncertainly, the warrior quickly behind them. He delivered a slashing blow to the tendons. Yujin looked at this in amazement. A memory of a huge dungeon boss amidst the flames appeared in his mind. The party looked at him in horror, asking how they could kill him. Yujin walked forward, clad in armor, saying to attack the legs. He drew his sword and said that if they knocked him down, they'd have a better chance of winning. He then looked ahead. With his first strike, he sliced open the large creature's foot. After the first leg, the warrior moved on to the second. The hero froze in surprise. The skeleton returned to the front lines. He paused briefly and then dashed to the side. In an arc, he circled around the monster to get behind it again. Yujin's eyes widened. He'd recognize his warrior's style among hundreds. His style was identical to his own, and at that moment, the skeleton plunged his sword into the goblin's head. The man rubbed his lips, the skeletal servant's fighting prowess. He knew its power would influence him. He smiled, having never imagined the servant could copy his style. The skeleton handed the sword back to its master. Before returning to the past, he could handle almost any weapon, and even in the guild, there were only a few people capable of fighting him one-on-one. The skeleton stared at the hero in confusion. Lights flashed in his eye sockets, and the gentleman decided he needed to reconsider his plan. A blue light fell on his face. A system window appeared. The representative of the Dark World appreciated his achievements, and sent him a legendary skill page as a reward for his efforts. The man took the page and looked at it with a smile. A guard ran to the edge of the tower, and shouted that the dungeon was clear. The manager jumped up from his desk and ran out of the trailer, everything around him bathed in blue. His eyes widened. A large portal had opened, and a small squad was emerging. The uninjured were dragging the wounded, and the players had returned. The leader's mouth fell open. He couldn't understand how the dungeon could be cleared. It had only been a day. How was that even possible? The ambulance began administering first aid, and the master shouted that he was glad everyone had returned alive. He adjusted his glasses and asked where Mr. Woojin was. The players remained sullenly silent. The boss was covered in sweat, a guess already forming in his mind. He turned sharply, and a guard announced that someone else was coming out. The players turned with him. The hero emerged from the portal with his hands in his pockets. Jihoon froze, not expecting to see him there. With an epic gait, the summoner walked away, and the portal collapsed. The boss ran after him and asked him to wait. Seo-Hyun pointed at him, not understanding the dirty tricks he used to clear the dungeon. Woojin began talking to the guild leader. The big man glared at him, his head filled with curses. He looked at the summoner and asked who he was. Newspapers about player taxes were flying around the world. Huge screens on the rooftops were broadcasting a report. The announcer on the screen said that Sejun had saved the world again. The man looked at the television in his room, clenching his teeth in anger. He slammed the table and said that all the news was only about those bastards. Jun Sup, bowing his head, said that they made them look like bastards who did everything for money. Smiling, the man said that this wasn't the first time, and what had happened in the dungeon anyway. Turning his head, Jun Sup said that because of Woojin, they almost died. Pointing to his forehead, he said that it was all because of the newbie. Raising an eyebrow, the man asked if that meant the rumors were true. Covering his eyes with his hand, Jun Sup explained that the rookie had joined them, so eager for the new items that he'd run into a crowd of goblins. Taking a glass, the man said he'd run after it to save it. When his companion protested and screamed, Jun Sup said he felt like he'd stepped in shit. The protagonist reached for the board. He rubbed his chin, saying he shouldn't meet Sejun like he had before. Pausing, he said he needed to get stronger for Sejun to be interested. In front of the guy was a wall covered with numerous photos, all linked together. Picking up one of the sheets, he said he should start with the most forgotten corner of his life. The events take us to the guild headquarters. A man standing next to the guild boss told the protagonist that if he was trying to stop the rumors spreading through the guild, the boy replied that he hadn't heard any rumors and simply needed some money. The guild leader, frowning, asked if it was about the money. Parting his lips, he said that life was priceless, and money was important too, but didn't he worry about his own life? If he urgently needed money, the guild could lend it. Woojin, raising his hand, said they just needed to set a date. He'd handle the rest. The manager, standing behind the leader, said the rumors about Woojin weren't false. The guild leader, after thinking about it, said the boy didn't know his place. Then he asked about the status of the dungeon he wanted to enter. Adjusting his glasses, the manager explained that Yanga's group had recently entered the dungeon and been killed there. Since then, no one had applied for a whole month. The leader turned and asked who Yanga was, and the subordinate replied that he was a rising star of Yin Wang's faction. Glancing at the protagonist through the window, the man explained that he was trying to enter a dungeon Yin Wang's specialist hadn't mastered. He wouldn't survive long, but they would still support him in some way. Wu Jin was looking at the phone in his hand. He spun around, sensing someone speaking ill of him. The young man smiled broadly, saying that in order to kill the hero, he would need to befriend the villain. He found Yin Wang's contact information on the phone screen. The events take us to Chuncheon City Hall. A worker ran up to the protagonist. He raised his eyebrows, asking if he really had come alone. Seeing Wu Jin frown, the worker wondered if he couldn't find partners because he was greedy for money. Pointing to the side, the worker said they should head straight to the dungeon. The man frowned, thinking about how worried he was about this psycho. The portal glowed brightly, revealing a passage to another world. The protagonist was transported to the dungeon. Looking at the system screen, he mentally declared that clearing the dungeon was impossible at his level if he went alone. The young man summoned his sword, saying that if he could use the orc as a skeleton warrior, everything would change. Instantly, the orc appeared behind him. The young man's brows drew together. He slid between the orc's legs. His hand turned. The young man slashed at the monster's legs. Yujin frowned. Only a small wound remained on the orc's leg, though he was an ordinary monster. His skin was thicker. The monster pulled its club from the ground. The protagonist chuckled, mentally declaring that with such force, he would die in one blow. He swung his sword and said that if he could summon a skeleton, he'd have a chance of clearing the dungeon alone. The boy began to move. The orc looked down. The protagonist had to dodge the attack. One of the shards grazed him, leaving a wound. The boy jumped back. His legs skidded on the ground. Yujin moved behind the enemy, his gaze fixed on the scratch. The boy struck the leg. Then he began to strike all around the monster's calves. The orc didn't move, unable to keep up with the boy's movements. The protagonist ran back a little. The orc's body trembled. Blood gushed from the wounds. Yujin began to approach him. The beast raised its head and raged. Raising his sword, the boy said that a beast without legs is no longer scary. Blood began to spread across the ground. The events transport us to the real world. The two men sat on the sofas opposite each other. Sechin chuckled, saying that this thing was interesting. China, raising his hand, asked what he was staring at. The man smiled. He placed the documents on the table, indicating that he should take a look. The young man looked down. He picked up the report on Yujin. China, moving his lips, said that he was a newcomer who had recently awakened and had cleared the dungeon himself. Grinning contentedly, the broker said that he had just entered the second cave, and this time he was alone from the start. Pointing to the report, China said that even he had had difficulty at first. Did he really mean to tell her he trusted some paper with an unknown source? The secretary entered the office. China winced in alarm when she asked him if there were any problems with her report. His pupils suddenly shifted. Turning his head, he said he thought everything was too perfect since she'd received such precise information. Placing the tray of coffee on the table, she said it was her job. Drinking his coffee, the man declared the information 100% accurate. Sechin, noticing the abandoned drip bags, froze. Pointing to them, he shouted angrily, saying he'd already told her not to buy instant coffee. The girl calmly sipped her drink. Then she opened her eyes. Pointing to the drip bags, she said they were coffee left over from the meeting with the Phoenix Guild last week, and this report had been prepared on the back of used paper. The man smiled, saying instant coffee was the best. Beaming like a Buddha, he said that if they couldn't trust Secretary Lee, then they couldn't trust anyone else in the world. China was astonished at his comrade's stinginess. He narrowed his eyes, realizing why the broker had gone bald at such a young age. Soon the glass was empty. Raising his hand, Sejong asked how the purchase was going. The girl, parting her lips, said there were a few good dungeons, but the price was too high. China, frowning, asked if there weren't any dungeons left from the ones he'd recently purchased. The broker's eyes lit up as he said that if he started going to dungeons, they wouldn't have enough. Pointing to himself, the boy shouted that he'd only returned from the dungeon yesterday. Waving his hand, the man remarked that if a person rests too often, they'll soon become lazy. Workaholics like him are prone to illness. Sedong sighed. The orc, opening his mouth, roared. The skeletal warrior was shattered by his blow, bones falling to the ground. The protagonist, sitting on the corpse, said that due to his low skill level, his durability was rather weak. He jumped off the corpse. Smiling, the boy said that John once told him something. Mana gathered in the boy's hand. The orc stopped and frowned. The skeleton's hand burst from the flesh. The skeleton's mouth opened. A huge giant stood behind the boy. Smiling, he said that as long as his magical power allowed, he would have as many skeleton warriors as there were victims who had fallen on this battlefield. Orc corpses lay behind the protagonist. The monsters themselves were stunned, their mouths agape in shock. The sounds of battle echoed throughout the dungeon. The young man summoned the system window, receiving several level-up notifications. Rubbing his chin, he said they should stop fighting regular orcs and find an orc hunter instead. Drawing a map of the area, he said that as a solitary hunter, he thought he would lead a pack, but he didn't seem to belong to groups. The young man frowned. The skeleton crouched next to him. The boy glanced at the skeleton and asked if it knew anything. Resting a piece of wood against his head, he said there was only one place the orc hunter could be. Standing up, he said that if he was in that place, there wouldn't be any useful monsters there for him to use as sacrifices. Hitting the skeleton on the head, the boy said he only had this friend. Walking away, Yujin said he needed to think of something better. The crows landed on the monster skeleton. The orc, opening his mouth, roared. The birds immediately flew away. The orc dragged the body of his comrade. Blood flowed from the wounds, leaving a trail of blood behind the orc hunter. The orc sat beside the monster's corpse, which lay among the rocks. The monster had bitten off a piece of meat with its sharp teeth. The protagonist hid nearby behind him. Eugene peered out from behind a rock and surveyed the surroundings. Holding his bow, the boy realized that the dungeon boss was stronger than all the others and that it would be foolish to engage him without preparation. The arrowhead was drenched in poisoned blood, and the young man decided to pierce the enemy with it. The player turned his head and saw a skeleton standing before him. The undead creature stepped forward, weapon in hand. The monster looked up from its meal and bared its fangs. The chieftain spun around and charged. The undead ran toward him. The skeleton swung its sword. The boss parried its attack. The orc frowned furiously. The monster sank its teeth into the enemy's shoulder. The archer aimed his weapon at it, thinking that by those glowing eyes he could tell it was the orc hunter. The protagonist drew his bowstring and realized that, due to its thick skin, he needed to aim and hit its only weak spot. Eugene fired an arrow forward. The projectile flew straight to its target. The monster looked ahead and noticed it. The chieftain's red eyes widened. The blow knocked him back. However, the boss managed to stay on his feet. The orc braced himself with his hand on the ground. He grabbed the arrow protruding from his eye. It fell to the ground, spraying blood everywhere. The monster opened its mouth wide and began breathing heavily, the system signaling that the poison had taken effect. The boy lowered his bow and remembered that the weaker the point of impact, the faster the poison spreads. The monster bared its fangs viciously and roared. The young man grinned and chuckled, the system telling him that the enemy's health would now gradually decrease. The chieftain rolled his eyes. The boss fell to his knees, but the second level of the poisonous blood skill didn't increase the chance of a fatal outcome. The orc clutched his head. The skeleton swung its sword, and the player decided this effect would be enough and declared at the end. The dead monster collapsed to the ground before the reanimated corpse. A notification appeared in the air, informing the player that the dungeon had been cleared and that their level had increased. Approaching the pile of corpses, the archer concluded that the monster had devoured everything in its path and inquired if Yang Wang, a member of the party, was still inside. Bones rolled to his feet. The protagonist looked down and noticed something. A skeleton with shattered ribs lay among the corpses. Wu Jin reached for it and realized that the orc couldn't have inflicted the injury. The boy knelt down and assumed the man had been attacked from behind, and that his opponent was someone accustomed to killing in dungeons. A phoenix symbol appeared, and it was unclear whether this was a deliberate assassination, but if they were members of Yang Wang's group, then money and items might have been the reason someone went to such lengths. Sighing heavily, the young man considered his limited time in the dungeon and wondered how he could find traces of this man. A full moon shone in the sky, something glittered in the cave, and the player decided it would be a good idea if it helped them get closer to Yang Wang. The archer squinted and covered his face with his hand. The protagonist headed for the passage in the rocks. Wu Jin crouched down and realized only one person could pass through. A skeleton in armor clutched a weapon. The boy frowned and noticed that his sword was surprisingly clean, and the corpse itself was not as damaged as the others. There were notches on the rock, and the young man assumed the man had fled after his comrades died and was counting down the days until his death. The player touched the brooch on his cloak and decided it was an act worthy of the Phoenix Guild. The archer grinned and wondered if it could be a rising star of the Yang Wang group. Initials were written on the brooch, and the protagonist concluded that there was no more fitting place for such a person's grave than this. Suddenly, a notebook fell to the ground. Wu Jin raised an eyebrow in surprise. He picked up the book. The player brought it closer and opened it. The young man flipped through the pages, doubting there was anything important there. Suddenly, the player frowned sternly. The diary contained photographs of people pasted into it. It turned out to be a blacklist of the Yang Wang group. The archer slammed the book shut and realized how lucky he had been. The necromancer smiled broadly, surprised to receive a legendary skill page as a gift. A paper describing the Eyes of Anubis ability appeared in his hands. The protagonist frowned confidently and read that he now had the ability to peer into the past of the dead. Eugene tore the sheet and decided that whatever misfortunes had haunted him in his past life, everything had changed now. A notification appeared in the darkness, informing the user that he had earned a new skill and the legendary Air achievement. The boy reached out to the skeleton and thought about how people believed the dead could not speak. He grabbed the corpse's skull. The player's blue eyes flashed and declared that it no longer mattered to him. A black haze enveloped his gaze. His pupils emitted light, and the system activated the skill. A connection was established between the ranger and the corpse. A bright glow emanated from the cave. In the memory, the wounded soldier extended his hand and asked for help. The man clenched his teeth in anger. He ran away from his comrade. A cave appeared before him. The warrior clutched his head and thought about how he couldn't die. Memories continued to surface in the darkness. They were full of blood. The stranger smirked and declared that these crimes were nothing serious. The man's eyes widened in fear. The knight swung his sword. A malicious smile lit up his face. Behind him stood the man who would one day become the owner of the Phoenix Guild. Yan Wang sat in his chair, his legs crossed. Black smoke engulfed the necromancer's eyes. The representative of the dark world clenched his teeth tensely. The skull fell to the ground. The protagonist covered his face with his hand. Wu Jin squinted and wondered if these were the memories of a dead man. Looking at the skull, the boy reflected on his painful past and concluded that he had expended more magical power than he intended. Wiping sweat from his chin, the young man realized his preparations were complete and decided to use the information he'd gained and the list he'd found to approach the villain. The sun's rays reflected off the windows of the building. The man's fist was covered in blood. The employee fell to the floor, and the villain asked if he'd really allowed another man to capture the dungeon. His mouth hanging open, the subordinate apologized and promised to take care of it. Sitting at his desk, Yamwang asked how he dared say such a thing and explained that the dungeon they'd failed to clear had been cleared by a common rookie. The secretary bowed and said she'd get to work immediately. The guards chased the employee out of the office. He resisted to the last, begging for another chance. The doors slammed shut. Reading the newspaper, the man found it quite interesting that a rookie had managed to capture the dungeon single-handedly. The director assumed he had a bad reputation within the guild, and the girl approached him and confirmed it. In the memory, a player single-handedly dealt with a group of monsters, and the woman recounted how this player abandoned his group in the first dungeon and kept the entire reward for himself. The guild leader shook the newspaper and declared that the problem was that if his reputation was so bad, it would be difficult for them to advance, and besides, this newcomer couldn't always travel alone. The scoundrel pressed the phone, and a voice announced that a ranger had requested a meeting. Grinning, the villain expressed surprise that he had come to the lion's den himself and said that this man never ceased to amaze him. Holding a tablet, the employee reported that, based on applications for a single-story A-rank dungeon, 20 spots had been allocated to the Phoenix Guild, although this time they were distributed evenly. Standing before his boss, the worker added that 3 guilds, including Yanwang, were currently vying for the remaining 20 spots. The distribution list appeared, the biggest problem being that even if they divided each faction into 6, there would still be 2 spots left. The man concluded that this was a rather dire situation, and the secretary raised an eyebrow and added that this was precisely why they hadn't yet found a compromise. The subordinate adjusted his glasses and explained that this dungeon was rank A+, so the drop rate for rare items was higher, and its effectiveness was also high due to it only having 1 floor. Clasping his hands, the director decided that the guilds would likely not compromise out of self-confidence, and asked if they knew what could happen in the dungeon. The chairman tugged at his tie and expressed indignation at their behavior. The boss scratched his forehead and asked if anyone who wasn't part of a faction had applied for the remaining 2 spots, but the employee replied in the negative. The boss leaned back in his chair and decided he could understand their concerns, as you never knew what might happen. The man picked up the phone when a competitor called, and the employee wondered what he wanted in such a difficult situation. The director's eyes widened in shock and he asked what it meant. The chairman jumped up and shouted the protagonist's name. The subordinate frowned and mentally wondered what he had to do with it. The boss promised to call his colleague back later. The secretary asked what was going on, and the boss leaned on his hands and explained that Wu Jin wanted to take the remaining 2 spots without the other factions knowing. The man frowned sternly and said that this newcomer always went alone, so the other groups wouldn't be too concerned. The manager stared at him in surprise and asked if Wu Jin had actually joined the faction. The director replied that he didn't know, suggesting they were simply using him to clear the dungeon and then disposing of him. An employee asked if other guilds wouldn't fight for the remaining spot. The chairman sank into a chair and replied that Yangwang would give them the spot if they sent a guy, so they'd have to act as go-betweens. The boss clasped his hands and called him an amazing strategist, as he had an ace up his sleeve. Narrowing his eyes in displeasure, the boss reflected on how sometimes it was best to retreat in order to reap the greatest benefit later, and wondered what was going on with this young man. The secretary approached the guild leader and asked why he'd accepted the player's application. A notebook and a brooch lay on the table. Yamwang explained how he'd had fun watching him fight his way here to bring them, and that it had turned out that there weren't many good guys left. The man smirked and claimed he could manipulate him and then dispose of him at any time, asking if it wouldn't be easier to just throw him away once the ranger was no longer useful. An hour later, the director picked up the notebook and asked if his guest knew what it was. Sitting on the couch, the necromancer confirmed it and admitted to looking at the contents. The chairman asked what brought him there then, suggesting the newcomer wanted to blackmail him for money. The scoundrel smiled slyly. The villain frowned menacingly and said blackmail wouldn't work on him. Bodyguards stood behind the protagonist, who explained that he had come with an offer, not blackmail. Yangwang raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what it meant when Wu Jin stated he wanted to enter a single-story A-rank dungeon. Suddenly, the smirk appeared on his face again. Gesturing at the guest, the man laughed and called him funny. The guild leader scowled and asked if the newcomer even understood what kind of dungeon it was to tell him such a thing. Scratching his head, the young man replied that he understood perfectly and explained that it was a dungeon that the Phoenix and Messiah guilds were competing for because it had a limited number of spaces. The director narrowed his eyes and asked if he really still wanted to go there. The chairman placed his notebook on the table and called the guest a man. The scoundrel raised his index finger and declared that he would accept his offer only on one condition. The blue sky was reflected in the windows of Kyungbi University. People gathered in the lecture hall, and the presentation began. Standing at the podium, the man assumed that those present already knew the contents of the report on the dungeon and announced that it contained at least 1,000 orcs. A description of the Orc Warriors Colony dungeon appeared on the screen, along with quests and achievements that could be earned through heroic deeds. The young man lowered his head. Standing by the wall, the player recalled that in previous raids, no more than half the participants had survived. The spectators watched the screen intently. Only the elite representatives of each guild had gathered there. The ranger scratched his chin and decided it was impossible to conclude that all these deaths were caused solely by fighting monsters. The spotlight illuminated the speaker, a fact the necromancer was forced to ignore due to a lack of evidence. The representative of the Dark World frowned and realized there was a high chance the killers were other people, as this would be a good opportunity to eliminate rivals and steal items. The protagonist headed for the exit. Blue particles shimmered around the orc's fang, the reward for killing the boss. Eventually, it was handed over to the Messiah Guild for their enormous contribution to the cleansing. Wu Jin knew nothing of this at the time, but now it seemed strange to him. Sujiwan held the trophy in his hands, and the boy assumed he'd already been involved in corruption. The young man left the auditorium. As he walked down the hall, the player considered that even if this man was behind the incident, there was a possibility the Messiah Guild had nothing to do with it. Narrowing his eyes, the ranger guessed they'd planted spies in other organizations and tried to predict their next move based on his memories. The necromancer approached the university exit. A crowd had gathered at the portal. Celebrities waved to the journalists filming them. The Messiah Guild representatives glanced around. The Phoenix Guild members looked confidently ahead. Guild leader Lev crossed his arms. The members of the Skull Guild wore black masks. A representative of the Dark World stood nearby, hands in his pockets. The protagonist led the way to the gate. Yujin removed his hood and made a move to rip the orc's fang right out of the scoundrel's hands. A bright burst of energy echoed through the forest. A girl got lost in the crowd and asked where their guild was. Her comrade was outraged that they couldn't be found because of all these people. A man raised his hand and ordered the Messiah members to form up. A group of several stepped forward. The warrior raised his eyebrows in surprise and declared that this was to be expected from such a large organization. His friend remarked that they were praised for a reason. The Phoenix commander rested his sword on his shoulder and explained that being first meant nothing, as thousands of orcs awaited them. A monster emerged from the forest directly toward the raiders. Someone immediately took a step toward it. The tank frowned confidently and declared that the Messiah would deal with him. The knight slammed his shield onto the ground and used his taunt skill. The monster immediately turned around. The orc charged forward and swung his arm. His fist slammed into the steel shield. The defender remained standing, but the enemy pressed him ever further. The monster bared its fangs angrily. The warrior glared menacingly and asked if that was all. The wizard raised his hand and cast a spell. Tree roots erupted from the ground and enveloped the monster. Bright, light-colored particles surrounded the paladin. The orc opened its jaws furiously, trying to free itself from the vines around its neck. Its battle cry echoed throughout the forest. The ground beneath the player's feet trembled. The soldier's eyes widened in fear and asked what it was. The captain pointed forward and shouted that something was there. The raid members immediately looked into the dark forest, where the terrifying sounds were coming from. The warrior raised his sword tensely. A whole tribe of monsters burst from the thicket. A monster raised its fist to strike its opponent. Blood sprayed into the air. The swordsman dealt a powerful blow to the enemy's arm. However, the orcs easily broke through the defenses, slaughtering people in their path. Suddenly, stone pillars appeared directly beneath them, lifting them into the air. The mages raised their hands and continued casting spells. The heroes at the forefront rushed into battle. Knights rushed forward, brandishing their weapons. The raid members put up a worthy fight. Meanwhile, the protagonist climbed a tree and made sure no one would notice his absence. Yujin grinned and decided it was his turn. Watching the battle from above, he thought the enemy wouldn't be able to push the warriors back that far. The young man jumped from the branch and wanted to take advantage of the situation and determine the location of the orc warrior. The player rushed forward and realized that the quest required the elimination of 1,000 monsters and their leader, so the guilds would first try to thin the enemy's numbers to minimize losses later. Leaping from branch to branch, the ranger assumed the fighters would begin searching for the boss after the remaining monsters were destroyed. The necromancer's brow furrowed with confidence, and realized he had to retrieve the orc warrior's fang before that happened. A full moon shone over the forest. The monsters gathered among the rocks. Their leader's eyes lit up. Blood flowed from the monster's mouth. A tribesman immediately chopped off its head. It fell at the feet of its fellow guildmates. The leader grabbed the handle of the throne. He rose from his seat and raised his axe above his head. The boss opened his maw wide and let out a battle cry. An army of thousands stood before him. Sitting on a rock and watching them, the protagonist decided it was a good idea to follow those who had fled the battlefield. The champion gritted his teeth angrily, and Yujin thought he looked stronger than he thought. His eyes blazed and he realized that luck was on his side today, as the champion had sent all his minions to fight. The orc sat back on his throne, and the young man realized he could get closer while the rest of the tribe was fighting on the front lines. The player grinned and wanted to strike first. Standing surrounded by corpses, the commander shouted that fighting these monsters wasn't all that difficult and suggested they move on. Frowning sternly, the captain noted that there were fewer monsters here than expected and assumed the main forces were gathered elsewhere. Suddenly, someone snuck up on him. The ranger stopped and reported that many orcs were heading their way. The man turned to him and asked how many there were. The bandit, narrowing his eyes, replied that there were about 1,000 of them, suggesting that this was their main force. Turning to the army, the master suggested they stop there, and explained that they needed more equipment to confront the enemy's main force. The warriors asked who they were to give them orders. A representative of the Lev Guild stepped forward and declared that they would disobey orders and continue the attack. The knight's mouth dropped open and he reported that numerous orcs were heading in that direction. The squad approached him, and the warrior explained that competition between guilds was important, but they would all perish in this dungeon if they didn't work together. The axe-wielding brute smirked, and his leader asked if the Messiah wasn't confident in her own strength. The man looked away and said that they shouldn't have entered this dungeon at all if they were so afraid. The squad rushed into the thicket of the forest, and the ranger called them reckless. The bandit frowned in displeasure. The commander suggested they first find a safe place to rest and prepare for the next battle. The skeletons opened their jaws and growled. The protagonist entered the battlefield with his summoned creatures. The orc scratched his chest in confusion. The monster rose from its throne and took up its weapon. The undead assumed a fighting stance. They immediately leaped forward. The necklace on the monster's chest glowed. An ominous energy enveloped it as the undead closed in. The chieftain's eyes lit up. The leader swung his axe and shattered the bones of one of the opponents. Yujin raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought that this couldn't be true. The boss raised his weapon over the head of the second enemy. The skeleton frowned menacingly. The champion dealt it a crushing blow. The undead leaped out of the dust cloud. The champion glanced sharply to the side. The orc swung his leg to strike his opponent. The ranger narrowed his eyes and realized his summoned creature wouldn't last long. The arrowhead was smeared with poisoned blood. The young man drew the bowstring while the undead distracted the monster and realized he only had one chance. The skeleton opened its jaws in rage, and the player decided to attack now while he had the enemy's attention. The undead creature dodged the slashing blow. The arrow flew forward. The monster turned and noticed it. The chieftain dodged, and the projectile only grazed his hair. The chieftain froze and turned his head. The ranger wondered how he had managed to dodge it, and concluded that this enemy was stronger than they had thought. The boss charged at the enemy. The undead struck him in the leg with his sword. However, the blade of his blade broke in half. The necromancer's eyes widened in shock. The warrior swung his axe and delivered a powerful blow. Broken bones fell at the feet of the representative of the dark world. The champion bared his fangs angrily. The protagonist narrowed his eyes tensely and concluded that perhaps he should change his plan. A fawn hung on the orc's chest, and Yujin knew there was no point in fighting him while he held the artifact. The boy jumped aside and thought that he didn't have enough magical power anyway, so it would be best to retreat. The young man turned and ran back. The player glanced back and wondered why the enemy wasn't pursuing him. The orc turned away. Running past the rocks, the ranger surmised that pursuing a retreating enemy was too much trouble, and decided that this was to be expected from a monster in an A+ dungeon. The necromancer smirked and realized that this was actually a good thing, because nothing would stop him from escaping. Leaping from branch to branch, the representative of the dark world realized the monster would soon regret letting him go. Hiding behind a tree, the commander saw the protagonist and wondered who it was. The captain gritted his teeth and realized someone other than the Lion Guild had fled the battlefield. The brute peeked out from behind the tree and suggested that this man might have spotted the boss before them, but the man decided that was unlikely. Frowning, the warrior declared that they weren't sure why this guy was returning and explained that they shouldn't blindly trust the others until they saw the warrior with their own eyes. The knight's eyes widened and he declared that an item dropped by an A+ dungeon champion must belong to the Lion Guild, no matter what. The soldier looked up. Suddenly, he and his comrades fell unconscious. The swordsman looked down in fear. The fighter spread his arms and asked what was going on. The commander raised his weapon before him and thought about how he hadn't heard anything about other monsters appearing here besides orcs. Red eyes appeared in the darkness behind the trees, leaving the captain completely alone. Opening his mouth wide, the master called for the enemy to show himself and shouted that he wouldn't be able to escape unpunished after what had happened. A bright light was visible between the rocks. The protagonist returned to the camp, which had been set up by members of various guilds. Yujin looked around and decided it was a good thing there were no factions interested in him. People gathered around a fire, and the boy wondered about the strange atmosphere, like a funeral. He noticed numerous graves nearby and was surprised that so many people had died on the first day. Looking away, the player thought something was wrong, as well-trained soldiers had gathered around, and assumed the battle between the guilds had already begun. The man approached the fire and remarked that his comrade looked terrible, despite his abilities. His companion said the same. Crouching on the ground, the warrior said his guild, Heichi, was alive and well and asked if anyone had news of the other guilds. The tank frowned and explained that the Lion Guild had suffered the greatest losses because their group had gone into the forest to retrieve items, but disappeared. The soldier raised an eyebrow and asked how that was possible, and the knight explained that their bodies had been so mutilated that they were unrecognizable. The ranger sat to the side while the heroes discussed how orcs cannibalized their victims, making the deaths of the Lion Guild members even more tragic. A fire burned on the ground, and someone commented on how unsettling it all was. The swordsman placed his hands on his knees and asked if this were a normal mission. Would there have been so many dead and wounded? His comrade hoped at least someone would survive. The necromancer was still sitting on the rocks nearby, and the warrior declared that human life should be prioritized over objects, and such. The representative of the dark world frowned and considered the chances of so many groups being wiped out on the first day. Though considering this was an A+ dungeon, it was entirely possible. Lowering his head, the protagonist concluded that someone was definitely behind this, and realized his plan could fail if the soldiers weakened, so he would have to work harder. Birds flew over the forest. Orcs ran along the path. A bright light awaited them ahead. The warrior's eyes widened in fear and asked if there were too many of them. Holding his sword, the knight shouted that this would never end. The man ordered them to be silent and focus on the fight. A group of monsters burst out of the forest and headed toward the human army. The orc opened its maw in fury and let out a battle cry. A huge cloud of dust rose across the battlefield. Yujin looked around and realized the battle had begun. He opened his inventory and decided the problem was that he had no chance of landing a killing blow on the boss with his current items. He remembered how the skeleton's sword had broken and realized that using it as bait would also be impossible due to its poor survivability. The player scratched his chin and wondered if the undead knew how to shoot a bow. The ranger stepped back onto the battlefield before the orc. Shouldering his sword, the necromancer noted that the enemy was also uneasy today and invited him to begin the second round. A fawn on the monster's chest glowed. The monster grabbed the weapon and advanced. A powerful blow shattered the earth and kicked up sand. The monster lunged and swung its axe. Suddenly, something approached from the side. The chieftain's eyes widened. The leader raised his axe like a shield and deflected an arrow. The boss stopped, and an enemy projectile landed nearby. The warrior's furious eyes blazed. Skeletons stood by the rocks. The champion kicked a huge boulder toward them. The living dead ran to the side to avoid the blow. The undead continued to shoot even as they charged. However, the orc blocked all their attacks with his axe. The representative of the dark world found himself high in the air and concluded that the summoned creatures did indeed know how to use a bow. The protagonist smiled slyly, realizing everything was going according to plan. Eugen twirled his sword in his hands. The monster gaped in astonishment, not noticing his approach. The youth slashed through its body with his sword and landed on his feet. A precise blow severed the rope holding the thong. The artifact fell, leaving its owner perplexed. The young man caught the relic. A cluster of blue energy immediately appeared around him, and the system reported that the enemy had been weakened and its attack power reduced. The enraged chieftain bared his fangs and screamed. The chieftain swung his axe and slammed it into the ground. The player jumped back and dodged the blow. The arrow struck the boss's knee, infecting it with poison. The ranger and his summoned creatures surrounded the warrior. The necromancer frowned confidently and declared that he would finally be able to reach the enemy with this thong. A bright light illuminated the legendary item, which increased its owner's attack power and physical defense. Blue particles surrounded the representative of the dark world, who realized there was only one thing left to do. The protagonist smiled and decided that he needed a weapon that could cut off the enemy's head. Eugen drew his bloodied sword. The champion charged at the skeletons. The undead leaped into the air and fired an arrow at him. The orc's eyes lit up. The monster swung its axe and deflected the arrows. Suddenly, the beast frowned tensely. One of the arrows pierced its chest, poisoning its blood. Dust rose from the ground. The boy ran up behind his opponent. The chieftain opened his mouth and prepared to deliver a crushing blow. The youth leaped up to dodge the slash. The player found himself over the axe blade. He somersaulted in the air. The ranger braced his palm on the hilt of his sword. The necromancer plunged the blade into the opponent's hand. The chieftain's eyes widened. He was forced to release his weapon. The representative of the dark world looked away and became intrigued. The axe soared into the air and landed next to the skeleton. The undead frowned menacingly. The undead rushed forward and caught the weapon. The summoned creature looked at its weaponry in confusion. The bow immediately fell to the sand. The skeleton gripped the axe handle angrily, the protagonist thinking it would be the perfect tool for severing an enemy's head. The scout climbed a tree branch and heard a loud, strange sound. Looking to the side in alarm, the man wondered what it was and decided it wasn't the scream usually emitted by orcs. The ranger leaped to another tree and mentally wondered if someone was fighting the boss nearby. Gritting his teeth, the rogue wondered who it could be and realized he needed to figure out the situation and report everything to the guild as quickly as possible. The warrior headed for the forest exit. A soldier leaped from the trees. He landed on the edge of a cliff. The warrior raised his eyebrows in shock. On the field before him, Eugen and his summoned creatures were fighting the champion. The orc turned, unsure of who to attack. The scout realized he couldn't sense anyone else there. The boy leaned on his sword, wondering if he was fighting the boss alone and how that was even possible. The ranger lowered his gaze and decided he needed to report this to the guild immediately. The bandit turned and ran back into the forest. The young man looked back and heard him. The warrior jumped up to climb a tree. Suddenly, an arrow flew into his back. The fighter clenched his teeth in tension. He immediately collapsed to the ground. The scout clutched his shoulder and mentally wondered who could have attacked him. The man's mouth dropped open in shock and suggested that the other player might have noticed him and attacked him to keep the guild from finding out. The ranger looked away in horror. A man from the Skull Guild appeared next to him. The assassin looked at the bandit with disdain. The warrior's eyes widened, wondering what they were doing here. At that moment, a sword pierced him, and blood spurted from the wound. The assassin lowered his weapon. The dead scout fell to the ground. The scoundrel crossed out his photograph in his notebook and said there were 5 more men left. Holding a book in his hands, the villain declared that killing another person during combat made him even better. Perched in a tree, his comrade reported that half of the ranger's items belonged to the guild and asked him to remember to divide them. The commander frowned menacingly and asked if they really intended to kill the newcomer. The bandit replied that he wanted to get rid of him, despite his absence from the list. The captain raised his head and asked if it wasn't dangerous to attack someone who fought equally with the dungeon boss. The man raised an eyebrow, reminding the ranger that he would be very tired after the battle and claiming that killing him would be as easy as taking candy from a child. The assassin jumped down from the branch and asked his friend to follow him as soon as it was over. The assassin asked if there was anything else they needed to do. The scoundrel grabbed the scout by the collar. He dragged the corpse deeper into the forest and decided to throw the body to the orcs for disposal. Meanwhile, the protagonist hid behind a tree. Eugen's brows furrowed tensely. The desert beyond the forest was quiet. The guild members surrounded the dead monsters. Guild leader Phoenix smiled and noted that they had completed the task faster than expected. The soldier said they would complete this dungeon in no time if they continued at this pace. Looking back, the captain agreed with him and suggested they ease up on the task and return to the rear at the first opportunity. The man grinned maliciously. thinking that by tomorrow everyone would be preparing for the boss fight, and said they should begin preparing for the main event. Suddenly, system windows appeared in front of all guild members. The warrior raised his eyebrows in confusion. At the same time, red alerts appeared in front of the heroes, indicating they had defeated the orc champion. The knight gaped in shock and asked what this meant. The men gathered in groups and began discussing who could have done this. Frowning, the Messiah Guild commander wondered how this could have happened, and remembered that the main groups of each faction should have been busy fighting the orcs. A ranger approached him and asked if this meant the missing members of the Lion Guild were still alive, but the captain doubted it. The man narrowed his eyes suspiciously, wondering if their rivals were bluffing. Blood dripped from the axe blade. The protagonist stood before the warrior's corpse, the system rewarding him with a level up and a new achievement. Yujin tore open the page, hoping the catalog would grant him another useful skill. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A Grim Reaper's book, containing the power of Osiris, appeared in his hands. Looking at it, he realized it was some kind of inventory for storing summoned creatures, and he wondered if he should try using the new item. The artifact emitted a blue haze. A black aura enveloped the skeleton. A huge amount of energy erupted from the relic and crashed down on the living corpse. A bright flash erupted in the player's hands. Ancient runes appeared on the book. At that moment, the whirlwind vanished, leaving behind only clouds of dust. The ranger commented that this was unexpected. The cover featured the inscription, "Orcs and Skeletons," and the necromancer decided to simply summon them at the entrance to the dungeon, eliminating the need for him to deal the finishing blow to the monsters. The representative of the Dark World smiled, realizing that with this book, the most significant drawback of the summoning skill would disappear. The trees in the forest flashed past. The Phoenix Guild commander ran along the path, and the soldiers asked where he was headed if the boss had already been killed. The captain's mouth dropped open, and he was well aware of this. Gritting his teeth, the man explained that they needed to see what had happened to come up with an explanation, and asked what his subordinate was going to tell Yinwang when they got out of here. The soldiers' eyes widened in fear at the sound of that name. The squad rushed forward, leaving dust in their wake. Hiding behind a tree, a member of the Skull Guild said that the orc champion had been defeated faster than they had expected. The heroes gathered in a clearing, and the assassin suggested a change of plan, leaving the man who had killed the boss alone and eliminating the remaining targets. The assassin glared menacingly and asked what had happened to the newcomer who had stayed behind to restore order. The bandit, narrowing his eyes, replied that he'd asked him to follow them and promised to teach him a lesson when this was over. Frowning angrily, the scoundrel explained that his superior would be greatly concerned if their identities were revealed and stated that in the worst-case scenario, they should be prepared to commit suicide. The villain raised his hand and said they no longer had time, so they needed to move as stealthily as possible. The man looked around and sensed something approaching. A newcomer ran out of the forest thicket, and the commander was outraged by the noise he was making. It turned out he was being pursued by orc skeletons. The captain's eyes widened in shock and he wondered if his subordinate had provoked the ranger. The undead were rapidly approaching the group from the Skull Guild. The assassin raised his eyebrows and asked if the soldier had truly lost his mind to bring them here. Turning to his comrade, the assassin asked what they should do next, claiming the enemy now knew their location. Frowning furiously, the villain wondered if the necromancer knew anything, and realized that the battle would inevitably attract the attention of the other guilds, and then it would all be over. The villain grabbed his weapon, realizing he had to eliminate the enemy and destroy all traces, even if it meant leaving the mission unfinished. The man turned and asked if everyone was ready. Instantly, the guild member dispatched all of his comrades. The fighter collapsed to the ground. His friend fell nearby. The skeletons approached the raid member, who stood next to his unconscious colleagues. Wide-eyed, the commander wondered what had just happened and realized the newcomer had betrayed them. The protagonist threw off his cloak and revealed his identity. Yujin narrowed his eyes in disdain. The captain recognized him. Some time ago, a black haze enveloped the boy's eyes. Sitting before the assassin, the young man learned whose fault it was that only half of humanity had survived. The dead assassin bowed his head. The player couldn't find any information related to the Messiah Guild in his memories. The ranger lowered his gaze. The necromancer leaned on his hands and thought about how even this scout had once been listed as missing. A representative of the Dark World removed the mask from the corpse's face. The protagonist donned his clothes and decided to visit the head of the Skull Guild. Leaving the grave behind, Yujin realized he had been fortunate to discover the connection between the Skull and Messiah Guilds, and wanted to finish off the orc champion first. Currently, the scoundrel looked away and wondered where this man had even come from. The skeleton stomped loudly on the ground. The living dead approached the frightened squad members. The boy looked away and decided he was very lucky that all the people from the newcomer's memories were gathered here. The undead creature bared its fangs. The undead swung its axe. The soldier's eyes widened in fear and begged for mercy. There was a loud thud, and blood sprayed in the air. The young man approached the enemy, and the villain reflected that this man killed without hesitation, meaning he had done this before. The commander looked up and declared he wasn't going to tell him anything. The captain reached under his robe and realized he would be nothing but a hindrance to the leader, even if he managed to escape alive. The assassin drew his sword and concluded he had only one course of action. The assassin pierced his own chest with the blade. The player looked at him in surprise. The scoundrel collapsed to the ground, and the ranger called his action utterly useless. The villain lay in a pool of blood, and the necromancer supposed he should be grateful, as the enemy had just proven he possessed useful information. A small fountain appeared in the memory, and someone said that these enormous changes unfolding in the world would provide Japan with an opportunity to advance. A small house stood in a clearing, and the stranger declared that they would collaborate with Sejuin of the Messiah Guild to lay the foundation and then expand their influence. The heroes sat at a table, and the stranger asked Sangchong to travel to Korea and become a member of the Skull Guild, dedicating herself to serving her homeland. Sitting in the shadows, the man explained that they could recreate the Yamato Empire even more powerful than before if they acquired dungeons and items, including those appearing in Korea. The assassin frowned sternly. There were 2 more people standing behind the door. The old man wanted to introduce his comrade to those who would guide him on his path, saying they were representatives of Japan's elite who would help found the nation of Yamato. The assassin's eyes widened in shock. Ken and Hidaro entered the room. Bowing, the villain declared it a great honor to meet them and expressed surprise that he had managed to meet them in person. Other memories poured into the darkness. The villain smiled and explained that there was one person who needed to be eliminated when the A-rank dungeon opened. The commander put on his mask and replied that it was Suin, a Korean broker who had gotten in the way of his Japanese colleagues, so they must kill him no matter what. The guild member frowned and remembered the name of another talented broker. The corpse collapsed to the ground, and the protagonist concluded that vanity was to blame, and this disgusted him. Wu Jin gritted his teeth and thought about how even in the worst of times, they trusted each other and fought together. The masters frowned menacingly. In the memory, a cut appeared on the boy's face. Before his reincarnation, he had conquered many dungeons with them. The squad had slain a dragon, the warriors always forged ahead to save the world, and the young man wanted to be like them. The man extended a hand to help him. These people were not only his teachers but also his moral support. A reflection appeared in the player's eyes. He considered the soldiers his dear comrades and was ready to entrust them with his life. The ranger grabbed his friend's hand, but now his opinion had changed. The necromancer looked down and decided they were no different from Sejong. Narrowing his eyes, the representative of the dark world realized he couldn't allow them to accomplish what they had planned and remembered that Sejong would be their next target. The protagonist scratched his chin and thought that this man must be very talented to be on their blacklist. Standing before the corpse, Wu Jin realized that the fact that he wasn't in his memories meant the assassination had been successful, and he realized that if the Yamato people took his place, Sejuin would profit from it. Butterflies fluttered around the burning candle. As long as the broker remained on the blacklist, attempts to eliminate him would continue, so he had to find a way to weaken their group. He turned away and remembered that he, too, needed a broker who could find him a dungeon, so things were going quite well. Now he needed to prepare for the next dungeon. A car was parked in the parking lot, and someone asked if it was always so quiet near the gate. From the front seat, the employee explained that there was no chance of monsters emerging from the gate, adding that chaos would break out once the heroes cleared the dungeon. His colleague realized that everyone would immediately want to interview the players. The man closed one eye and explained that members of different guilds would be fighting each other for items. The worker's mouth dropped open in shock. His comrade said everyone would want at least one extra reward and suggested they get some more sleep, as they wouldn't be able to rest anytime soon. The newcomer raised an eyebrow in surprise and called out to his friend. The worker frowned in displeasure and asked what he wanted. He looked out the window, dumbfounded. The protagonist emerged from the portal. Doctors immediately rushed to his side, and someone shouted that the A-level dungeon had been cleared. Yujin fell to the ground, and people rushed to fetch a stretcher, as soldiers were about to emerge from the gates. Representatives of various guilds began arguing in front of dozens of journalists, and the situation became worse than before. News websites immediately published articles claiming that all members of the Skull Guild had been killed and that someone had single-handedly defeated the Orc champion. A photograph of the brawl appeared in the newspaper. Yang Wang crumpled the paper. The man gritted his teeth and expressed outrage that his subordinates couldn't find the man who had defeated the boss. The newspaper lay on the table. His mouth wide open, the Phoenix Guild leader explained that everything had happened too suddenly and promised to do everything possible to prevent it from happening again. The leader looked down and asked how they planned to compensate for the wasted time and resources, as well as his disappointment. Sitting at the table, the director declared that this wasn't a charity business where they could give such weaklings endless chances. The chairman bared his teeth and ordered his subordinates to return 5 times what he had invested this week, while they still had the chance. A car was parked outside the house, and the captain's indignant voice rang out. The villain asked about Wu Jin, and the secretary approached him and explained that the boy was in the hospital, injured in a dungeon. The villain frowned, surprised that the young man had been injured in a simple, one-story dungeon. The secretary narrowed her eyes and explained that it wasn't a monster that had injured him. Yang Wang realized he'd been attacked by members of another guild. The woman narrowed her eyes and suggested it would be better to hear the story directly from him. Heading for the exit, the man suggested they go to the hospital, figuring the player wouldn't discuss this with others. Sunlight illuminated the building. The employee bowed and asked the ranger to take care of himself and to be sure to contact the guild if he remembered anything. The worker scratched his head and wondered how he could explain all this to his superiors. The elevator had a number 4 on it. The guest raised his head and began to ponder why the faction had requested this particular man for the team. As the stranger entered the elevator, the leader emerged into the hallway. The secretary approached the room and noted that, judging by the expression on the man's face, the necromancer hadn't said anything. The representative of the dark world looked away tensely. The director entered the room and asked how he was feeling. The medicine was trickling down the tube. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist explained that the Skull Guild aroused his suspicions. Yujin recounted his battle with the Orc champion, but claimed that it was the guild members who had attacked him. The youth frowned and claimed that the fact that they were all dead meant the items had been stolen by another group. In the past, it was the young man who had dealt with the assassins and taken possession of the orc champion's tusk. The player remembered the assassin appearing next to the scout and recounted it. Sitting in his chair, the chairman declared that he knew these men possessed stealth skills and concluded that Skull had targeted not only the boss but others as well. Looking down, the ranger said he would have died on the spot if not for his skill and explained that the man who attacked him had been exposed to poisoned blood. Looking at him, the villain called him lucky and added that none of the witnesses except him had survived. The necromancer suggested he should be cautious for a while and asked if the Phoenix Guild had managed to obtain anything. Gritting his teeth, the villain admitted that even the thought angered him and expressed outrage at having lost so much because of the Skull Guild. Raising his hand to his chin, Yan Wang decided he couldn't let this go so easily and considered gathering as much information as possible to limit his losses. The man slammed the arm of his chair and asked what he needed. The protagonist asked what he was talking about, and the chairman rose to his feet and asked him to stop feigning innocence. Frowning angrily, the director suggested that his ally had been spying on the others because of their deal and asked if he hadn't had any plans in the first place. Wu Jin smiled and replied that he needed to find someone. His brows furrowed sternly. The young man explained that he needed a man named Sechin, adding that he was a famous broker. Smirking, the chairman asked how he knew about him and advised his ally to pick up the phone if he received a call from an unknown number. The villain left the room, declaring that he was a rather arrogant man who handpicked his clients, but was still a professional. Looking back, the villain asked the young man to keep what had happened a secret, and warned that if rumors spread, the situation would only get worse. The player narrowed his eyes and said he understood perfectly. Yan Wang bid him farewell and slammed the door. The ranger rose from his bed, thinking that everything was going according to plan, even if the guild leader didn't trust him completely. There was a closet by the bed. The director knew nothing of the connection between the Messiah and Skull Guilds. The necromancer glanced out the window and concluded that as soon as the chairman began searching for information about them, Sijuan and the masters would turn their attention to him. Smirking, the representative of the dark world realized the villain didn't know he'd inflicted these injuries on himself, and decided that now he had the opportunity to focus on improving his strength while the guilds competed with each other. As the car drove along the road, the villain asked if such a large guild as Skull didn't have a single sponsor. Holding up his phone, Yan Wang said they conducted financial transactions by selling items abroad. With arrows spreading across the planet, the man decided to explore black markets outside of Korea and meet with the merchants who dealt with them. The leader smiled and suggested they might find common ground. Walking down the street, the protagonist realized someone should have contacted him by now. Wu Jin pulled out his phone when the call rang, thinking it was perfect timing. The boy held it to his ear, and Sechin explained that the deal could only be concluded after he demonstrated his skills. The young man stopped and demanded details, and the man promised to send them via text later. The player looked at the screen when the other man hung up. A long message appeared in the app, and the ranger was surprised that this man was using a single-story C-rank dungeon as a test, realizing their deal could prove very profitable. The building was adorned with colorful signs. The boy pointed at the leader and asked who the unfortunate man was, and the businessman replied that he was a new contender for the title of buyer. Closing his eyes, the employee reminded him that not much time had passed since the last incident, and asked what would happen if it was another assassin. Sei-chan rose from his chair and explained that even if the enemy had a whole truckload of assassins, they would still be useless. The employee said he didn't like the fact that this man was working with Yan Wang. Opening a desk drawer, the man explained that the new client could still be useless if he failed the test, adding that everything would be fine even if he tried to kill him. The broker tossed the phone and concluded that if the applicant possessed strong skills, they would one day be able to destroy all the dungeons and end the game. The drawer contained a pile of phones. The businessman said they needed people like that. The boy smiled broadly and identified himself as one of them. The boss approached him and explained that he still had a long way to go, as right now he couldn't even clear a dungeon alone. Smiling confidently, Sechin announced he was going to send the client to the Kobold dungeon and offered to see what would happen. The employee raised his hand to his chin and asked if it was too difficult. The man said he wasn't forcing him and that he could refuse at any time. Closing his eyes, the employee expressed outrage at his boss's lack of concern for business in such situations and complained of being hungry again. The broker reminded him that his subordinate had eaten a ton of food just minutes earlier. The car pulled up to the crater containing the portal. The protagonist exited and slammed the door. Looking away, Wu Jin wondered if the businessman wasn't planning on making money and concluded that this challenge wouldn't be easy, as this dungeon wasn't easy for the average person. He jumped into the pit and decided that this only applied to those who didn't know how to defeat kobolds. Looking through binoculars, the secretary reported that she was at a dungeon in Songpa, Ilsen. Picking up her radio, she added that the young man was approaching the dungeon and asked if she should start the timer right now. The chief looked at the device and was surprised that the ranger had already arrived. Smirking, Sechin called him hasty and asked about his preparation. His smile vanished when the woman reported that the necromancer hadn't brought anything special with him. The man wondered if this was recklessness or stupidity. The boy raised his eyebrows and suggested that client had simply lost his mind. The employee narrowed his eyes slyly and declared that the applicant hadn't prepared anything because he was overconfident. Lowering his head, the man decided that was true and thought to himself that it might be a bluff. A sign glowed on the building. Someone commented that the Messiah wouldn't pose much of a problem, as they still didn't understand the situation. Shoes were lying by the door. The man asked his comrade to calm down. Raising his hand, Jae-hoon explained that predicting what might happen in a dungeon was extremely difficult due to the vast number of factors involved, adding that it was a shame everyone had returned empty-handed, but at least there had been no major losses. Haidaro frowned and asked how he could say that after 5 of his students had died. The man frowned in confusion and denied he had been trying to offend him. Looking down, Ken assumed Sejong knew of their connection to the Skull Guild and asked if that wasn't why he'd offered them a job working on an A+ rank dungeon. The manager's eyes widened, realizing he'd said the wrong thing. The master confirmed that no one could know what might happen in a dungeon. The swordsman narrowed his eyes menacingly and asked if their people had really been wiped out along with the orcs. Employee Messiah stared at him in fear. Bowing his head, the worker apologized for his words and promised to resume his investigation if given a little time. Reaching for the bottle, the warrior replied that there was no need, as they had already begun their own investigation, and offered his comrades something to drink. Jae-hoon looked up tensely. Ken poured him some sake and explained that they were still allies of the guild, despite the current state of affairs. The master frowned sternly and declared that he wanted his comrade to understand how insulted they had been. The alcohol overflowed. The swordsman narrowed his eyes and added that if there were any differences between the comrades, a drink would help settle them. The man held the cup with trembling hands. The heroes headed for the exit. The warrior asked if they could really call themselves allies, and the manager confirmed it. The door slammed shut. Gritting his teeth, the Messiah worker realized he had underestimated these people and concluded that he needed to come up with another plan right away. Approaching the car, Haidaro asked about the casualties on their side. He had a phone in his hand, and the master said he understood. Sitting in the car, the fighter asked if everything had happened as they predicted. The archer confirmed it, and explained that the people on the kill list had nothing to do with it, meaning it was done by someone with less than stellar skills. The knight lay in a pool of blood. The Phoenix Guild became the scoundrels' next target, as they were the only ones left. Ken frowned and suggested that it might be someone deliberately hiding their strength. The scoundrel concluded that it was another faction they didn't yet know about. A blue sky hung over the office building. Standing on the roof, the spy decided they could rest for a couple of days. If the player had entered the dungeon today, his partner reminded him that he had gone there alone. The scout crossed his arms in disapproval and declared that there were no sane players, so this man would die soon enough, and the gate would reactivate. Suddenly, a pillar of bright light appeared behind him. The boy pointed at it and realized his colleague was right. The man placed his hands on the railing and said that this was what happened when a dungeon was cleared. The observer grabbed his binoculars and shouted that this wasn't a dungeon that could be completed even by a crowd. The spy said they had to find the person who cleared the dungeon, and his comrade pointed forward and said it was him. The scout pointed to a car with its headlights on. It immediately moved, and the heroes realized they were doomed. Various signs hung outside the building, and an indignant cry rang out. Holding a walkie-talkie, Sejong grew angry that his subordinates had missed their target and asked if they shouldn't do their jobs properly if they took his money. Sitting at her desk, the secretary covered her ears to block out his yelling. The woman raised her eyebrows and called out to her boss. The man bared his teeth and asked what she wanted. The woman turned to him and reminded him that she hadn't paid these people at all because they had come to help. The broker crossed his arms and asked if that was true, and the employee added that they simply wanted to have a drink with an old friend. The businessman rolled his eyes and said that was too bad, because he planned to quit drinking from that day on. Heading for the exit, the employee announced that she had to go and explained that if it was Wu Jin, they had nothing to worry about, as he would contact them soon if he planned to work with them. Frowning with displeasure, Sechin noticed this was rather cold-blooded, and recalled how his colleague had changed since their first meeting. Back then, the wounded girl had sat among the ruins. Entering the office, the boy asked if everything was alright and explained that he'd offered his friend something to eat, but she'd simply ignored him and left. The man assumed she had some important business. The broker looked away and concluded that the young man had lived up to his expectations, clearing the dungeon in just half a day. The businessman glared at the enormous bag of food and asked why his subordinate had bought so much. The employee asked him not to be such a bore. The car was driving along the night highway. The player sat behind the wheel, lost in thought. Some time ago, the ranger had finished clearing the dungeon and returned to the car. A radio and a note lay on the hood. The necromancer picked them up and wondered what they were. The representative of the dark world sat down in a chair and assumed Sejong was planning to make a deal with him. A piece of paper lying under the radio asked him to call during business hours. A traffic jam had formed. Jae-hoon gritted his teeth and thought about how he couldn't face the master in this state. In a flashback, Ji-hoo glanced around, and the man wondered if he should ask for help. The phone next to him vibrated. The manager picked it up and asked what the matter was. Hearing that it was related to the Skull Guild, the employee turned the car around and announced he was on his way there. Smirking, Yang-won said it would be great if they handled this quietly and asked if he needed an explanation for why it had to be this way. Sitting across from him, the stranger asked if they had spoken with the person he would need to protect. The man replied in the negative and added that he would speak with him as soon as they finished their conversation. The heroes were sitting in a cafe. The mercenary explained that he couldn't reach an agreement with his subordinates until the situation was clarified. The guild leader said he would take care of everything and asked him to fulfill his end of the bargain. Someone stood on the balcony. Employee Messiah narrowed his eyes and wondered how much the director knew about the Skull Guild. Someone approached him and declared that he was also interested. The stranger smiled and explained that the man was using his business as a cover to learn more about the Skull Guild. But there was something odd about his words. They had sat at the same table in the past, and the man had said it would be a bit difficult for him to share such information. The chairman had called him overly cautious. The scoundrel narrowed his eyes slyly and claimed to know the secret of the Skull Guild members who had died in a rank A+ dungeon. The employee gaped in shock and asked if that was true. Gritting his teeth, Jae-hoon realized he couldn't handle this alone and considered the trouble he'd get into if he reported it to the manager. He looked into the room and asked who Yang Wang was talking to. The player replied that it was Hoon Young and that they often collaborated. The mercenary smiled, revealing that this man, who belonged to no faction, was willing to do anything as long as he was paid. The bodyguard bowed, and they parted ways. The manager thanked his ally for assisting the Messiah Guild and providing information. The employee frowned menacingly. He approached the assassin and asked if they could talk. The man looked up and realized it was a member of the Messiah Guild. The employee clasped his hands and said he had a proposition. Jae-hoon narrowed his eyes and added that it involved collaborating with their organization. The player grinned and asked what he was talking about and asked him to speak more simply. The young man frowned furiously and declared that he was talking about a business that would bring him a good profit. The cars were stopped at a traffic light. The secretary glanced around and announced that she'd managed to capture a public dungeon and asked if her boss usually used other methods. The woman narrowed her eyes and suggested that it would only complicate matters if they intervened directly. Yang Wang pulled out his phone and deduced that the Skull Guild must have acted after all this noise. A call appeared on the screen, and a man said that now that the location and supporting cast had been chosen, they should prepare the stage for the protagonist. The manager sat alone at a table in the cafe. Employee Messiah bit his fingernail and wondered what guild leader Phoenix was planning. Earlier, Han Young had frowned and explained that he'd been asked to protect a newcomer. A list of people appeared on the screen, including the name Woo Jin. Looking at his phone, the worker realized the young man had been in an A+ rank dungeon and doubted he'd go up against the Skull Guild veterans alone, making it too obvious a bait. The car was parked by the fence. The young man picked up the radio and concluded he'd passed the test. Sechin confirmed this and suggested his client was hiding his true skills. The player looked down and replied that he'd only shown his skills because he'd been asked. The radio screen lit up, and the man asked if he needed to purchase a dungeon and reported that he placed a list of the dungeons he'd defended in slot 19 at Ilsen Station. Getting out of the car, the ranger said he needed to do a few more things beforehand and promised to call in a few days. The broker frowned and said he'd wait. Raising his eyebrows, the boy asked if they really wanted to make a deal, claiming his intuition told him the man was dangerous. Smirking, the businessman asked if his gut instinct had ever been right, reminding him that their work was inherently risky. Sitting in the office, the necromancer asked if he really needed to act as bait, and Yang Wang confirmed it. Leaning on his arm, the man explained that it was only a matter of time before they reached the Skull Guild, noticing his ally's fear. The representative of the Dark World bowed his head, and the leader asked if he wouldn't have lost his life if he had simply sat and done nothing. Smiling, the director declared that he had specifically hired a couple of experienced men, and asked his comrade to trust him and enter the dungeon with them. Frowning, the protagonist said his life was on the line and asked if there was any reason why they had to do it this way. The chairman, narrowing his eyes, replied that he owed several debts to these people and described himself as someone who hated being indebted to anyone. Woo Jin turned down the corners of his lips and declared he'd like to increase his payment. The scoundrel smiled slyly and thought his ally had taken the bait. The boy furrowed his brows confidently, mentally reaching the same conclusion. The villain snapped his fingers and agreed. The secretary placed a sheet of paper on the table and explained that the boss had prepared something for his comrade. Yang Wang explained that his survival rating would increase if he himself became stronger. The young man looked at the table and realized it was a skill page. The player went outside and remembered how, in his past life, the head of the Phoenix Guild had met with the Yamato faction and ended with him turning to betrayal. The ranger looked at the sky and decided that this was the end. The necromancer pulled out the page and was surprised that his enemy had proven so useful. The raid members walked through the gorge, fuming that with such a high ranking, they would have to pay off their debts for the rest of their lives. Commander Phoenix looked back and asked his subordinates to remain silent. The captain crossed his arms and declared that the director had abandoned them, and the soldier said that was unfair. His mouth wide open, the soldier shouted that it wasn't even their fault and that they didn't know who did it, and asked how long they would have to stay in this dungeon. Someone was hiding behind a rock, and the soldier suggested that his comrade kill a few more monsters if he had so much free time to whine. The masked man's eyes gleamed. The men gathered under the bridge. Han Young put his phone to his ear and reported that all preparations were complete. Then the man hung up the call from Yang Wang. The mercenary smirked and asked if they really just needed to hand over Woo Jin, and Jae-hoon confirmed it. Glancing at the suitcase of money, the bodyguard assumed it was too little and asked if they shouldn't pay a little more, considering how important a client they were losing. Raising his hand, the young man explained he was willing to give them more money after they finished the job and offered to find them another client. Squinting slyly, the villain declared he wanted to strike a deal with Messiah and figured that if that happened, there would be no need for an extra fee. Standing opposite him, the manager said he couldn't arrange it because it was a personal request and had nothing to do with the guild. The heroes bowed, and the car drove away. The villain watched it go and concluded that they would all be rich when this was over. His subordinate was surprised that there were such people in the Messiah Guild. Hyun Wing smirked and decided that not everyone was as vile as Sejuan. The man glanced back, dismissing it as unimportant and explaining that they should take advantage of the opportunity and enjoy life after receiving the money. The men emerged from the portal, the dungeon cleared. A man in a black suit ran up to the Skull Guild members. The Phoenix employee gaped in shock and wondered if all their comrades had perished. The employee introduced the players and recalled that they were all professionals from the Yangwang faction. He turned and asked the Skull Guild members to stop. The hunters silently got into the car, and the Phoenix representative tried to find out what had happened to his guildmates. The brute glared at him when the employee explained he didn't know what to tell the families of the victims. The villain grinned broadly and declared he had torn them apart beyond recognition. After that, the car drove away. Holding a phone in his hand, the villain reminded them that the master had asked them to be careful not to make unnecessary noise. Matsumoto, holding the phone to his ear, reported that they had just finished work and asked about the next mission. Jae-hoon, his mouth hanging open, shouted that he had found the target and asked his allies to hurry and come immediately so as not to miss the opportunity to deal with him. A long message about a dungeon with lizard men appeared on the screen. Sunlight illuminated the mansion. Standing by the window, Yeonwon thought about the foreign faction in Korea and decided that this would be a great opportunity, as long as he made good use of the Skull Guild. Scratching his chin, he realized that working solely here would be a waste of time and supposed that even if everything went wrong and Wu Jin died, he would at least have information about the Skull Guild. The guild leader glanced at his watch and realized that it was almost time. People had gathered at the military camp. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Han Young came out to greet him. The young man bowed and introduced himself. The mercenary offered to do everything possible to clear the dungeon and mentioned that another team was running a bit late. A car pulled up behind the young man. The bodyguard smirked and announced that it was them. Members of the Skull Guild emerged from the car. The player frowned menacingly. The ranger looked away and asked where the restroom was, and the villain offered to go there together. A sign on the door read, "Toilet." Standing next to it, the villain deduced that this was the newcomer they needed to escort. The ranger realized that Yang Wang had been talking about him. Smiling, the man reminded them that the dungeon would open very soon and offered to talk on the way back. Extending his hand, Han Young warned them not to be seen together inside the dungeon and explained that they would follow the newcomer and always be close. The necromancer scratched his chin. The mercenary suggested an ambush awaited them on the second floor, adding that if they started killing each other from the start, clearing the dungeon would be difficult. Looking away, the bodyguard asked his ally not to worry so much and declared that he simply needed to trust them and enter the dungeon. The representative of the Dark World raised an eyebrow and agreed. The villain asked him to enter the portal first, so as not to raise suspicion. The protagonist headed toward the building. The villain smiled slyly, deducing that it would be easier than he thought. A bright light filtered through the treetops. The heroes gathered in a clearing. A warning appeared in the air, warning them to eliminate a goblin hiding on the floor. Someone assumed the first level was exploration related. The man's mouth dropped open and he declared that the clearing requirement wasn't that difficult, so they should split up and proceed one at a time. Han Young extended his hand to the newcomer and offered to lend him someone to keep him company. Chinook grinned and volunteered. Frowning, the mercenary explained that they didn't have much time and suggested they quickly find and kill the goblin to advance to the second floor. The squads parted ways. The bodyguard glanced back tensely. Yujin nodded to him. The boy glanced away suspiciously. He watched the Skull Guild squad and decided that the real fight would begin on the second floor. Matsumoto closed his eyes and asked why they weren't following the newcomer. Narrowing his eyes, the assassin replied that he had an escort and said it would be very troublesome if things didn't go according to plan. The assassin asked what would happen if the player escaped, and the scoundrel closed his eyes and expressed outrage at his words. The villain frowned menacingly and wondered if his subordinate didn't trust their skills. Looking at him, the soldier asked his comrade not to be offended and reflected on how he had come here to get rid of Han Young and his men as soon as this was over. The mercenary sat down on a tree root and asked what the ranger was doing right now. The fighter replied that he was hunting orcs, using the poison blood skill to capture them. The bodyguard scratched his chin and asked if there was anything else. The ranger smiled and suggested that his leader was worrying too much, while the tank claimed they could easily control the necromancer. Looking up, the villain said he was worried by how easily everything was going, and explained that Yeonwon and Jae-hoon weren't the kind of people to spend large sums of money without reason. Smiling, the villain decided that the newcomer would trust them even more if they were nearby, and offered to capture him as soon as he let his guard down. The group of players moved forward through the forest. One of the fighters looked around and noticed their target had just been there, assuming he'd wandered off somewhere. Han Young countered that if that were the case, he should have left some trace. The leader frowned and added that, judging by the scent of blood, he was sure this was the right place, but he couldn't understand why Chinook hadn't shown up. A hyena's body lay on the road, and the man wondered what had happened. Looking around, the knight concluded that something was wrong. Then one of the men pointed, shouting for the commander's attention. Lying in pools of blood on the road were the protagonist and Chinook. Han Young glanced at the healer and ordered him to examine his comrade first, while the others were to inspect the surrounding area. The entire squad scattered along the road. Minsik's eyes widened in horror. Blood was gushing from her comrade's mouth. Sweat streamed down the healer's face as he cried out that Chinook's neck was injured. The wounded man wheezed, and the healer ordered him to remain still, otherwise he wouldn't be able to stop the bleeding. With a trembling hand, Chinook pointed to the side. Minsik turned his attention to the prostrate necromancer. The man shouted that they should have handed this guy over to Jae-hoon anyway, so he didn't care about the client, and he was going to save his comrade. Han Young turned and asked what had happened and how Chinook was doing. The healer began healing, replying that the patient was in serious condition and could die at this rate. The commander gritted his teeth, unable to comprehend what had happened. He didn't believe the boys had fought each other, as they knew they were on the same side, but then he remembered something. An image of Jae-hoon popped into his head saying that this was about the Messiah, so he had to be very careful and make sure no one found out about it. The warrior's face twisted with the realization that the client planned to kill them too. Minsik continued to pour mana into the injured man, begging the leader to get rid of him, as their comrade was bleeding. Just as a skeleton appeared behind him, he added that his magic couldn't heal his friend. The healer turned sharply. The corpse struck him with a swift blow. Blood gushed from the man's severed chest. One of the soldiers screamed Minsik's name in horror. Han Young turned around in panic and realized they had wounded Chinook to get to their healer, deliberately getting rid of him. The commander glanced at the bald man and assumed Jae-hoon was deceiving them. He should have known, given the strange request. The survivors were surrounded by corpses. Meanwhile, the client glanced sideways at his companions and asked them to conserve energy. The big guy put his foot on the monster and declared that they simply knew he was handsome since they kept stepping on him. Jae-hoon waved his hand and countered that it wasn't that, most likely because of the terrible smell. He'd asked them to tone down their cologne next time they entered the dungeon. The guy sniffed himself and was indignant. How could he say such a thing, considering that cologne cost a lot of money? The leader pointed at the big guy and reminded him that many monsters are sensitive to smells, then noticed that more of his fans were coming. Glancing back, the fighter said that everything was fine as long as he provided good fan service. The hyena opened its mouth. The blonde grabbed the monster by the throat. He raised it above his head. His eyes filled with rage. With one movement, it tore the enemy in half. Another hyena swung its paw at the man, but the limb met a fist. A powerful blow from the big man shattered the monster's head. The enemy fell at the fighter's feet. The blonde glanced sideways at the man. The third hyena glared at the man. Meanwhile, at the other end of the dungeon, Han Young gritted his teeth and asked how the scoundrel dared betray them. The protagonist stood over the fallen enemy and noted that for a dying man, he wasn't exactly being honest. Wu Jin frowned and added that he was no longer surprised to see players using their power solely for their own gain, but his greed had surpassed all bounds. The warrior flinched when the necromancer asked, hadn't he himself said that everyone's worth is measured differently? And he became enraged. He remembered how, not long before, he had been asked why someone from the Messiah was here, and what was so special about this guy Wu Jin, considering how Yin Wang and even Jae-hoon were interested in him. Then Han Young grinned and replied that the client had asked him to spare the protagonist's life, clearly intending to ask him something, and the others had decided that if they couldn't kill him, their leader wouldn't be able to enjoy his hobby. The player rolled up his sleeve, revealing his scars, realizing what he was talking about, and said he could fill it out next time, since there were plenty of people to hunt. The bald man curiously counted the notches and admired that the leader had indeed killed many, this one from the last time, when 3 had begged for their lives. With a smirk, the man added that it would be nice to receive more such requests, since they earned more by killing 3 players than by clearing a dungeon. Han Young's smile turned sinister, as he added that everything had a price. The boys didn't notice that their future victim had heard every word, until their leader added that they should kill using a method that suited the price. The young man drew his sword, declaring that he was becoming curious about the cost of a bounty hunter's life. Then, with a single strike of his blade, he ended his life. The player turned away as the enemy's head fell to the ground. That same night, in the forest, the necromancer looked down at the goblin, musing aloud that his enemy was hiding in the same place as when he himself conquered this dungeon in his past life. Looking at the monster's face, the young man added that it was now time for him to move on to the next level. With a smirk, Wu Jin added that the Skull Guild members were waiting for him. The goblin's blood spilled, and the system reported that the first level of the dungeon was cleared. At the same time, a pillar of light rose behind the Skull Guild members, and they couldn't understand how the first level had been cleared. Jae-hoon turned around and reminded himself that Han Young was supposed to be waiting and send him a signal if he found the goblin. Matsumoto narrowed his eyes and concluded aloud that, judging by the leader's reaction, things weren't going according to plan. The swordsman lowered his head and added that the first level had been cleared so suddenly. Perhaps the other group was planning to advance to the second level and wait for them to appear to kill them, which was all too obvious. The fighters rushed toward the light. Jae-hoon frowned, silently deciding that the enemies had figured out his true plan and couldn't believe that he would be the first to be stabbed in the back. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood near the entrance to the second level. He touched the door with his palm. A huge passageway opened. Wu Jin's face expressed determination as he moved to the next level. Meanwhile, in the real world, a conversation was going on about items that most players didn't purchase before entering the dungeon. Yanwan placed his hand on the table and asked what the problem was, and the secretary replied that someone had purchased a flask to collect the liquid, and she found that strange. The girl knew that blood, bodily fluids, monster skin, and other things sold for high prices, but the dungeon wouldn't have any valuables for the target to sell, so she reported it to the guild leader. The man rubbed his chin sullenly, muttering that buying a flask while his life was in danger was odd, and he couldn't understand what this Yujin was thinking. Meanwhile, the members of the Skull Guild reached the entrance to the next level. Matsumoto narrowed his eyes and wondered out loud if those guys had already reached the second level first. They could be waiting in ambush, something worth keeping in mind as they ascended. The big man placed a hand on the commander's shoulder, and said that thanks to someone, he'd be able to have even more fun during the hunt. Didn't he need to show his gratitude? The commander thought he'd make Han-young pay for her humiliation. The squad followed Matsumoto to the second level. The fighters emerged onto the shore of the lake, and the huge lizard sleeping at the bottom of the tank opened its eyes. The swordsman frowned, surprised. He'd expected the traitors to attack immediately, but he'd been mistaken. The big man hadn't noticed he'd snapped some rope while suggesting the enemies were simply hiding in fear. The fighter looked down. At that moment, arrows flew at the squad. They managed to deflect the projectiles with their weapons and armor. But the flask shattered, spilling a red liquid. It soaked the player's clothes. The blonde looked at the stain and realized it was blood. He saw a broken flask used to collect the liquid beneath his feet and didn't understand what was happening. The leader picked up the broken flask, and while his comrade complained about the stench, he tried to understand why no one had seized the opportunity to attack them. Eugene peeked out from behind a tree and apologized for this. He simply thought the enemy liked the stench. The villain frowned when he recognized the protagonist, demanding they stop fooling around and tell him where Han-young was, or if they really thought they'd be safe after betraying him. The necromancer narrowed his eyes, as he'd expected. This guy thought he was on the same side as the bounty hunter. The young man extended his hand and said he was aware of the plans to kill Han-young and his team afterward, and hadn't expected Ji-hoon from the Messiah Guild to follow them all this way. The water churned behind the enemy as the player added that now was not the time for pointless chatter. Matsumoto spun around, trying to figure out what kind of monster was approaching. A huge lizard leaped out of the water with a roar. The fighter standing behind him looked up at him. The next moment, his head disappeared into the monster's mouth. The others were horrified. The monster was greedily devouring their comrade. The swordsman turned sharply and demanded to know what Eugene had done. The necromancer showed them the flask and informed them that he had doused his enemies with goblin blood. He added with a smirk that it was also the lizard warrior's favorite snack, and since he had spilled so much of his favorite sauce on them, they would make an excellent meal for him. Matsumoto flew into a rage and roared that he would kill the traitor. The swordsman drew his blade and rushed at the hero. The big man turned to him and shouted that he couldn't abandon them like that. The necromancer parried his opponent's attack. Matsumoto grew even more enraged and threatened to claw the young man's eyes out alive. But Eugene only smiled and declared that his opponent had only barked and never bit. Then something caught his attention. The engraving on the sword's hilt belonged to the master. The young man pressed harder on his opponent's blade, admitting that he thought he was a simple man when he'd arrived, but now realized he was the master swordsman's apprentice. Matsumoto's eyebrows rose, and he asked how he knew. Meanwhile, Jae-hoon looked around, wondering where Han-young's men were. The necromancer wasn't the main problem here. While the big man fended off the lizardman's attacks and shouted at the leader not to stand there, he thought the four of them would have no trouble clearing this dungeon even if they were alone. But there was one problem. The fighter tensed, holding the monster back, demanding help. The villain frowned, thinking that a second group could appear at any moment, while their forces were scattered. At that moment, the monster stood up, towering over the group, and Jae-hoon realized that the dead might end up alone. Their weapons clashed again with a clang. Matsumoto narrowed his eyes at the enemy and asked how he knew who his teacher was. Eugene smirked and declared that his master was losing his touch. To think that someone like this would be his apprentice. The swordsman attacked the enemy with increasing anger, demanding that he shut up. The enemy was secretly glad that he had fallen for his provocations, but he was clearly an experienced fighter and would be difficult to defeat with a sword alone, so the player bit his lip. Matsumoto, meanwhile, charged the protagonist again. The youth dodged a circular strike from the enemy's sword. The swordsman watched the necromancer closely, but the necromancer suddenly spat blood, which hit the enemy in the face. The boy jumped back, groaning in pain. Matsumoto tried to wipe his face, indignant that Eugene would dare spit blood in his face, but was immediately notified that he had been poisoned by hemotoxin. As the swordsman's eyes grew bloodshot, he considered that since his opponent was using poison, a prolonged fight would put him at a disadvantage. So the fighter intercepted the blade and declared that he would not waste time and finish the necromancer right then. As the boy's sword pointed upward, a swirling cloud of air began to form around it. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, recognizing the technique. He remembered it was an attack skill available only to those chosen as slayers of the holy light. The boy lowered his sword and looked over his arm at his opponent. A wave of light erupted from the blade. Eugene watched tensely as the attack approached. A cloud of sand rose into the air. Matsumoto closed his eyes, feeling the poison's effects begin to take their toll on his body. His hands trembled, and he silently cursed that he should have brought him back. But suddenly the necromancer appeared behind him, and the swordsman's eyes widened, wondering if his enemy had survived. While the youth swung his weapon, the enemy wondered how he dodged the blade of destruction. Several precise strikes landed squarely on the fighter's body. At the last moment, his eyes widened. Matsumoto remembered the training session when the dummies had been cut from their positions. He breathed heavily back then, mentally triumphant that he could finally use the blade of destruction, just like his teacher, but had only been able to use it once. The master frowned at his student and admitted that he was doing a good job of imitating him. Ken looked at the youth and added that his technique was still too complex for him to use in a real fight, given the state of his arm after using the blade of destruction only once. The teacher raised a finger and explained that the move possessed immense power, and Matsumoto should refrain from using it against an enemy who knew of its weakness. The swordsman only sighed. Ken turned his gaze to the mown-down targets and warned that if the apprentice encountered a monster that remained unharmed even after using the blade of destruction, it would catch and kill him. And now, Wu Jin dealt the master swordsman's apprentice a fatal blow. The swordsman collapsed, muttering that he had encountered this monster today. The big man turned to his comrade, shouting his name. The lizard's tail immediately knocked the fighter back, and he dropped his weapon. The boy was slammed into a tree with force, blood pouring from his mouth. Panic filled Jae-hoon's face. His companions had reveled in the fact that they were the master swordsman's apprentices, but they were all useless. A shadow fell across the man's face, because on top of everything, Han Young and his men had never shown up, meaning there was no way to win now. The scoundrel turned to the necromancer and offered him a truce. They didn't need to fight each other. The protagonist glanced sideways at his opponent when he again asked for a truce to conquer the dungeon together. Otherwise, at this rate, they would simply become monster food. But the young man smiled and advised him not to worry about it. The hero turned to a surprised Jae-hoon and added that killing these guys would make it easier to clear the dungeon. The blonde's eyebrows rose as he asked what the necromancer meant. At that moment, a skeletal hand emerged from the ground. An army of the undead rose around Wu Jin. The young man patted the nearest skeleton on the head and asked how he could trust the scoundrel after the latter had tried to finish him off just moments ago. Jae-hoon's eyes widened as he realized his opponent had more than just blood poisoning in his arsenal. Then the man turned abruptly. The lizard warrior opened its mouth behind him, but the villain managed to jump away. The monster's tail whipped up behind the man. The blonde man closed his eyes, covering his face with his hands, but the tail fell nearby. The player looked at the monster in surprise. It turned out that the big guy had come to his senses and simply chopped off the lizard's tail. Jae-hoon winced at being called the Messiah's dog. The fighter glared at the former leader, reminding him that he'd been begging for help for ages. But this bastard now stood there, begging for mercy. At that moment, the monster's remaining tail rose, and the player was caught in its tight grip. The monster stared straight at its prey, raising the man to its eyes. The man frowned and demanded that the stupid lizard remove its stinking head before he choked on the stench. But the monster simply squeezed him tighter, causing Jae-hoon to curse beneath him. The player watched this scene and decided that if he wanted to get out of here alive, he had no choice. The bastard continued to frown, realizing he couldn't handle the enemy on his own. The man gripped his sword and decided he had to escape first. Jae-hoon kicked up some dust, mentally adding that he needed to hide until the other guys conquered this dungeon. As he broke into a run, the scoundrel thought he'd deal with the rest later. The most important thing was to survive. He couldn't die here so miserably. He was running as fast as he could when something flashed past him. The player turned, noticing it. He saw a skeletal soldier attacking a huge lizard. The blonde looked at it in shock. He hadn't thought the undead could move like that. It almost looked like a high-level player. Jae-hoon couldn't tear himself away from the spectacle, noticing that there were already 5 of these skeletons there, and it dawned on him that Wu Jin was truly powerful. As the monsters continued to fight, the scoundrel realized that the necromancer had likely gotten rid of his allies' team, which explained why they hadn't appeared yet. The lizard growled at the undead, while the blonde remembered how they'd killed a member of the Skull Guild in an A+ dungeon, and everything fell into place. The boy shuddered as he realized he simply needed to get out of here and report this. But at that moment, the lizard decided to turn its attention back to the man, forcing him to flee. The skeleton stopped the monster, swinging its sword at him. A few precise blows to the paws, and the monster's eyes widened in pain, while Jae-hoon tried to understand why it was chasing him while ignoring the dead. At that moment, the lizard fell to the ground. The system reported that its blood was poisoned. The villain looked back hopefully, voicing the hope that the monster had been defeated. But the giant stubbornly rose to its feet. The monster's gaze swept the clearing around itself. The blonde stared at the lizard in horror, mentally cursing its tenacity. And then the monster looked back at the man. He panicked, unable to believe that this creature was following only him, as if the skeletons were invisible. As Jae-hoon broke into a run again, the protagonist declared that he felt better now that he was distracting the lizard warrior. The scoundrel glared at the youth, who suggested he hadn't fully grasped the situation. Wu Jin narrowed his eyes and added that it had happened back when people could only rely on their level and items when clearing dungeons. A lump of mud had landed in the other man's palm. The huntress couldn't understand why she would apply it to herself, and the commander explained that while he didn't know the details, he had heard that the lizard warrior didn't have the best eyesight. Scratching his cheek, he added that by applying mud to themselves, they could camouflage themselves. Then he turned to the protagonist, asking if he was right. The latter glanced back with a smile. In the present, the youth smiled too, wondering out loud if all was well with these guys now. At that moment, the monster began chasing Jae-hoon again. He narrowed his eyes, realizing he couldn't run away from it forever. Then he headed straight for his enemy, though he didn't know why, except to assume the lizard was only targeting players. The boy changed his trajectory, deciding he shouldn't suffer alone. And rapidly approaching the necromancer, he wanted to force him to participate. But Wu Jin remained calm. One of the undead blocked the villain's path. Then the blonde man jumped. He tried to leap over its head, indignant that some undead creature dared to block his path. The man's plan had largely succeeded, but at the last moment, he spotted another one. A sword strike landed squarely on Jae-hoon's forehead. The villain fell right between 2 skeletons. His eyes widened in horror. The blonde man stared ahead as his mask flew off. The skeleton ran to the side. The confused boy remained sitting on the ground. The lizard man was getting closer, but at the last moment, it collapsed on the sand next to Jae-hoon. The protagonist winced. The The scoundrel tried to stand, but immediately cried out that his leg was injured. He turned around abruptly, and saw that the undead had finished off the lizard man and were now looking at the man. A look of joy appeared on the player's face. If the monster was killed, then now he could get out of here alive. At that moment, Wu Jin moved toward him, thanking him for distracting the lizard man from his name. The man looked up at the necromancer, and when the latter said it was time to wrap things up, he clarified what he meant. Jae-hoon frowned and offered to talk. He promised to do anything if the young man would simply help him escape the dungeon. But Wu Jin pointed somewhere behind the scoundrel and said that his request for rescue should be handled by that guy over there, not himself. The blonde turned sharply. He saw the lizard warrior rise again, and the necromancer suggested he was curious about why the monster was pursuing only one. The boy explained that the lizard's eyes acted as heat sensors. Naturally, he had no interest in the cold skeletons. The player tried to rise again, but the monster's mouth was rapidly approaching. Meanwhile, news of this dungeon and its main boss was spreading across the media, as the Phoenix Guild refused to enter it. And its leader was watching the broadcast. The secretary, looking at her tablet screen, remarked that no one could have imagined such a problem would arise while the guild master was planning to conquer a 6th-level dungeon. It couldn't have been worse. The girl scrolled through the comments and reported that her prediction had come true, and public opinion of their guild was simply terrible. Yang Wang frowned and declared that listening to weaklings was a waste of time. They needed to focus solely on one goal. Shinha from the Messiah Guild appeared on the TV screen and announced that they were postponing their entry into the dungeon, as even if it was a matter of utmost importance, they still had plenty of time to prepare for conquering it. Sechin scrolled through the comments on his phone, noticing that even such a strong guild had postponed their entry. Jin, still eating his noodles, reminded everyone that it wasn't called the Death Snake for nothing. France, America, and Japan. 2 years had passed since it first appeared in these countries, and yet they still didn't know much about this monster. He continued chewing and added that not a single player had ever returned alive from hunting this monster. There was no point in even discussing difficulty when it came to it. The broker scratched his beard, musing that it was terrifying to even imagine such a dangerous monster had appeared in the country, even though there hadn't been any information about it. He narrowed his eyes, considering how the people had accepted the Messiah Guild's decision without any doubt, but he doubted they truly announced it without ulterior motives. Sechin scrolled down and exclaimed that this couldn't be true. With a smirk, he suggested his friend take a look at these scoundrels. The broker sank onto the sofa and asked what would happen if all the guilds postponed entering the dungeon. China replied that it was obvious. Only the fearless would band together, though it might be difficult to clear the dungeon. The young man stuffed his noodles into his mouth and added that eventually the government would also want to get rid of this dungeon, and other countries would open it too. The man continued to swipe his fingers on the tablet and agreed with his friend. Simply put, the dungeon would be conquered on a larger scale, but he wondered what would happen if someone showed up at that moment and simply defeated the tailed lizard. The blonde man jumped up and started to say that such a person would become quite famous, but immediately realized his friend meant that the guys from the Messiah Guild were deliberately trying to buy more time. Sechin turned the tablet with the graph to Chin and said he wasn't sure about that, but considering their skills, there had to be a reason they weren't rushing into the dungeon. The longer they delayed, given the growing fear, the more unclaimed items there would be in the dungeon. Then these guys would defeat the lizard and could achieve both fame and fortune. While the skeletons finished off the monster, the protagonist received a notification about achievements and leveling up, as well as the favor of the messenger of the underworld. Yujin looked at the lizard, thinking out loud that it had all ended faster than he had expected because the skeletal soldiers had no body temperature. But then the young man looked away, realizing that since he'd gotten involved with guys with connections to the Messiah Guild, it would be difficult for him to move freely. One of the undead turned to look at its owner. He was thoughtfully examining a trophy weapon made from the shell of an armored turtle. The necromancer frowned, remembering that this was the weapon used by the master swordsman, and considered it a good choice. He then handed it to one of the skeletons, ordering him to use it. The undead man nodded, accepting the new weapon. The light from his eye sockets reflected off the smooth steel. Meanwhile, the protagonist approached Matsumoto's body, declaring that they needed to talk, then activated the Eye of Anubis. A flash of light over the platform prompted the guards to announce that the dungeon had been cleared. The manager ran to the player, praising him for his excellent work, but when he asked what had happened to the others, he was told that everyone had been killed except him. The man panicked and demanded a more detailed explanation so he could write a report for the Guild of the Fallen. But Wu Jin passed by and said he could simply write that the lizard warrior was stronger than they had expected, and wished the fat man luck. When the door slammed, the young man announced that he had handled it, as he had been told. The necromancer held the phone to his ear, explaining what had happened. As Yang Wang had predicted, one of the men aiming at him had wielded a sword of a unique rank, which had once belonged to a master swordsman. The protagonist reached into his pocket and added that the master was an important member of the Messiah Guild and also the head of the Yamato faction, which in turn was the main branch of the Skull Guild. At this, the man narrowed his eyes. Wu Jin looked at the television screen and added that he hadn't found anything else, but he could find out more if he looked into it further, promising to contact his interlocutor later. The necromancer then turned off the lights in the room. The young man knew there was a bug hidden behind the screen. The player headed away from the building, then looked back at him with a smirk. The necromancer knew about Matsumoto's conversation with the manager, and when the manager asked if they didn't trust him enough to plant a bug, he replied that it was simply a special precaution, as he would be interacting with someone the guild was monitoring. The swordsman pulled his mask up when the interlocutor added that he had planted it behind the television to keep him informed, and the player agreed. The protagonist walked away, grinning as he contemplated the idea of the Skull scoundrels falling into their own trap. But now he was wondering how their guild would deal with Yang Wei. Then his phone rang. His expression turned dissatisfied when he saw it was from Guild Master Phoenix, and he muttered that he shouldn't have mentioned the devil. Yang Wei grimly informed him that he'd heard about what had happened and wanted to know how everyone except Wu Jin had been killed. But since luck was on his side, he'd asked if he had anything for him. The necromancer raised an eyebrow and said he hadn't been able to find out anything else, as he'd been focused on survival. But he assumed he'd found out the location of the Skull Guild's main branch. The young man opened the car door when his interlocutor asked him to come to his house tomorrow to discuss the details, and the other man bid him farewell. The protagonist started the car's engine. He soon arrived at Ilsen Station to find the 19th storage locker. He headed toward the boxes, musing that Second was a rather cautious broker. He opened the locker, wondering if the man knew he was also a target. Wu Jin peered inside and saw a folder with a list of dungeons, silently hoping the list wouldn't be too disappointing. He returned to the car, where he made an unpleasant discovery. He couldn't have imagined it would turn out like this. The necromancer stared at the list in shock, muttering that he was no longer surprised the Messiah Guild considered Second a nuisance. The protagonist flipped through the pages, noting that the list's contents and quality were excellent, especially considering the dungeons he'd conquered while a member of the guild. The boy continued flipping through the folder, silently realizing where they'd gotten them from, and out loud he remarked that the broker hadn't been targeted without reason. Then something caught his attention. The player had seen the albino lizard dungeon, and he hadn't thought the man would have this. There wasn't much information about the albino lizard egg, and even he couldn't find a source. Wu Jin rubbed his chin, mentally wondering what was inside. Squinting, he decided he could only find out directly. The young man clutched the radio, thinking that only Sijuan possessed this knowledge, a clue for him to get closer to the truth. The necromancer frowned at the radio, deciding that no matter what, he had to be the one to clear this dungeon. The reaction device on the table lit up, receiving a signal. Sijuan turned when he heard the protagonist's voice. The broker grinned, realizing it was finally time for their first deal. The sky outside was clear. The gentleman glanced at the report, and asked if the hero really meant to say that Hun Young's group and the Skull Guild members had died fighting each other. The man replied that one of them was much stronger than the other Skull Guild members. He bowed his head slightly and said that judging by their swordsmanship and equipment, they undoubtedly had ties to Japan. Yang Wang lowered the papers and considered the matter. Some factions had considerable influence in Japan as well. He placed the report on the table and said that once this dungeon was cleared, he would have to deal with this problem. The news reported that he was challenging a 6th-level dungeon. The leader leaned back in his chair, as Wu Jin was the only one to emerge alive from the dungeon, where all the Skull Guild members had been wiped out twice in a row. They would begin keeping an eye on him. The man snapped his fingers and ordered them to refrain from any unauthorized actions until he cleared the dungeon and returned. Secretary Kim approached him and informed him that all the money had already been transferred to the hero's bank account. This was his compensation. The summoner bowed. They were going to contact him after the clearing, so the player went outside. He smiled and digested the leader's words. Now that the idiots knew Yang Wang was supporting him behind their backs, they were more likely to focus their attention on him than on the hero. He opened the door of the yellow car and got in, eagerly awaiting Yang Wang's reaction when they met again. The man placed the radio on the passenger seat and announced that he had finished all urgent matters. So should he disobey the leader's warning not to act alone, or should he? Meanwhile, Sechin was in the trailer. Sijuan called and reported that all preparations were complete, but she didn't know if Mr. Wu Jin would see them. She turned and explained the situation. The broker smiled and asked not to worry, as he would speak to him if any problems arose. The hero was approaching them at that moment. He opened the door, and the secretary told someone named China that his boss had told him to prepare, but hadn't he told her to call him Mr. when he was outside? A shadow fell on the door. The man inside continued to rant and rave, saying that anyone who heard him might think he was a woman. Wu Jin smiled, realizing who they were talking about. He stepped inside, wanting to confirm if it was the same guy. His eyes immediately narrowed. Sezhung looked calmly at the summoner, and informed him that an examiner would accompany him, as he hadn't chosen a dungeon appropriate for his level. China sat at the table and grinned. If the hero agreed, he would have to sign the contract and be able to ask any questions he wanted. China was an immortal player, impossible to kill. He looked at Wu Jin, who'd been the guild's tracker. He'd let him slip twice, though he wouldn't have given him a third chance. He didn't think he'd be involved with Sezhung. The hero sat up and pointed at the stranger. This was the first time he'd heard of an examiner. Was she really saying they should go into the dungeon with this gentleman? The veins on the boy's face bulged, and he asked if he hadn't heard what he'd said to the secretary. Wu Jin smiled wickedly, apologized, and tried to guess his preferences. The immortal grew angry and asked if the newcomer dared to look down on him. As usual, he was quite hot-tempered. The summoner looked at him and asked if he could speak to Mr. Sezhung. Sezhung pressed a button and said the hero could use a walkie-talkie. The player pulled out the device and asked if they could hear him. The broker smiled and asked what was wrong. He assumed the boy was unhappy with the examiner accompanying him. The hero pursed his lips and replied that wasn't the issue. He looked at Chin and asked what if the examiner died while clearing the dungeon. The blonde stared at him and wondered if the boy was really threatening him. The master laughed and said the hero had nothing to worry about, as the examiner was experienced enough to defend himself. Wu Jin turned abruptly. China stood right in front of him, silent. He snatched the radio from the summoner. He raised it to his mouth with a grumpy expression and declared that their new client was a crazy idiot, and if they entered the dungeon and he wasn't what they expected, he'd simply dispose of him. Okay. This question enraged Sechin, and a verbal altercation ensued. China held the radio away from his ears, but the boss's loud voice still blew his hair back. The secretary coughed into her fist and decided that normal conversation was over. She asked if she should escort the men to the dungeon entrance. The players exited the trailer, and the immortal turned to the player and told him not to even dare lie or anything. Yujin hung his head as his new partner explained that he had no mercy for the people who bared their fangs against him in the dungeon, and hadn't let any of them escape unpunished. Judging by the hero's memories, he wasn't bluffing. He smiled. He just met the immortal Qin here. Wasn't he lucky? The girl was watching them through the mesh window. She'd radioed that the men had just left. But would everything really be alright? The two figures were gradually moving away. Sechin threateningly declared that if Qin didn't return, either would Yujin, because then he would become their enemy. A portal began to open in the dungeon. The system sent a warning about defeating 111 direwolves. Qin donned his armor and asked if the hero wasn't glad he'd angered him. He promised to do his best to ignore him. A grin appeared on his face, wondering if the man could catch so many beasts alone. He would sit here and watch until the hero begged for his life. He sat down on a rock and ordered them to begin. Yujin frowned at him. The immortal pulled a candy bar from his inventory, expressing pity for the hero and asking if it was really that hard for him to cope alone. He took a bite and declared that his kindness had become a problem. He smiled and told him to kneel and beg for forgiveness if he wanted his help, and then perhaps he would lend a hand. The necromancer frowned, deciding that the immortal had received the blessing of the river Styx. Only those whose halo is a stern fighter for life can gain this legendary skill. Even if your head is cut off or your heart is torn out, you become immortal, unable to die. The man turned away with a grin. The examiner probably thought he was lucky to have an immortal body, but if he'd met him, the skeleton soldier had been summoned. China looked in surprise at the newly appeared mob. It stood before the man with his sword. The newcomer smiled at the curious man, determined to make him understand it had all been his imagination. Some time passed, and the sounds of battle echoed through the forest. The skeleton cut down a wolf, which fell at his feet. China called the newcomer and asked the name of his friend, the one who fought so well. The blond man continued to grin. He'd always been curious, but now he understood. His skeleton stood amidst a pile of corpses, and now the examiner understood how a hero clears dungeons alone. He frowned, still in disbelief, even after seeing it with his own eyes. He thought the fragile skeleton would be a hindrance, yet he could swing a sword like a high-level player, and besides, the number of skeletons he could summon increased with each level. The man turned his gaze to the player, realizing he could be a dangerous foe. Wu Jin silently watched his servant at work. As expected, he was an unusual man. He turned to the elder and asked how he was. China came to his senses and said, "Fine." He hadn't thought he'd need his help. He pointed back and said he'd tell Sechin about him as soon as they were done. China frowned. Something about the hero bothered him. He stood up and asked if Wu Jin had really spoken to him informally just now. Black smoke billowed behind his stone. The man turned sharply. A new skeleton warrior had been summoned. A whole pile appeared around the perimeter. The immortal chuckled nervously and asked if he thought the cute skeletons were acting more aggressive. What had the hero done? Wu Jin rubbed his chin and asked if the examiner hadn't said he would just sit and watch until he begged him. The blonde laughed and clarified it was just a joke. He stretched his neck and repeated that he was just joking. It was his fault, as he hadn't meant to insult the player. He took a few steps. He lunged. He tried to strike the hero, relying on a distraction with words, but the hero only smiled. He caught the immortal and threw him over himself. The sky suddenly appeared before his eyes. China's eyes widened. The horizon was clouded by the summoner's shadow. Trying to attack him first instead of the skeletons was a good attempt. The elder noted that the hero was moving as if he had foreseen everything. The warrior rolled back and stood up. He realized the idiot had been hiding his skills until now. Why had he come to them? Was it for him or for the boss? The blonde glared angrily. He didn't know what the summoner wanted, but he wouldn't get anything from him, since he knew how to keep secrets. Two skeletons approached him, and their master said it didn't matter. 4 blades rushed at the elder's head. The sharp end stopped at his neck. A minute later, he was already bound, and, as it turned out, he was hanging from a tree branch. He screamed and demanded to be lowered, asking how long he'd been hanging. Yujin watched him silently, and the blonde asked if he was really going to starve him to death. The summoner silently cut the rope. The elder fell to the ground. The man smiled and said he'd give him a chance, then asked him to prepare. A sword appeared in his hand. The hero had shown him his skills, so now it was his turn. China looked at his captor in confusion. He'd asked him to act as bait so the skeleton warriors could attack easily, and then he'd let him go. The man angrily asked if he really wanted him to follow his orders. Yujin pulled out a rope, began to pull it taut, and asked if the player really wouldn't do this. He came closer, looked down, and asked if he should be hung up again. China smiled nervously and conceded the hero was right. He no longer had any objections, being the better tank. They untied him, and after a while, a fight ensued. The blond man tore the wolf carcasses apart with his blows. More beasts advanced, mindlessly charging. Several began to attack from each side. The immortal began to take wounds, crying out that there were too many monsters. A second after these words, he was buried under a living pile of dire wolves. His hand reached upward, like a drowning man. The pack leader approached the pile. He sniffed and turned abruptly. A skeleton stood staring at him, holding a large sword. He raised it above his head. Together, the skeletons began a massacre. Beasts were thrown against tree trunks. Their bodies rolled head over heels on the ground. Blood sprayed, and a terrible howl and whine filled the air. China found the strength to scatter some of the wolves. Eugen rubbed his chin with interest. A dead mob hit the trunk of his tree, where he had been watching. Distraught, China continued tearing the wolves apart with his bare hands. Blood dripped from his bracers and gloves. The man staggered wearily. All the enemies around him already lay dead. The blond man breathed heavily and glanced around. He looked at the newcomer standing on the tree branch. His level had increased. He smiled and noted that, while not as easy as before, the blonde was still not so easy to kill. He watched with a smirk as the elder trudged forward. He would be a nice asset in the future. Night fell. The players ran forward. China looked back wearily and declared this madness. More wolves pursued him. The elder watched Eugen flee from them and noted that he hadn't even given him a break. Another blow felled another beast. The skeletons silently did their work, only screaming silently. Their movements and cruelty defied fatigue. China exhaled heavily, clouds of steam. He turned and looked away wearily. A wolf had latched onto his leg armor, and the man began to suspect there was one more beast left. Slowly, he grabbed the surprised wolf by the head. He tossed it to the skeleton and allowed it to take its place. The skeleton lowered its gaze, and after the kill, the system reported that the players had cleared the first level of the dungeon. The immortal looked at the hero's servant, and said they were overworked because they had found the wrong master. The summoner watched this conversation from the sidelines, the elder noting that the skeletons worked hard, unlike the others. He raised his hand and offered a high five. The skeleton looked furiously at the raised hand. He turned away abruptly, embarrassing the player. The player glared at him indignantly and shouted, asking how dare he ignore him. He reached for the doll, but it retreated. Wu Jin continued to stand under the tree, listening to the player continue to argue with the mute servants. He frowned, noting that the immortal warrior was indeed different from how he remembered him. A mighty man with an immortal body, he fought against the Messiah Guild, and at the time, he was one of the strongest people he recognized. To utilize his immortal body, he employs a method of fighting that utilizes bone, not flesh. The hero had been unable to quickly approach him because of this destructive method, and looking at him now, he didn't see the malice he once harbored. There must undoubtedly have been a trigger that changed him, and Neo has no memories of second, but it seems they were very close in the past. Perhaps the leader's death awakened Chin. The hero continued to rub his chin, deciding that all this meant that if Second remained alive, there was a high probability that the Messiah Guild would be excluded from the blueprint for the future. He looked at the player again. It turned out the man was frowning at him, unaware of the summoner's intentions. He remembered how he fled from the wolves. He lured them here so he could deal with them without dying. It wasn't just a coincidence, it had happened continuously, right during his recovery. This wasn't just analyzing monsters and dungeons, but something that could only be accomplished by someone with an absolute understanding of what was happening. This kind of sensation wasn't just a high-level ability. A bead of sweat rolled down his face. He didn't want to admit it, but the hero was superior to him in every way. Eugen finally approached him and suggested they move on to the second level. He smiled slyly and promised that everything would be much better on the second level than here. A pillar of light flared in the darkness. China adjusted his hair. He was so tired he thought he'd die. He glared at the summoner and declared that he'd been working all day. Couldn't he at least take a break? Eugen pulled a sheaf of flasks from the window. He handed a handful to his warrior and asked if he was a good runner. The elder looked at him in confusion and asked what the question meant. At that moment, the flask shattered. The man hunched over in fear and asked what the hell the hero was doing. He grinned maliciously and warned him that he'd better run right now. The trees behind him began to shake. Something was rapidly approaching. China reacted quickly and turned. A huge creature poked its head out of the foliage. The lizard-like creature grinned maliciously. The immortal twisted his mouth, cursed, and said he couldn't even relax. Sechin read the newspaper headline and noted that things were about to get even more tense. He sat on the couch in front of the desk. They predicted this would happen, since the Messiah Guild had refused to participate, but... He looked at the secretary and asked how long the foreign guilds list would be. Sijuan sipped coffee and replied that they'd finished compiling the list this morning and needed to analyze and compare it. They still had time before Chin returned. They had to hurry. Sijuan looked at the boss and asked if he'd be okay. Meanwhile, the one she was worried about was running as fast as he could. He was drenched in sweat and looked back angrily. The enormous creature was already breathing down his neck. He couldn't understand how they were hunting him now. The skeletons were attacking. Chin noticed their maneuver. He didn't know why, but he felt like this time he needed to act as bait. He braked sharply and skidded across the ground. He turned to face the boss. Slowly raised his hands and angrily asked how this was any better than the first level. He promised to kill the hero as soon as they got out of here. The monster tried to eat him, and Chin grabbed its jaw. Wu Jin watched from a tree branch. He frowned and chuckled. There was a thunderclap. A player's foot flashed through the dust. The creature pressed against him, but he held its jaw, preventing it from closing. The immortal grinned wickedly and suggested they not delay any longer. The skeleton leaped to attack. The blonde smiled and suggested they get it over with. A second skeleton joined the attack. They landed on the neck and plunged their swords into it, the albino lizard succumbing to the blood-poisoning skill. Another skeleton plunged a sword into the creature's carcass, and it fell to the ground. China stepped back, watching the corpses at work. He noted that they looked as if they had been individually trained to such a high level. If it had been anyone else, the skeletal warriors would have been summoned for support, and to stall for time. The system reported that due to the lizard's poisoning, its health was beginning to decline. The creature twisted and screamed, crushing everything around it. It attacked with its tail, and the skeleton ducked easily. The monster spun sharply, and the skeletons leaped off its carcass. It looked at one of them, its red eyes darting quickly around. The skeletons looked at it as if it were their worst enemy. The lizard shook its head back and forth. The player was surprised and realized it couldn't see the warrior skeletons, so it was pursuing only him. He nodded at the summoner and tried to understand what kind of magic he wielded, remembering how he'd advised him to run. His eyes widened, and the realization dawned on him that the idiot had planned this whole thing from the very beginning. The unwary player was knocked down by its tail. China gritted his teeth and groaned. At incredible speed, he knocked down one of the trees. He hit a second one, knocking it down as well. Dust rose from its fall across the clearing. Branches flashed above the wall of dust. The player stepped forward. He gritted his teeth and held his side. The immortality skill finally activated, covering him in a red aura and straightening up. The summoner smiled contentedly. As expected, his examiner had instantly recovered from so much damage. The immortal stepped through the dust toward the lizard. It licked its lips and stuck out its tongue. The man glared at it and asked what kind of useless waste of calories this was. His hands were covered in streaks of mana. The examiner spread his legs and assumed a fighting stance. Then, in an instant, he made a long dash. The lizard backed away. Golden spikes appeared on the player's wrists. He approached the carcass and began a multi-step combo. The beast's eyes widened and it fell to its knees. The skeletons immediately reacted to the opening to attack. They approached the monster from behind. China shuddered. The idiots were using him as bait, just like their master. The skeleton stabbed the lizard with its sword. Its kin did the same. The monster howled and tried to twist. The third warrior leaped high and raised his sword. He landed on the boss's head and slammed it into it. A moment later, the massive carcass fell to the ground, and the system reported the albino lizard had been defeated. China calmed down and sighed. The hero jumped down, his level rising again and earning the albino lizard hunter achievement. The warriors' ranks rose, and the deities admired him. The man chuckled briefly. After a while, he encountered a new monster. With one blow, he crushed the skeleton warrior's head. The rest of his comrades surrounded him and tried to knock him down with their bare hands. They pressed against him, trying to knock him down. A moment later, his thick legs reached for the sky. 3 skeletons pounced on the big guy and began crushing him with a multitude of blows. The hooded man complained about the stupid skeleton warriors, saying that if they continued to move back and forth, they would fall one after another. He decided he needed to summon more. The system reported that 50 trolls had been defeated and his level had increased. The man looked at the window, which announced that he had become a troll hunter. The stranger frowned. He had killed a whole bunch of monsters, but still couldn't gain the deity's attention. He angrily wondered what kind of hero he was, if the deities would bless him. Yujin approached the fallen monster and drew his sword. China looked at him disapprovingly and suggested they get out of here, since they were finished. The man froze, and the elder asked him if there was anything left. He glanced at him briefly, smirked, and explained that now was the most important thing. He touched the monster's carcass with his hand. Then he began to move along its belly, feeling for what he needed. He stopped and asked himself, "Where is here?" Deciding to act, he slices open the creature's belly. He pulls the resulting slit apart. He peers inside and reaches for the desired item, noting that it has finally fallen into his hands. He pulls out a glowing albino lizard egg, and the system reports that he has cleared the dungeon. The hero frowns, remembering that the Messiah's guild went to great lengths to find what was inside this egg, and right now he will know what it is. China looks at the egg and asks if the condition for clearing it was really protecting this item. He frowns, having forgotten about it after hustling back and forth all day. He asks what the man plans to do with this item. Instead of an answer, he sees the summoner smash the shell of the find with the apple of his sword. The examiner screams and protests, saying they don't know what it's capable of, so there's no need to break it. Debris and slime fall to the ground. Light shines from the egg's contents. Inside is a skill page. The player clutches the page, trembling. He squints and reads the text. The system displays a description of the Apophis strength skill. He thinks of the deadly poison king, who handled all kinds of poisons but never suffered damage from any of them thanks to this skill. A villain who uses his power to take what he needs from people and brutally kills them with poison. At the height of his crimes, the Messiah Guild declared they would judge the deadly poison king. Many lost their lives in the process. Even now, the hero still remembers every comrade who perished from that villain's poison. He stared at the egg carefully. He knew nothing about it except that the Messiah Guild possessed it. He'd never heard of this skill, but the deadly poison king couldn't have stolen it. The only way it could have been was if the guild gave it to the king themselves. They deliberately created the villain to appear as saviors. He gritted his teeth and began to tear the page. Once again, Sijuan made him realize their comrades' deaths were in vain. The page tore into 2 pieces. The summoner decided that if he mastered this skill, their senseless deaths would never happen again. Afterward, he gained this power and became immune to any poison. He pictured Sijuan, glared forward, and silently vowed to kill him with his own hands. China was astonished, unable to understand why Wu Jin was in such a bad mood. Even though he'd kept the reward for himself, he knew they were completely different. A portal from the dungeon opened at the base. The partners entered the secretary's trailer. The immortal eagerly dug into the abandoned bag. He knew Chang Hyun was a sensible man. He was so hungry and anticipating a meal. He opened the bag and saw 2 bottles of mineral water and a radio inside. Sijuan scratched his ear. A walkie-talkie sat on the table next to him. The man couldn't understand who was thinking about him, as his ears were itching. He smiled and noted that the hunters had returned faster than he thought. The broker picked up the radio and said the players had completed the dungeon in less than 3 days, though it wasn't a low-level one. He asked how it had gone, and the answer was good, along with a question about what was happening outside. The man sat down at the computer. He scrolled through the news and reported that there was no news yet about Yin Wang's party, who had headed into the dungeon, but there was a problem with foreigners. The Great Guild and the Border Guild, which belonged to the 5 leading world guilds, had united. Wu Jin listened intently. A dragon hunter had captured a golden dragon in a 5-level dungeon. He was the first golden dragon. People were only interested in its hide, which was durable and resistant to high temperatures. They thought a sword made from its hide would open a new world for players. But it was the golden dragon's digestive juice, not its hide, that changed history. He wasn't sure how to use it, as he had been banished, but it was later discovered that it helped remove seals and curses. He remembered his slain comrades. Sezhung's seal had also been removed using the golden dragon's digestive juice. Its value exceeded all expectations. Wu Jin had to get it before people found out. China sat off to the side, bored. These were the only significant events in recent days. The men approached the table, and the boss announced over the radio that the examiner would give him the details and that he would give him a regular phone number for future contact. He examined the new device. Sei-chan explained that their connection would be untraceable, making it much safer. China had to return to the office immediately. The immortal protested and asked if they'd let him rest first. He took the radio, and the broker said that since he was his hyung, he'd give him 1 bowl, so he should head straight to him. The man stood up and walked away with a disgruntled expression. He opened the door. He glanced narrowly at the hero and silently asked him not to tell him that they'd have to hang out together in the future. Wu Jin scowled at him. The player said nothing and slammed the door. He arrived in the city block. He sat down on the couch, stretched, and complained about how he couldn't even rest now. Why had he been called so early? Hadn't he submitted his report yesterday? The boss replied that he'd called him because of the report. He needed to speed up his plan. He threw the folder on the table and ordered him to read it. But what was so important that he had to summon him before breakfast? China glanced at the folder and froze. He picked it up and asked if he was really going to enter the next dungeon alone. Second looked at him seriously and asked in surprise who would send him there alone. Surely he should go with someone with skills. The blonde fell back and began to think of potential partner candidates. The boss smiled and asked why his subordinate wouldn't accept the hero as his partner. The immortal shuddered and shouted that he no longer wanted to work with this man. He threw up his hands and reminded everyone that he had said yesterday that despite his skills, he was a sick idiot. People should at least have a sense of camaraderie. Second reached into his inside pocket while the player was saying that if he had to work with that man again, he would go on a hunger strike. He pulled out a listening device and started recording. There, his voice said he needed a partner who wouldn't interfere in battles, who wouldn't care about his personality, since only skills mattered. Hyunnim laughed and asked if China remembered saying that. The blonde covered his face in shame and declared that it was very cheap to record and store such things. The man smiled and said that he had already registered them both anyway. He had given them the perfect bait. China's mouth dropped open in surprise and he began peppering the leader with questions. He looked at him and smiled slyly. In the abandoned outskirts of Seoul, it was already night. Wu Jin was working in a makeshift workshop. He was sharpening a sword blade on a stone. He wiped it with a rag. The blade was seriously damaged. He should take it to the workshop. After some thought, the man looked at the device on the table. His hand reached for the case. The summoner opened it and examined the contents. Ever since he'd wanted to kill those guys from the Skull Guild, things had gotten more interesting. He wanted to try using this item when he met them. A new day had dawned. China and Sei-chan had gathered again for negotiations. The player asked if the boss knew the government had already allowed a foreign guild to participate, and asked if there was any poison left in the tailed lizard dungeon. Sei-chan was climbing the stairs toward them at that moment, carrying the case. Sei-chan told the player not to worry about it, as he and the secretary had prepared everything in advance. The blonde man rubbed his fingers together. Wouldn't it be too difficult for him and the hero to participate in the remaining positions? Was he spending a lot of money this time? The door to the room quietly opened. The man smiled slyly and asked why he would spend so much money. He looked at the approaching girl and asked if she had completed her task. Sezhung showed the briefcase and reported that the Moscow Russian Guild had finished bidding. She also brought the item he prepared for Wu Jin, the masks they'd requested. The leader smiled contentedly. Everything was fine. The news began discussing the latest events. A portal opened in Sinpung, the Moscow Guild's office. The immortal tugged at his nose. He was already disguised. He fidgeted in his chair, saying it was uncomfortable to eat in. He pulled out a candy bar and asked the hero if he was okay. The hero asked if he was worried. The blonde began chewing furiously and shouted that he'd never been worried since he was born. His foot pounded the floor like a hammer, thinking about how no one had ever returned alive from the tailed lizard's dungeon, so why was the summoner so calm? He turned to his new partner and stated that he sounded neither worried nor scared. The hero opened the system window while the player was going crazy, thinking he'd never get to that thing. China looked at his partner with displeasure and told him to remember to buy him some meat for the final attack, and after they were done with this one, they were supposed to fight together in this dungeon anyway. The shop window opened while the man begged the summoner not to do that weird thing again like last time. In the shop, the hero found a Grim Reaper mask. He didn't think Sechin had such an item. He decided to call him, and the boss asked if Wu Jin was considering taking on the tailed lizard dungeon. He replied that he didn't know yet, since even entering it was pretty dangerous. They laughed at each other. The boss knew he wasn't keen on the idea. He asked if the player was handling his skeleton warriors well. He opened the case, and the boss informed him he'd prepared a suitable legendary item for him. The system window was reflected in the eyes, the king of the undead. Although John dreamed of him, he could not get him, but now he is in his hands. Yujin donned his disguise. He'd never seen this guy use it before, so he had no idea what effect it would have. He smiled. His plan to destroy the Messiah would be accomplished much faster. A servant entered the room and asked the Moscow Guild players to get ready. Yujin patted his knees. The two companions headed for the exit, the summoner thinking about how he'd have to test his mask at level 1. At level 1, everyone received a notification with the task of surviving for 5 days to advance to the next level. The players huddled together and began to grumble. They looked each other in the eye and cursed, clutching their heads. Meanwhile, the camouflaged companions stood to the side. China said that a survival quest might seem simple as long as they survived and weren't killed within the allotted time. Sweat broke out on his face, and he said that surviving alone here would be quite difficult, as there could be countless monsters. He looked at the hero and asked what they would do, who looked away and suggested they run a test first. The player froze in horror. Memories flashed through his mind. He didn't want to go through all that again. He dejectedly asked if Yujin had heard what he had said in the waiting room. The summoner looked at him sternly and explained that he had just received a new item. It was normal to test its effects, right? He turned away and suggested they go and find a quiet place. A few minutes later, the pair found themselves in the wilderness, and a skeletal warrior was summoned. The mob stood between the two hunters, and the immortal greeted him cheerfully. He smiled, noting that he now had armor. The hero meanwhile was rummaging through his inventory, searching for a mask. He pulled it out. He put it on and looked at the system description, earning an achievement. His eyes flashed in the darkness of the bony sockets. Suddenly, he saw a thread. It was protruding from the skeleton's head. Yujin reached forward, trying to figure out how to control the thread. It reached for his finger, and passed through his entire nervous system. The hero shuddered and staggered from new sensations inside his body. His eyes rolled back. An electrical impulse rushed along the magical thread. The darkness before his eyes cleared. He opened them, his companion looking down at him and catching him. He slapped him on the bald crown, laughed, and asked why he was acting so strangely. Suddenly, the servant's expression changed to a menacing one. He glared at the immortal and ordered him to remove his hands. The man recoiled in horror and asked if the skeleton could really talk. The skeleton tried to take a few uncertain steps. He staggered and began to fall. He finally fell face down in the dry earth. The immortal looked at him in fear and asked if he was really dead. He gently touched his skull with the toe of his boot. The hero looked at him and ordered him to remove his foot. He frowned, his face covered in sweat. Controlling the skeletal warrior was harder than he thought. The players, meanwhile, were still standing in the clearing, wondering what their plan would be. Stay here or scour the surrounding area. Yongchun of the Haiti Guild said they didn't know what kind of monsters might appear here, so they needed to proceed slowly. He glanced around and suggested they simply observe for a couple of days. He saw that everyone else had gathered there as well. If necessary, it would be wise to join forces to survive. Everyone began looking for like-minded individuals. Yunchun adjusted his glasses. In any case, no one here had as much influence as the Messiah's guild. Being with the crowd would be advantageous in this situation. He needed to convince the other guys so their guild could focus on the hunt. Meanwhile, somewhere in the wilderness, China joyfully rushed into the attack. With one blow, he decapitated a goblin. He smiled contentedly. He'd been worried about the survival quest, but were there only a bunch of weak monsters here, or was he stronger now? He turned and saw the skeleton warrior kill several monsters, much larger than his opponent. He cast a creepy glance over his shoulder at the player. The player shivered nervously. Wu Jin stood there, moving his arms strangely. The immortal silently called him a real monster. At first, walking was difficult for him. He still fell sometimes. But now he just ran and hacked monsters to pieces. China looked again at the strange hand movements and reminded himself that summoned skeletons were no joke. But now the hero could control them directly, which was a bit much. He angrily clenched his fists and asked if it was fair that someone was fighting dangerous monsters like a tank, head-on, while the hero hid in a safe place with his mask. A streak of light fell across his eyes. A much larger skeleton appeared in front of the skeleton. The blonde shuddered in displeasure. He looked at the bone giant. The hero had been able to use the summoning skill while in this state. Yujin nodded, noting that such a summoning consumed 3 times his magic power. He hadn't thought he'd be able to use the poison blood skill. The skeleton turned to the player and asked how he was feeling. His partner folded his arms disapprovingly and reminded him of good manners, which meant looking someone in the face. He looked at his fists and said it was a strange sensation. Even ordinary bones ignored it. He told them not to mention that the summoner needed an etiquette injection. Yujin bowed his head and asked again. The immortal remained silent. The hero approached the man from behind and asked if he really liked it better this way. He recoiled and cried out that his partner had frightened him, and the hero asked again how he was feeling. The immortal waved his hands and said he felt better after teaching those who hadn't heard of manners, not that he lacked manners, but that he meant monsters. The man nodded wearily and asked if they could leave then. China threw up his hands indignantly, and reminded him that he'd been fighting like a man this whole time. A horde of monsters lay behind him. He asked why they needed to leave, and what about those orcs? Yujin put his mask back on and said that was just the beginning. His partner looked ahead pitifully, and immediately began to complain that his body wasn't feeling well. He slammed his fists together, bent over, and started saying he was anemic. He ran his hand over his face and asked why he suddenly felt dizzy. A knife was pressed to his back. A skeleton warrior approached him and began poking at his armor. He glared at him, claiming he was anemic and that this was his way of giving him iron. China glared at him indignantly and shouted that he was simply stabbing him with a sword. The skeleton continued his task and explained that the iron was still entering his system, and the summoner remarked that he felt much better for shouting like that. He turned, grinned, and ordered them to follow him, as they needed to prepare. The man gritted his teeth angrily, frustrated that he could do nothing to him. The squad ventured deeper into the forest. Among the piles of trees, they found a dry one. The men wrestled it to the ground. Having finished with the first, they moved on to the next. China, completely exhausted, glanced at the hero, curious as to what he was thinking. Ever since they entered the dungeon, all he had done was chop down trees, not monsters. On the second day, one of the goblins fled in terror from something. The players ran after him, the coordinators barking out commands. One of the warriors slashed down another creature. A big guy killed 2 goblins with a huge sword. On the third day, the noise throughout the forest only grew louder. Players of different classes continued the endless battle, taking turns. One of the tanks looked ahead and asked why he was so bored. Originally, this was a survival quest, but it wasn't supposed to be like that. Yongchun frowned and explained that the survival quest was in an A+ dungeon, but they were too relaxed and all together here, so that wouldn't do. They had to scout the surrounding area, even if it was risky. Meanwhile, the heroes built a fence. Wu Jin climbed up and earned the achievement for leveling up. He smiled after reading the note from the game. Everything went dark before his eyes, and the hero had thus attained the skeleton warrior mastery. He stood up, looked at his partner, and ordered him to move on, but the other didn't understand why now. He knocked on the fence and decided they could use it. Why should they move on? After all, they'd worked so hard. Yujin came down to him, looked at his charges, and informed him that the situation had changed and he had revised his plan. His partner asked if the number of monsters had really changed. The summoner removed his mask with a smile. He looked at the corpses of the monsters. He touched the orc's back with his hand and summoned more skeletal warriors. China looked at this in amazement. New servants appeared out of nowhere. The man looked at his partner and asked how he'd managed to summon 5 skeletons. The player turned away and said that was how it had been before. A sly smile appeared on his face. Now everything had changed. The squad of players arrived at their partner's old location. Yongchun froze in shock. A view of mountains of monster corpses opened up before the players. The orcs lay lifeless on the ground. The squad leader paced among them, unable to count. He adjusted his glasses. Everything around him resembled a massacre. But what kind of man could do such a thing? He thought he'd gathered all the talented men, but who had he missed? One of his men pointed ahead and shouted that there were even more corpses on the other side. The leader slowly raised his fingers to his glasses. He followed his subordinate and tried to clarify. And when he saw it, he was stunned. A vast labyrinth opened up before him. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. A guess spoken aloud. Meanwhile, Yujin ran along the top of the wall. The players climbed them and saw orc corpses inside the passages. Yunchun tensed, realizing the labyrinth was a trap for monsters. He looked ahead and saw even more corpses. None of this compared to the interior of the labyrinth. The bodies remained lying on and around the stakes, and the player tried to understand what the man who had planned all this was thinking. He adjusted his glasses and told himself that's why they were able to relax, despite it being a survival quest. He made a bad judgment. Now he needed to gather all the remaining players. Meanwhile, the immortal looked at the hero and said it wasn't his style to use traps to catch monsters, but he decided it depended on the situation. Why were they still moving around? They'd worked too hard to build all this. He pointed back and asked if they were going to make such things again. The hero told him not to worry, as they no longer needed them. He patted the skeleton on the head with a smile, saying that now that their human strength had increased, traps and labyrinths would be a waste of time. He pointed to the armored giants. With such a set, it would be faster to track down the creatures. The immortal smiled and said that was much better, and now he would show him his skills. Suddenly, the hero pointed his sword at him. His comrade raised his hands and asked why he was doing this. Yujin turned away and explained that he would lead. The partner slammed his fists together and promised to give it his all. After a while, he was completely swollen and breathing heavily. He dragged himself along behind the summoner and begged him to wait. Sweat poured off him, and the man asked if they could rest for a bit. A skeleton approached him. China looked at him warily. The skeleton shook its head and trudged forward. The player became enraged and began shouting at the skeleton's back. It silently retreated. China's face fell, unable to understand where the hero got such incredible stamina. His fighting style was completely different from his own. He attacked with bare hands head-on, and therefore his stamina quickly wore off. While the hero attacked his enemy from behind and deftly avoided damage, it was an effective fighting style. The man glared ahead. It was sad, but he wanted to learn this style too. Wu Jin turned back. He glanced at his sluggish companion and reminded him that he promised to show off his skills. China wiped sweat from his brow, wondering why the summoner still remembered. A pack of hyenas appeared ahead, and his companion charged, determined to do so even if it meant dying again. Closing the distance, the man began a bloody massacre. The hero saw his companion's blows explode into the enemy's bodies. If he were the China he knew, he would definitely have used the moves he'd shown him. Until now, no one had been able to guide him, so he trusted only in his immortal body and rushed into the attack mindlessly. But that was an ineffective way to fight. The man managed to dodge a strike from the claws. The hero frowned, knowing his companion would become more useful after a while. He grinned, realizing that he would have to make him useful. The 5th day in the dungeon had arrived. A dead hyena fell at the player's feet, 24 hours remaining until the quest's completion. The companion looked away, confused as to why the summoner was taking the survival quest so seriously. Yujin stood to the side, his level having risen again, the messenger of the underworld warming to him. The big man began to grow envious and indignant, once again reminding them of how hard he'd worked. Suddenly, the hero announced it was time to rest. His expression of anger turned to mercy, and the man asked where they would sit. At rest, he began shoveling a heap of food into himself. While the player was replenishing his calories, a skeleton approached. The man handed him an energy bar and asked if he wanted a snack. He beckoned the mob over and promised to give him food. To his surprise, the skeleton complied and extended his hand. China smiled, calling the skeleton an idiot for opening up to him. The summoner approached him, and his companion began boasting about how his skeletons were beginning to feel a sense of camaraderie. He smiled tearfully, touched, and there was something inexplicable about it. Then he came to his senses and asked if his companion was hungry. A scene flashed before his eyes, showing a skeleton handing its master a candy bar. The man grew angry and asked if the hero had really been controlling him. He shoved the food into his mouth, wanting to know what this so-called camaraderie tasted like. China pointed at him and reminded him that he'd said he'd done a good job, but instead of buying him food, he was stealing it. If he enjoyed stealing so much, he'd soon be bald like Sechin. Wu Jin took a bite and remarked that he'd gotten his first clue about the broker's appearance. A lingering hum echoed over the forest. China looked warily at the sky and asked if it was a distress signal, and if there wasn't much time left before the quest ended. He stood and continued to study the sky. He remembered they'd dealt with quite a few monsters, but some still remained. The hero clarified it wasn't a distress signal. The man looked at him carefully and asked what it was. Wu Jin reached for his mask and explained that after the survival quest on the first level, they were moving on to the second level, and so they were gathering the players to decide in what order they would hunt the spiny snake. China folded his arms discontentedly and remarked that the other players were being overly arrogant. A system window opened in front of the player, and the summoner explained that they'd allowed them to relax for the last 5 days. Of course they'd be confident. The hero opened the shop, suggested checking the catalog and heading there. The immortal looked at his partner in surprise. His companion was holding a golden catalog. He showed it with a smile. It was the primary skill used by John George. As night approached, the players gathered in a clearing. Yong Chun stepped onto the rise and attracted attention. He spread his arms and suggested they begin. He pointed to the side. In a few minutes, the survival quest would be completed and they would move on to the next level. The heroes mingled with the crowd. The Alliance, including the Haiti Guild, would try to attack the spiny snake first. China grinned at his partner and began whispering to him. The player raised his hand and, since there were no objections, decided to issue one warning. Remember not to interfere with the hunt. He looked seriously at everyone and warned that if they interfered, he would immediately finish them off. The big guy leaned toward the leader and asked if he had a plan. Suddenly, another tank jostled him. He glared at him and asked if he understood what he had been told in English. The immortal glared at him, not understanding anything. He began to advance on the tank, but the summoner stopped him. He frowned at him and shook his head. Yujin stepped forward, raised his hands, and wished them luck in English. The big man grinned wildly and nodded in response. China looked at the hero with displeasure and asked why he'd stopped him. His partner frowned and asked if he'd dealt with everyone. He pointed at the humans and the red ribbons on their forearms. Most of them had them. The immortal laughed nervously and said he couldn't help but notice. He leaned toward his partner and whispered, "Isn't there even a chance against them?" Yujin smiled slyly and asked if he really thought so. The system signaled the quest's completion. Immediately, a huge snake slithered through the forest. Trees began to crumble under its movements. The spiny snake looked around, looking for its first victims. Everyone hid behind the trees, many trembling with fear. The snake, in huge leaps, approached the clearing with the players. Yunchun stepped forward and ordered the attack. The mages pointed their hands at the monster and opened fire. The snake threw its head skyward and screamed. Explosions rumbled throughout its body. The companion looked down and asked if they were simply going to stand by and watch. At this rate, they'd catch the spiny snake. Wu Jin looked down melancholically and said it was impossible. The player turned to him and asked why. The other pointed at him and asked what he did first when confronted by a monster. He attacked it first and struck, because he didn't know what it was capable of, and it was difficult to deal with unexpected developments. If you show your best at the very beginning. The summoner pointed at the battle and spoke correctly. Another explosion of magic sounded. The hero asked if he would also go and strike that snake. The tank froze, completely at a loss, and said it would be better to get rid of it right away with so many people. The players attacked with all their weapons. Wu Jin asked, if this was such a simple task, then why had no one conquered this dungeon? Were they short on people? Yongchun peered closely into the cloud of smoke. He shouted and ordered them to move in that direction. The snake released its spines and rushed forward. It swooped a few meters above the ground. The tanks looked up, unable to do anything about it. Yongchun smiled slyly, knowing that if things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before they caught it. He was already dreaming of becoming the first player to kill the spiny snake. The monster released more needles. Her eyes widened. The needles began to burst from the ground, destroying everything around them. Peaks rose high above the forest floor. The red mass swept past at incredible speed, changing the terrain. It made terrifying arcs and crushed everything beneath it. China tensed. He noticed that those guys had prepared everything and even predicted the spiny snake would escape. Yujin looked down and warned that it was starting. He frowned and explained that the snake never attacked properly. And besides, there were some kind of needles on its body. Didn't he find that odd? Yunchun shouted, ordering them to continue the attack and advising them to focus on the head. Another volley of shots headed towards the target. They hit the red scales, and everything was shrouded in smoke. One of the mages spotted something. A huge tail was flying straight at them at incredible speed. The blow landed squarely on them. 100 meters later, an undamaged head emerged. It froze and looked ahead. A surviving mage remained in the dust. A tank had found him and ordered him to gather his strength so they could continue the attack, as they were assigned to defend this territory. But the battered youth only gave him a silent look. The shielder struck the torso and began to hold back the new attack. The boy scooped up a handful of earth. He ran out into the open, gathering his courage. New shots aimed at the snake. Yongchong shouted that the creature's movements had slowed and gave the order to advance the battle line. A crowd of players rushed to attack. A terrifying, twisted silhouette stared at them through the smoke. It soared high into the sky in a straight line. Yongchong shuddered. The snake's body swelled and sprouted spikes, becoming like a mace. The troop commander screamed in fear and ordered the attack to be halted, remaining in their positions. Holes appeared in the snake's body, and energy bolts flew at the people. A chain of explosions thundered. Beams pierced the ground and raised walls of dust. The snake retracted its spines and screamed. A sonic wave reverberated throughout the forest. Wu Jin looked ahead. He suspected the spines were coated with deadly venom and knew they weren't just spines. His partner looked down in surprise and noted that this was a powerful attack. The snake continued to ravage the forest. Yunchun shielded himself from a strong gust of wind. His glasses cracked, and he looked ahead in shock and asked, "Is that all?" One of the tanks appeared next to him. The commander knew the snake had some kind of ace up its sleeve, but this was just a long-range attack, not much of a problem. There were numerous wounded around, and the snake's spines were embedded in the ground. One of the soldiers looked carefully at one of them. He broke off a piece of the snake, those needles that had flown out of its body. He hadn't expected them to break so easily. They were also empty inside. The snake appeared above the forest. Yongchun looked at it, and shouted that it no longer had any needles. He turned to the survivors and ordered them to attack it before it could recover. A scream from the attacking players rang out over the forest. A crowd of fighters rushed towards it. Yongchun adjusted his glasses, proud of his work. The squad was still advancing. One of the warriors spotted something ahead and shouted at another fighter. He looked at him and told him to stop messing around. One of the players coughed up blood. He fell to his knees and doubled over. The man stopped and tensed. People began to fall, coughing up blood and choking. Tank watched in amazement at the horrific scene around him. His cheeks swelled with blood. He couldn't understand what was happening here. Everyone had been poisoned by the spiny snake. The survivors retreated in fear. One of the soldiers turned to the commander and shouted that they had suffered serious damage. Most of them could no longer break through. The commander froze in surprise and asked if it was poison. He gritted his teeth and looked at the hollow needles around the perimeter. He realized they were laced with poison. He trembled. All the tanks had fallen, meaning the poison was deadly. A skeleton hung from one of the trees. He watched the people suffer and plead for help. His eyes narrowed. He found it disgusting. Chin twirled around him, asking what was going on. The hero explained that the spiny snake's venom had thwarted their plan and they were now retreating. The soldier was astonished and began asking a ton of clarifying questions. He gritted his teeth and asked if they had really been laced with them from the start. The summoner looked at him and said that wasn't the case. He explained that before the massive attack, the main squad had already taken damage, and if the spikes had been laced with poison, the dealers would have been hit first, not the high-health tanks. The immortal paused thoughtfully and asked how that had happened then. Had they really been poisoned at that moment? He thought so. The attack had been too smooth. It wasn't called a deadly poisonous snake for nothing. Yujin stood up and said they wouldn't join the humans. He looked ahead with a smile and said that now that they'd found the hidden cards, it was their turn. The skeletons behind him prepared for battle. The hero began to descend the cliff, warning that he would go to the spiked snake alone and asking him to wait and prepare. His partner looked at him in confusion and declared that he wasn't here to follow his orders. He turned with a grin and replied that he could go to the spiny snake then, and that he had no objections. The big man waved his hands in confusion, implying that he would intentionally remain there and carry out his orders. The snake slowed to a leisurely pace, poisonous smoke emitting from its holes. The summoner followed it, hiding behind the trees. The poison was odorless and easy to miss, which was why the players had let their guard down. Now he understood why all the attacking groups had been defeated so quickly. He looked at the corpses. They had already suffered irreparable damage by the time they noticed the poison, but it was different. Eugen coughed into his mask and activated the power of Apophis, negating the poison's damage and further enhancing his poison blood skill. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The player continued on and found something. A decent weapon lay on the ground. The man crouched down and opened the system window. He began examining the weapons and thought about his spear. His finger traced the lines. With such a build, the snake's skin must be quite thick. Wu Jin smiled when he found the most effective method. Yongchun struck the tree, completely losing his guard. The blame for what had happened lay entirely on him. Some people were still alive, but many had fled. The wounded man was crawling on the ground. He didn't know how many had escaped. When he fled, he'd seen about 30 people, but now they were all scattered. The tank looked at the commander, who told him they should stand here and reassemble the remaining men. He adjusted his glasses. Those left behind were probably already dead. The big man's mouth dropped open and he was indignant at the idea, shouting that they lacked the resources for a second attack, especially tanks. Yongchun looked at him sternly and said they would only lose more men if they searched for the dead. He'd be better off reorganizing the attack force and trying again. The soldier froze in surprise. The commander no longer expected victory, but returning there would be like killing himself. He slapped himself in the face and cursed. The wounded were scattered across the area, some still alive. Many clutched their splitting heads. They had no choice but to abandon their comrades. What was the point? Yongchung's hand trembled. He understood that even if they regrouped and charged again, the outcome would be obvious. Fighting without tanks was like rushing into battle without a shield, but in times like these, he had to keep a cool head. The survivors looked around. The strange sound echoed throughout the forest again. One of the soldiers turned in horror. Yongchung dispatched a scout and ordered him to report the current coordinates of the spiny snake. The player leaped onto a tree branch. His eyes widened at the sight. He dropped to one knee, as a crowd gathered below. He looked down and shouted that they probably wouldn't believe it, but the snake was currently fighting a player. Yunchun froze and asked again. The others also began asking, raising their heads. The scout pointed to the side and repeated. He said that if they didn't believe him, then let them go up and see for themselves. Yunchun angrily clenched his teeth. He realized that someone could breathe poison. The squad members' eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe this was actually happening. Yongchun frowned, thinking about how it was impossible to get close to the spiny snake due to its venom. The monster raged through the dense forest, and the man wondered how the newcomer had managed it. The player shuddered tensely and suggested that the venom might have simply vanished. He clenched his fist, concluding that there might be survivors there. The warrior looked around when the commander shouted that they should go there too. His mouth wide open, the tank asked if they really had to do that, reminding them that it was tantamount to suicide. Scornfully narrowing his eyes, the captain declared that the spiny snake's venom had vanished, deciding this was the perfect opportunity to right their past wrong. The monster bared its fangs and hissed. Several arrows pierced its body. Skeletons stood in the clearing. The undead continued firing at the target. The protagonist glanced to the side and realized the projectiles couldn't pierce the reptile's thick skin. Eugen leaped onto it and thought there was a simple way to bypass this defense. He should just poison it. The archers fired several more arrows. They pierced the boss's head but broke. The orcs looked at the enemy in confusion. The spiny snake approached them and opened its mouth. The undead jumped to the side to avoid the blow. The monster darted between the trees. The boy leaped at it, spear in hand. The youth twirled it in the air. The player plunged the weapon into the enemy's body and poisoned it. The monster turned, preparing to attack. The ranger reached into his inventory and declared that he was going to poison it through the holes left by the spikes. The necromancer approached the fresh wound and guessed that they were the same as human pores, so it must be very painful. The reptile bared its teeth and stuck out its tongue. The representative of the dark world smirked and concluded that the enemy had pretended to flee last time to lure the humans closer. The boss charged, and the protagonist realized the humans had no idea it was a trick. Eugen raised his spear and thought about how the insignificant spikes were deliberately ejected from its body to leave behind holes that released massive amounts of poison. The young man threw the weapon forward. The spiny snake's eyes widened. The spear pierced its head. The monster began writhing in excruciating pain. Leaping from branch to branch, the young man rushed into the forest. Looking back, the player noticed that the enemy was making a lot of noise due to its size and wondered what it would be like to be poisoned. The orc fell to the ground. The warrior looked up and expressed indignation at his ally for ordering him to remain as still as possible while he charged forward. Gritting his teeth, the brute asked who would want to collect dead monsters here, deciding that the leader was treating such a talented man poorly. The tank made an obscene gesture at the skeleton and became extremely angry. The knight hid his hands behind his back and asked since when the undead had been standing here, and the undead asked if everything was ready. The defender, closing his eyes, confirmed it and asked if the reptile would definitely crawl here. Frowning menacingly, the skeleton declared he had no time for explanations and asked his comrade to hurry up. Looking sternly ahead, the ranger concluded that everything was ready and decided to begin. The path stretched far beyond the horizon. The undead were fighting the boss. Suddenly, the undead looked back. His blue eyes glowed. The sword fell to the ground. The orc looked back and saw the spears. The monster took one of them. The summoned creature rushed to attack. Far ahead, the silhouette of a spiny snake was visible. The skeleton bounced off the ground. The undead creature leaped onto a tree and rushed forward. The living corpse plunged the spears into the monster's body. The beast raised its head and screamed loudly. The reptile looked back and saw the orc. Its mouth opened in confusion. The boss approached it to attack. Another monster immediately bounced off its body. The summoned creature leaped up and swung its spear. The poisoned weapon once again pierced the places where the spikes had been. The skeleton struck the beast's head precisely. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and promised to make the enemy live up to his name. The spear pierced the reptile's pores. The undead struck again and again, poisoning its enemy. The boss opened its mouth wide. The undead watched from the sidelines, standing in the clearing. The orc frowned sternly and said that the enemy's size meant the poison's effects were delayed. The monster threw its spear forward and hit its mark. The summoned creature leaped onto the spiny snake. It ran forward along its long body. The skeleton leaped upward as the monster began to writhe. The undead caught the spear in midair. The undead creature turned and looked into its enemy's glowing eyes. The orc pierced it again, reducing its stats and resistance. The reptile opened its mouth in terror and hissed. The boss tried to shake the enemies off, but they held tightly to their spears. The spiny snake tried to flee the forest. The monster pushed away from it. The summoned creature grabbed a branch and concluded that the monster could no longer cope with the amount of poison in its body. Eugen smiled. The beast returned to the path and crawled forward. Dead orcs lay in its path. A powerful explosion echoed through the forest as the envoy of the underworld skill activated. The reptile was engulfed in flames. The boss rose into the air and narrowed his eyes. The spiny snake darted in another direction, and the skeleton considered the pointlessness of this. The monster crawled toward another pile of corpses. The beast approached it and opened its mouth. Suddenly, the reptile's eyes widened as the skill activated again. A series of explosions thundered. A pile of newspapers, containing information about the Phoenix Guild's failure, fell onto the table. Picking them up, Seichan decided that this was the end of the elite troops that Yang Wang had assembled with all his might, and he suspected that the appearance of a 6th-level dungeon might offend his pride. The man rested his hand on the back of the sofa and asked his subordinate to rent a car and send it to the entrance of the spiny snake dungeon. The secretary asked if they weren't supposed to leave for another week. The broker smiled and reassured him that he hadn't spent so much money for nothing, explaining that the newbie should have focused on demonstrating his skills and not paying attention to his surroundings. The woman peeked out from behind her monitor and suggested that in that case, they shouldn't rent a car from a junkyard, since they were undercover as Russians. The woman rose from her desk and promised to prepare a car for the diplomats to get them out of any possible chaos. The businessman wondered how much it would cost. Sezhung looked back when her superior called out to her and asked if diplomats drove small cars. The subordinate replied in the negative and slammed the door behind her. The squad watched as explosions erupted around the spiny snake. The warrior frowned tensely, wondering if the newcomer had not only anticipated the enemy's escape route, but had also deliberately set off the explosions to force them into a specific corner. The monster curled into a ball before the protagonist. The wounded beast opened its jaws in rage, and the system reported that the poison had spread throughout its body. Eugen smirked and assumed the enemy was panicking, but it was too late. The skeleton fired an arrow at it. The beast immediately turned and looked at him. The undead creature released the bowstring again. The reptile bared its teeth and hissed. Another undead creature immediately fired at it. Frowning confidently, the young man declared that avoiding the attack was pointless and explained that its health would also diminish over time. The squad ran along the forest path. Rushing forward, Yunchun considered the screams that had been going on for some time and figured it would attract most of the people entering the dungeon. He gritted his teeth and wondered who this newcomer really was. A system window appeared before the heroes, informing them that the boss had been defeated. The soldier raised his hand and concluded that they could safely leave the dungeon alive. The ranger begged him not to be foolish and explained that if they did everything correctly, they would be able to steal the skin of the spiny snake. The commander's eyes widened in shock and he asked if the newcomer had actually killed the monster. The warrior turned and called for him to follow. The captain ran forward, thinking that they couldn't leave the dungeon empty-handed. The Haiti member gritted his teeth, wishing he could at least see the victor's face. The protagonist smiled, and the system awarded him a unique achievement that increased his stats. A bright pillar of light fell upon Eugen, his level rising. A notification appeared in the air, asking him to extract the magical pearl of the yellow dragon from the body of a spiny snake. Standing before the corpse of the giant monster, the boy realized that this would be quite difficult. The squad members rushed to the scene when someone suddenly came out to greet them. Yongchun flinched when the stranger warned him in English not to approach. A warrior raised his hand to the group, a tank asked why he was blocking the way, and a man tried to explain that they weren't trying to cause trouble. The commander, with his hands raised, said they simply wanted to look around. The captain smiled and added that he meant no harm. Skeletons stood behind the knight. The undead creatures bared their fangs. These creatures were effective against the spiny snake, as they were immune to the poisonous gas. Gritting his teeth, the Haiti member realized something was wrong and thought about how these ridiculous undead couldn't successfully carry out an attack that even a dozen players couldn't finish. Birds rose above the trees, and Yongchun realized he needed to see the boss's corpse to be sure. The squad member's eyes widened in shock. The man looked up in fear. The foreigner turned, his mouth hanging open. A reptilian skeleton appeared from behind the trees. The commander frowned piteously and asked if this was the boss. The captain rushed toward the soldier, hoping the necromancer wasn't trying to summon a monster like the other undead. A Haiti member ran up to the stranger, wanting to see the summoner's face. Yun-chun ran past the warrior. Suddenly, a fist appeared in front of his face. The knight grabbed the man and knocked him down. The commander frowned in horror. His body collapsed to the ground. The captain gritted his teeth and asked what was wrong. The brute glared at him and warned him to stay away. Opening his mouth in anger, the player asked his subordinates to memorize his face and said it was time for them to get out of here. The protagonist stood before the animated corpse of a spiny snake. A pearl shone beneath its ribs. Yujin's brows furrowed with confidence, relieved he didn't have to search for her. The system reported that his skill rank was too low to summon the boss. The monster's skeleton began to crumble. Its bones fell to the ground. A huge cloud of dust rose above the trees. A black silhouette was visible in the dust. The young man picked up a magic sphere. The description said this artifact increased mana regeneration by 200%. There was a car parked in the parking lot. Sitting at his laptop, the employee explained that they had been there for a week but still hadn't received any news. His colleague placed his hands behind his head and declared that no one had expected this expedition to be successful from the start. The employee thought it would be amazing if the clearing actually succeeded. Turning away, the journalist explained that he wanted this to be over quickly and suggested he finish this job. Suddenly, the reporter jumped out of the car when someone shouted that the dungeon had been cleared. The man's eyes widened in surprise and he asked what was going on. A crowd of people had gathered at the gates, eager to know who was in charge of this dungeon. Yongchun raised his hand and asked where the Haiti Guild support team was, and a member of the staff replied that they were here. Frowning furiously, the commander ordered them to stop the Russians and shouted that they had killed the spiny snake. Tank pointed at the men in white suits and declared that they were the ones. The protagonist walked past photographers who wanted to interview him. Security blocked the journalist's path so Wu Jin could get to the car. The captain was stuck in the crowd and couldn't squeeze through. The car immediately drove off. Its license plate had all zeros, and the Haiti member realized they couldn't cause a scene with the embassy representatives. Crossing his arms, the warrior concluded that the commander had spent well and was glad that they had a chance to rest. China removed his mask and asked about the item that had dropped from the spiny snake. The young man pulled out his phone, and the employee asked him to speak up, explaining that he worked for him for a reason. He raised the phone to his ear and said he just emerged from a dungeon. Sitting at the computer, Se-chan asked how he liked the role of Isaac. The player replied that he wasn't very pleased and inquired about the news. Presenting newspapers and online articles, the man replied that everyone was talking only about him and decided it would be foolish not to capitalize on his current reputation. Smiling slyly, the broker suggested that his client would be able to perform even on the big stage and offered to offer him a deal. Looking away, the ranger agreed, thinking that this name would definitely come in handy to gain authority and enter a special dungeon. Sejun handed the documents to her boss, and the businessman reported that something interesting had happened in the meantime and asked if his friend knew Yangwan, the bodyguard. Hayami leaned on her sword, and the director explained that she'd led the team into a 4-level dungeon, but no one had survived. He explained that this happened often, so it didn't seem out of the ordinary. Sechin looked at the tablet and added that they'd checked some information and discovered that the party had a spy from the Skull Guild, sponsored by the Yamato faction. The document contained a bank statement, and the man decided the Skull Guild had made the right conclusion. The necromancer narrowed his eyes and asked why he needed this information. The broker asked him not to pretend, claiming to know about his connections with the Phoenix and Skull Guilds. The protagonist recalled finding a tracking device on the computer in the office and realized the wiretap had been activated. The car stopped at a gas station. Wu Jin opened the door and asked his comrade to leave. China smiled broadly and asked if they'd be getting food for all their hard work. The employee said he'd love some udon with fried tofu, and the boy approached his car and offered to let him into it. The employee's eyes widened in shock and he asked what that meant. Sitting in the front seat, the enraged player expressed outrage at the loss of their expensive car, declaring it looked worse than a junkyard car. He grinned furiously and asked who in their day drove such a hideous car, and the boy replied that it was his. Scratching his head, the boy explained that compact cars were actually the best because they needed very little fuel, and decided he needed to be a patriot. The ranger frowned in displeasure and remembered the food allowance in his glove compartment. China opened it, and the necromancer offered to take the money. The employee beamed with joy and asked if they'd actually been given the food allowance. The employee opened the envelope, but only a couple of coins fell out. The player broke out in a cold sweat and silently looked ahead. Newspapers were reporting that foreigners had conquered a Korean dungeon. A video interview with Yongchun had surfaced online. Numerous indignant comments appeared on the forums, people upset that their compatriots couldn't clear the dungeon. Sejun looked down and reported that the mood in the press had shifted from curiosity to hatred, especially because of the interview with the Haiti member. Sejun smiled and said they should respond. Photos of Isaac and Sejun appeared in the news articles. The article generated a lot of discussion, and eventually people accepted the foreigner because he expressed respect for the Messiah Guild. Holding his phone, the protagonist reflected on how his comrade had changed public opinion and concluded that now the Messiah Guild couldn't remain indifferent. Standing in the warehouse, Wu Jin figured they might try to recruit him, or at least win his favor, and was surprised he'd had to resort to such methods to lure the enemy. Weapons were stacked on pallets, and he eagerly awaited a response, thinking he needed to prepare thoroughly before the enemy contacted him. He looked down and read the news about Yin Wang clearing a 6th-floor dungeon. He smiled, delighted. The man walked out to a crowd of photographers. The guild leader waved, and the secretary ran up to him with urgent news. The secretary leaned close to the leader's ear and reported that Jaime's team, which had entered the dungeon, had been completely wiped out. The director frowned menacingly. The chairman called his subordinates over. The guard's mouth dropped open and announced that the press conference was over because the chairman needed to visit the hospital for a medical examination. The heroes left, and the villain asked the woman to tell them everything in the car. The employee stated that a press release would be prepared and published by the Phoenix Guild. The car's headlights flashed. Sitting in the back seat, the employee explained that a few days earlier, an anonymous informant had sent them a bank statement. The villain asked if they could trust him. The secretary raised her hand to her chin and said she didn't know the reason for sending them this information, but it was partially true. Dead players lay on the battlefield. The girl explained that, according to the investigative team's report, most of the team members died from stab wounds, so they weren't killed by monsters, but only Phoenix members were in the squad. Enraged, Yang Wang broke his tablet in half and asked if a traitor had appeared among his royal guards, meaning the Skull Guild had deceived them. A blue sky hung over the Messiah Guild building. People sat around a round table, pondering what to do with the Phoenix Guild in the future. Shin raised an eyebrow and suggested leaving the leader to the mercy of public opinion. Ken looked away and reported that he was working with the Skull Guild and trying to get rid of this chaos. Slamming the table, the woman declared that now was not the time for rash actions and asked what had happened to the last Lizard Warrior dungeon. One of the chairs was empty, and the player assumed that even Jae-hoon, who had been on their side, was already dead because he'd gotten into this mess. She asked if her ally was planning to expose their relationship with the Skull Guild to the world. She said she couldn't ignore it, and Jihu looked away, thinking how annoying it was that the name of a manager who didn't even have any special skills was mentioned here. The girl crossed her arms and decided they couldn't work with the Skull Guild anymore. Slamming his hand on the table, the master declared he couldn't stop doing business with them, reminding them that there wasn't even a guild leader here who could make a definitive decision. Shin looked down and said that was the leader's order. The swordsman frowned in displeasure. Haidaro silently looked away. The heroes walked down the hallway. Coming out to the car, the warrior asked his friend what he thought about the matter. The fighter looked around and concluded they couldn't stand it any longer. The master agreed and declared it was time to part ways with the Messiah Guild. Sunlight illuminated the mansion. Standing in front of the desk, the protagonist asked if Jaime's team hadn't been highly skilled, saying he never thought something like this could happen. Yang Wang frowned menacingly and explained that he'd wanted to establish a business with the Skull Guild for profit, but now it would be better to destroy them. Wu Jin bowed his head and remained silent. The boy's lips drooped. In the memory, the man raised his hand. This man was more ambitious than anyone else. An arrow connected Korea and Japan. In his past life, the leader of Phoenix sold all sorts of items, for which he was labeled a traitor and exiled. The director fled with a bag of money. The real reason he had to move to Japan was because he feared the Messiah Guild would take everything from him. Squinting contemptuously, the young man remembered how the chairman would turn his back on his own country in an attempt to protect his life and wealth, and declared that he would become his bodyguard. The villain stared at him in amazement. The player assumed Phoenix wanted to use him to deal with the Skull Guild, saying he didn't want to be discarded once he was no longer useful. Tapping his fingers on the table, the villain expressed surprise at the idea and reflected on how he planned to win him over, even if he had to threaten him. Yang Wang slammed his hand on the table, realizing he didn't care about his true intentions as long as his ally could get rid of his enemies. The man extended his hand and asked if his comrade would really destroy the Skull Guild in exchange for his protection. Raising his eyebrows, the ranger confirmed this and added that he, too, had much to repay them for. The leader smirked, realizing he'd been expecting such an answer. The necromancer stepped outside and concluded that from now on, all responsibility for his actions lay with the director. The representative of the Dark World glanced back and decided he was very grateful for that. A clear sky hung over the office building. Sitting at his desk, the man announced that the contract terms would be amended to the highest level. The protagonist rose from his chair and declared that he would be under his supervision. Wu Jin left the office and slammed the door behind him. Adjusting his glasses, the secretary asked how he had managed to become Yang Wang's royal guard, and recalled that the newcomer had joined the guild less than 6 months ago. The employee doubted it was just a matter of reputation, but the boss clasped his hands and suggested it was something they weren't even aware of, because the head of Phoenix doesn't make decisions like that without a good reason. The elevator stopped on the 6th floor. It was full of people discussing the appearance of a traitor among the director's bodyguards. The employees went out into the hallway. Taking out his phone, the young man realized his luck and decided the hunt had only just begun. The phone, lying on the table, vibrated. Sechin smiled and assumed his colleague must have some urgent matter to find time to call in his busy schedule. The man frowned tensely and asked what forged documents they were talking about. China's mouth dropped open and he wondered if their client was planning to pull another stunt. Sitting across from him, the broker explained that manipulating the people who run the guild and are responsible for the dungeon is somewhat difficult, and promised to look into it. The businessman closed his phone and explained that their ally wanted to use forged documents to enter the dungeon. Scratching his head, the boy asked why they would even help him without knowing the details and wondered if his boss had truly begun to trust him. With a sly frown, the director replied that he was simply trying to discern the direction his comrade was holding his sword and stated that they needed to determine his ultimate goal to determine whether he was on their side. The car drove along the road. The scoundrel raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that Wu Jin intended to destroy the Skull Guild. Yang Wang had met the employee in the hallway before, and apparently, Phoenix was determined to declare all-out war on the Skull Guild. Scratching his chin, the villain decided they had a great opportunity, as most of the guild members would be entering the dungeon today, adding that they couldn't rule out the possibility that the enemy was using fake documents. Jihu gritted his teeth and replied that he didn't care, and that the most important thing was for the newcomer to enter the dungeon as well. The cars pulled onto the highway. Lanterns were lit on Yonkan Island. The protagonist approached the tent and introduced himself under a false name. Showing the documents, the administrator asked him to sign and warned him that they weren't conducting dungeon briefings, but that all the information was on paper. Picking them up, Wujin read that it was a D-level dungeon, capable of holding 61 people, and realized there was no better place to deceive people. He got into the car and realized that the dungeon was clearly a trap for him. Suddenly, a bright light blinded him. People got out of their cars in the parking lot. The young man looked at them and thought he'd expected to see experienced people here. Sechin raised an eyebrow and asked why Jihu's name was on the documents. Sijuan approached him and informed him that a member of the Messiah Guild would be joining the raid under a pseudonym. The broker stated that this was the very dungeon their client had gone to. China folded his hands behind his head and asked who the hell he was. Clutching his head, the businessman replied that he was a very problematic newbie, below level 50, and concluded that they'd made a grave mistake. The brute turned around. The player frowned sternly and expressed surprise that the Messiah Guild had sent him to the dungeon so soon. Various artifacts began to glow. The Knights of the Round Table are a group of people who possess legendary items associated with the legend of King Arthur. These people acted on behalf of the fallen government to protect the suffering. Shin held a staff in her hand. Over time, the weakened Knights of the Round Table became her guards. It later turned out that it had all been planned. The King of Deadly Poison spread his arms, and countless warriors fell victim to him. Looking at the system window, the ranger considered Gawain's necklace, which had been taken from one of the Knights of the Round Table, and realized there was no need to conserve his strength and that he should use the Mastery Stone. The necromancer exited the car, and someone announced it was time to enter the dungeon. A notification appeared in the air, announcing that they needed to eliminate 3,000 monsters to advance to the next level. People gathered in the middle of the forest, outraged at having to do such tedious work, as killing a couple of powerful monsters was much more difficult. The soldier raised an eyebrow and suggested it wasn't particularly dangerous, but it might take some time. Leaning on his sword, Jihu decided that in the midst of this chaos it would be much easier to stab the newcomer in the back, pretending it was an accident, and ordered his subordinates not to waste time and find him. The ranger glanced back and pointed. He saw members of the Skull Guild standing behind him, and wondered if they didn't understand the situation they were in, entering the dungeon dressed like that. The assassins gathered in a circle and began to heatedly discuss something. Then they ran off, the brute concluding that they were incapable of handling the situation themselves, yet they continued to cause trouble. Gritting his teeth, the tank assumed they had been asked not to interfere personally, and decided to kill them after they exited the dungeon if anything went wrong. Placing his sword over his shoulder, the defender asked his comrades to ignore Skull and explained that no matter what happened, they would have to deal with the newcomer themselves. The blade pierced the ground. Frowning menacingly, the scoundrel asked his subordinates to report to him as soon as they found their target, adding that they were free to kill anyone who tried to interfere. Bright rays of sunlight illuminated the trees, and a rustling sound was heard. Rushing forward along the path, the soldier was surprised that they would attack the Skull Guild right on the first floor. The warrior hid behind a huge tree. The knight peeked out from behind it and wondered if Yanwang's royal guards had also entered the dungeon. Suddenly, something made his eyes widen. Skeletons were fighting the Skull Guild members, and the swordsman concluded that one of their team members had brought a necromancer with them. The scout wondered where Wujin was when something landed abruptly next to him. The man looked away in fear. The protagonist quickly approached him. The soldier immediately swung his sword. Blood sprayed into the air. Raising his hands, the wounded warrior asked why the newcomer had done this and explained that he had nothing to do with the Skull Guild. The boy raised his index finger and said that the man upstairs thought differently. The knight looked up, confused. His comrade was lying on a tree branch. The swordsman clenched his teeth and realized the spy couldn't have said that. In the memory, they were standing in the restroom, and a member of the Skull Guild explained that they had to survive and report everything that had happened to the leader, because Matsumoto had also failed. The scout's mouth dropped in shock and he shouted that he had never seen him before. The next second, the mortally wounded man fell to the ground. The soldier rolled his eyes and repeated that he knew nothing. The young man extended his hand and declared that they could only be trusted when they were dead. Sechin narrowed his eyes in displeasure and declared that their client was much stronger than his subordinate. China dropped his slice of pizza and complained that this conversation was ruining his appetite. The man kicked the empty boxes and reminded him that his comrade had just eaten 5 pizzas. The boy grinned furiously and said he could eat as many pizzas as he wanted, which he'd bought himself. The broker suggested returning to the previous topic. Sitting across the table from him, the employee called their client cunning. The player bowed his head and explained that this man never engages in an uneven fight. The employee frowned menacingly and added that their ally would never fight without a chance of victory. Waves of black energy appeared above the ground. Jihu's eyes widened intensely. Surrounded by hordes of undead, the brute concluded that the enemy had summoned all available creatures. Some time ago, sitting by the fire, the commander explained that they knew what to do when the newcomer appeared and declared that he was more concerned about the whereabouts of the Skull Guild members. The captain narrowed his eyes and said he didn't know what awaited them ahead, so it would be good to meet them soon. Trees flashed past. The squad ran along the forest path, but they still hadn't managed to meet the newcomer. The scoundrel looked ahead in fear. An arrow whizzed past him, barely grazing his armor. The soldier blocked another projectile with his sword. His comrades easily dodged the shots. The team was surrounded. The knight gritted his teeth and asked if the newcomer had finally shown up. The ranger realized there was a necromancer among his companions. The protagonist jumped out from behind a tree. The villain looked back and asked if he really intended to use the skeletons to fight them. Yujin placed his hand on the skull of the living dead. Drawing his sword, Jihu thanked him for coming out of hiding and offered to test his skills. The monster rushed forward. The undead swung its blade to attack the enemy. The man grabbed the hilt of his sword with both hands. The commander prepared to deliver a powerful slash. However, the skeletons easily dodged it. The captain gritted his teeth in fury. The undead ran toward the other team members, and the tank thought it was the first time he'd seen summoned creatures move like this. The boy jumped up. The young man approached the enemy. The player looked up and swung his sword. The powerful blow raised dust from the ground. The ranger frowned sternly. The villain stopped his weapon with his two-handed sword. The blade sparked, and the necromancer realized his enemy was much stronger and faster than he thought. The dark world figure spun the sword in his hand. He managed to land a slash. The villain held the weapon out as a shield and asked what the newcomer was doing. Jihu's eyes blazed, indignant that the enemy had made him wait so long just to show him this. The protagonist jumped back to increase the distance. Looking down, Wujin realized this would be quite a difficult battle and concluded that he couldn't simultaneously fight, conserve his strength, and remain composed, unlike in previous battles. The man smirked and received a notification from his patron. He frowned in displeasure, as the system reported that both users were interested in this battle. Leaning on his sword, the commander said he only received such notifications when fighting worthy opponents, and was surprised that his enemy had also attracted the patron's attention. The young man glanced at him from under his brows and concluded that it would be difficult if this continued. Sechin asked his comrade to finish eating. China took a slice of pizza and declared it wasn't such a big deal. The broker asked what this meant. The boy took a bite and wondered if his boss was even considering what kind of client they were. The skeletons, shrouded in darkness, stood behind their master. Gritting his teeth, the captain asked if it wasn't his companion who had summoned them, and realized the newcomer was saving his strength for the fight. The ranger charged, and the tank declared that he liked it. Their swords clashed. The undead rushed to his aid. The villain grinned broadly and shouted that he would deal with them all with a single blow. However, the summoned creatures ran past him. The villain looked back and asked what this meant. The necromancer assumed a fighting stance, and Jihu realized that the enemy hadn't been after him all along. The undead had attacked the team members. Grabbing his arm, the soldier pleaded for help, shouting that there were too many monsters and that they couldn't handle them. Without taking his eyes off the enemy, the man asked what kind of cowardly actions this was. The representative of the dark world smiled and declared that his enemy couldn't even comprehend the situation they were in. The commander grinned maliciously. A necklace shone on his chest. The golden cross began to sparkle. The captain plunged his sword into the sand, and a powerful aura enveloped him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slyly, thinking that the enemy had finally used their relic. Skeletons approached the enemy from behind. The tank gritted his teeth in displeasure. With a single blow, the villain cut down the undead. Their bones scattered around. Yujin frowned sternly and decided that this item, which belonged to the Knights of the Round Table, had a stunning effect. Now it was time to move on to the next stage. The young man lowered his weapon and ordered the summoned creatures to retreat. The villain turned tensely, wondering what this meant. The undead scattered in all directions. The young man also fled the battlefield. Jihu assumed that the enemy was trying to hide because they couldn't win in open combat, and he realized he had to get rid of them before the other guilds cleared the dungeon. The man spread his arms, shouting that he would follow him, and ordered his subordinates to deal with the skeletons. The tree leaves rustled. The player ran forward, thinking that the commander hadn't changed at all and that his confidence in his own strength was simply incredible. The necklace sparkled, and the ranger decided it wouldn't help him at all, remembering that this artifact significantly increased all of its wearer's stats. The necromancer frowned, realizing that the enemy had no idea how to use it properly. The representative of the dark world smirked and compared it to pearls found in a pig's hooves. The protagonist glanced back and noticed that the enemy was pursuing him. Yujin narrowed his eyes and concluded that the difference in stats was hard to miss. The captain gritted his teeth and silently vowed to catch up with him at all costs. The tank leaped over the monsters, thinking that the newcomer wouldn't be able to escape him after using the sun's blessing. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated his face. A powerful explosion echoed through the forest. The team members saw a gigantic cloud of black smoke. The ranger's mouth dropped open and he asked what it was. Looking back, the knight declared that their leader couldn't be defeated with a simple explosion and reminded them that they needed to quickly dispose of the remaining skeletons and join him. Suddenly, an arrow struck him. The warrior staggered and nearly fell to the ground. A living corpse emerged from the trees. Cutting off the arrow with his sword, the soldier ordered his comrades to gather their strength and explained that they shouldn't underestimate the pawns, as they were stalling for time. A black silhouette appeared in the cloud of smoke. The villain spread his arms and urged the hidden newcomer to stop running and engage him in a fair fight. Blinking with 2 fingers, the player declared that he would lose to him in a fight and explained that the enemy would need to run faster to catch him. The ranger charged forward again, and the villain declared that he would tear him apart with his bare hands once he caught him. Jihu rushed after his target. The man furiously knitted his brows and activated the haste skill. The commander approached the newcomer and swung his sword. The necromancer looked back. The captain frowned furiously and wished him death. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath his feet. The tank looked down in fear. The villain had fallen into a deep pit. Dead orcs lay at the bottom. A second explosion thundered, leaving a gigantic crater in its place. The villain grinned angrily and called on his opponent to stop playing with him. Standing at the edge of the pit, the protagonist decided he didn't understand the concept of strategy, and asked if he thought he was playing catch-up because he was bored. Jihu wondered what they were even talking about. Wu Jin looked down and explained that developing a strategy based on the enemy's weaknesses, topography, and considering all possible scenarios are the basics of combat. The man's brows furrowed tensely, and the boy declared that such boisterous and useless leaders, who rely only on their own strength, bring nothing but harm. In the memory, the commander emerged from the gate, and the journalists were discussing how no one but him had survived. His mouth hanging open, the captain ordered them to be silent and shouted that he would destroy anyone who tried to talk to him. Someone stepped forward and suggested that the Messiah member didn't regret the deaths of his subordinates. Tapping his fan against his head, Eiichi explained that instead of a brain, he had muscles incapable of emotion, and reminded him that he had repeatedly warned him that the location they had chosen for their camp was dangerous. The enraged tank charged at him and asked who he was to lecture him. The hunting dog narrowed his eyes in displeasure. He managed to dodge and avoid being grabbed. The soldier tripped the villain, who immediately fell to the ground. The warrior turned and shouted that it wasn't his fault, that his group members were too weak and died. Approaching him, a member of the Messiah accused him of killing his teammates and called him a useless leader. Frowning angrily, Jihu realized that the enemy's tactics closely resembled Eiichi's and silently vowed to kill them with his own hands. The protagonist approached the pit and declared that the time had come. Raising his index finger, Yujin explained that he didn't need to verbally command his summoned creatures and asked why the enemy thought he'd ordered them to retreat. The man's eyes widened, realizing he'd been deliberately lured here. Looking down, the young man concluded his enemy had understood and asked if the sun's blessing wasn't supposed to end. The necklace glowed, and the commander wondered how he knew the duration of his skill. The captain's mouth dropped open and he asked the enemy who he was. The young man grinned, surprised the warrior still didn't know. The heroes looked at each other in silence, and a strange sound erupted. The tank glanced at his relic as the system announced its effect had ended. The villain grinned as the player rejoiced at being so easily tricked. Suddenly, the skeletons ran up to the villain, and the ranger concluded they had finished their work. The summoned creatures surrounded the pit. The necromancer narrowed his eyes slyly and claimed his opponent was so focused on catching him that he hadn't even noticed where he was. The representative of the dark world remembered the map and explained that they were not far from where they had first encountered each other, as they had been running in circles. The corpses of the team members lay on the ground. The protagonist placed his hand on the monster's skull and said that his summoned creatures had killed all the guild members and managed to get here quickly. Jihu's eyes widened in fear, wondering if all his comrades had been wiped out. The man clutched his weapon and asked how the newcomer dared to look down on him. The ground beneath his feet crumbled, and the system reported that the user had used the skill. Speed! The commander leaped into the air, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The captain approached the enemy and raised his sword to strike. The blade ended up above Wujin's head. The tank looked down tensely. The giant skeleton defended its master, brandishing its weapon. The young man smirked and warned his enemy not to overdo it, as they were just getting started. The car sped along the nighttime highway. China leaned on his arm and wondered if his boss wasn't overloading him with work. A photo of the villain lay on the seat, and the boy asked why he, of all people, needed to check on this man. Some time ago, while sitting at his desk, Sechin had asked his friend to go to the dungeon of the two-headed dogs and explained that it would be more peaceful if they checked on a client. Closing his eyes, the employee expressed confidence that their ally would emerge safe and sound, so they didn't need to check anything, and asked if his boss really thought he would lose after everything that had happened to him. The broker scratched his chin and said that even if he won, they still needed to confirm one thing to come up with the next plan. The businessman rubbed his hands, deciding that the newcomer would want to know their goals. The director frowned and added that he would probably want to know the reason they created a fictitious persona named Isaac, or the relationship between the Yangwing faction and the Skull Guild. The man glared forward and declared that they would have to say they were continuing to assist the newcomer, knowing that the Messiah Guild was behind it all, as part of a larger plan to eliminate them. Placing the envelope on the table, Sechin explained that if their client killed Jihu, it would be difficult to discern his true intentions, adding that they needed at least confirmation that he would continue to cooperate with them. The cars drove along a well-lit road. A blue sky hung over the forest. The corpses of summoned creatures lay everywhere. The man leaned on his sword and felt his body slow down due to the effects of the poisoned blood. The wounded commander gritted his teeth and noted that there were too many enemies here. A skeleton ran up to him and swung his sword. The captain raised the weapon above his head and blocked the attack. A black silhouette flickered next to him. Tank glanced away in fear. The undead creature delivered several precise blows with its blade. Blood sprayed from the villain's mouth, poison blood spreading throughout his body. The villain bared his teeth and chattered. With a swing of his sword, Jihu drove the monsters away. Suddenly, the man looked up. The commander fell to one knee and realized his body could no longer withstand the strain. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist decided that the enemy had held up well against 12 summoned creatures, but now only 2 remained. He realized that things would have been much worse if the undead hadn't been under the influence of the Mastery Stone. As the captain tried to fight off the skeletons, Wu Jin thought that now that he was completely under the influence of the poisoned blood, he wouldn't have to entertain him anymore. Tank opened his mouth wide and called for him to attack. The treetops rose skyward, and the villain was outraged that the enemy was simply standing there doing nothing. The villain fell to the ground, but still demanded a fight. Jihu extended a trembling hand, declaring he could still fight. Suddenly, his eyes turned white. His hand fell to his side, and the system announced that the patron had shared some of his influence with the user and increased his skill rank. The boy approached the enemy. A system window appeared before him. From it, the young man pulled out Gawain's necklace, which increases stats and grants the ability to use the skill Blessing of the Sun. The player looked at the relic and realized it was his first item, one that belonged to the Knights of the Round Table. The ranger glanced at the enemy and assumed they would definitely reveal themselves, the system activating Anubis's gaze. The heroes approached each other, and Eiichi decided his ally had a hard time getting here with his brains. The hunting dog passed by and said he was referring to his subordinates. Frowning menacingly, the commander explained that he needed to see his master and promised to break his comrade's jaw next time. The man grinned and said he would look forward to it. Bowing, the captain introduced himself as the newest member of the Round Table and added that it was a great honor for him to meet the great hero. Sejuan clasped his hands. The necromancer gritted his teeth and thought about the villain finally revealing his true colors. Standing before the enemy's corpse, the representative of the Dark World realized that the Messiah Guild would not let his death pass unnoticed. Jihu lay dead on the ground, and the protagonist wanted to make all those who supported Sejuan's ambitions, rather than justice, pay for this. Orc corpses lay piled on top of each other. A soldier peered out from behind a tree and asked how much longer they would have to wait. His comrade explained that a two-headed dog couldn't be caught by acting rashly. The warrior raised an eyebrow and suggested attacking when the monster began feeding, as then they would be able to catch it without losses. Suddenly, a message appeared over the squad's heads, announcing that the dungeon boss had been neutralized. Eugene emerged from the portal into the parking lot. The boy raised an eyebrow and looked ahead. China waved, happy to see him back. The young man approached his comrade and asked what brought him here. The player replied that he had been running errands and had come here because he had heard something interesting. Holding an envelope in his hand, the boy announced that he had something to deliver to a client and offered to talk on the way. The car was driving along a busy highway. The employee handed the documents to the newcomer and informed him that Sechin had asked them to enter another dungeon. The worker narrowed his eyes and inquired about how things had gone with Jihu. Giving him a stern look, the ranger realized he'd expected it and reflected on his memories, which suggested the commander had entered the dungeon under a fake ID and name. The necromancer pictured a dead enemy and realized the broker knew why he'd asked for the documents to be forged and had agreed anyway. China crossed his arms, deducing that they'd fought in a dungeon. The representative of the Dark World pulled out the papers and replied that the captain was stronger than his friend. Baring his teeth, the boy asked how he knew about his real skills and suggested he should actually show them. The protagonist looked at the documents and explained that the scoundrel, when confronted by 12 skeletons, had killed 10 of them on his own. Wu Jin turned his gaze to his ally and added that he'd believe him if he said he could do the same. Breaking out in a cold sweat, the player declared that a real man shouldn't boast about his strength and suggested they move on to something more important: work. The documents described the Horned Fox dungeon, and the player learned that 12 previous attempts to clear it had failed. Frowning, the employee decided to skip the explanation and warned that the client would have to go there in the guise of Isaac. Narrowing his eyes, the player wondered why they were sending him to a new dungeon right after defeating Jihu, and quickly agreed. The employee exited the car and watched his ally leave. Putting the phone to his ear, China informed him that they had just parted ways and declared that their comrade would never choose a losing option. Reaching for the car handle, the boy explained that he already knew the dungeon's characteristics and immediately agreed to accept the task. Sechin asked him to make the final choice. Looking down, the broker explained there was no turning back and reflected on how he still couldn't completely trust his client, but if they wanted to take action against the Messiah Guild, they needed to act now. The businessman placed his hand on the newspaper and concluded that they didn't have much time left, and if a group capable of holding off the Messiah Guild didn't appear, they wouldn't hesitate to bare their fangs. The car parked outside a small building. Standing in the warehouse, the ranger remembered how everything had happened precisely after clearing the Horned Fox dungeon. In the past, a guild representative had approached him and invited him to join the Messiah Guild, but the necromancer had said he would wait for their leader to do so personally. Someone got out of the car and praised his audacity. The stranger folded his hands behind his back and declared that they needed his power to save the world. Sejuan extended his hand to the representative of the Dark World and offered him an ally. This was their first meeting. The phone in the protagonist's hand vibrated. A message appeared on the screen stating that the raid would take place in 2 days. Wu Jin smiled and guessed that the people from the Messiah Guild would also be there. He snapped his phone shut and decided to demonstrate his skills in a way that would make everyone's hair stand on end. He opened the system window and realized he had to prove Isaac's worth. The player pressed the skin of the spiny snake and thought about how busy he would be to complete the preparations in time. The monster scales appeared before him. The ranger grinned and decided that this dungeon would be the perfect venue to prove himself, as he had already cleared it once. Sunlight illuminated the Buchan Sports Stadium. Cars were parked in the parking lot, and a voice over the loudspeaker announced that the dungeon entrance would begin very soon. The necromancer asked if his friend was ready, and China stretched his shoulder and replied that he was always ready. The boy frowned confidently and described himself as the one who conquered the spiny snake dungeon when everyone thought it was impossible, so raids were like pieces of cake to him. A moment later, the player shivered from the cold and said he couldn't eat the piece because he was frozen. The people gathered in a snowy clearing. Someone ordered them to change into winter clothes and asked the mages and priests with low health to take care of themselves. Yanqi adjusted her collar and explained that if they became an obstacle, if they fell behind because they couldn't do it. The employee hugged himself and asked how many degrees it was, and the protagonist reflected that sometimes the elements were more frightening than the monsters. Yujin looked back and said it was time for them to go, and the employee asked why so suddenly. The heroes separated from the main group and ran away. The entire ground was covered in snow. Bowing his head, China asked if it wouldn't be better to move with the Messiah Guild, explaining that operating alone in such weather conditions was difficult. The young man grinned and wondered if his friend was one of those who couldn't use their powers in the cold. The boy's mouth dropped open and he declared that wasn't the case. Placing his hands on his hips, the player reminded him of his nickname, Siberian Brown Bear, adding that this temperature felt more like a light breeze to him. The young man raised his eyebrows and warned that this dungeon would be harder than the Spiked Snake dungeon. The employee's eyes widened in fear and he asked how much harder it was, to which the ranger replied that they would soon find out. The necromancer moved on and suggested they move on, lest they freeze. The employee asked his comrade to feed him properly, at least this time. Frowning menacingly, China asked what their plan was, suggesting they build a fortress again like last time, as this was a survival quest. The Dark World representative turned to him and said that wasn't necessary, and the boy was relieved they wouldn't have to work with their hands. Suddenly, the player's eyes widened. A black aura enveloped the skeleton. The undead surrounded their master, and the employee inquired where they got such armor. Pointing at the summoned creature, the worker declared that his ally should have made the effort, since he spent the money, and noted that it was the skin of a spined snake. Baring his teeth angrily, China expressed outrage that the client had pocketed the entire reward, and reflected on how much it would cost to make just such armor. The protagonist smiled and said his share was supposed to be delivered to the office. Frost covered the tree trunk, and the boy became furious with his boss. Sechin scratched his ear and wondered who was remembering him. Yanqi glanced to the side and noticed the Russians were missing. The squad had gathered huge logs, and the girl asked if anyone had seen where Isaac had gone. A soldier approached her and replied that they had been busy setting up camp. The woman wondered if her subordinate had forgotten his superior's orders. The commander raised her hand to her chin and realized that clearing the dungeon was important, but even more important was figuring out whether they should form an alliance with this Russian. The captain looked back and asked her comrades to finish building the camp before she returned. The warrior suggested sending scouts and said she didn't have to do it herself. Looking back, the Messiah member declared everything was fine and explained that she needed to see for herself. The wolves bared their fangs. The skeletons easily dispatched the entire pack. The players struck the enemy hard, crushing them into the ground. The undead slashed at the predators' bodies with their swords. The undead struck a powerful blow as the beast pounced. Yanqi's eyes widened in surprise and she wondered what it was. She gritted her teeth and realized that this summoned creature was different from any skill she'd seen before. The man hid behind a tree and asked what they should do. The woman replied that these people simply wanted to show them that this was their hunting ground. Frowning, the commander said they would only hinder them if they interfered, and realized that this was completely beyond her capabilities. Clenching her fists, the captain decided that she shouldn't have expected anything less from the man who had cleared the spiny snake dungeon, and she realized she should report this to the guild, recruit this man, and bring him to their side. Hearing a whistle, the Messiah member looked around and whispered that it was an SOS signal, meaning something had happened at the camp. The protagonist looked to the side and spotted them. Wolves rushed out of the forest and broke through the defensive line. The squad engaged in combat and wondered why there were so many of them. They simply needed to hold out until the leader arrived. Someone bounced off the ground. A warrior leaped high above the pack of monsters. A powerful blow shattered the earth and raised a gigantic cloud of dust. Nothing remained of the beast except traces of blood in the crater. Turning around, Yanqi declared that these were ordinary first-level creatures and asked her subordinates to stop running around. The predator emerged onto the cliff where the people had gathered, and the girl shouted that they must defend the camp by slowly moving back. The wolf raised its head and howled loudly. Its howl echoed throughout the forest. The ground beneath the hero's feet trembled. The soldier raised his eyebrows in surprise. Standing on a branch, the scouts spotted the approaching pack. A huge number of monsters were rushing forward, and the ranger warned his comrades. The woman gritted her teeth and wondered if the wave of monsters hadn't arrived yet, and their defensive line had already been breached. The protagonist watched the beast from the cliff. China explained that all the guild members would die if they didn't help them. The boy pointed downwards and hoped that his friend wasn't going there. Wu Jin had been on the phone a while ago. Sechin explained that a client had caught him off guard by asking for a skill page, but luckily it was on sale. A white haze enveloped the sheet of paper with the skill, or a field, which buffs allies and debuffs enemies. The boy smiled, relieved that he wouldn't have to use this effect on his comrade anymore. The wolves had cornered the squad. Frowning menacingly, the commander realized she had been too reckless, as they were still at level 1, and decided she should have known 12 teams had lost here for a reason. Suddenly, an explosion echoed behind enemy lines. A soldier gaped in shock and asked if these were reinforcements, but the captain reminded him that they were the only ones here. Suddenly, the Messiah member raised an eyebrow in surprise and remembered those Russians. The young man grabbed the monster's corpse. The ranger threw him over the cliff. The necromancer narrowed his eyes slyly and used his skill. A series of explosions thundered in the ravine. A huge cloud of smoke rose from the ground. The player burst through it. The skeletons engaged the beasts. They managed to quickly clear the area and advance. The necklace on the chest of the representative of the dark world ignited. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and connected to the undead. The undead's eyes lit up. A bright aura enveloped him. The light in his eyes turned golden. Powerful energy spread its influence to another summoned creature. The employee's eyes widened in surprise. The orc opened his mouth furiously and roared. The skeleton spread his arms, and the employee wondered what this insane aura was. China saw that it enveloped all the undead and realized he had never seen them act like this before. The boy glanced to the side, wondering if they had all gone mad. The undead, engulfed in bright energy, surrounded him. The monster clutched its weapon. The skeleton struck hard at the group of wolves. Watching them in confusion, the player realized they were berserkers and wondered what incredible magic his ally had used. Eugen stood at the edge of a cliff. He imagined groups of undead before him and decided that instead of using the blessing of the sun buff alone, he could activate an aura field that allowed others to benefit from it. The undead raised their hands as powerful energy enveloped them. The young man smirked, concluding that this was far more effective. The summoned creatures continued to press the enemy. The ranger tossed another corpse down. Another explosion echoed through the forest. Frowning, Yankee realized the allies had formed a barrier, blocking the wave of monsters in its midst. She wondered if this was the true ability of a spike snake hunter. Turning around, she shouted that this was their chance and ordered everyone to follow her. Various signs hung on the building, and someone asked if they would help the Messiah Guild avoid arrest. Smiling, Sechin confirmed this and explained that they couldn't openly oppose their saviors, and that public pressure would force them to reward them. The man crossed his arms and declared that they would deal with both problems at once. Sujuin asked if they were certain they would succeed. Looking down, the secretary reminded them that the Messiah Guild had many players with excellent skills and said that to execute the plan, they needed people far superior to them. The broker frowned confidently and replied that their client could handle it, given the rapid rate at which he'd been developing his abilities recently. The assistant stopped typing when she heard the boss even offer to lend him some money. The girl moved away from the desk and asked if the boss truly valued him so highly, and the businessman confirmed it. The director narrowed his eyes slyly and explained that they must make every effort to keep the client's identity a secret, as hiding behind a mask would allow them to profit for much longer. The sword pierced the wolf's body. Standing surrounded by the corpses of the monsters, the soldier was relieved that it was finally over. The warrior wiped his brow and concluded that if not for those Russians, they would have been in big trouble. Yanchi extended her hand to her ally and thanked him for ensuring the squad hadn't lost a single guild member. Suddenly, the girl raised an eyebrow and remembered they didn't speak Korean. The protagonist, garbling his words, replied that it was their job. After that, Wu Jin hurried away, despite the woman trying to stop him. China covered his mouth and asked if they were really leaving now. The boy explained that they had just cleared a wave of monsters, so there was no longer any danger here. Looking away, the young man added that their identities could be revealed if they stayed, and declared that after that, the Messiah Guild wouldn't dare claim to have carried out the cleanup on their own. The boy gaped in shock and asked if they really would have to level up again like last time. The ranger smiled slyly. Night fell over the forest. The player frowned menacingly and concluded that he was crazy to have teamed up with this weirdo. A level up notification appeared in front of the heroes. The necromancer, frowning sternly, read that he had reached level 35 and considered the point of thinking beyond that, short of destroying his primary target. The representative of the dark world swiped the message away. The patron had used his authority to bestow great power upon him. A glittering description of the poison blood skill appeared. Its rank increased to EX. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and concluded that this would allow him to more quickly implement his plans. The employee crossed his arms and asked why he had such a serious expression. The employee grinned maliciously and expressed indignation when Yujin informed him that there was one more thing they must do before proceeding to the next level. Suddenly, China's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that they needed to eat, as they would need even more energy on the second level. The ham was roasting over the fire. Chewing the meat, the boy finally felt like they were on the same team and offered his friend a taste. The boy asked if his comrade would definitely not pass out mid-battle, even with his immortal body skill. Taking a bite of the ham, the player laughed and declared that he wasn't a weakling who would pass out mid-battle. The employee dropped the meat when the young man asked if he could survive if a fox gored him with its horn. The employee smiled nervously and asked what he had done wrong and whether he should start begging for mercy. The next day, the enemy tossed the squad members into the air. The archers fired at it, but missed. The soldier drew his bowstring and shouted that the horned fox was too fast. Something flashed past him, and the warrior asked how they were supposed to fight. The man looked away tensely. Suddenly, the monster grabbed him with its teeth. Watching the fight from the sidelines, Yanchi concluded that at this rate they would all die and wondered what she should do. The girl gritted her teeth and decided there had to be a way to slow the monster down. Suddenly, someone stepped forward. The woman looked up in surprise. China spread his arms and declared that he would kill the boss. The commander leaned on her hammer and wondered what this Russian was up to. The captain opened her mouth wide and shouted that they couldn't do anything without a plan. A reflection of the beast appeared in her eyes. The predator leaped onto the cliff in front of the heroes. The horned fox bared its fangs furiously. Instantly, it leaped to its feet. The monster opened its mouth right in front of the boy's face. Scratches appeared on his armor, and the player realized the enemy was much faster than he had thought. The monster began darting around him. Holding his hands out in front of him, the employee realized his friend was right about this enemy, and thought that attacking back would be very difficult because he was forced to block. Suddenly, the worker slipped. The warrior's eyes widened and he cursed the wet snow. The boss leaped at him. The beast impaled chin on its horn. Blood gushed from its mouth. In the memory, the protagonist scratched his chin and explained that the enemy's speed was the biggest problem, adding that a skeleton would break immediately, and that constructing a trap from wooden railings would take too long. Frowning menacingly, the boy realized he would have to stop the predator himself, and expressed outrage at why his comrade had actually offered him a snack. Yujin smirked and asked if his ally doubted his own strength. The player's eyes lit up. The employee grabbed the horned fox by its fur. He barely managed to maintain his balance and stay on his feet. Thick snow rose high above the ground. The horn pierced the warrior, and the system activated the blessing of the river stick skill. The employee gritted his teeth and declared that he had managed to capture the enemy despite the excruciating pain. China managed to stop the monster and hold it in place. Yanqi gaped in amazement, wondering how such a thing was even possible. The girl's brows furrowed in sadness, realizing her ally couldn't stand there forever, and she concluded that everything would be in vain unless they killed the beast. Suddenly, an arrow flew forward. It approached the boss. The enraged beast's eyes blazed with fire. Its pupils dilated. The boy stood nearby, bow in hand. Immediately, skeletons with weapons ran out from behind him. The woman looked ahead tensely. The commander watched the boy go, wondering if he really was below level 40. The undead attacked the predator. The captain's lips twitched, realizing that these humans were true monsters compared to them. A bright pillar of light appeared in the stadium as the system announced the user had successfully defeated the horned fox. Journalists began filming the squad and asked to interview Isaac. A diplomatic car drove past the crowd. The ranger pulled the boss's horn from his inventory. The necromancer picked up his phone and asked his comrade to publish his statement. Sechin was surprised that the client had returned so early and asked why he needed to make a statement. The representative of the Dark World clutched his horn and explained that they were willing to sacrifice the reward if the Messiah Guild desired it. China grinned furiously and asked if his comrade really wanted to hand over the artifact after everything they had been through. The man smiled, assuming his ally had a serious plan. The boy called them crazy. The protagonist lowered his gaze and asked his friend to emphasize the part about the Messiah Guild desiring the relic. The car drove along an empty highway. The broker promised to take care of it. News portals began publishing articles about how the guild wouldn't have been able to clear the dungeon without Isaac and that the Russian player wanted to continue their collaboration. Standing in the warehouse, Woojin realized he could rely on his allies in this matter, as they had completed everything quite quickly. A ringtone appeared on his phone screen. The car parked outside the mansion. Yang Wang held the remote control, and the TV was broadcasting speculation about Isaac's true identity. Sitting at the table, the man explained that everyone was talking about this Russian player. The guild leader smirked and declared that his comrade was doing a better job than expected. Raising his eyebrows, the director announced that the Skull Guild had completely shut down its operations in Korea and returned to Japan, and he was satisfied with the arrangement. The chairman snapped his fingers and concluded that an ally who had fulfilled their end of the bargain should be rewarded accordingly. The secretary placed a sheet of paper on the table, and the villain asked him not to get cocky and to continue developing, as he still had much work to do. The boy glanced at the Bloody Mist skill page. The villain placed his hands on the table and declared that his friend could become even better if he joined his elite squad. Yang Wang glanced at the TV screen. The host announced that the Messiah Guild was planning to send Isaac a modest gift as thanks for saving their members' lives. The man raised his hand and suggested that they would only lose by defending their pride. A recording of the young man's words appeared on his phone. Smiling, the player thought about how the Messiah would have tried to steal the horn through public opinion if he had remained silent, and realized that this only worked against those they considered enemies. Looking at the glittering artifact, the ranger decided that after such a gesture, the guild wouldn't dare call him an enemy, and assumed the scoundrels would try to save face as merciful heroes. With a sly frown, the necromancer realized they would have to pay a huge price for this, and said that their losses would depend on what they rewarded Isaac. The Dark World representative picked up the skill page and deduced that his ally wanted him to focus on leveling up. Sitting across from him, the protagonist asked if he could provide him with a few dungeons to level up in, and the guild leader replied that that would be no problem. Frowning, the director asked for an invoice and promised to take care of the rest. Woojin grinned and thanked him. A news clip appeared on the screen, and the host announced that the Messiah Guild was planning to generously reward the one who risked their life to save the world. Munching on a choco pie, China decided that their client had staged the whole donation charade knowing it would happen, and he was outraged that he would receive both the fox horn and the gift from Messiah. The boy popped the pastry into his mouth and wondered what they would send him. Sechin replied that it would be a golem summoning skill. The player leaned forward and asked how he knew, and the man explained that they decided everything before the public announcement. Smiling broadly, the broker said it was always best to give a gift before the press found out, adding that the guild had offered the skill themselves, and they'd accepted. The employee opened a news stack. Pointing at himself, the worker asked if he wasn't entitled to some kind of reward, fuming at having to work so hard for nothing. The businessman placed 4 boxes on the table and declared them his share. The director frowned slyly and asked if food as payment wouldn't be enough. China shook with tension, and Sechin explained that he'd been saving them specifically for this occasion. Pointing at the pile of boxes, the boy shouted that he knew perfectly well they were gifts sent to them by people who thought they were Russian, and declared that he, too, wanted a skill or item. The cardboard box contained empty choco pie packages. While devouring one pastry after another, the player asked what his boss was looking at for so long. The man explained that he had received a dungeon acquisition request from Ian Wang. Raising an eyebrow, the employee asked if they hadn't intended to end their partnership, reminding him of the time his boss had yelled at him and called him someone who only cared about lining his own pockets. Reading a book, the broker explained that the guild leader wanted to acquire several dungeons for his new elite soldier and remarked that he took good care of his subordinates. The employee slumped over the sofa and asked who they were talking about. The businessman replied that they knew each other very well. The employee, crossing his arms, realized it was Wu Jin and asked if they really wanted to work together to blackmail him. The director replied that it was called business. Sechin placed the document on the table and suggested that it looked quite good. Taking the paper, China read that it was a survival quest and said that dungeons that made this immediately obvious were quite rare, so the boss should be able to make a good profit. The document stated that the team had to survive on the second floor for 7 days. The boy handed the paper to the boss and decided it looked like the perfect place to level up while risking their lives. The man asked why the employee was handing him the document. The employee asked what it meant, and the broker raised his hand and asked him to pass it on to Wu Jin. The document fell from the stunned player's hands, and the broker asked if he needed to level up too. The paper fell on the table, and the employee declared it wasn't the best idea. The businessman was pleased that his subordinate was starting to understand dungeons and asked him to hurry. A blue sky hung over the forest. The employee looked down in displeasure, indignant at having to go into a dungeon with this man again. The protagonist glanced back and suggested they start with a light stroll. A sign hung on the building for Hansung Group, the #1 financial company in South Korea. A crest depicting a cross appeared. This organization had become the most influential in the world, sponsoring the Messiah Guild. A nameplate sat on the table. Someone reported that Jihu had entered the dungeon with the promise of capturing Wu Jin, but never returned. Sitting at the table, Shin asked why he needed to do something no one asked of him, and expressed outrage that Gawain's necklace had been stolen, as it needed to be returned no matter the cost. Biting her lower lip, she considered how easy it would be to find a replacement for Jihu, and decided they didn't have anything that could replace Gawain's necklace. The masked man's eyes lit up. At first, the Skull Guild's frequent failures hadn't seemed like a big deal. The masters stood back to back, and that small spark turned into a flame, creating tension between the Messiah Guild and Ken and Hidaro. The crest was shattered, and the seemingly perfect alliance began to crumble. Yang Wang grinned maliciously. He was the source of all the trouble, and the woman realized she should have dealt with him sooner if she had known how things would turn out. The director placed a finger to her lips, concluding that now that his powers had grown so much, she needed to proceed gradually. The player turned her head and asked what had become of the newest member of the elite squad. A subordinate asked if they were talking about Wu Jin. The man adjusted his collar and explained that they were doing everything possible to get rid of him, but Chief Phoenix was protecting him with all his might, so they couldn't even get close to him. The employee added that the chairman was supplying the soldier with items and skill pages. Shin raised her hand and asked him to stop making excuses. The girl frowned sternly and declared that she wanted to know about the plans to eliminate him. The employee lowered his head and reported that they had already formed a team to capture him, and that Aichi would lead it. Narrowing her eyes, the woman suggested she could trust the one holding Lancelot's ring and asked where he was now. The subordinate replied that the hunting dog had left for Kaesong City, fully prepared. Holding the skill page in his hands, the protagonist rejoiced at reaching level 40 and the opportunity to use the gifts he'd received. Wiping his chin, China reflected on his ally's growing admiration and decided that only he could level up so quickly and so easily. Spears protruded from the pit. Setting traps after exploring the area was more important than it first seemed. The monsters bared their fangs. The boy knew not only the type of monsters and their numbers depending on the dungeon, but also their locations, and he also had information on the most effective ways to defeat them. The boy frowned menacingly, concluding that all this seemed like it had happened to him before. The ranger grinned and declared that he could escape unscathed even from a tiger's den. Standing before him, the player suggested they calmly and leisurely clear the dungeon, since they had already achieved their goal. Raising his index finger, the necromancer replied that he had learned new skills to put them to use, adding that this way they would understand how much offensive power they truly possessed. After a while, the representative of the dark world emerged from the portal. The employee fell to his knees, and Sejong immediately ran to them. The girl looked at her friend with concern and asked if he was all right. The woman sat down next to him and assumed he was injured. The employee's empty eyes widened and he said he was very hungry. China fell to the ground and declared that even slaves were fed. The protagonist asked if he could meet Sejong, and the secretary confirmed this. The assistant handed him a phone and asked the client to contact the boss through it. Putting the phone to his ear, Wu Jin thought that the broker was probably in Kaesong and said he wanted to go somewhere. Sejong looked at his phone and concluded that of all the possible options, it had to be Kaesong. He imagined the map and imagined how, after the gates appeared, isolated North Korea had cracked open a small door for the rest of the world to help. That door was the small city of Kaesong. Handcuffs and blood were visible, everyone had free reign, and destroying the dungeon meant absolute permissiveness. As a result, Kaesong became a haven for players who had committed crimes, and over time, it became completely consumed by the thirst for profit. The bus was heading to North Korea. The boy was trembling with fear. A hooligan approached him and asked if he was a porter helping them retrieve as many items as possible from the dungeon. The disguised protagonist adjusted his glasses and replied that it was a lie. The stranger smirked and said it was clear to everyone that he was new here and didn't look like someone wanted for a serious crime. He asked if Wu Jin had tricked anyone. The entire bus was filled with passengers with creepy smiles, until the bully said that most of them were rapists and murderers, but they weren't touched because they were gamblers. The guy grinned broadly and added that they could return anytime if they found a way to get money, then asked how the protagonist had ended up there. The young man fidgeted with his fingers, saying he had been betrayed by someone he trusted. The stranger sat down next to him and said he had no idea who the traitor was, but he had to pay. Then he walked away and finally told Wu Jin to call him if he needed help. The protagonist pushed his glasses higher, his eyes shining brightly. He imagined Sejuan's face and thought he would definitely make him pay for betraying the entire world. A message on his phone said these people were expendable, so there shouldn't be any problems. The bus slammed to a halt. 4 people approached the vehicle and told the passengers to disembark. A light was on in a tall building, and someone asked in shock if Kaesong was in North Korea. Jin was cleaning his mouth with a toothpick, saying his friend was crazy to go there, saying the worst villains gathered there. The man closed his eyes and called the guy crazy. Then he jumped up and, with his mouth wide open, yelled that he had come here at night to suck him dry. The blonde man raised a finger and said that Wu Jin had mentioned the skin of a spiny snake yesterday, to which Sechan replied that he had no idea why the player was going to Kaesong anyway. He closed his eyes and added that it was very inopportune. They sat across from each other, and the man explained that there was a monster stronger than the main character. Sechan touched his chin and said that he was currently around level 50, and at that rank, no one could compare to him. He silently hoped that the two wouldn't run into each other. China raised an eyebrow and replied that it was impossible for anyone stronger than their comrade to exist, and even if there were, his name would surely be well known. The man opened his mouth and replied that he had probably already heard of Aichi, the Messiah Guild's hunting dog. The scoundrel had spoken on the phone about how he would soon begin preparations. A crowd surrounded him, and he informed them that the queen wanted them to maintain their current leveling rate because of their next target. As passengers disembarked, Aichi announced that their next target was Yujin. The protagonist exited the vehicle. He saw a crowd in the distance, discussing their orders. The leader narrowed his eyes and said that since the new victim was known, they needed to quickly clear this dungeon and begin their investigation. He then asked about the porters. A subordinate stood before him, saying they'd received a message from the man they'd left in charge and that everything was fine, so they could continue with the plan. Yujin pursed his lips and thought he hadn't expected to meet Aichi like this. After all, just a few days ago he'd been avoiding him like no one else. He imagined the warrior's silhouette and thought that this hunting dog would tear anyone to pieces for the Messiah Guild. Having barely reached level 100, he was limited in his actions because that level was too high. He recalled their previous encounter and wondered if that was why the Messiah had to raise a new dog to work in the shadows. He imagined the blonde man and thought he'd learn all this later. But if things hadn't been that way, the scoundrel wouldn't have come looking for him personally. The protagonist frowned and decided he shouldn't underestimate Aichi, as he'd likely already obtained Lancelot's ring, and if he wasn't stopped now, this monster would be impossible to stop. A system notification appeared in the air, informing the players that they needed to defeat a red orc to advance to the next level. Blood splattered. People ran to their comrade, shouting that one of the porters had just killed one of their men and escaped. Aichi crouched, looking at the corpse. He frowned, thinking that the unknown assailant had killed him without hesitation, delivering a single, precise blow to his vitals. Touching the warrior's head, the man concluded that this man had killed before. The leader stood up and announced a change in their plans, ordering them to take care of the remaining porters. The warrior picked up his sword. The blade emitted a bright light. Then he extended his hand. Aichi's subordinates surrounded the porters. One of them raised his hands and asked what was wrong, as they didn't even have weapons in their inventory. He was attacked with multiple blows, not even having time to finish explaining that he had a separate contract. He fell, spraying blood, right in front of his comrades. The man sweated and screamed loudly that they must run. Screaming loudly, they fell to the ground in the middle of the forest. Blood spread beneath their bodies. The warrior swung his sword and asked the captain if they should split up and find the enemy. Aichi looked down and said that the enemy was stalling for time and most likely planned to eliminate them individually once they were separated. Suddenly, a tree fell in the distance with a loud crash. The leader immediately glanced to the side. A huge stone golem stood there. The captain looked away and said that this guy's protector was an envoy from the underworld. He frowned, deciding the golem was a distraction. He then ordered everyone to deal with the monster and then pursue the enemy. The mage cast a seal in the air, activating his fountain of knowledge guardian skill. Roots sprouted from the ground and bound the monster's limbs. The others ran forward, shouting that golems were highly resistant to cutting weapons, so it was better to use blunt weapons. Then the young man struck the enemy with a hammer, shouting that it would be better to cut off its legs first. 2 warriors attacked the enemy simultaneously. Someone touched his face and thought that they were capable of using weapons without orders, worked well as a team, and also knew where to aim first. The monster's body shattered into tiny fragments. One of the soldiers leaped upward, intending to strike again. He raised his hammer high. Then a powerful explosion thundered across the battlefield. Dust rose for a long distance. The man turned and broke into a sweat, not understanding the sound. Suddenly, something flew through the air. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. He clutched his face, but Eiichi managed to step in front of him. A broken arrow fell to the ground. The healer broke out in a sweat and apologized to the captain in a trembling voice. The man closed his eyes and replied that one shouldn't underestimate the enemy just because he was alone. He glanced to the side and thought that the man was aiming precisely at the healer while the others were busy with the golem. An arrow lay on the ground, and the leader thought that he must have incredibly good skills, since he was capable of long-range attacks and summoning monsters. Eiichi turned sharply, hearing another attack. An army of strange creatures was approaching them. The soldier drew an arrow and shouted that he would buy himself some time. Then he released the projectile. Numerous arrows flew through the air, shining brightly as they approached the enemies. Suddenly, their tips struck something. The arrows passed through the bodies of the opponents. The archer's mouth dropped open in horror at the sight. The strangers continued to run toward them. It was a huge skeleton, swinging its sword. The enemy slashed the archer across the face, blood spurting. The young man leaped away from the monster in 2 leaps. He frowned, thinking he was too agile for a skeleton warrior. A mob of undead attacked the guild. The young man waved his hand and thought they weren't stopping, since they didn't have to worry about getting hurt. He gritted his teeth in tension and thought he never even heard of such monsters, who fought with their minds. Eiichi sliced through the enemy's body with a few swings of his weapon. He glanced to the side and thought the skeletons were mimicking their master's movements. He stood behind one of the enemies, concluding that this gave him an idea of their summoner's abilities. Then the leader ran past the undead at breakneck speed, deciding that nothing good would come of this after all. The enemy's body was cut in 2. The warrior turned and gaped in shock. Eiichi, his expression stern, shouted that they shouldn't relax, thinking they were just skeletons. They should treat them like veteran players and use their full strength. He turned and ordered his subordinates to aim for areas unprotected by armor. The young man rushed forward and shouted for his comrades to focus on gaps in their armor. The guild members attacked the monster with renewed vigor. 2 of them destroyed 1 enemy. Eiichi ran forward, thinking he sensed the presence of the undead master somewhere nearby, hiding. He glanced to the side, wanting to deal with him. In the distance, he saw a man in a cloak. The leader stopped abruptly, falling to his knees. Then, with lightning speed, he rushed toward his enemy. The man swung his sharp sword. A white flash appeared in the air. The captain had cut only a shred of clothing. He frowned and looked away. Another flash of light. A man was visible behind the cloak. The protagonist had adopted a disguise with a skull mask. Eiichi frowned, thinking it was the spiny snake hunter, Isaac Ivanov. The skeleton fell to the ground and shattered. The warrior gritted his teeth and declared that they had only 2 enemies left. The protagonist's face was hidden by the mask. He and Eiichi stood facing each other, and the soldier couldn't understand why he had attacked them, considering they were on friendly terms. Suddenly, Yujin turned around and decided it was time to put the second part of the plan into action. He and the remaining monsters fled from the guild. The leader frowned, thinking that if they gave the necromancer time, they would lose their advantage. The soldier opened his mouth wide and shouted that they must catch the enemy, to which the captain replied that they would wait until they learned his intentions. The boy rushed forward, shouting that they didn't have time for this and that the necromancer was clearly weakened. He disappeared behind a tree, and Eiichi guessed the protagonist possessed more than just summoning skills. He opened his mouth wide and ordered his subordinate to retreat, as it was a trap. The next moment, a powerful explosion was heard. A brown fog rose in the forest. The warriors covered their mouths, unsure of the ominous smoke. The captain turned and shouted for them to be ready, as they didn't know what would happen next. The fog still hadn't lifted. The knight clasped his hand and apologized for losing his composure. Suddenly, he coughed up blood. Eiichi looked down and realized his blood was black. The healer ran forward, shouting that he would help his comrade now. Suddenly, the leader raised his hand and explained that it was too late. Then the soldier fell to his knees. He began to tremble, declaring that it was only poison and that he was still fine. He ran forward, shouting loudly that he didn't want to die here. Suddenly, a bright streak flashed through the air. The captain swung his weapon. His subordinate fell, and he thought that nothing indicated the protagonist was using poison, but he had used it, and it was so deadly that his soldier died instantly. Blood sprayed past Aichi's face. He couldn't understand why the enemy hadn't used this skill from the start. Suddenly, he glanced sharply to the side. Black blood was streaming down the face of one of the guild members. Another had the same thing on his ribs. The boy clutched the wound on his hand and asked why the mist wasn't clearing. The captain opened his mouth wide and loudly ordered everyone to retreat from the toxic smoke. The healer's eyes widened in shock and he claimed he felt nothing, but then abruptly fell silent mid-sentence. Then, all the guild members began to fall under the poison's influence, and Eiichi thought this was exactly what Yujin had intended. He wanted the toxic fog to strip him and his subordinates of their protection. Suddenly, a huge skeletal warrior appeared behind him. The man turned around. He jumped back and realized the enemy was targeting his subordinates. The protagonist appeared next to him. Red and blue flashes were visible. The 2 men were left alone on the battlefield. Eiichi frowned when the system notified him that an executioner of holy light had taken an interest in this battle. The blond man looked up, and the system also informed him that an envoy from the underworld had taken an interest in this battle. A golden light appeared in Yujin's chest, and the captain thought he might die if he wasn't careful. A tall building was visible. The secretary approached the man and informed him that the protagonist had gone underground. Second touched his face and concluded that his comrade was targeting the Messiah Guild, and he would make a fine ally if he returned alive. He raised his hand and informed the girl that the time had come. The broker frowned and said he was referring to the pharaoh's power. Fallen warriors lay on the ground. Eiichi had destroyed the skeleton while Wu Jin knelt nearby. The captain glanced away and asked if the enemy had finished with all his tricks. Blood was pouring from the boy's mouth, and he thought that even though he had used all the effects of the sun's blessing on himself, there was a huge difference between them, and this scoundrel was far stronger. Kneeling, the protagonist reflected that he had been overconfident when he thought he was ready to face Eiichi. They stood facing each other, and the man admitted it was his first time dealing with someone, but the blonde had lost so much blood that he didn't have long to live. The leader looked at his hand and said that if it weren't for that ring, he would already be dead, just like his subordinates. Blood was trickling down his leg. He thought that if he lost any more of it, he would die too. Then Eiichi swung his sword and said goodbye to Yujin. The protagonist gritted his teeth, looking up. He remembered the director's face, who had told him that the doctors wouldn't be able to help him if he was fatally wounded, as his blood was poisonous. Then he remembered the secretary approaching him and informing him that the boss had prepared something especially for him. Handing the boy a skill page, she added that it could save his life at least once. Suddenly, the necromancer's eyes widened. He jumped up from his knees and leaped toward the guild leader. The enemy gritted his teeth, thinking this young man would fight to the last. The protagonist extended his hand forward. Suddenly, a fresh wound appeared on Eiichi's stomach. He began to fall backward, dropping his sword. Then they both collapsed to the ground. The captain lay on his back, the system reporting profuse bleeding. The blond man lowered his head. While the enemy coughed up blood, he approached him and said that someone like him should know Sejun's true nature. He asked why Eiichi still obeyed this scoundrel. The man smiled and laughed, replying that everyone says the world is going mad, but that's far from true. Black liquid flowed from Wujin's mouth as the enemy remarked that for those with power, ruling the world is justice, and that it's foolish to try to ignore the laws of nature. The necromancer removed the ring from his finger. Holding the artifact in his hand, the young man said that he was stronger than the leader, and therefore he should easily accept death at his hands. Trees were visible. A bright light appeared in the sky, and the system reported the opening of the Eye of Anubis. The protagonist frowned. A man in a black suit stood before him. He handed him a radio and told him to take it. Wu Jin held the device to his face and asked if there was any problem with killing the Messiah's guard dog. Second held the radio in his hand. He replied with a smile that he had no problem, but he hadn't thought the necromancer would be so much trouble. Now he understood his message loud and clear. The protagonist remained silent, and the broker asked if he would like to meet and discuss business when he returned from Kaesong. The young man removed his glasses, and Second added that it was an important matter that they should discuss in person. The young man's eyes lit up, and he replied that everything suited him, so he saw no reason to refuse, especially if he wanted to discuss the destruction of the Messiah. Drops of dew gathered on the grass. The girl approached the crates. She raised her hand to open one. Inside was a photograph of herself, smiling happily and standing next to someone else. Sejun bit her lower lip. Then she turned and walked away. From a distance, the forest was visible ablaze. Someone blew a whistle. A warrior with a sword in his hand shouted loudly, signaling a retreat. The forest was filled with armored men running away. Someone was walking in the opposite direction. The stranger gritted his teeth and said words of thanks in Russian. A ring glowed on the man's hand. He wanted to grab the burning thing. The protagonist raised his hand to the screen, asking if the man was afraid of getting a slight burn, and he replied that he was simply wondering if this plan was even feasible. Wu Jin looked straight at him and asked him to wait 5 seconds, and he would take care of the rest. The interlocutor caught Lancelot's ring. He looked at the artifact, and the protagonist advised him to wear it. The man sweated in horror, thinking the boy was proposing to him. The blond man turned away and told him not to talk nonsense. He explained that it was Lancelot's ring, which protected the wearer from almost everything except burns. The necromancer smiled and explained that if the firefox's flames had any negative effects on the man, the ring would save his life, and in dungeons of rank A and above, such risks were unavoidable. The player gritted his teeth, thinking that the young man had promised to buy him as much food as he wanted if he could hold off the firefox for 5 seconds. Then he quickly ran away, thanking Yujin again in Russian. The player and the predator approached each other. The fox clenched its sharp teeth as the man grabbed its neck. He squeezed his wrist, forming a strong lock. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed loudly. The enemy's eyes began to emanate flames. The blonde gritted his teeth and began to sweat. Then he opened his mouth wide and screamed in pain. The system notified him that he was blinded by the curse of darkness, and the ring activated a powerful resistance. The player frowned and decided that he would succeed no matter what, and he would eat until the boy's wallet was empty. The air filled with fire. Yujin pulled a weapon from his inventory. A loud explosion echoed. The boy rushed forward. His acquaintance pressed himself against the fox. The monster opened its jaws wide. Someone placed a newspaper on the table. It stated that the Japanese government was granting the Messiah Guild permission to raid the dungeon. Sechin crossed his arms and thought that if they had acquired Japan's national treasure, an A+ rank dungeon, then they had something with which to blackmail other countries. He touched his chin and reflected that since Wujin's return, the guild's actions had become more aggressive, and it was quite possible they controlled not only Japan but also China and America. The secretary entered the office and greeted the boss. He frowned and looked away. The girl's heels were covered in dirt and grass. She went behind the desk and said she was currently presenting the report the man had asked her to make. Sei-chan took the calendar and told her she didn't have to rush, as work hadn't started yet. Looking at the dates, he realized he hadn't noticed how quickly time had flown. He realized where Sejun was. Today was her birthday. The broker, smiling, decided to buy her something and offered to have steak for lunch today. The secretary peeked out from behind her computer and asked if the boss had received a free coupon or something. Their office building was visible, from which Sechan's angry shout was heard. The airport sign shone brightly. The boy walked with his suitcase, thinking that he might already be dead if Yujin hadn't lent him Lancelot's ring. He frowned, thinking he hadn't expected the Firefox's flames to cause such damage. He remembered how his mouth had widened in pain and concluded that the protagonist had calculated everything and come prepared. The blonde gritted his teeth, deciding he had a long way to go, when someone suddenly said they would be separated here. The player placed a hand on the necromancer's shoulder and said he must keep his promise before leaving. The protagonist turned around, and his companion reminded him that he had promised him plenty of food. The boy, with a serious expression, said he had only lasted 4.9 seconds. China grimaced in anger and shouted that this was nonsense, and that he had lasted at least 50 seconds. Wujin walked away from him while he ran after him, screaming loudly, begging for food. Someone was reading a newspaper, reporting that Isaac Ivanov had successfully cleared the Firefox dungeon. Yang Wang smiled and said that at first he thought he was just a fool hanging around. The protagonist sat across from him, agreeing with his words. A secretary entered the office and announced that she needed to report something to the president. The protagonist looked away, and the girl added that she'd return later since there was a visitor. The man looked down and replied that she could say it now. Sejun approached him and told him that John, the man they'd been trying to recruit, had joined the Messiah Guild. The protagonist frowned, thinking about how much later they'd begun collaborating. He remembered Aichi's face and assumed that his murder might have set the chain of events in motion. He decided he needed to understand the situation and adjust his plan. Yang Wang leaned back in his chair and said he'd wanted to use John to keep the Messiah in check, but now he'd become a threat. A long wooden table sat in the center of the office, and the president concluded they'd have to come up with a plan B. Wujin looked down and asked about Isaac, whom he just mentioned. The man frowned and replied that it would be wonderful to recruit him, but they had no information on him, so it wouldn't be easy. The secretary held up a tablet, explaining that this guy had recently been appearing quite frequently on the black market, seeking to acquire a skeleton knight skill page. Yang Wang touched his face. Then he smiled and suggested that it might be much simpler than he thought. The protagonist smiled slyly too. A full moon shone above the skyscraper. Shinhee approached the guy and informed him of Aichi's death. She sweated profusely and added that all his subordinates had met the same fate. Closing her eyes, the girl reported that the base in Kaesong had been destroyed without a trace. The blonde man turned around and asked who dared provoke them like that. The girl trembled with fear, explaining that one of Yang Wang's men had been spotted in Kaesong under a false name, and that they had made the first move. She stood at a distance, and the boss asked how she had reacted. Shinhee, sweating profusely, said she had already taken action. She recalled signing the document and said that soon, the reckless attempt to keep the Messiah Guild under control would lead to the villain's demise. Yang Wang and Spell shook hands. A silhouette appeared on the screen. The girl pointed to it and announced that they had recruited this man to spy on Isaac. The man's face was hidden by a hood, and Shinhee explained that he was a player who was showing ambition by spreading his powers across Europe. She imagined a skeleton and added that its protector was an envoy from the underworld. The girl imagined a crowd of monsters and suggested that John was capable of producing an infinite number of skeletons to create an army. The undead overwhelmed the monster, and the girl said that players who witnessed his overwhelming power called him the king of the immortals. John sat on a skeletal horse, wearing a hood. In the center was a round table, and the girl said that instead of the mysterious Isaac, it would be easier to deal with John, since he was open about his intentions. Shin looked away and added that because of this man, they had suffered too many losses, so they would use the king of the immortals to keep an eye on Isaac. She flinched in fear when Sejong placed a hand on her shoulder. The girl turned around, and he said she was right, because the greater their desire, the easier it was to deal with them. Fear was in her eyes. A shadow hid the boy who had said he liked this nickname for John. The necromancer's face was visible on the screen. The blonde man walked away, saying he'd give Shinhee one last chance. She lowered her head, horrified. The president walked toward the car. The headlights blazed brightly. He scratched his chin. The secretary turned and asked if the negotiations with the Frontier Guild had failed, to which the man replied that everything was fine. He narrowed his eyes and added that those guys from Frontier had long wanted to enter the Korean market, but as rivals of the Messiah, their pride wouldn't allow them to bow down for that. The girl turned around and said that a partnership with one of the 5 largest guilds in the world seemed like an excellent opportunity to keep the Messiah in check. Yanwon tapped his fingers on the car and said that there was no such thing as a free lunch. He figured that people who were kind to him were probably plotting and gossiping behind his back. He turned to the window and decided that if the Frontier Guild was going to deceive him, he would use their fame against them. The man frowned and ordered Sejuan to summon the protagonist to the guild headquarters the following morning. The Phoenix Guild building was visible. Wu Jin raised an eyebrow and asked if he simply needed to work with Frontier. The president raised a finger and replied that he simply needed to gain their protection and level up peacefully. They sat across from each other, and Yanwon announced that they would be going to the dungeon in 2 days. The elevator arrived at the first floor. The protagonist took off his jacket, thinking that to maintain control of the Messiah, he had to involve third parties. But these actions seemed a bit obvious, and Shinhee had probably already guessed at all of Yang Wang's plans. He held the clothes in his hand, thinking that it was highly likely that Frontier and the Messiah were working together behind the scenes. Then he took out his phone and decided that relying on guesswork was a bad idea, so he needed more data. The lanterns shone brightly in the night. The necromancer sat at the table while someone discussed the meeting with Frontier. The man smiled broadly and said he was glad to have joined Yang Wang's elite squad. Someone slowly opened the door. Jamie smiled and announced that he was part of the Frontier Guild's legal team. He stood in front of the table and explained why their guild was doing everything possible to ensure their safety. Leafing through the documents, the lawyer said it would be in their best interest for newcomers to follow their rules. From now on, they were forbidden from entering any dungeon without a boundary escort. Looking straight ahead, Jamie added that they were not to do anything in the dungeon. The boy stood up and, stunned, asked what he meant. The man pointed at the contract and reminded him that it only specified safety during leveling. He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and added that the document made no mention of respecting their rights and freedoms. Then he forcibly seated the newcomer in a chair. With a creepy smile, Jamie told them not to even think about undertaking any action in the dungeon and simply allowed their guild to spoon-feed them like small children. The lawyer returned and said he would personally inform Yang Wang that the contract was being annulled due to their unwillingness to cooperate. He then approached the door and concluded that he would assume they agreed, and they would be heading to the dungeon in 30 minutes. The young man looked down and assumed they were planning to control the president's men under the guise of fulfilling the contract. He then put the phone to his ear and stood up. Someone said they needed to drastically change their plans. Sechin looked at the documents, saying that entering the dungeon wasn't the best idea, and after some searching, he realized that Messiah and Frontier were in cahoots. He stood by the window, commenting that Messiah's recent actions were strange, but he hadn't expected them to join forces with one of America's strongest guilds. The broker looked away and suggested Wu Jin abandon the dungeon, but the boy replied that he underestimated him. Standing to the side, the protagonist said that to catch a tiger, one must enter its lair, but Sechin disagreed, considering this reckless. The necromancer smiled and said they wouldn't be talking now if he weren't reckless, and now wasn't the best time for negotiations. The man sweated profusely and decided they needed to come up with a new plan as soon as possible. He remained silent when the protagonist asked him to keep him updated on any new information and to deal with the consequences. Then he smiled and agreed, telling Wu Jin to rampage as much as he wanted, and he would deal with the consequences. A bright light shone in the middle of the forest, and the system announced a level increase. Several people were visible. The players looked at each other. One of them yawned and said that this was already their third dungeon, but he still couldn't get used to them just sitting around doing nothing. The guys sat nearby, saying it wasn't so bad because they were earning money without working hard, and at this rate, they would soon be able to clear the dungeon with Yan Wei. The player looked away, saying there had been no official announcement, and his companion replied that they had already begun recruiting players for the elite squad. The protagonist frowned and suggested that the Frontier Guild was accelerating its purges to weaken the Phoenix Guild president, and that their plan would be much easier to execute once he entered the dungeon. The system reported a purge. The players rose from the rock and began to stretch. Sam placed his spear on his shoulder and said he hadn't given them permission to stand up. The protagonist turned around, and one of the newcomers said they had seen a notification about the purge's completion. The blonde frowned and reminded them that they weren't here to make friends and that they were forbidden to do anything in the dungeon unless ordered. The necromancer looked away. The Phoenix Guild building was visible. Seichan smiled and said that Yang Wan was a remarkable man, vigilant enough to prevent scoundrels from doing shady things behind his back. A newspaper lay on the table, and the broker said it might end soon because the president was losing patience and had issued a press release much earlier than expected. Wu Jin pressed the phone to his ear, saying it was crucial for him to lay the foundation as soon as possible, so he didn't really have much of a choice. Sejun brought the documents to the boss, and he said that the moment Yang Wan entered the dungeon, those hooligans would reveal their true colors, but the necromancer would be able to figure it out without his help. The broker smiled and said he should have the information tomorrow, and Wu Jin would find it interesting. The worker stood by the tree. The protagonist frowned. He crossed his arms and said he'd expected Seichan to come here. The secretary smoothed her hair and replied that quite a while had passed. She remembered the broker, his expression pensive, saying he had to meet the necromancer in person at least once. Suddenly, he glanced at Sejong, who said their meeting was scheduled for tomorrow and that she could go in her boss's place. She looked down and added that it was important to her, too. They sat down in the cafe, and the woman informed him that important matters had come up at the last minute. She reached into her bag. Then Sejong pulled out documents and said the plan would be carried out without any problems. The young man leafed through the papers. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. As he leafed through the documents, he realized that they contained information not only about the main members of the Messiah, but also about the guilds with which they had close ties. The secretary drank her coffee. She looked away and reported that, according to the information they had found, the Messiah Guild had infiltrated not only the frontier, but also the 5 leading guilds in the world. Outside, a worker was sawing down a tree while Sejuan explained that they first needed to destroy the hands assisting the Messiah. The log began to fall, and the young man asked if she suggested they start trimming the branches. The secretary looked straight ahead and confirmed this, adding that only then would they see a glimmer of hope. The sun shone over the felled tree. Then the girl placed a folder on the table and said that such payment should be more than enough. The protagonist opened the folder and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Sejuan looked down and said that the information contained in this document was priceless. It contained a list of items used by the Messiah Guild. She pictured the faces of the villains and their artifacts, adding that it also included suspected Messiah rats in the 5 leading guilds. She even included legendary items. The young man smiled and replied that she was right, and this payment was more than enough. He flipped through the report again. Inside was a dossier on a man named Sam Oliver. Wu Jin remembered his face and realized this guy had been following him. Now he knew he wielded Percival's spear. The player frowned and asked the girl to pass on a message for Seichan. Then he pointed to a photo of the blonde man and asked the boss to get him the same one as last time. A bright light was shining behind the fence. The muscle man raised his hands and asked what had happened to the guy and why he kept zoning out. Sam, with a goofy smile, replied that he was just lost in thought and that they only had to eliminate one guy. The bearded man chuckled and said he expected there to be many, then called his partner lucky. Sam's sweat dropped and said the other teams had to deal with the 4 and 7 people. He thought he'd considered himself lucky too, until Chief Naomi called him. The woman was sitting at the table with him, telling him that Yanwan had already entered the dungeon, so they could begin today. She held documents in her hand, asking if the young man had taken good care of Percival's spear. She informed him that the protagonist had survived several assassination attempts by other guilds and was high on the hit list. The woman frowned and said they hadn't lent the spear to the player for his pretty eyes. The blonde man gritted his teeth and thought that he had to succeed no matter what. He couldn't let his weapon be taken. The guild members gathered to enter the dungeon. The system notified them that they must survive for 4 days to advance to the next level. Sam looked up and thought this was a stupid quest, and if their target started to run away, they would have to pursue him for 4 days. His eyes reddened as he thought that if the target were to survive and advance to the next level, things would become much more difficult. Yujin stood nearby. Then he turned away and realized they were planning to make their move on the first level. The boy smiled, thinking it was time for him to make his move. Sam's legs were visible, and they asked him when they were starting. The blonde, narrowing his eyes, asked back whether they really needed to drag him along, and suggested finishing it off quickly, taking him aside, finishing him off, and making it look like an accident. The protagonist walked away, and someone heard his destination. Yujin's lips lifted. The boy's gaze snapped to the side. A moment later, the protagonist bolted, and someone ordered him captured. Holding a weapon in his hand, the spearman clarified what they were doing and shouted for them to run after him. The protagonist ran past the warriors. The young man, raising his eyebrows, asked what had suddenly happened, to which he was told that he must have eaten something wrong. The man, spreading his arms, remarked that the foul air was the least of their problems, and that it was about to get even more stifling. Trees could be seen rushing past in the dark night. The players, running through the forest, couldn't figure out where Yujin had gone. The knight, clenching his jaw, said he thought they'd lost him, as the trees obscured their view. His partner then suggested they split up and tried to find him, as he couldn't have gone far. Turning his head, the fighter countered that this was a survival quest, and the place was teeming with monsters, and if they split up, they'd expose themselves to even greater danger. When they asked him what to do, he replied that they needed to go back and discuss it with Sam. The protagonist stood in a tree, and the players discussed something he couldn't have guessed. Suddenly, the protagonist landed on the ground. The boy stuck his hand into a magical space. Holding the ring between his fingers, the young man said that due to tight security, he had never had the chance to test it, but now the opportunity presented itself. A terrifying monster appeared. Yujin imagined the beast surrounded by powerful flames, and at the same time announced that a trophy of war had been obtained in the A-rank Fire Fox dungeon, an Ultra Plus ring. The artifact shone brightly, and the system recorded its stats. Suddenly, the artificial intelligence announced that all skill ranks had been increased by 1, and the skeleton warrior ability had gained a new level. Smiling, the protagonist thought he could finally summon a new skeleton warrior. A second later, the monster's paw appeared. The protagonist sharply turned his gaze to the side. A huge number of wolves were visible, and the young man muttered that it was just in time and that he should increase his strength a little. A view of the warriors opened up, and it was clear that everything was not going according to plan. The man, holding out his hand, asked if it was possible someone had leaked the information, or if there was a traitor among them. He couldn't explain it otherwise. Sam, parting his lips, replied that if someone had leaked the information, he would have brought reinforcements rather than run away, or even come here in the first place. The knight, sweat pouring down his face, asked what he was planning to do, as they couldn't just wait for him to show up. Looking away, the blonde man urged them to calm down, and explained that now that they were here, they would have to make the most of this quest, and they wouldn't kill monsters until they collapsed from exhaustion. He also suggested focusing on finding him quietly. There were bodies lying on the ground, and when they asked the guy if he'd killed them, he said he'd gotten rid of them before things got out of hand, adding that they needed to move before the monsters were drawn to the scent of blood. The fighters were seen running quickly through the forest, and the young man thought that so far everything was going according to Chief Naomi's information, but he wasn't easy to handle. Clenching his jaw, Sam muttered that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't comprehend what was happening. The players moved past the remains of the monsters, and then the blonde man wondered if he had been hunting when he ran away. Turning his gaze to the side, the boy was greatly surprised. Suddenly, a powerful explosion sounded. Shielding his hand from the smoke, the young man realized that everything had now fallen into place. They themselves had become the target. Holding his weapon in hand, the spearman shouted that it looked like a trap and that they should prepare for the impending attack. The man, jaw open in pain, reported that his arm had been wounded and asked for treatment quickly. Confused, his brows lowered, the warrior asked if it was a skeletal warrior. Suddenly, the undead creature attacked him. The fighter turned around and exclaimed that he should do something. The knight added that he couldn't see anything because of the dust, and at that very moment, a magical beam flew at him. Clenching his jaw, Sam muttered that at this rate, he'd be rid of them faster than they could strike back. Suddenly, the system indicated that the wind wall skill had been used, after which the hunter thrust his spear into the ground. A thick haze erupted from its force. The blond man glanced back sharply. A huge skeleton swung his sword. The boy quickly jumped back. His spear broke in two. Then the young man dropped the weapon to the ground. Frowning menacingly, the hunter remarked that he never would have thought he'd use it here. Suddenly, the player drew Percival's spear, and the system recorded its stats. Eugen, peering from behind a tree trunk, muttered that Percival's spear was the third legendary item in the Knights of the Round Table set and had already encountered a player wielding it. Sam furiously attacked the skeleton, and at that moment, the protagonist added that since it had enhanced penetration, its strike could not be blocked by armor of a unique rank. A huge hole appeared in the monster's body, and it occurred to the protagonist that the wounds inflicted by this spear could not be healed for a certain period of time. Eugen's gaze was serious. Dark energy was visible near his feet. The hunter raised an eyebrow in surprise. The boy, standing next to the fallen enemy, wondered why they were retreating. A leg of the undead appeared. The young man frowned sharply. Suddenly, a skeletal beast appeared. The player, looking to the side, realized he was moving too quickly. A second later, the monster took off. It leaped in all directions, leaving magical traces, and Sam thought he had decent speed. The blonde held his spear tightly. Baring his teeth, the boy added that now all he had to do was wait for him to strike again, and then he'd be able to reach it, and with Percival's spear, one blow should be enough. The skeletal beast was rapidly approaching the young man. The player's weapon glowed brightly, and the system reported that the final strike skill had been used. A moment later, the hunter lunged toward his opponent. Sam sharply drew his spear. The monster dodged the blow. Through sweat on his face, the blonde was very surprised that he had dodged it. The undead creature appeared at the boy's side. The boy's eyes widened in confusion. The monster bit the hunter's arm, and he wondered how a mere skeletal warrior had managed to jump back at the right moment. The monster could be seen swinging the player back and forth. Imagining the undead transforming into a skeletal beast, Eugen explained that despite their sharp fangs and claws, a skeleton warrior in beast form was no different in strength from a skeleton in human form, and that human-type skeleton warriors could freely use various weapons, while beast-type skeletons were incapable of doing so. The monster seemed to move quickly, and then the protagonist added that, due to their humanoid body structure, human-type skeleton warriors did not move as quickly as beast-type skeleton warriors, who did so on all fours. The undead placed a paw on the blonde's back. Sam, clenching his jaw, thought he couldn't die here. Extending his hand, the boy muttered that even without an arm, as long as he could lift Percival's spear, there was definitely a chance. Suddenly, legs appeared near his weapon. The protagonist, raising the spear, noted that no matter how good it was, until he could strike, it was useless. Eugen narrowed his eyes and said he didn't know why they were targeting him. But since that was the case, any further conversation would be pointless. Jaw dropped, the young man shouted that he was simply following orders and had no choice. If he spared him, he would cooperate and tell him everything he knew, but if he killed him, he would become an enemy of the entire Frontier Guild. He also asked if he thought he could handle them. Then the protagonist lifted the corners of his lips. After a while, a view of a tall building opened up. Jamie, his mouth wide open, exclaimed that they had a serious problem. The madam, sitting at the desk, asked what he was talking about, to which she replied that she needed to check something urgently. A USB drive was inserted into the computer, and at that moment, the man reported that all their agents defending the entrance had been eliminated. Sweat trickled down the lady's face, and she could hear them shouting for the bastard to stop. The fighters fired toward the dark corridor. Suddenly, Sam attacked them with his spear. The girl's eyes widened, wondering what was going on here. The blonde man was covered in blood, and afterward, the lady couldn't understand why she had been so harsh with him. The lady's body shook as she heard him say it was over for Eugen, asking if he had forgotten their conversation, and then her assistant said he hadn't expected Sam to betray them. Clenching her jaw, the lady thought this was an emergency, and if Sam had betrayed them, knowing who was behind her, she was finished, and therefore she had to personally dispose of them before they found out. Suddenly, a large car appeared. The young man, arms crossed, said he had nothing to worry about, as the cleanup had been successful. The blonde man, smiling, explained that since the current task was completed, it was time to move on to the next step. China, jaw hanging open, asked if he had anything else in mind, and if he was planning on causing such a stir in the Frontier Guild, wouldn't it be better to lie low for a while? The protagonist, removing his mask, replied that he knew, and there was no better place to hide than a dungeon. In the past, Wu Jin, pointing to the document, asked for one more thing he'd mentioned earlier. An image of a hunter appeared, and the protagonist immediately revealed it was a mask with Sam's face. Grinning, the young man said that the perfect scene for graduating from a high-level dungeon had appeared just in time, and added that China should prepare. The immortal player, his mouth wide open, asked why him. With a menacing frown, his subordinate, Sechin, countered that he didn't even need to hide, so why should he go with him into this dungeon? At that moment, Wu Jin inquired about the situation with Frontier. The broker, sitting at his desk, said that no movement had been detected yet, and it seemed Chief Naomi was trying to handle this matter on her own without reporting it to her superiors. The protagonist explained that if that was the case, then it could be assumed that not the entire Frontier Guild was involved. The man, holding the phone to his ear, replied that they couldn't be sure yet, but Naomi could be an informant for the Messiah Guild, which they were hunting. Looking down, the protagonist muttered that the Frontier Guild was one of the 5 largest guilds in the world, and it seemed that the Messiah's filthy paws hadn't yet reached the foundations of Frontier, and even Sam's memories contained no information about any leaders other than Naomi. The rare item dealer, holding out his hand, noted that in any case, everything had already gone wrong, because Sam had betrayed them, and Chief Naomi would try to resolve this incident on her own before Yang Wang arrived. Curling the corners of his lips, Se-chan added that if Yang Wan learned the truth, it would be more than just a headache, and so he should hide in a dungeon while he scared Naomi with Sam's ghost. Turning his gaze to the side, Wu Jin said he was just about to do so, at which point the broker asked if he had already chosen which dungeon he would visit. His mouth slightly parted. The protagonist replied that he had chosen an A-rank dungeon in Taiwan, specifically the Frozen Forest Screamer. Lowering his eyebrows, the man asked why that one of all. The rare item dealer exclaimed that this dungeon had 23 failed attempts to clear it, and then China, clenching his jaw, wondered if he was crazy and if this was the dungeon he wanted to drag him into. The gentleman asked if he was aware that the Messiah had attempted to clear it 4 times, each time unsuccessful, and that other guilds had also temporarily halted their attempts. The protagonist then parted his lips and admitted he knew. Introducing a fearsome orc, the young man explained that even before his journey to the past, it hadn't been completely cleared, with the last number of failed attempts being 43, and that most of Taiwan was overrun with monsters because no one had been able to close the dungeon's gates. A small castle appeared, and the young man added that there was a level restriction for entering this dungeon, which is why even Sejong hadn't been able to do anything. A level 60 sign appeared, after which Wu Jin explained that he, too, wouldn't be able to clear it if his level exceeded 60. An open chest was visible, and the protagonist then said that if there was anything in this dungeon that could help in the fight against the Messiah, it would pass him by unnoticed. Lowering his brows, the protagonist considered that the information he possessed was insufficient to deal with him. Sechin remarked that, knowing him, there was no point in trying to stop him, as he would find a way anyway. At that moment, China, clenching his fists, muttered that the broker shouldn't give up. The man exclaimed that they would do something crazy again, causing sweat to stream down the immortal player's face. The rare item dealer asked Wu Jin what his chances were, to which he, looking to the side, replied that even with precise calculations, it was less than 10%. Grinning, the gentleman thought he probably meant the chance of failure, then declared that that would be enough. His subordinate's pupils suddenly turned white, and he realized it was all over, with a 10% chance of surviving. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist explained that as long as he wielded Percival's spear, he had no equal at level 2. Then Sechin said he'd make all the arrangements, and it would be easier if he used a different name. He also asked if anything else was needed. The young man, smiling, suggested requesting the Messiah's support through public pressure, then remarked that the guild couldn't handle it, so why bother? Newspapers appeared, stating that Isaac's next target was a 2-level dungeon in Taiwan called the Frost Forest of Cruelty. Newspapers were also visible, discussing the protagonist's request for the Messiah's help, with people saying it was about saving the world, and therefore the guild would be happy to help. The man parted his lips, wondering if the protagonist was heading to that dungeon in Taiwan. The stranger, holding his phone, thought they couldn't pass up this opportunity. The screen was visibly bright. Suddenly, the news reported that Messiah's promise to provide Isaac with unique class equipment could become a problem, to which Sechin, smiling, said that wasn't bad. China, sitting on the couch, asked what good meant and how they would cope with only one unique item. He then exclaimed that they should at least give them a legendary one, since they were planning to clear the dungeon they hadn't cleared. The broker, reaching into his jacket, asked if he didn't understand that it wasn't that simple, and then explained that if things continued like this, Messiah would have to fork out for more expensive items if they wanted to save face. The rare item dealer extended his index finger and added that, more importantly, the price had definitely dropped due to the incident. The immortal player asked what he meant, and the girl, shuffling her legs, replied that it was exactly as he'd said, and the price for clearing the 2-tier A-rank dungeon that the Messiah had failed had been changed to a unique class item. Sezhung, tugging her suitcase behind her, said that now, if anyone else cleared a higher tier dungeon for the Messiah, they wouldn't be able to get away with just unique items. The young man's eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed that they would now be able to obtain legendary items for clearing 3-tier and higher dungeons that the Messiah had failed. The man smiled, thanked the secretary, and remarked that the young man finally understood. At that moment, the lady announced that, as he had requested, these were the details of Sam's dummy route and a final expense report. Open-mouthed, the girl added that they had shared some clues with the Frontier Guild to help them find his false route, which should save them a fair amount of time. Holding a folder in his hand, the gentleman replied that it was excellent work and asked if they were leaving soon, while China inquired if the secretary was working outside the office today. Suddenly, Sejong pushed a suitcase toward him. Sejong, looking ahead, asked if he was joking and why the secretary would go there. He then remarked that the immortal player was supposed to be heading to a dungeon in Taiwan, and the secretary, perplexed, asked if it was right now. After a while, a view of Taipei opened up. The system reported the characteristics of the Frost Forest of Cruelty, and then the broker's subordinate, hands in his pockets, said that they were highly respected and knew that since the Messiah's failure, no players had yet been willing to challenge and clear this dungeon. Light could be seen falling on the center of the stage, and the young man added that they had gathered very quickly. Turning his head, the young man asked if he thought this was inspiring. Placing the documents on the table, the user explained that most of the players belonged to a guild that had failed to clear the dungeon, and from the outside, it might seem like they had gathered there to avenge their fallen comrades. Turning his gaze to the side, Wu Jin explained that not everyone had good intentions, and if 23 attempts to clear the dungeon with a maximum of 80 players had failed, that meant the items of approximately 2,000 players were buried there. A huge amount of equipment was revealed, and the protagonist added that among them there must be at least one legendary item. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist said he was sure there were people who cared more about their own gain than about clearing the dungeon. Suddenly, a man in a suit opened the door and announced that there was 1 hour left until the dungeon's entrance. Wu Jin abruptly raised his hand. The young man, approaching him, asked if he needed anything. China's jaw clenched. He wondered what he was trying to do. The man in the suit widened his eyes in confusion. Then the protagonist stepped onto the stage. Suddenly, the girl slammed her fist on the table and shouted that the traces had disappeared. Jamie, crossing his arms, replied that, given the circumstances, it was clear to them that Sam was being assisted by someone, and their intelligence couldn't locate him. Naomi, her jaw hanging open in anger, thought this was starting to get annoying, then exclaimed that they should do everything possible to keep Sam and Wu Jin in one place, and if that didn't work, they would have to get rid of them, muttering that they shouldn't meet Yang Wang. After a while, a view of a tall structure opened up, and a question was heard asking if there was a problem. Sei-chan looked at the secretary, who said she thought it would be better if he saw for himself. The host appeared on the screen, holding a microphone, and announced that he would translate Isaac's statement. He then read that the protagonist thanked everyone who had participated in the cleanup, and was honored to be here with them. The man listened, his brows lowered, as he explained that he had only one goal: to save the world by finishing this game, and he would do everything in his power to achieve that goal, so they shouldn't stand in his way. The video interface was visible, and at that very moment, Sijuan, standing next to the broker, asked what they should do, as this wasn't part of their plan. Smiling, the rare item dealer explained that the video couldn't be blocked because it had already spread worldwide, and he had no intention of bothering with anyone who interfered with it. Besides, it was an outright declaration of war, so he knew his stuff. Suddenly, a multitude of players appeared. The man, his mouth wide open, asked what he meant by not getting in his way, and whether he meant they were in his way. His companion replied that it was Isaac, so it was logical, since he was on a completely different level. The young man frowned menacingly, and someone asked how he knew. The user looked ahead, and someone said that they had seen the firefox in the dungeon, and it was beyond words, and next time they would see for themselves, because they were true monsters. China, raising his hand to his mouth, whispered why he had done that, since now everyone was looking at them because of this unnecessary provocation. After which Wu Jin explained that some people are difficult to persuade in a good way. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist added that, especially if they were bloodhounds who had come to collect the dead players' items, there was only one way to convince such people: by displaying superior strength and suppressing their will. The system then indicated that he had summoned a skeleton warrior. The protagonist touched the monster's head. Suddenly, a huge number of undead appeared. Frowning gravely, Yujin added that they needed to suppress their will to resist even the slightest. The player, brow furrowed in anger, wondered if these were the same skeleton warriors Isaac had been talking about, and instantly thought it was madness, and that he had to find the item before him. Jaw dropping sharply, the user shouted that they were moving and suggested searching from the other side before nightfall. After a while, the teams were seen sitting around a campfire. The fire burned brightly, and you could hear Isaac, an absolute monster, incredulous, even though he'd seen it with his own eyes. The warriors warmed themselves by the flames, and one of them said he'd been furious when he'd been told not to touch him, but now thought he understood why. The other remarked that he'd already told him that trying to help was the same as hindering him. The man turned his head and asked the captain what had happened, as they'd searched all day and only found the bodies of 2 players. The young man, sitting on a rock, replied that he'd initially suspected other guilds might have stolen the item, but after a full day of searching, he'd come to a different conclusion. Lowering his brows, the leader explained that there had been many monsters on the first level, but he hadn't spotted a single strong one. Imagining the fearsome orcs, the warrior said he doubted a player level 50 or higher could have died here, and the item they were looking for should be on the second level. The player, looking sideways, said that the bracelet should then be on level 2, after which the user asked him to be quiet. Suddenly, the young man leaped forward. He leaped high into the air. A skeleton lay on a tree branch. The swordsman, baring his teeth, wondered if he'd imagined the sound. Kicking the monster, the warrior inquired about the skeleton. Frowning gravely, the commander asked what had happened. The warrior, holding the undead body in his hand, apologized and replied that it must have been the sound swaying in the wind. A moment later, the player tossed it into the tree trunk. Sitting by the fire, the user explained that they must find this item for the Kunlun Guild, even if they had to confront Isaac. Yujin, wearing a mask, appeared and muttered that he'd left the skeleton warrior there just in case, but thanks to him, he'd gained useful information. He then added that he didn't recall such a bracelet. The system reported that he'd lost connection, and then the protagonist, looking down, thought that if the Chinese guild Kunlun, one of the 5 strongest guilds, had sent their tracker here, it must be no simple object. China, clenching his jaw, exclaimed that it had taken longer than they'd expected, and that his partner shouldn't say they were the only ones fighting. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist noted that his guess was correct, as more than half of them were hyenas, who only sought the treasures of the dead. Clutching his head, Sechen's subordinate said he was glad so many players had gathered, but apparently they had to clear the dungeon again, and also inquired about when he could rest. Wu Jin said that once they reached the second floor, they would have some time to rest, causing the immortal player to smile happily and ask if that was true. The protagonist bit his lip sharply. Users could be seen shielding themselves from the wind with their hands, and the system indicated that he had entered the second level of the dungeon. The man, clenching his jaw, muttered that it was much colder here than he thought. The boy, shivering, said he felt his body turning to stone from the cold, then asked how they would fight in this state. The captain, lowering his brows, realized it was true that the temperature was low, but the goosebumps were clearly not only due to that, but also due to the trail of fear left by the monsters. The warrior seemed to frown menacingly. Chin's pupils suddenly turned white, and he whispered that there were no monsters visible nearby, and it was impossible that a monster using so much fear was on the second level. Yujin, turning his gaze to the side, noted that it might be more difficult than he expected. Imagining the swordsman, the protagonist thought that a living being's body freezes when exposed to the fear of monsters, and that this doesn't last forever. But in a life-or-death fight, a second's hesitation means death. A splash of blood was visible. The protagonist, clutching his chin, muttered that it wasn't a dragon, as they were in a 2-level dungeon. However, if they were excluded, there wouldn't be many fear-using monsters left. He then wondered how strong it would have to be for the emanation to be felt from such a distance. The fighter, jaw hanging open, shouted that their guild would be the first to search the surrounding area. A vast number of players opened up, and it was possible to hear them exploring first. Sechen's subordinate, frowning angrily, remarked that he should let her explore his backside, as that was called treasure hunting. He then asked if he was sure he didn't want to interfere, and wouldn't that disperse the fighting force? Wu Jin, looking to the side, replied that such people were useless in battle anyway, and it would be better to devise a plan without them, adding that they were also moving. Teleportation beams were visible between the tree trunks. Placing his palm on the system screen, the player indicated that he wasn't there, to which his partner replied that neither was this one, so they could move on. Suddenly, the boys pushed off the ground with their feet. Gritting his teeth, the man with the eye patch wondered if anyone had beaten them to it, then decided they needed to hurry. Walking forward across the snowy clearing, the user ordered his assistants to search the corpses. The young men began searching for something in the holograms. Picking up a piece of knight's armor, the soldier exclaimed that the items were stacked here and that the captain should take a look, while the other noted that he had some too. Lowering his chin, the commander expressed surprise that the items had been left untouched, so he was sure they were searching for something, but he didn't understand who these people were. Turning his head to the side, the man with the eye patch ordered them to leave them for now, as others might be faster, then exclaimed that they needed to move as quickly as possible, as they couldn't let them take everything most valuable. Beads of sweat trickled down Chin's face. Gritting his teeth, the immortal player thought about how he just recently talked about hyenas, and now he was checking who knows how many, when suddenly a notification appeared, indicating the Eye of Anubis was closing. Wu Jin, clutching his fur jacket, mentally reminisced about finally finding a member of the Kunlun Guild, and that his surviving allies had perished on the western side. Waving 2 fingers, the protagonist asked them to follow him. Suddenly, the 2 men took off at the same time. Watching the hunter lift the body of the dead player, the fighter couldn't understand what this idiot was really trying to achieve. At that very moment, the dark silhouettes of trees rushed past. The protagonist placed his palm on the back of the corpse's head, when suddenly the system reported that the Eye of Anubis was opening. A memory appeared, in which a man's mouth was wide open in fear, unable to comprehend what this monster was doing in a 2-level dungeon. It shouldn't be like this, so everyone needed to run. The player's jaw was clenched with effort. The enormous monster lifted the man upward, after which blood began pouring from his body. Suddenly, a precious bracelet fell. The ornament landed on the troll's horn. A moment later, the monster threw the boy back. The fighter crashed into the snow with a crash. With his last breath, the player reached forward for the Kunlun treasure, Van Gogh's bracelet. The jewel on the goblin's belt sparkled brightly, and the young man thought about what he should tell his brothers about this, when suddenly the Eye of Anubis closed. Narrowing his bright eyes, Wu Jin realized he had learned all the information. Only a broken bone remained where the user's arm had been. Folding his arms in displeasure, China expressed outrage at the need to treat the dead so roughly, no matter how valuable the item, adding that he'd tolerated it for some time, but couldn't bear it. Clenching his hands into fists, the immortal player couldn't understand why this was happening or whether he'd said something wrong, before exclaiming that Sechen, who liked to get everything for free, wouldn't have done such a thing. Grinning, the protagonist remarked that his partner was a nice guy. His ally, wide-eyed, asked again. Suddenly, the player appeared to be stacking stones into a mountain. Narrowing his eyes, the guy announced that he would explain their plan before the battle began. Splashes of dark magic were visible in the snow. China stared in surprise at the skeletal beast, and the system announced that it was a sawtooth wolf, summoned in the form of a warrior's skeleton. With an enthusiastic smile, the immortal player asked if he could ride it, to which he received an approving response. Mounting the beast, the young man exclaimed that it was simply marvelous, then inquired about when his partner had managed to prepare such a thing. Examining the spear in his hands, the fighter admitted he thought his companion could only summon humanoid skeletons, when suddenly the stats of Percival's spear appeared. Pointing at the weapon, the young man asked only that he not tell him that his plan was to mount him on this bone wolf and have him attack the main monster with it. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist noted that China had learned to understand without his explanation. The hero seemed to be walking away from the pile of stones. The player glanced away, when suddenly someone shouted at him that something strange was happening. Approaching the rubble pile, the boy asked if it was a player's grave. The user frowned and declared that it didn't look like it was done by anyone from the Kunlun Guild, then admitted he thought it would be best to dig it up just in case. The captain looked down and remained silent. Turning his head toward his allies, the team leader declared there was no point in wasting time unless it was their brother. At that very moment, something began to fall onto the snow-covered mountain of rocks. A view of icy, jagged cliffs opened up, and the men marveled at the ogre. China rode atop a skeletal beast and asked if it would be difficult, as weapons wouldn't easily pierce its thick skin. Eugene responded that he was more concerned about being a hunter. His companion didn't understand what he was even talking about, or whether he knew that if a dungeon isn't cleared, the slain monsters respawn in the same numbers. The enraged orc raised his hands, and the boy remarked that surviving monsters become smarter and stronger due to their experience encountering players, adding that monsters that have survived battles aren't encountered very often, but there are exceptions. The monster's eyes began to glow brightly, revealing it to be a boss. Men in black fur jackets examined the players' bodies in the snow, and the protagonist explained that as long as the dungeon remains unclear, the boss monster gains combat experience every time a player fails a quest. Narrowing his eyes, the disguised player said that at some point he must have noticed users frequently congregating around fallen comrades and began using them as bait, since this monster had survived 23 times. The immortal player frowned indignantly and asked if his partner was sure that this was the ogre boss that instilled such fear, and how could he be sure of something he hadn't seen. The protagonist walked alongside his comrade and explained that up until that point they had been gathering information, and the other player admitted he thought he was imitating those bloodhounds. Sechen's subordinate, placing his fingers to his chin, pondered something he hadn't realized even after looking at them. A view of jagged peaks covered in ice opened up. The man spread his arms wide and shouted for his partner to look at it, as there were simply a ton of corpses here. His allies ran toward him, rejoicing at the discovery. The eye-patch-wearing player glanced away, wondering if something was wrong, as dead bodies rarely lay close together. The player picked up a sword and armor from the ground, and the gamer realized that if other bloodhounds had gathered them nearby, they would have taken the items as well. Raising his fingers to the snow, the fighter noticed a strangely shaped blood trail and assumed the bodies had been dragged from somewhere. Gritting his teeth, the man realized what it was. Suddenly, he leaped up and shouted for everyone to stop, as it was a trap. Streams of dark magic began to erupt from the ground, and the player, confused by his companion's meaning, suddenly received a message from the system that an unknown fear had enveloped his body. A bright beam pierced the player's trembling head, and he realized his body was motionless. The fighter clenched his jaw in fear as he saw blood splatter behind him. Suddenly, his partner collapsed dead to the ground. At the same moment, the other team members slipped in the snow. A large shadow appeared on the man's black fur jacket. A moment later, the player's pupils visibly narrowed in alarm. The enormous ogre swung a wooden bat. Clouds of white smoke rose into the air above the blood trail. The monster's eyes began to glow brightly. The fighter found himself surrounded by a vortex of wind. The swordsman dashed past the giant. Suddenly, he looked down. The tip of his weapon had broken off and lodged itself in the ground. Gritting his teeth in rage, the player couldn't understand how a blade of a unique class could break so easily. Suddenly, the system reported that an unknown fear had enveloped his body. Beads of sweat trickled down the fighter's face, and he considered the possibility that he couldn't die so easily. Eugene and China, camouflaged, immediately rushed forward. Blood appeared to be dripping from the man's clothes. Suddenly, the user collapsed to the ground. His eyes narrowed. The protagonist remained silent. Standing near an icy cliff, the boy announced that they would act according to plan. Frowning indignantly, the immortal player was displeased with his allies' words. After shouting that it was time to move forward, the young man ran up behind the ogre. At that very moment, the monster looked towards the attackers. The spearman advanced confidently, astride the skeletal beast. The enormous orc bared his teeth in fury. A moment later, a wall of black magic formed behind him. China advanced deeper into the stream of dark aura, and the system reported that an unknown fear enveloped his body. The golden ring sparkled brightly, and the artificial intelligence informed him that Lancelot's ring was ridding him of this unknown fear. Clutching the spear tightly in his hand, the user realized that this item was not useless after all, and the unpleasant tremors also disappeared so easily. Suddenly, the fighter clenched his jaw. Clutching the bones on the beast's back, the boy couldn't understand why it wasn't obeying him. The menacing ogre pulled his hands back, and the immortal player was dissatisfied with his mount running wherever it wanted. At that very moment, the warrior lifted his chin, simultaneously thinking about stopping, as this was going too fast. Chin's body jerked to the side, causing him to cry out loudly. The skeletal beast instantly burst forward beneath the monster's feet. The immortal player flew high in the air, above the opponent's body. Sliding down the icy cliff, Eugene, in the animal's form, declared that everything was going according to plan and asked his companion to hold on tight. The latter questioned whether he was in control, then cried out that it was risky, as he was trying to kill him. Suddenly, the user plummeted from a huge ice floe. The heroes landed on the back of a sinister ogre. At that very moment, a spear pierced the monster's shoulder. Looking down, Jin was surprised to see it pierce his hide, when suddenly the system reported that the monster's recovery ability had been significantly reduced. Sitting astride the strange creature, the boy wondered if it would take a while, although plenty of equipment was a good thing, and he didn't know when the skeletons would appear. The skeletal beast's eyes glowed brightly, and the protagonist asked for 10 more piercing blows. Transforming into human form, the hunter declared that he would take care of the rest. A moment later, an army of enormous skeletons appeared behind him, and suddenly a notification appeared stating that using the blood weapon skill allowed the creation of weapons using the caster's blood, but the weapons could vary depending on the caster's abilities. Tree branches were visible among the ice floes. A boy in a red fur jacket covered his face with his hand. Narrowing his eyes, the player wondered if the very fact that such a strong fear was spreading meant that the attack on the boss monster had already begun, and then realized that it had happened faster than expected, so he needed to hurry. The fighters, spreading their legs wide in the snow, shouted that they had found him. A skeleton in knight armor lay on the ground, and the users noticed inscriptions on it that resembled the secret language of their Kunlun guild. The symbols on the armor glowed brightly, and it turned out to be a message to meet a brother sleeping in the west and find the Kunlun property. Frowning angrily, the young man considered the fact that there was nothing to the west. Snow lay on a pile of rocks, and the warrior couldn't believe what it could be. The enraged goblin opened its jaws wide, and the system reported that its health and resistance had been significantly reduced. Wounded by spears, the monster was surrounded by a crowd of undead. A powerful stream of blood gushed from its body, revealing that blood poisoning was spreading throughout the monster. Clasping the spearhead with his fingers, China exclaimed that Percival's spear was simply amazing, as he couldn't imagine it could pierce such thick skin. The immortal player smirked and remarked that no dungeon could withstand the combination of Percival's spear and blood poison, to which Yujin replied that this was only possible if it was only a 2-level dungeon. Lowering his chin, the hunter considered the fact that 3-level dungeons had much stronger monsters, but this combination alone wouldn't be enough. A red light enveloped Sam's silhouette, and the protagonist realized that to defeat a worse monster, he would need to become stronger. A notification appeared stating that the ogre had been defeated, the achievement, Hunter of the Frost Forest of Cruelty, had been earned, and that an envoy from the underworld was sending him a catalog. Shouldering his spear, China was surprised to find it was a golden catalog, and that they had received another gift from their mentor. The hunter held a document describing the Berserker skill, which transforms the target into a Berserker, granting a 20% boost to all stats and reducing their life over time. The young man raised his finger and shouted that this was too much, then asked what his mentor was doing, since he'd done all the dirty work himself, yet they'd given him nothing. Grinning his teeth in rage, the warrior fumed that he couldn't even change mentors. Suddenly, Woojin curled his fingers around the jewelry, and the system announced he'd acquired Van Gogh's bracelet. People stood on either side of a car driving down the road, exclaiming that the dungeon had been cleared and that the protagonist was sitting in it. 2 young men appeared amidst the crowd of fans, while everyone rejoiced that Taiwan had been saved and thus freed. Bringing his fingers closer to his chin, the fighter asked what they should do, since they hadn't been able to retrieve Van Gogh's bracelet from the dungeon. He added that if it had fallen into the wrong hands, they were in trouble. Frowning angrily, the player explained that for now, all they could do was report everything to the guild and wait, wondering what it would be like if he found himself in a dungeon in a situation where he was close to losing the legendary items. Gritting his teeth, the boy realized that the Kunlun Guild leaves clues in a secret language for the brothers who come after them, so unless one knows the secret language, finding Van Gogh's bracelet is practically impossible. But if someone was lucky enough to retrieve it from the dungeon, they hoped it wasn't Woojin. The protagonist was fingering the precious stones on the bracelet when the system suddenly announced that this bracelet was of legendary quality and belonged to a great man of the past, and everyone said it held the power of harmony. The hunter grinned, reflecting on how he never imagined such a thing would be hidden, but it was worth entering such a dungeon one last time before venturing into the 3-tiered one. The jewelry on the man's body emitted a magical glow, and it was stated that the player could equip a maximum of 5 items, 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 bracelets. 4 gold rings were visible on the user's fingers, and it turned out that even wearing more, the item effects would be applied within the set limits. A Van Gogh bracelet fell onto the user's wrist, and it became clear that this artifact disrupted the existing order, as it allowed the effects of all rings worn on 5 fingers. The outlines of the jewelry began to glow, and it was stated that the only drawback was that the rings could not be removed, as they were originally designed to be worn alternately, though experienced players often prefer to switch rings depending on the situation. Yujin clutched the jewelry he'd found tightly in his hands, thinking about how he'd now have to carefully choose which ring to wear. Turning his head to the side, China inquired about his partner's serious expression and whether something was wrong. Yujin narrowed his eyes and replied that he was simply lost in thought. Suddenly, the protagonist put the phone to his ear and announced that he was listening so the other person could speak, when suddenly questions were heard about how he was doing and whether he could return to base right away. Tilting his head down, the hunter said that was no problem and asked what the matter was, to which he was told that he had just returned. Seichan, holding a computer mouse, reported that Taiwan and Korea were currently sowing chaos, adding that headlines were switching from the disguised protagonist's name to his return. A news story about Yang Wang was visible on the computer screen, and Seichan clarified that the other player was referring to him, to which the other player replied that it was true and that his reputation would also change. Holding his phone, Woojin remarked that this was good, then added that they were leaving right now, realizing that as the Phoenix Guild leader's reputation grew, so would his protection. Smiling broadly, China-chan asked if they would be having beef noodle soup or other national dishes since they were in Taiwan, to which his partner replied that they were flying to Korea right now. Immediately, the immortal player's pupils noticeably dimmed, and he asked his companion again. The plane seemed to rise higher and higher above the runway, and the boy complained that they'd come all this way and couldn't eat a single Taiwanese dish. He didn't understand what it was called, but they told him he could eat on the plane. A view opened up of a house behind a high fence. A man with a scar on his nose furrowed his brows. Resting his elbow on the table, Yang Wang asked if the Frontier Guild had dared to deceive him, to which he received an affirmative answer. The subordinate looked down in confusion and explained that he himself had barely survived, but was wounded and unable to move. He then added that he didn't know who to trust, so he hid and waited for the leader to return from the dungeon. The assistant held documents and several photographs in her hand. Handing the photographs forward, the girl stated that these were materials confirmed by the investigation team sent to Tula on the day of the incident based on Eugen's testimony, although little evidence from the fire remained in the dungeon itself. Images of seriously injured members of the Frontier Guild appeared, and the lady noted that, judging by the statements of the remaining surviving players who had entered another dungeon, the Frontier Guild had instigated this provocation and attacked first, despite their feigning innocence and pretending it was a simple accident. Frowning angrily, Yang Wang realized that the damned bastards had pulled this whole thing off while he was away. Sitting in his chair, the man remarked that, given the circumstances, it was understandable that they were trying to gauge the size of their forces, and his subordinate asked what he intended to do now. With a wicked grin, the Phoenix Guild master declared they would pay for their assault on him, then added that there was only one thing he wanted to do. The assistant placed a small suitcase on the table. Sechen's wide smile revealed his gleaming teeth. Gritting his teeth, China asked how much his boss had earned to be smiling like that this morning, to which the boss replied that he had lost as much as he could, since it was him after all. Closing his eyes, the immortal player noted that he was Yang Wang, then asked how his boss planned to return the skill page, and whether he had forgotten how hard it had been to obtain the Skeleton Knight's skill, no matter how much he liked the money. The broker folded his arms and remarked that he shouldn't worry about it, since the person who would return their items was already in the Phoenix Guild office. His jaw dropped in surprise. The young man muttered that it couldn't be. A satisfied grin appeared on Sechan's face. Suddenly, the door to the room began to open. A young man walked down the hallway, suitcase in hand. At the same moment, the player opened his phone. Throwing his briefcase onto the roof of the car, the hunter called out to Wu Jin, who asked how everything had gone. Looking away, the user explained that he had just been handed a Skeleton Knight skill page and told to deliver it personally. Scanning the Phoenix Guild news articles on her computer screen, the girl realized that Yang Wang was flirting with the publishing houses. She raised her finger to her lips, considering how unexpected this was. A sign on the desk indicated that this was President Shinhei's workstation, and she silently mused that if the Phoenix Guild leader became a public favorite, it would make their work more difficult in the future. The assistant knelt before the director while she asked if she felt she should take responsibility, given how things had turned out. Naomi bowed her head sadly and began to speak. The player was flipping through the pages of a newspaper, and someone was heard saying they would return to the matter after discussing it with their boss. Holding her phone in hand, Sijuan thanked the person for their efforts, when her boss suddenly asked if it was Wu Jin. Narrowing her eyes, she reported that he had said he had passed on the skill page assigned to him to Isaac's side, adding that he had also asked what the next steps would be and didn't know how to respond. Yang Wan held the newspaper in front of him and said he wasn't stupid, and now Isaac must have sensed the instability of his position. With a wicked grin, Guildmaster Phoenix offered to let him die in a 3-level dungeon as a courtesy, since he'd worked so hard. He then added that a C rank should be enough, so they could send him and a few others to a suitable location. Lowering his chin, the man remarked that if he was given proper support, he'd calm down and leave. The secretary stood before the boss's desk while he explained that if not, he'd have to surprise him. A view opened onto a closed area illuminated by spotlights. Through his open mouth, the man's teeth were visible. He asked the man's name. The Phoenix Guild members stood under the spotlight and said it was Eugen, to which they were told the name alone was enough to tell he was weak. Giving a thumbs up, the boy inquired if his rumored excellent skills were true, then suggested he join Yan Wang's group of subordinates, and cleared out one of the uncleared dungeons. Yonhong folded her arms in disapproval and declared that if he'd had excellent skills, he'd have gone there on his own, before adding that that wasn't true, since they were asking them to accompany him to a 3-level dungeon. The girl began stomping her foot on the ground and exclaimed that she didn't like it, and her partner pointed out that it was the guild leader's order, so they couldn't do anything about it, and all they could do was calm down. The player, frowning angrily, complained about the excessive amount of politics surrounding Yan Wang's guild leadership. She then confessed that she was already considering transferring to the Messiah Guild and asked about the bastard's patrons and abilities. Placing his fingers on his chin, the man suggested that his patron was an envoy of the underworld, and his primary ability was the poison blood skill. However, since this skill could also be dangerous to allies, he had previously traveled alone without an escort. Standing under the spotlight, the lady asked if he could summon skeletons like Isaac, then exclaimed that it irritated her that he was useless in battle, but it was a huge burden, when her companion reported that no one had seen him use any other skills. A car entered the restricted area, just as Yonghong was inquiring about its arrival time. The guild member turned her head to the side and muttered that he was the last one to arrive. Suddenly, Her pupils widened in surprise. Her gaze shifted to the very old car in front of which the protagonist walked. Closing her eyes, she said that his frugality was commendable, so she would give him a small break. The boy stared at the system notification informing him that he needed to kill 1,000 monsters to advance to the next level, and he considered the fact that this was an escort to a C-rank dungeon, even though there were only 3 levels. He was surprised by Yonghong's generous nature, as he didn't even know how to thank him. Folding her arms, the lady asked if it was true that this was his first time in a 3-level dungeon, while the protagonist thought it was a waste of time, but he had no choice. The player suddenly turned his head back when his companion remarked that he was of little use. Furrowing her brows in anger, Yonhyun ordered him to remain silent and do as he was told, otherwise she would kill him so that no one would find him. The Phoenix Guild member advised him to try killing a few monsters first, so she could get a feel for his capabilities. He raised his hand and asked what kind and how many monsters he needed to kill, and by when. Narrowing her eyes, the lady considered the possibility that he was already rebelling against her, then asked if he thought he could do everything exactly as he was told, and told him to simply kill as many as he could. The player turned her back on him and said she understood everything and that he was on his own, to which he replied that he needed time to prepare. Woojin grinned, thinking that was interesting. A view opened up of the art center and taekwondo center. China sat on the couch and said he'd heard Woojin had gone underground again and wondered if he had some unhealthy craving for them. Sechin replied that his subordinate had been lazing around for days. The immortal player, his jaw set wearily, exclaimed that he didn't want to and suggested he relax, at least while he was gone, then asked if the man knew how difficult it was to work with him. Squinting one eye, the broker muttered that his assistant had previously complained about the lack of an experienced partner. Suddenly, the rare item dealer tilted his head. The young man stared at his phone screen in confusion. At the same time, Yonhyun pressed her fingers to the glass of her smartphone, and they all saw a notification from the dungeon management department that an unidentified monster had broken out of a nearby dungeon, and while it continued to attack, destroying buildings, they were notifying the citizens of an emergency. Leaning his arm against the sofa, the player inquired which guild was monitoring this dungeon, and whether such a thing was still possible. The young man recalled a similar situation several years ago with a dungeon controlled by the Messiah Guild, to which Sechin clenched his teeth in alarm and thought he was an idiot. Putting his hand to his mouth, China began to process what he had said. Suddenly, the man tilted his head to the side. Behind 2 computer monitors, the silhouette of a secretary was visible. The girl clutched her mobile phone tightly with both hands. A view of a school classroom opened up. The student narrowed her eyes in fatigue. A sign on the desk indicated that this seat belonged to Shinhee. At that very moment, the teenagers began peering out the windows. It seemed as if a powerful explosion were happening in the enormous glass building. The force of the attack caused the structure to break in two. The lady's mouth opened wide in fear. She could be seen alone watching the scene through the glass. Sejuan lowered her head, staring at her phone screen. Rising from her chair, the girl said she'd step out for a minute. A framed photograph sat on her desk. The picture showed Shinhee and her father next to her. China pressed his hand to his head in shame. Scratching his bald head, Sejuan exclaimed that he was a fool, since he should be careful what he said in front of the secretary. Pulling his hand away from his face, the immortal player explained that he hadn't done it on purpose, then asked if her father's boss had known her father, and what kind of person he had been. Closing his eyes, the broker remained silent. Sitting at a table in the establishment, the salesman recalled hearing his interlocutor make a decision and asked if he was sure, to which the other man replied that he would be lying if he said there were no risks. Raising his glass, the businessman asked what he could do otherwise, since in Korea, those who earn their living always take risks for their family. Liquids in small containers spilled, and Shinhee's father exclaimed that he had to make the world where his daughter goes to school safe. Suddenly, Sei-chan looked down. It seemed as if the rare items dealer had fallen to his knees next to the hospital bed. Lowering his chin, the man explained that the man had been an incredible worker and an easy mark when it came to his daughter. Yunhyun stomped her feet on the back of the slain ogre. Looking away, the girl considered the fact that this was a C-rank dungeon, meaning there weren't any particularly strong monsters. Phoenix realized that at this rate, they should be able to reach the second floor by tomorrow without any problems, when a fighter suddenly ran up from behind and shouted to the captain that he thought she should take a look at Yujin. Her jaw dropped in displeasure. She wondered if something had happened, or if he hadn't been able to handle even one monster even after asking for extra preparation time. Gesturing behind her, the guy confirmed his success, then added that he thought it would be better if she took a look herself. Narrowing her eyes, she noticed their new partner was making a noise, then asked him to show her the way. Suddenly, her pupils widened in surprise. Wooden posts covered in blades jutted from the ground, and Yonhyun silently assumed he'd asked for more time to prepare. The sticks were sharpened to a point, and she wondered if he'd been making traps all this time. Looking away, the Phoenix Guild member mused that he'd done a good job, but such traps wouldn't do much damage, at most they'd scratch. It seemed as if a player suddenly kicked the ground, and the squad leader couldn't understand what this Woojin was thinking. The players watched the scene unfold from the branches of tall trees. At that very moment, the protagonist grinned. A huge monster appeared to be running forward, and suddenly blood began to ooze from its arm. As it advanced, the vicious beast continued to stumble into traps. A moment later, the ogre noticed a cut on its shoulder. Gritting her teeth, the lady thought he was a sick bastard and wondered if he wanted to die, and what he was trying to achieve by leading a crowd of orcs into such a simple trap. Pressing his palm against the tree trunk, The boy cried out that they should wait, because he had a plan. Frowning angrily, the captain asked if the man looked like someone with a plan, and what Yin Wang would do to them if this idiot died here. Pointing downward, the fighter asked to see what he was doing. Wu Jin leaped onto a tall wooden pole. Clenching her jaw in disbelief, Yonghong realized he was already surrounded, making it too late to save him. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on the protagonist's face. At that very moment, streams of bloody magic surrounded his silhouette, and the system reported that the Underworld Envoy skill had been activated. A view opened up of a crowd of goblins mired in a brown fog. Trees flew past in the night, and a notification appeared, indicating that an orc had been poisoned by the poison blood skill. A black shadow appeared through the cloud of dust. The enraged monster opened its jaws wide. A moment later, the undead creature fell to the ground with a crash. The girl, her pupils bulging, wondered if he meant combining poison blood and blood mist under the guise of poison, and her companion remarked that he'd never seen anything like it. The boy's jaw dropped in disbelief, and he guessed he'd killed at least 100 monsters by now, and the captain realized that Wu Jin was truly amazing. Bright stars gleamed in the Phoenix Guild member's eyes, and she thought he deserved Yang Wang's favor, and she would lure him to her side at any cost. Suddenly, a glass flask fell to the ground. Standing amidst the fallen enemies, the protagonist was contemplating whether the blood mist was absorbing too much blood, when a notification suddenly appeared, informing him that the envoy of the underworld admired his ability, and that his skill rank had increased by 1. The hunter abruptly placed his palm on the ogre's body, and the system reported that the envoy of the underworld's blood absorption skill had been activated. The protagonist's lips twitched, realizing it was a good thing he could replenish his reserves with this skill. The young man raised an eyebrow in confusion when Yonhian told him to go and tell her right now. The warrior didn't understand what he was supposed to say, to which the girl, bow in hand, asked if he was simply suggesting he be expelled after that, since he had passed the test. A bright glow was visible in the center of the dense, dark forest. Wu Jin was sitting by the fire when suddenly someone apologized to him for his behavior. With a wide smile, the Phoenix Guild member exclaimed his skills were incredible and admitted she'd never imagined poison blood could be so deadly. She then added that if they worked together, they would not only advance to 3-tier dungeons but conquer them. The lady explained that this was precisely why she wanted him to join their team, to which the protagonist's jaw dropped, and he stated that the cost of each use of the scent blood was 100,000 won. The lady's pupils visibly narrowed, and she asked him again. Raising a finger, the hunter explained that his supply of poison blood was limited, and then inquired whether it wouldn't be logical for the team to pay the player to use an absorption skill during a dungeon raid. The captain squeezed her eyes shut and said that she understood that they should pay him since he was shedding precious blood, when the guy pointed out that, moreover, a side effect of this skill was bleeding, so he was forced to receive at least that much. Holding up 3 fingers, Yonhian exclaimed that she was willing to give him 30,000 won, to which he retorted that it was too little and then decided to discount them by 1,000, so they would have to pay exactly 99,000 won. Grinning angrily, the girl shouted that she would also be kind and pay 31,000 won, to which he replied that he needed 98,000, but she cried out that she would only give 32,000. While the heroes haggled, the player clenched his teeth in alarm and silently muttered that he understood why his captain was haggling, but not why Wu Jin was playing along. Suddenly, tall trees rushed past. The enormous ogre crashed to the ground, and a notification appeared, indicating that the player had defeated the black troll. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist reflected that the Phoenix Guild's teamwork was better than he thought, as the hunting speed had increased thanks to Yonhian's calculations and effective use of poison, and her leadership skills were also a plus. Standing on a tree branch, the girl shouted at everyone to be careful with poison, as it cost 73,000 at a time. Watching his partner from above, the hunter remained silent, hoping she wasn't being so open about it, when suddenly, the next day shifted and a notification appeared, telling users to survive for 6 days. Looking away, the lady exclaimed that this was the last level, so everyone needed to be especially careful. As they all knew, survival quests were full of monsters, and they only needed to survive for 6 days, so they needed to do everything right and level up. Gritting her teeth in displeasure, the Phoenix Guild member exclaimed that since they had unexpected expenses, they would do everything to ensure they were getting their money's worth. The warrior, jaw set, declared that they would go scout the area and determine the number of monsters, to which the captain agreed and asked them to be careful. Suddenly, tree trunks rushed past. The players stood on the branches, surveying the surroundings. At that very moment, a player leaped from one tree to another. The warrior spread his arms in confusion. Putting his fist to his chin, he wondered if something was wrong. After all, this was a survival quest, but there were too few monsters, and he was also concerned about the small size of this dungeon. Something large appeared beneath the tree roots, and the hunters shouted that they should wait and see. Crouching closer to the ground, the young man noticed that the footprints were enormous and he couldn't figure out who could have made them, but it was clearly no ordinary monster. Looking down, the warrior asked not to be told that this quest wasn't about fighting multiple monsters, but rather about battling a single boss monster over 6 days. The Phoenix Guild member's mouth dropped open in fear and protested his companion's words. The boys circled the footprints, shouting that this was bad, as such quests had a low survival rate due to the difference in difficulty compared to the initial rank of the quest. The warriors abruptly took off, deciding to report this to the captain as soon as possible. A view of petrified rocks opened up. Bright blue eyes suddenly appeared inside the dark cave. Yeonhyun bit her glove and wondered out loud if, of all the possible options, they had been assigned a survival quest. Her fighters confirmed this and added that the size of this dungeon was also unusual. Its area was smaller than normal dungeons, more like an island surrounded by rocks. The boy drew a circle in the sand and concluded that they needed to be careful running along its edge. The girl rubbed her chin, musing that since they had Yujin's poison blood, they could defeat even the strongest boss. However, to increase the survivability of individual team members, they needed to avoid exhausting battles as much as possible. The commander turned and announced to the others that they still didn't know the nature of the boss monster, so they should first try their best to avoid it and survive. Suddenly, a crash sounded behind the squad. Yeonhyun turned sharply. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. The enormous monster growled menacingly. The fighters instantly assumed fighting stances, and someone shouted that it was a white troll. They couldn't figure out how such a monster could appear in a C+ dungeon. The captain frowned and ordered them to disperse. Then the first one drew her bow, preparing to fire. The arrow flew off the string, splitting into several under the effect of the multi-shot skill, even though the troll continued to run straight at the girl. The projectiles pierced its chest. Poison spread from the wound on the monster's skin. Yeonhyun smiled contentedly, deciding that regardless of its regenerative abilities, the necromancer's poison skill could buy them a little time. But her smile instantly vanished. The enemy simply tensed his pectoral muscles, and the arrows flew off. The boss continued to rush the girl. The commander broke into a run, thinking that this would at least work a little, but apparently the poison was too weak. Yeonhyun gritted her teeth, but she could see the poison spreading from the arrow's impact. The troll continued to pursue the girl. The protagonist watched wearily, debating whether to intervene, but decided it was time to prove his worth to Yeonhwan. Soon, the captain's whistle sounded beneath the tree. When the squad reassembled, she confirmed that everyone was safe. Relief washed over Yeonhyun, and she called for Woo Jin. When the young man approached, the commander asked if it was possible to increase the amount of blood they were buying, and he agreed, but on one condition. The girl folded her arms when the necromancer suggested they speak privately, but when she asked if he intended to bargain again, he said no. The other soldiers watched tensely from the sidelines, trying to understand what the two were saying. The commander's eyes widened when she heard the protagonist's words. The player frowned and said he understood how difficult this decision was, as the lives of the entire team were at stake. Even if she rejected his proposed strategy, he would continue to cooperate. But at this rate, the death toll would be at least 4, regardless of whether they fought or fled. Blood spurted from the boy's thumb, and he used the bloody weapon skill. The blood transformed into an arrowhead. The girl watched as Woo Jin tossed the arrowhead into the bag, where he explained that the object was made by coagulating his blood, making it more effective than the poisoned blood applied to the arrowhead. Yeonhyun called the young man a scoundrel. Taking the bag from his hands, she declared that she would personally finish him off if any of her teammates died because of his strategy. Then she headed back to her team, shouting as she went that they were having a strategy meeting. Soon, the tanks were at full strength, but by nightfall, they were completely exhausted, and when one of them asked if they'd be okay, and the other reminded them they'd been told to dodge, not block, the monster if they wanted to increase their mobility, they had no choice but to trust the captain. At that moment, the troll finally appeared from behind the trees. The boys immediately raised their shields, announcing the start of the operation with a taunt skill. The boss charged at the fighters, who immediately took off running. The bright light momentarily confused the monster. Then a wave of flame unleashed by the mages struck it. They, too, hurried away before the enemy recovered. The necromancer turned to Yeonhong and ordered them to prepare. When the captain had earlier complained that white trolls were immune to fire, the young man retorted that he knew about that, but he hadn't said he needed to inflict damage with fire magic. As the nearby fighters rushed through the flames toward the monster, it became clear that the plan to obscure its vision had worked. The wide-eyed girl watched as her comrades actually managed to leave several wounds on the boss's skin. Then the archer fired that very arrow at the enemy. The arrow flew over the heads of the fighters, and they were sure the captain had hit the target perfectly before the wound had time to heal. The poison tip sank into the wound, the poison began to spread, and the system reported that the white troll had been infected with poisoned blood. While Yeonhong celebrated her success, the protagonist mentally acknowledged that her skills weren't so bad after all. When the arrowhead hit the wound, it began to dissolve and be absorbed into the body, so even if the wound was instantly healed, it couldn't stop the poison. Then it all started again. Tanks provoked the monster, mages blinded it with fire magic, and melee fighters inflicted wounds. Yujin smiled, knowing that by the time the thick-headed troll noticed the same attack repeating itself over and over again, it would be too late. The troll soon stopped, its entire skin covered in traces of poisoning. It fell heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of sand, and the White Troll Hunter achievement was earned. The fighters joyfully grabbed each other's hands in celebration, and the commander couldn't believe they'd made it without losses. While Yeonhyun stared at the notifications in amazement, the necromancer smiled contentedly. When they descended, the captain asked the protagonist why he was actually there, and he suggested they discuss it outside the dungeon. The young man raised a finger and added, before he could forget, that they'd used his poisoned blood 217 times and assumed the archer would pay him back upon exiting. The commander's face fell in shock. Yeonhwan drummed his fingers on the table. He frowned, asking his interlocutor if she wanted to compensate for the incident. The man then smiled and stated that while nothing could replace the fallen guild members, he was willing to listen. Naomi bowed her head. The journalists at the press conference began raising their hands again. One of them reported rumors that a white troll had appeared out of nowhere in a 3-level C+ dungeon, and wondered how they'd managed to escape without a single casualty. Yeonhyun, with a calm expression, replied that they'd achieved this result thanks to the hard work of every team member, and she should also point out that the clearing wouldn't have been possible without Mr. Woojin's poison blood skill. As the guild members headed for the exit, the journalists became nervous and demanded to answer at least a few more questions about the aforementioned skill and its wielder, after which news about it began pouring in. From the car in the parking lot, the protagonist dialed a number and asked about the latest news, and was told that Isaac Ivanov wanted to clear the dead forest, and was wondering what the outcome would be. The young man pressed the phone to his ear and, when asked by his interlocutor whether he should enter an American dungeon, especially as a Russian, replied that if he could go there as someone else, they wouldn't have to use Yangwei. Second frowned and reminded him that even the Messiah had only ventured into American dungeons a couple of times. At the moment, that country didn't need anyone's help, as many experienced players had emigrated there. The broker glanced at the phone and admitted that the fact that they were in this situation meant that this dungeon could be quite difficult. The player turned around at the sound of the elevator opening, but told his interlocutor that he knew about it. Naomi yelled at her assistant when Second suggested that since the Phoenix Guild master had caught her off guard, the Frontier Guild couldn't refuse. As the Americans climbed into the car and drove away, the broker expressed uncertainty that the other side of their shared front would allow outside intervention. The necromancer watched the car leave and assumed the other party was talking about the Great Guild. Woojin himself smirked. He wasn't sure how the Great Guild would react, but everything was working in his favor. The young man left the building, contemplating the most important thing, opening the door. A dungeon report fell on the table. Yang Wang glanced at the secretary and asked if she was sure the data was accurate. The girl raised an eyebrow and said she had contacted all the players who had participated in the cleanup, and the report contained reliable information. The master placed his hands on the table, muttering about the perfect opening in the battle with the white troll, and Li added that Yang Hong had acted as commander, but it had been said that Wu Jin had proposed the strategy. The man drummed his fingers on the table, surprised that the meek captain had agreed. The secretary's expression remained unchanged as she added that she was even more surprised that she'd paid the necromancer extra for using his poisoned blood. Yang Wang grinned and admitted he'd immediately realized this guy was unusual, but hadn't expected him to be so good. The man rubbed his chin and expressed regret for not welcoming this interesting man sooner. From now on, he should treat him with due respect. Li gestured toward the door, and when asked where the protagonist was, she informed him that he'd just arrived and should be up soon. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the other side of the planet, the topic of the dead forest was being discussed. Their great guild and Frontier had fought together, but with similar failure, and a certain Isaac from Russia wanted to clear the dungeon. Carrie joined her fingertips and asked what the others thought about it. One of those present immediately declared that they couldn't trust the clearing of such a difficult dungeon to a stranger whose guild alliance had also suffered a defeat, as it was absurd and put their honor at stake. Another man expressed uncertainty about the Frontier Guild's position on the matter, since they had already given their consent and the government had also begun to inquire about their opinion, but he believed it was right to oppose it no matter what. The master smiled and reminded them that the government hadn't refused their offer of an additional attempt, so why were they so worried about it? The woman rose to her feet and explained the reason the government had forbidden them from attempting the dungeon again, not because they doubted their ability to do so, but because they were concerned about the potential damage to their own guild if they failed. Carrie's expression darkened as she added that it was even better that way, since they could now use this as a pretext for government approval, and since they were already here, it was worth raising the stakes. The third guild member scowled at the leader, and when she said that anyone, be it an unknown Russian, a third party, or anyone else, could join, he asked what she meant. The woman broke into a broad smile and announced that they would post a reward that would be of interest to everyone, King Arthur's ring, for example. The man with the sideburns jumped to his feet and shouted that was out of the question, reminding Carrie of how much it had cost them to obtain it. The master looked at the indignant man and urged him to calm down. She said she would raise the stakes, not give away something for free. A lantern illuminated a van parked in the parking lot. Eugen's brow furrowed. While the young man examined the piece of paper in his hands, China explained that Sechin had asked for the skill, adding that it would suit him. The young man raised an eyebrow and added that he believed the opposite, as the necromancer kept his skeletons in the Book of the Dead or something similar, but the broker insisted on handing it over. The player smirked and countered that it would come in handy, asking her to tell the man he would definitely use it, while silently reflecting that the Book of the Dead could only store a limited number of skeletons. There might come a time when he encountered an opponent with more warriors, and then his position would be extremely disadvantageous. But with the power of the pharaoh, his chances increased. The blond man's expression became irritated when he asked a second time if the protagonist would be able to clear the dead forest. 2 of the 5 largest guilds in the world hadn't been able to defeat him together. China raised an eyebrow and added that since this was the dead forest, there must be undead there. Wasn't that a good combination for a necromancer, since he couldn't sacrifice the undead to the skeletons? Eugen pointed at his interlocutor and replied that he'd been worried about that at first, asking if he himself hadn't planned to fight the undead at the forefront, which surprised him. At that moment, the player's phone rang. While China was fuming, the young man answered the call and asked about the final decision. He was told the American government had agreed, but there were some minor issues. The protagonist frowned, asking for more details, and was told that it seemed anyone, not just them, could participate in the cleanup, and as a bonus, they promised to reward the guild that contributed the most with a legendary item. The necromancer looked displeased, realizing the great guild was overconfident, and inquired about the reward, which turned out to be King Arthur's ring. Soon, social media and the media were all over the place. At sunset, the plane landed in San Francisco. A waiting room was assigned to the Mokash Guild. China munched on a burger and suggested that the great guild truly wanted to clear the dungeon, offering such a valuable prize. The disguised necromancer flipped through the papers in his hands and countered that that wasn't the point, it was a provocation. They thought they would take the ring themselves. The necromancer even choked, cleared his throat, and asked if the Americans hadn't considered the young man a serious opponent. While the immortal continued eating, the protagonist returned to the documents and thought that the great guild understood that they could not carelessly underestimate their enemies, and they were not so stupid as to simply provoke other guilds. The protagonist clutched a piece of paper, realizing there had to be another reason for their confidence, and he had to find it. Meanwhile, at guild headquarters, an announcement was made that all raid participants, including leader Ellis, had successfully entered the dungeon. The master was looking out the window when the assistant asked if she really wasn't worried. With a tense expression, the mustachioed man added that he had no doubt in Ellis's abilities, but King Arthur's ring was at stake. The woman smirked when the man added that rumors had circulated, including within the guild itself, regarding the master's decision, and said he'd omitted something. The master turned and reminded them that she would offer the ring as a reward, but didn't say she wouldn't use it. The legendary ring was equipped. Soon, the players gathered in the dungeon. Ellis smiled, noting that everyone was assembled, then introduced herself, adding that she represented the Great Guild. The girl spread her arms and announced that before beginning the cleansing, she had proposed that all the guilds come to an agreement. China looked at the protagonist with displeasure and asked what they were negotiating about when they had only just begun, suggesting that the commander hadn't intended to agree on not fighting each other. Eugen lowered his eyebrows and explained that the Americans wanted to determine the order in which the guilds would attempt to defeat the boss, and that this order would depend on the guild's contribution to each level of the dungeon. The immortal folded his arms and clarified what contribution, like who could kill the most monsters, but what cooperation was needed, since the grand prize was at stake. The necromancer glanced sideways when his comrade asked if he would follow the original plan, simply watch and not interfere. The player turned his back to his interlocutor and announced that this was now a competition, so everyone would reveal their cards. Eugen looked at the dead lizard next to his feet and added, "Even the Great Guild," before using his new skill. Meanwhile, the Americans gathered on the other side of the forest, discussing what they would do while the others had been rushing from the start. Ellis opened her inventory and reported that they couldn't stand still while those brats were running around. The girl put on her ring. Then she took out Merlin's staff. The use of the two artifacts caused a strong wind to blow in all directions, and a flash of light erupted. A small dead lizard watched. The commander narrowed her eyes, and when flames surrounded her, she declared that she saw no point in dragging things out until level 2, and that it was time to explain to the others who was in charge right now. Eugen removed his mask, thinking that this was the Great Guild's trump card, so it was no wonder they were so confident. The young man lowered his head. He expected King Arthur's ring to be used in the dungeon, but he didn't know that Ellis also possessed Merlin's item, which was legendary, something like the symbol of Shin, who led the Knights of the Round Table. But that didn't mean it belonged to her from the start. The fact that the item had passed from Ellis to Shin meant there was a direct connection between the Messiah Guild and the Great Guild. The protagonist grinned, deciding it was even better that way. If he took possession of the item before it fell into Shin's hands, the effect would be more powerful than any of his attacks against the Messiah. China waved his hands, attracting his friend's attention, and asked again if they were simply planning to analyze the opponent's strengths on the first level, but the necromancer declared that plans had changed. The player raised an eyebrow, wondering if they couldn't prioritize the Great Guild, which held both Merlin's item and King Arthur's ring, and declared out loud that they would go all out from the start. A fire was blazing in the forest. The girl took a step toward it. Ellis confidently gripped her staff to summon the fire spirit. The flames roared forward. The attack engulfed the terrified orcs. The fire rose above the treetops. One of the Americans watched in shock, mentally noting that this was astonishing. As expected, with such a level of firepower, it was possible to attack the 4th level at once, not just the 3rd. But then a skeleton stepped into the clearing. The man noticed Isaac and his corpse. The latter looked calm. Ellis cast a disdainful glance at the Russian, and when her subordinate noticed the path was blocked, she couldn't understand how he had gotten here so quickly. Several more skeletal soldiers rose around the protagonist as the orcs' bodies began to disappear. The soldier clenched his teeth, and even when the captain's hand stopped him, he fumed that this scoundrel was feeding his undead the monsters they'd slain. The girl glanced at her assistant with displeasure and asked him not to fall for such foolish provocations. She asked for the score. The knight opened the statistics window and reported that they were in first place, and there was no need to worry. The boy smirked and added that Isaac's skills weren't as great as rumors had it. Ellis glanced sideways at the enemy and ordered them to maintain speed. The Americans immediately headed for the next zone, and the necromancer thought that at this rate, their firepower would outpace them. But he quickly smiled, deciding that such power didn't mean a quick hunt, since they didn't have the weapons they had. China looked at his comrade indignantly when he heard that he would have to do this again. The immortal folded his arms, and Eugen explained that they were the only guild capable of utilizing this strategy. Of course, this was only possible because he existed, and he couldn't understand why he was already so unsure. The warrior jerked his thumb at himself and reminded him that the strategy was impossible without him, so he shouldn't show off. As he walked away, China demanded that the protagonist feed him after the cleanup. The necromancer grinned and silently decided that he, too, should speed up. A skeletal knight rose from the ground, riding a dead horse. Meanwhile, Sechin was smiling as he read the news, noticing that the crowd's attention was focused there, and that the other guilds had begun betting as well. They would win, after all, and he wondered why scammers always bet on idiots. The man turned to the secretary and asked what Isaac's current lead was, and in response, he heard a number greater than 3, and advised her to look up the rest for himself. The girl tore herself away from the monitor and reported that the Great Guild had revealed the stats of Ellis's item, which had also been in the dungeon, surprising the boss. The broker's hands dropped when he heard that, apparently, the commander had been given Merlin's item and King Arthur's ring, and he was surprised that she had actually been given items used to conquer 5 or 6 level dungeons. Second's face fell in shock when he realized that these 2 items provided a buffing effect. The broker grabbed the monitor and demanded that the secretary immediately cancel all outstanding bets, but she protested that they could no longer be cancelled. The president gritted his teeth, indignant that the Great Guild had been cheap. They should have played fair and square, not counted on items. Second folded his hands in prayer, remembering all the gods, while he thought the boss believed in nothing but money. But at that moment, the Mokosh Guild surged to the top of the rankings. Ellis gritted her teeth, disbelieving what was happening. She glanced back at Isaac and his partner, wondering how they'd managed to overtake them. It was unlikely they'd found anything better than Merlin's staff or King Arthur's ring. The necromancer noticed her glance. The enemy commander approached him and asked him what his secret was, since the rumors were true, and he replied that he'd simply been lucky. While the American glared at her opponent, he smirked discreetly and silently thanked Chin and his immortal body. No matter how powerful their firepower, after defeating all the monsters in one zone, Ellis had no choice but to waste time moving on to the next. On the other hand, they could focus on the battle, as they had gathered all the monsters in one zone, meaning it was time to play with their pride a little. The young man rose from his seat and asked what specific effect King Arthur's ring provided, and the commander didn't understand the question. Eugen calmly stated that it seemed he would be the one to have it after the clearing, which was why he wanted to know in advance, or whether she could hand it over right away. The necromancer approached Ellis and added that they would do everything possible to avoid harming the Great Guild in this dungeon, and she chuckled at the opponent's confidence. A shadow fell across the player's face when he asked if the chances of victory wouldn't increase if the item was wielded by someone stronger. The American pointed at the boy and asked if he meant to say he was stronger than her. Eugen smiled and replied that for the clearing, he would gladly give his items to a player stronger than himself. The captain frowned, declared that someone had become arrogant due to a small lead, and demanded that he moderate his ardor. She then turned around and added that, ultimately, it would be the Great Guild that would clear this dungeon. A man watching the argument from the shadows noticed that the race was becoming increasingly intense, and considered this a good sign. The mustachioed man grinned, thinking that with this outcome, new opportunities would also open up for the Frontier Guild, so he wouldn't mind destroying both rivals. The monsters' bodies were engulfed in flames. The fighters fought fiercely against the orcs, and successfully defeated the enemy. Ellis used all her might to create flames, and a wave of them knocked the monsters off their feet. The orcs burned in this fire, its tongue swirling above the treetops. Soon the battle was over. The captain lowered her staff and asked how the situation was, when one of the fighters addressed her. The young man stared at the statistics with a confused expression and reported that the results hadn't changed, and the gap with the Mokosh Guild had only widened. Indignantly, the girl opened the system window herself, thinking it was complete nonsense, and that the fighter had simply misunderstood. But then her eyes widened. She couldn't believe it. Ellis bit her lip. The gap was indeed growing, despite their non-stop firepower. When the scout returned, the captain rushed to him and demanded to know what the hell was going on Isaac's side. The girl raised an eyebrow when the reporter struggled to utter the number 50, reminding him that the score had long since surpassed 10,000. The man's face was filled with horror, and he explained that he meant 50 skeleton warriors, and what's more, each one was stronger than any normal player. The bones fell to the sand, and the system reported that summoning a dead person was impossible. Eugen glanced wearily at the notification and realized that this was the limit of his magical power for now. He tossed the empty vial to the ground, deciding to conserve his mana for other skills. The young man glanced back. An army of undead knights awaited his orders. The protagonist took off. At that moment, China ran toward him, screaming loudly. A whole horde of orcs followed him. The necromancer donned his mask and muttered that this guy had mastered perfect timing. He connected with one of his skeletal warriors, and behind him, the dead horse reared. The young man grinned again. Several explosions echoed through the forest as corpse explosion was activated. The army of the undead rushed forward. The knight Eugen controlled opened his mouth. One of the orcs was charging at him, but just one attack left the monsters headless. The ground fighters also began attacking the enemy. Explosions echoed again and again. One of them became so powerful that it was visible from across the dungeon. The Mokosh Guild's ranking number skyrocketed. At one point, silence settled over the trees as the system announced that the first level of the dungeon had been cleared, and the Russian guild had pulled ahead significantly. Ellis looked at the statistics with displeasure, concluding that further competition was pointless. She asked if anyone objected to Isaac attempting the boss monster first. While the guild leaders discussed the rules and agreed, Jay watched. He didn't think Ellis would lose and decided he'd have to change his plan. The mustachioed man's expression expressed displeasure. He was forced to admit the situation was unforeseen, but he couldn't just let King Arthur's ring slip away. Meanwhile, Ellis shook the protagonist's hand and admitted she'd underestimated him. He was in first place. When he thanked her, she reminded him they were still on level 2 and advised him to remember that if he lost, they'd be next. After teleporting, the system informed them they needed to kill a land turtle to move on, but the players found themselves in a thick fog, obscuring their vision. They wondered how to find the hiding monster and were ordered to split up and search the area. Jay emerged from the fog and suggested the captain relax, as she looked scared. She told him to back off, as she wasn't in the mood for jokes. The mustachioed man gave her a friendly smile and asked her not to worry, as he had come to make her a serious offer to join forces. The commander turned to the man, who reminded her that the Great Guild and the Frontier Guild had already worked together, though the plan had failed. But they couldn't just hand over their American assets to this Russian. Ellis's gaze registered interest, and she asked how exactly Jay had proposed joining forces. The man smirked and explained that accidents often occurred in dungeons, such as a group of monsters attacking from behind while the player was fighting a boss monster. The captain glared at him indignantly, trying to dismiss it as mean, but he advised her to come to her senses. This wasn't a situation where there was room for arguing about right and wrong. The mustachioed man spread his arms and added that if King Arthur's ring was slipping away from them, Ellis wouldn't be the only one asking questions. There wasn't much time left to clear the second level. With a smirk, Jay advised the captain to think carefully. Ellis's lips turned down, suggesting he was joking if he thought she'd agree to that. Frowning, Jay asked if his ally was really planning to give the ring to the Russian and inquired what they would do if he actually managed to clear the dungeon. The girl narrowed her eyes disdainfully and asked if they, rather than him, had been prioritizing the boss. They would have tried the same trick. The man dropped his hand and decided not to deny it, but given the current situation, it would be better for them to join forces. The woman said she'd pretend she hadn't heard anything. The commander's brows furiously drew together, and promised to make the scoundrel regret it if he got in their way. The captain glanced away as a notification appeared, announcing that the land turtle had been destroyed. A cold sweat broke out on the old man's face, and the system reported that they had successfully cleared the second level. The monster's corpse lay on the ground. China's mouth opened wide, and he began breathing heavily. The boy fell to his knees and groaned in pain. The protagonist approached him and asked how he was feeling, and the player replied that his ribs were cracked. The employee grinned maliciously, and wondered if his friend would have been okay if he'd been in his place. Reaching into his inventory, the worker declared that they were only alive thanks to him, explaining that if it had been anyone else, they would have died 1,000 times over. Munching on snacks, the warrior explained that his blessing of the river stick skill had increased 3 levels during this time and asked what his friend thought he had gone through to achieve it. Kneeling, China wondered why they were rushing off in such a hurry and reminded them that they had already earned the first attempt. Yujin smiled and replied that the scoundrels constantly trying to deceive them should not have a chance to catch up with them. The squad emerged from the gate onto the next level. Fog drifted over the forest, and the system reported that a sinister aura surrounded the users. The skeleton's red eyes glowed. People gathered in the clearing and began discussing who had actually killed the land turtle, but no one had heard or known anything. Rubbing his nose, a soldier wondered why it smelled so rotten here and decided the fog was even worse here than on the second level. Ellis clenched her teeth when a strange sound was heard. Jay frowned sternly. The warrior looked up in fear, as the system indicated that the black fog was slowly draining their life force. The power of Apophis skill icon appeared, preventing anyone from being poisoned by the black fog. China looked at the glowing ring on his finger. It had activated poison resistance. The boy looked at his comrade and thought that he simply couldn't have predicted that things would turn out this way. The soldier clutched his head and declared it too much, and the girl ordered everyone to calm down and take the antidote. After drinking the potion, the woman remembered she had prepared for everything in advance. But there wasn't enough antidote for everyone, and she realized that if things went badly, they would all lose their life force before the battle. Someone approached her from behind and explained that they would last half a day at most. The commander turned and said they were in the same situation, and the man concluded that they didn't have much time left. With a sly smile, the old man suggested his ally reconsider his proposal and asked if she really intended to wait for Isaac to make a mistake and then fight with the last of her life force. The heroes looked around when someone shouted that the Russians had left. Looking down, the captain declared she had no other choice, and thought about how she wouldn't be able to get the ring if he succeeded. The heroes shook hands. The knight, brow furrowed in confidence, called her decision wise and concluded that their chances of stealing King Arthur's ring had now increased. The warrior narrowed his eyes with glee and remembered that the antidote would actually last them almost the entire day. The black horse slowly advanced. A zombie arm erupted from the ground. China saw the monster at the other end of the field. Its mouth opened wide and screamed. The rider raised its severed head, and cracks appeared in the ground. A multitude of undead rose from their graves. The boy looked at the enemy army and asked if they would simply stand there and do nothing. The protagonist looked down and said they should pretend it was just a regular hunt. The player asked if they could pretend it was only after they had dealt with them. Yujin replied that they couldn't leave the front lines, lest they give the other guilds a chance. The boy smiled and explained that with time they would gain an advantage in the black fog, and decided to make the others beg him to clear this dungeon. Flames rose above the trees. Jay glanced to the side and realized something was wrong. The man exchanged glances with Ellis. The old man ran away, and the girl decided she had no other choice, thinking that there was no guarantee Isaac would succeed. Gritting her teeth, she realized she had to do this to protect the others, and concluded that they needed to win and get out of here alive. The empty antidote flask fell to the ground. The ghoul bared its fangs furiously. A powerful blow tore its head from its shoulders. China engaged the undead. The enemy army surrounded him, and the young man asked his friend to take it easy, the boy shouting that he couldn't relax in this situation. Birds took flight over the forest. The ranger looked around tensely. A tribe of orcs emerged from the trees. The necromancer smiled, glad they had arrived. Standing on a tree branch, the warriors saw a powerful explosion and asked what was going on. A series of explosions rumbled throughout the forest. The knight gritted his teeth, wondering if their enemy had prepared in advance. A gigantic cloud of black smoke rose from the thicket. One of the warriors bowed his head wearily as the black mist consumed his life force, and cursed. The man fell near a tree. The warriors tried to support each other, begging for patience a little longer, for they could not die so in vain. Ellis and her assistant watched tensely, noticing that more and more people were dying. The knight looked anxiously at the captain, warning that they were at their limit and that they had no time left. He urged her to make a decision. The girl gritted her teeth, knowing that the supplies of the prepared antidote had run out, and now they would have to cope with their dwindling strength. She wondered what Jay had been doing for so long. Ellis turned around when Isaac appeared in the clearing, assuming he had finally given up and returned. The captain snatched Merlin's staff from her inventory and declared herself ready for battle. Now it was the Great Guild's turn to demonstrate its might. A murmur swept through the crowd. The protagonist scowled at the warriors and announced that he was leaving this to them, returning to the battlefield. The girl was indignant, thinking the necromancer was joking. The young man glanced sideways at his rival when she stepped forward and reminded him that the moment he appeared, their guild's turn had passed. The commander frowned and added that the player had wasted half a day, so he should have let them deal with this. Saving the lives of everyone present was the most important thing. Eugene turned to the girl and explained that he had merely returned the wounded of the frontier to safety. Ellis's eyes widened when she heard this. Only then did she notice the man lying on the ground. It was Jay, clenching his teeth in pain, and the captain couldn't understand how this had happened. The girl glared at the protagonist and shouted that this didn't change the rules. He had returned, which meant it was their turn. If he had abandoned the battlefield, then his attempt had failed. The captain folded her arms and added that from now on, the Great Guild would act, and they would do it quickly, so they could save at least one more person. But the young man pressed his finger to his lips and asked her to wait her turn, as they were still fighting. A gust of wind emanated from the necromancer. Ellis's mouth fell open in surprise, unable to comprehend what was happening. But the player smiled and explained that even now, his partner continued to fight bravely. He had no time for pointless arguments, as he needed to return to the battlefield immediately to help him. Several people exchanged glances, wondering if Isaac had any other comrades, and some remembered the big guy. One of the soldiers rubbed his chin, recalling the fighter's name, while others remembered the gorilla-like blonde. Ellis pointed at the guy when he noted that most of her guild members were poisoned, and if they fought in this state, they would have a hard time surviving, let alone clearing them out. She stated that in that case, he must be having a hard time too, since he couldn't use his power. The girl frowned stubbornly, continuing to demand that they make way for them before it was too late. If they were in the same situation, it would be better for their team to join the fight, since at least they had the resources to do so. Eugen threw up his hands and protested that she was wrong. The fog had no effect on him, and the captain dismissed it as nonsense. But then Ellis froze as her comrades began discussing Isaac's victory over the spiny snake. She stared ahead, remembering that the spiny snake had spewed poisonous smoke, and the Russian standing before her had been the first to defeat it. The young man glanced around haughtily and declared that if all the guilds had cooperated from the start, the current crisis would not have arisen. It was presumptuous to organize a purge order. The protagonist extended his hand to the others and added that there was still a chance. They simply needed to defeat the Dullahan as quickly as possible, mobilizing all their remaining resources. Ellis took a step forward, gritting her teeth in anger, but her assistant stopped her, whispering that it was time for her to stop. The situation was too serious. The others also began exchanging glances, acknowledging Isaac's point. Instead of competing with each other, they should have fought together from the start, and their scramble for items had only worsened the situation. Another soldier even blamed the Great Guild. Everyone's gaze soon turned to Ellis, wanting her to be held accountable for her words. They couldn't understand what Isaac had done wrong, wasting more time by bringing the wounded to the Frontier Guild. The captain clutched her staff in her hands as the conversations continued around her. Instead of thanking him for saving her own life, she'd started arguing with him, and if things went badly, the Great Guild would regret it. The girl's face was tense. The situation had spiraled out of control, and then she heard herself reminded of her own words about the value of every player's life. The necromancer extended his hand to the commander and advised him to be more careful in his future decisions, in order to save everyone present. Ellis's eyes widened as she understood. It wasn't for nothing that he'd said he'd gladly give his items to a player stronger than himself. The captain lowered her staff when the protagonist added that she already knew the answer, and everyone present would witness the Great Guild's noble request. There was a moment of silence, and all the soldiers froze, awaiting the decision. Meanwhile, the corpses continued to rise from the ground. China clenched his teeth in frustration, cursing out loud that this would never end, and he'd run out of steam before he even started fighting the Dullahan. not to mention his partner was in no hurry. But at that moment, Yujin appeared from the mist, informing the immortal that he'd held them off well. The blonde man turned, cursing at the youth. He froze, his mouth open, as Merlin's staff appeared in his hands. The necromancer's magical power overflowed as the conditions of the Knights of the Round Table bonus were met. China gaped in surprise and asked where he'd gotten all these items, to which the protagonist replied that he'd already received all the prizes. Merlin's items were a bonus. The player smiled and suggested they break through and destroy the Dullahan. The immortal frowned, indignant, wondering how those two items would make any difference, how they were even supposed to fight their way through an army of zombies. The protagonist chuckled. The ground around them rose into the air. A golem rose above the army of enemy undead. Skeletal soldiers then emerged from the ground. Still smiling, Yujin activated Gawain's necklace, further fulfilling the item's set requirements. One of his skeletons began to tremble. Then, each summoned undead glowed with a golden light. China looked at this army in shock. The necromancer grinned again and asked if that was enough. The zombies' attention was captured. The monsters charged. Skeletal soldiers ran towards them. The golem towered over this army. China watched the scene with delight. He enjoyed the sight of the herd of zombies swarming the golem, and he commented on it. The protagonist grinned, saying that it would be ineffective to kill the zombies one by one, and now they could move forward with the plan. Behind the army of the undead, the boss finally appeared. Healing magic engulfed the healer's palms. Jay opened his eyes abruptly, sat up, and asked what was happening. The healer raised an eyebrow and warned the man not to move, as due to the fog's effects, even after healing, he wouldn't return to his previous state. The mustachioed man gritted his teeth when he heard that if not for Isaac, he wouldn't have returned alive, and he couldn't believe how things had turned out. Ellis and her assistant wandered through the fog, and the latter asked if they could really just walk around like that. The captain glared at the boy, and when he reminded her that in their current state, it would be dangerous to encounter a monster that decided to abandon the battlefield, she barked that she was aware of it. The girl turned to the fighter and added that the Russian had tricked them and taken Merlin's items, and since they would have to explain things to the guild, they needed at least some understanding of the situation. The commander gritted her teeth. She didn't know what the other players would do if she hadn't immediately handed over Merlin's items. Remembering their looks, Ellis realized that not only the artifacts, but also the guild's pride and the lives of her subordinates would have been lost. She decided that Isaac was a very frightening man. Finally, her foot stepped onto the edge of the cliff. From above, the Americans saw a stone golem scattering hundreds of zombies in all directions. The assistant looked on in horror, exclaiming that the fool hadn't even noticed he was surrounded. But the skeleton warriors razed everything to smithereens. The captain's eyes widened, and she said it wasn't encirclement. The skeletons were successfully destroying the zombies. The girl's face expressed shock as she realized out loud that Isaac had taken up a position between the zombie army and the Dullahan, summoning a skeleton warrior and a golem. The commander realized that the enemy had isolated the boss, but if he delayed, they would find themselves surrounded and in danger. She couldn't understand why the boy had resorted to such a reckless act. Steam billowed from Chin's mouth, and he admitted it was more difficult than he had imagined. The immortal tensed his muscles to break the ice on his hands and said he thought one would be easier to deal with, but the enemy spat icy air that froze on contact. The Dullahan's eyes blazed, causing the energy of the dead to increase, but Lancelot's ring reflected it. The protagonist watched his companion shout that the pile of items was overwhelming, and thought they wouldn't be able to defeat the boss so easily. He was only keeping warm with his necklace. The young man approached the fallen sword and recalled what he'd heard before returning from his comrades who'd attempted the dead forest. He'd been told back then that defeating the Dullahan required insane firepower, and at the time, none other than Sejong possessed such power, and now he would be less than him. The necromancer stood firmly on his feet, crossing Percival's spear with Merlin's staff, increasing its penetration. The tip of the weapon glowed. China channeled mana into his knuckle-duster when he realized his companion was pulling out an ace from his sleeve. The immortal rushed at the boss, deciding he hadn't done all he could. The boy unleashed a series of blows with his knuckle-duster on the horse. The monster tried to slash at the man with his sword, but he dodged the blow. Gritting his teeth, he swung the knuckles again. But at that moment, the weapon stopped glowing. The knuckles collided with the sword's blade. The blonde's hand began to encase itself in ice again. The Dullahan's head opened its mouth, sucking in air. China was forced to retreat. At that moment, the protagonist pierced the enemy's head with his spear. It attempted to deflect the blow with the energy of the dead. The spear began to encase itself in an icy crust. The immortal smiled triumphantly, glad they had deprived him of his head. The ice along the shaft reached the youth's palm. Then he smashed the enemy's head to the ground, while the blonde feared that even Percival's spear couldn't pierce this ice. The necromancer gritted his teeth, delivering blow after blow to the enemy's skull until cracks began to form. The monster's head began to crumble. A loud explosion thundered across the battlefield. The Americans covered their faces with their hands. When Ellis removed her hands, her eyes widened in surprise, and the system announced that the Dullahan had been defeated. When the fog cleared, dawn was breaking over the trees, and the onlookers couldn't believe it was over. The zombies began to crumble to dust. China looked around in surprise, noticing the disappearance of his enemies. The protagonist's breathing was heavy. The young man bent down to pick up the spear when the immortal asked what he planned to do with it. Yujin picked up the ring from the ground. The necromancer examined the artifact, recognizing it as the Ring of Hercules. The blond man folded his arms and asked again what his partner planned to do with the Dullahan. The protagonist smirked and asked what he thought, then summoned the defeated enemy as a skeleton warrior. Sechin was completely delighted, as the media was exploding with news of the Makash Guild's victory. Carrie crumpled the newspaper, and she threw it at Ellis's feet, her face awash with shame. Yang Wang read the news with a satisfied smile. The master smirked, admitting that Wu Jin's offer to invest in Isaac was a good decision. There were already idiots comparing Phoenix to the Messiah. When the secretary entered the office and announced a call from Mokash, the man reflected that as Isaac became more active, his guild stock price continued to rise. Yang Wang raised his eyebrows in surprise. He'd never heard that name before. The suitcase rolled along the asphalt. The protagonist pressed the phone to his ear, announced that he just arrived and was ready to move on to the next step, and then asked if the other person had done what he'd asked. Sechin smiled and said that he had, of course, but asked to use it carefully. Its durability was still low. While China was packing his suitcase in the car, the young man heard the broker drop a line, promising to call back soon. The immortal climbed behind the wheel and asked if his partner was tired. They'd only just finished, and he was already talking business again. He'd go first, as he was so hungry he could die right then and there. He then asked if they'd be having lunch together. Yujin simply waved at the blonde, complimented him on his work, and told him to drive carefully. China leaned out of the car and angrily reminded him that, generally speaking, when people are grateful for someone else's work, they buy them something. The young man promised to buy him something to eat soon and let him choose whatever he wanted. The immortal's face fell, and he even asked if he'd understood correctly. But when the necromancer's car pulled away, he indignantly cried out that he hadn't been told about the deadline. Meanwhile, at the Messiah Guild headquarters, Xin slammed her palms on the table and protested that the other man couldn't be present, clearly not understanding their current situation. The girl leaned forward, adding that they couldn't delay their attack on the multi-level dungeon any longer, but the man in the hologram countered that he, too, had a problem he couldn't put off. Hidero frowned and asked if she knew how many of his students had already been killed. Until he managed to eliminate Wu Jin, he wouldn't cooperate with the guild. Xin glared at the master archer and shouted that because Isaac had managed to pass through the dead forest under Yin Wang's protection, they were the focus of public attention, and their ally was planning to ruin their situation with such a trivial act. Sometimes sacrifices were necessary. The archer narrowed his eyes, indignant that his problems were being dismissed as trivial. The man's gaze betrayed displeasure, and he asked if they really thought he shouldn't take care of that newbie who'd easily cleared a 3-level dungeon, and if she thought they were overestimating the Russian strength. Sitting next to him, Ken agreed with his colleague, expressing regret that the Messiah was preoccupied with such trivial matters. The girl winced. These idiots didn't understand that the issue wasn't Isaac himself, but that all the attention and praise were currently directed at him, making their guild's status precarious. When the master raised his hand, demanding that he stop, the warrior thought that another problem was that this Isaac was growing at an alarming rate, just like Sejong had in the past. The young man himself looked menacingly at the senior members of the guild and stated that if they were truly so concerned about their students, they could do whatever they wanted. However, they couldn't give them much time. The assistant looked at the master and reminded him that they couldn't delay the attack on the 7-level dungeon. The blonde man's gaze, directed at her, was filled with irritation. Shin looked away and agreed that if the master had said so, the attack should be postponed. The men bowed, thanked them for their understanding, and hung up. For a moment, silence fell over the hall. The shadowy youth laughed and remarked that the Messiah's reputation wasn't as high as it once was. The warrior looked indignantly at the speaker, who clarified that perhaps the rumors had been exaggerated to begin with. There used to be active key members at every level, but now there were none. The scarred youth leaned forward and continued that even the other members were beginning to act independently of the guildmaster's will, which was truly disorganized. Sejong clasped his fingers, and the troublemaker expressed confidence that he hadn't been brought here to demonstrate something like that, though he even found it amusing, to which Shin demanded he watch his words. The master looked calmly at the youth and asked what he could have done. The other man looked at him tensely. The newspaper fell onto the table. Wu Jin raised his eyebrows and asked why he had been summoned. Yang Wang smiled and explained that thanks to the protagonist's offer to invest in Isaac, his business had improved, and he wanted to ask him for something else. The master placed his hands on his lap and added that if the young man could fulfill his request, he would provide a worthy reward. Yang Wang inquired what he needed. The man extended his hand and informed the protagonist that a player wanted to partner with him on a dungeon raid, apparently wanting to test his skills. The necromancer's eyebrows rose, and he clarified what Yang Wang meant. The master pointed at the player, and added that he simply needed to make sure they remembered him, as the man was one of his bodyguards. He said he absolutely needed him to accompany him. The young man was at a loss for words. Wu Jin frowned and asked who the person was who wanted to partner with him. The man grinned and said Isaac's name, choosing the young man. The entrance to the dungeon opened in the middle of an abandoned city street. The protagonist entered the fenced-in area and, when Yang Wang asked how the meeting with Isaac had gone, replied that everything had gone smoothly, and that he had been told about the test run, showing the dungeon report. The master frowned and reiterated whether the necromancer understood how important this was. No matter what, the boy had to succeed. A car pulled up behind him, and the man added that it would be beneficial not only for him but also for Wu Jin. The young man shielded his eyes from the headlights, and the man turned around, relieved that the right person had appeared. The car door opened. A completely calm Isaac emerged. The players shook hands, and the protagonist asked to take care of him. The bodyguard whispered something in the Russian's ear, after which he smiled amiably and deliberately uttered a strange phrase, which the man behind him immediately interpreted as a request to take care of him as well. Yang Wang raised his eyebrows in surprise. As his charges headed for the dungeon, the master muttered that Isaac was a little different from how he'd imagined him, thinking he had a more sinister image. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, China removed his disguise and, smiling, boasted that he'd acted perfectly, fooling Yang Wang himself, after which the immortal placed his hands on his hips and laughed, claiming he was simply an amazing actor, even asking if he should give up his gaming career and devote himself to the stage. His partner praised him, but he silently thought that in the future, he should have avoided the need for a stunt double. He recalled their conversation in the restaurant, when the blonde man had complained that he hadn't been told up front that the Phoenix Guild master would also be there. Qin's face was filled with confusion, and he whispered what they should do if Yang Wang showed up. Wu Jin replied that he would be at the entrance to the dungeon, and only he and Isaac would go inside. The immortal covered his face with his hand and asked what he was talking about. He was Isaac, after all, so how could he split into two? But the young man explained his plan. The necromancer pointed at his partner, and repeated that only he and Isaac would go inside. The blonde man flashed a smile, and said he understood. But looking at the table, he explained that his partner wouldn't be able to get away with just pork anymore and needed to order beef, to which Wu Jin reminded him that he told him he'd buy whatever he wanted. Qin looked at the necromancer with delight, and upon hearing that he could do so without restrictions, but only today, he immediately demanded the beef. As the boys were leaving, the immortal inquired how much all this meat would cost and called his partner a better friend than anyone else. When the player handed over his card for payment, the blonde began to say he was ready to continue helping, but then paused. The card bore the Phoenix Guild crest. The boy indignantly pointed at Yujin and demanded to know where he got the card, to which Yujin replied that he'd received it from the guild master specifically for the meeting with himself. China stared at his friend in confusion, realizing that the man had promised to pay him with food for his hard work, but had paid with a guild card. Seeing his partner's grin, the immortal realized he was beginning to remind him of Sechin when he'd asked him to take care of him. The skeleton knight destroyed another orc. The undead actively scattered monsters during the battle, and a blow from the knight's spear from horseback reduced them to dust. Finally, the battle was over, and the players let out a tired sigh, while the protagonist received another gift from the underworld's messenger. China looked astonished, admitting he hadn't been able to see it during the fight with Delahan, but now that he saw it, he found it surprising. The protagonist, however, had gotten the expected result. The young man examined the staff, thinking it was the first time he'd used it properly, without taking into account the individual capabilities of others, but even he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. Yujin frowned, considering that the magical power remained even after using all his skills. It meant he wouldn't be able to get the most out of the items if it remained. In this dungeon, he wouldn't be able to test their full power. The immortal shrugged and added that thanks to the skeletons, the level continued to rise. They could do everything themselves. He didn't even need to interfere, and there was nothing to gain. The young man's smile turned satisfied as he concluded that soon even he himself would be no match for his partner's skeletal warriors. The necromancer glanced at Qin with displeasure, mentally irritated by his constant frivolity. The immortal waved his hands and asked if his partner was going to force him to do this again, begging him not to, as he was Isaac now, and if he did, he'd say he'd failed the test. But Wu Jin smirked and declared that he'd been thinking about failing this test anyway. A blonde man's cry rang out over the forest. The protagonist's name appeared on the phone screen. Sechin picked up the phone and noted that they'd completed the test faster than he thought. He then asked if the young man was satisfied with the test. When he heard him say something, he realized Wu Jin had failed. The necromancer glanced sideways at his partner in the car, admitted he expected the broker to figure it out, and inquired if anything had happened while they were in the dungeon. The player frowned when he heard the Messiah Guild announce they were postponing their raid on the 7th-tier dungeon. The exact reason the attack couldn't proceed as planned hadn't been disclosed. The protagonist figured that if they were even postponing the raid, there must have been some problem. And considering that, besides Sijuan, only the Master Archer and the Master Swordsman could act independently, there was no one else. The young man looked straight ahead and speculated that an internal conflict had arisen within the guild. Sijuan frowned and admitted he thought so too. There had been many unpleasant incidents recently, the most suspicious of which was the Master Archer. He wasn't an original member of the guild, but he had deep ties to it. The broker rose to his feet and added that it was just his guess. But before attacking the multi-level dungeon, he first needed to sort out his personal issues. Wu Jin frowned again, and was asked what he would do. A disgruntled China glared at his partner, as he replied that he had to finish what he started first. But as soon as the protagonist showed his credit card, the immortal leaned out of the car and, hearing him say he'd think about the rest after eating, expressed hope that he would be fed too. At this point, Sechin asked what other business he had. The necromancer smirked and replied that he had to meet with Yang Wang. The next morning, at the Phoenix Guild headquarters, the master looked at the youth with disappointment, noting that he had failed the test and reminding him that he had said he had to pass this test no matter what. The player lowered his gaze and apologized. The man placed his hands on the armrests and stated that he did not need an apology, but an explanation of what had happened, to which Wu Jin replied that the power of the blood poisoning technique had been recognized. The protagonist rubbed his fingers together and added that he still lacked skill, but Isaac asked if he could help if he needed assistance. Yang Wang looked at the young man with puzzlement, thinking that his interest in Isaac was merely a mixed blessing. The master drummed his fingers on the armrest. The necromancer didn't look up as he explained that he'd overheard the Russian talking to a colleague outside the dungeon, and it seemed they were trying to recruit people from a different guild, not Mokash. The man winced when Wu Jin assumed this meant Isaac would leave Mokash, realizing he'd become a free player. Yang Wang clasped his fingers, mulling over the fact that they couldn't be certain based on this information alone. It should only be interpreted as information that they were attempting the same move they'd made previously, after forming their group. The master grinned when he realized the Russian hadn't been testing Yujin for nothing. The man leaned back in his chair and asked the young man if he thought he could handle it if he were given the chance to take the test again, and Yujin looked surprised. The necromancer looked up at Yang Wang and replied that if he were given a chance, a little more trust, and a little more strength, he would definitely succeed next time. A volcano erupted, and the system reported a level increase. A huge monster lay on the ground. A dragon hunter appeared, and the sound of the dungeon being cleared could be heard. A crowd of people gathered near the car, asking for interviews. The man, sweat pouring down his face, said that he had just finished the dungeon, but there was an urgent request from the Japanese government. Francois held documents in his hand, and his assistant explained that an A-rank dungeon had been found, and the master wanted to ask him for advice. Sitting in the car, the hunter mentioned that the boss of this dungeon was a dragon hatchling. He then asked what he wanted from him, including whether he could recommend players who could complete the dungeon. The subordinate remarked that this meant he already had someone in mind. Throwing the papers on the seat, the warrior explained that it had been a while since he'd reached level 100, but he was tracking active players capable of completing the 3-story dungeon. Grasping his mustache, the butler asked what would happen if he recommended someone to the master, and that player refused. The warrior said that would definitely not happen, and then the man, jaw hanging open in surprise, asked how confident he was in that player. Francois, adjusting his glasses, answered affirmatively. After a while, newspapers appeared, asking whether Isaac should join in to slay the dragon, and also mentioning a solo raid on the dragon's dungeons. Yang Wang sat at the table. The man, smiling slightly, wondered if anyone wanted to join the performance where Isaac played the lead role, and then thought that the more reckless the challenge, the more noble it was. A note appeared on the paper stating that Isaac would, as a result, complete the dungeon alone, and at that moment the gentleman muttered that it was good he managed to invest in him. The girl, holding a phone in her hand, said that Wu Jin had sent him a message, and thanks to the skill they'd given him last time, he'd been able to pass Isaac's test. Guildmaster Phoenix, lifting the corners of his lips, remarked that this was wonderful. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, asked for trust and a little more strength, as he would definitely succeed next time. A magical item lay on the table, and Yang Wang said he planned to give it to him as a reward for passing the test, and therefore could consider it an advance payment. Throwing the artifact to the protagonist, the man added that there would be no second chance, and he definitely had to pass this time, and if not, he didn't know what he'd do with him. Pressing a button on his phone, the gentleman said to have the secretary come in. The young man left the room, after which Guildmaster Phoenix asked him to call Isaac and tell him to run the test again, and the girl asked what to do if he refused. Frowning gravely, Yang Wang replied that he'd have to bribe her, and then the assistant asked what he meant, and he explained that he should send him the skill pages for the fire golem and the skeleton wizard. The man clutched his chin. The lady, looking at the phone screen, said that Isaac would like to go to this dragon cub dungeon with Wu Jin, at which point the gentleman said that it was understandable. Tapping his fingers on the armrest, Guildmaster Phoenix considered this to be a 3-tier A-rank dungeon, just like the Dullahan dungeon. They might call it a baby dragon, but it was still a dragon. Imagining the enormous monster, Yang Wang muttered that these creatures were difficult to attack, and therefore no one wanted to deal with them. However, since it was a young, immature dragon, the chances of a successful attack would be slightly higher. Placing his hand on the arm of his chair, the man added that if his bodyguard, Wu Jin, joined Isaac, the attack would be successful, which would be a big plus for him. Curling the corners of his lips, the gentleman announced that they needed to write an article and have his secretary call and gather journalists. Several articles appeared, all stating that Guildmaster Phoenix promised Isaac his full support. Sechin could be seen swiping his finger across the screen of his phone. The broker smiled and noted that, as expected, Yang Wang hadn't missed the opportunity and had taken full advantage of it, and even if he later found out he'd been exploited, he wouldn't have lost anything. The rare item dealer, standing across from Sijuan, asked her if she'd given the protagonist what he'd requested, to which he'd replied affirmatively. The girl, parting her lips, added that she also checked to make sure there were no issues with the merchandise. Glancing at his watch, the secretary explained that he should be inside the dungeon around now, and would probably be using it now. Suddenly, it seemed as if someone was touching the protagonist's cheek. Gina, lowering his eyebrows, said he didn't think he was going to put a mask on a skeleton, but it seemed to work. He also remarked that Sijuan had complained that it had cost him a lot, but it had been worth it, and even more realistic than simply putting on a mask. Standing behind the boy's body, the immortal player said the more he looked, the more amazed he became, then asked if he'd ever seen a doppelganger in person. Introducing the blue monster, Yujin explained that a doppelganger is a monster with the ability to transform and create a copy of another creature's appearance, and it's not easy to find because it usually hides underground in the form of other monsters, such as orcs and goblins. A diagram of how to transform an evil spirit into a human was shown, and the protagonist added that doppelganger skin tissue sells for a very high price on the black market, but using this skin tissue, one can create an item capable of perfectly disguising the face or appearance of another person. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist said that maybe he should stop playing around, because if he breaks it, he'll tell the secretary everything and he'll have to pay for it. China, sweat pouring down his face, replied that he understood and remarked that he simply needed to put it in his inventory, and that it was so astonishing that he wanted to take a closer look. The immortal player, his jaw dropping, asked if he was going to deal with all the monsters again, and the system immediately indicated that the doppelganger's skin tissue was an item that could camouflage the entire body and could be used to disguise himself in various forms or guises. The young man, smiling slightly, said that this time he wanted to leave the third floor to him. Frowning in confusion, his subordinate Sechin asked if this was true. Holding his staff, Wu Jin replied that he could handle the first and second floors himself, but would entrust him with the dragon hatchling. At that very moment, the artificial intelligence announced that it had summoned skeletal warriors from the Book of the Dead, a fire golem, and a skeletal mage. Suddenly, a huge number of undead appeared. The skeleton's head glowed with a bright flame. A flame was visible above the monster's palm. A skeletal beast appeared. Strange chains swirled around his hand, and the system reported that he had equipped a bracelet, engraved on his body, and the number of rings he could wear was increasing. Inventory slots appeared, and it was stated that King Arthur's ring and Hercules' ring were sealed and could not be removed. The artificial intelligence reported that the damage of all offensive skills had been increased by 10%, and health and mana had been increased by 150, after which a view of the magic beam opened. Holding out his palm, the protagonist pronounced it not bad. Sweat poured down Chin's face. The immortal player, his jaw suddenly dropped, asked what he was planning to do. Turning his head, the protagonist explained that there was no point in wasting time and that they would go straight to the third floor. High mountains appeared. Sechin's subordinate peered around the corner. The user looked forward. The blond man clenched his jaw, thinking that this monster had said he'd handle everything himself, but had ended up destroying everything, and he even felt sorry for the monsters in this dungeon. Imagining the various monsters, China realized he was no longer just a lone player, but had a powerful legion that knew no fatigue and unafraid of death. An army of undead stood behind him, and the immortal player added that this was his own guild. Sechin's subordinate's pupils quickly turned white, and he muttered that he didn't want to stick his neck out anymore. Wu Jin, looking back, asked if he had anything to say and why he'd been looking at him like that lately. Waving his hand, the blond man replied that nothing was wrong, he just still didn't quite understand the strategy for attacking the hatchling dragon he'd explained earlier. Sitting behind a large rock, the protagonist clarified what was so difficult and explained that when they began, he should leave everything else to him and attack only the flanks. He had already said this, after which his partner exclaimed that he remembered and needed to prevent him from taking off and escaping. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist remarked that he knew everything himself and then asked what he didn't understand, and the young man countered by asking if he shouldn't overdo it when he was lying on the ground and simply stay on his back. A terrifying monster appeared, and then Yujin announced that the flapping of his folded wings would be twice as powerful as when they were unfolded, and therefore the attack wouldn't work at all. To force him to spread his wings, he would need to hit him hard enough to make him sense the danger, but in such a situation, it was impossible to focus the full force of the attack solely on his wings. Bewildered, his jaw hanging open, China asked if he should wait on his back until the right moment. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his index finger to his mouth. A huge dragon suddenly appeared. The beast was visible as it hit the ground. The protagonist glanced sideways thoughtfully. The undead creature began gnawing at the animal. Sweat trickled down the immortal player's cheek. The monster suddenly raised its head. The creature began to survey its surroundings. A glint of light reflected in the dragon's eye. The undead creature abruptly spread its wings, and at that very moment, the young man muttered that he was a clever creature and immediately noticed the changes in the nest. Smiling slightly, Yujin decided to give it a try, albeit too late, and the system reported that the corpse explosion skill had been used. A second later, a powerful explosion resounded. The monster quickly fell to the ground. The creature tried to dodge the rocks. Suddenly, a huge boulder slammed into the dragon. China, riding the skeletal beast, shouted that he understood what he was talking about, then asked if he finally managed to fly. What then? Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist replied that he could cut his wings if they were open, and that his task was to bring him back down to earth. Frowning angrily, the immortal player asked if he meant that he would fall with him. Extending his thumb, the protagonist exclaimed that he would entrust this to him. Petrified rocks appeared, and then his companion spoke rudely of him. The dragon abruptly opened its mouth. Yujin's minions quickly attacked the monster. The skeleton struck its back. Baring his teeth, the boy wondered why its scales were so thick. Clenching his jaw, the youth said he had pierced it slightly. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the monster's mouth. A second later, the dragon emitted a powerful flame. China, standing on it, shouted that he thought the wings weren't the only problem. The protagonist, his mouth wide open, told the player to focus on the wings and let him handle the rest. Then the system indicated that the pharaoh's strength skill had been used, and that any monsters the caster hadn't killed could be used as sacrifices. Suddenly, several skeletons leaped forward. The knight quickly approached the monster, and at that moment, the blessing of the sun activated. The undead's head burned with a bright flame. The swordsman opened his mouth sharply. A moment later, the rider leaped toward the dragon. The skeleton pierced the monster's tail, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence reported that the hatchling dragon had been poisoned by its venomous blood. The monster threw the knight off its tail. China frowned in confusion. The undead creature began flapping its wings. The immortal player, standing on it, shouted for it to stop. Suddenly, the dragon soared upward. His mouth wide open, the protagonist called out to his comrade. The boy pushed off the ground with a jerk. Magic traces were visible. The young man gripped the spear tightly. Sweat trickled down the blonde's face. The user's grip on the weapon was visible. Looking up, Wujin said to let his partner recover before he rose any higher. The tip of the spear suddenly glowed, and Qin remarked that he was easy to speak. Suddenly, the immortal player delivered a slash at the opponent and asked if he thought it was easy. The monster opened its mouth in confusion, and then Sechin, the subordinate, exclaimed that he had succeeded. Suddenly, the boy began to fall. The boy's eyes widened in confusion. A second later, the user grabbed the monster and muttered that he would die like this. Suddenly, the dragon hit the ground. Smiling slightly, the protagonist thought that if it weren't for Qin, he wouldn't have even imagined such a strategy. And his comrade was already halfway there. A thick haze was visible. Suddenly, the monster emitted a bright beam. A powerful flame reached the giant. Lowering his brows, Yujin muttered that even if they had succeeded in the wing plan, they shouldn't forget that this was a dragon and dangerous in its own right, and therefore they must remain vigilant until they had completely subdued it. Numerous skeletons rushed forward. The undead creature furiously attacked the enemy. The protagonist's subordinates struck at the monster's tail. The knight's head burned with blue flame. The rider plunged his sword into the monster. One of the skeletons pressed hard on the hilt. The sharp blade could be seen piercing the dragon's limb. Its pupils sharply contracted. The protagonist's minions continued their attacks. Energy began to accumulate near the monster's mouth. Suddenly, the giant clutched its head in his palms. The enemy's body was torn apart from the inside. A moment later, a powerful explosion resounded. The undead abruptly fell to the ground. Wu Jin held his staff in his hand, and the system reported that the blessing of the river stick skill had been activated. Suddenly, China scattered rocks in all directions. Looking down, the protagonist noted that it had taken longer than expected and asked if he'd passed out, adding that he'd been asleep for so long that he thought he truly died. Baring his teeth, the immortal player asked if he thought such a trifle could kill him, then exclaimed that his stomach was empty. He had no strength, and so he decided to rest for a bit. Wiping his mouth, Sechin's subordinate inquired about the dragon. Smiling, the protagonist replied that while his comrade was resting, he'd played with it for a bit, and thanks to him, he'd finally managed to hunt it. Extending his hand, Wu Jin remarked that his partner had done a good job. The corners of his lips lifted sharply. Shaking the protagonist's hand, the young man declared that he had done everything. Scratching his head, the warrior said that he shouldn't try to buy him off with words, but rather that he should buy him some food as soon as they left. Suddenly, the dragon raised its head, and the protagonist announced that they needed to sort this out first. The monster opened its maw angrily. Suddenly, it sounded like someone was playing a board game. Ken, sitting on the floor, asked how many days had passed since Isaac and his group entered the dungeon, to which he replied that it had been 10. The sword master said he was surprised he was still alive, and at that moment, his subordinate, leaning down, remarked that many believed the chances of success were extremely slim. The master, smirking, remarked that if that were the case, he hoped they would succeed, and then they would be able to eliminate them themselves. The man, sweat pouring down his face, was confused. Hidero thrust his hand into the deep container. The archer lowered his gaze. The swordsman frowned in confusion. A board game was visible. Parting his lips, the warrior said they would discard the small and take the large. The assistant's mouth dropped open, puzzled. Laying his head on the floor, the man exclaimed that he would dedicate his life to this mission. Suddenly, the system reported that the hatchling dragon had been defeated and the dragon's slayer achievement had been earned, and China stared thoughtfully ahead. The defeated monster appeared in the distance, after which the immortal player shouted that he was a dragon's slayer. Hitting the skeleton on the head, his subordinate, Sechin, praised him for his excellent work. Then the young man glanced sideways, confused. Wu Jin's eyes narrowed. Through sweat, the fighter announced that they were finished and asked what was wrong with his face and if there were any problems. Parting his lips, the protagonist replied that as soon as they left this dungeon, he thought he would die anyway. China, frowning angrily, asked what he was talking about. Looking down, the protagonist explained that as soon as they left, they would be sent to attack a fort or dungeon. The immortal player confirmed this was true and then asked what was wrong and what he was planning, while Wu Jin, crossing his arms, explained that starting at rank 4, the dungeon was a stage for high-level players over level 100. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist added that it could be said that this group was at the top of the guilds, and naturally, such people enjoyed enormous political and economic privileges. Imagining the two men shaking hands, the protagonist said that even that wasn't enough for them, so they formed their own cartel to reap greater profits, and defined each other's territories to avoid intrusion. Ken appeared to be standing on a mountaintop, and the boy then remarked that those who possessed immense power and lived peacefully, contentedly, would one day have uninvited guests appear on their territory. The young man was seen pushing the master. The swordsman bared his teeth menacingly. Yujin grinned slyly and immediately asked what would happen if, among these uninvited guests, he saw the face that had previously proven annoying. Curling the corners of his lips, the protagonist clarified his thoughts on what would happen. Suddenly, Isaac was surrounded by a multitude of reporters, asking him the secret to his successful completion. Everyone had assumed he wouldn't be able to handle it, and how he was feeling. The players advanced, and the reporters asked to look at them. The man, his mouth wide open, exclaimed that it was his new comrade Isaac. The protagonist frowned gravely, and a voice asked if there had been any problems during the cleanup, and after he joined, what he would say about their first playthrough together. Baring his teeth, China thought he needed to get out of here quickly before anyone noticed he was a double. Meanwhile, the journalists were asking if he'd had any trouble communicating with them. The immortal player abruptly placed his hand on the clone's shoulder. With a thumbs up, Sechen's subordinate declared that no one could stop them. Clenching his fists, the young man shouted that they were insurmountable. Suddenly, the stranger's legs appeared. The man thrust his hand into his jacket. Unexpectedly, he pulled out a knife. Leaping forward, the assassin declared that he should die. China turned his head sharply. The immortal player attempted to attack his opponent. The enemy quickly jumped back. Through the sweat on his face, Sechen's subordinate wondered if he had dodged. The criminal could be seen breaking with his feet. The hooligan glanced toward the double. The stranger was grinning slyly. Suddenly, the assassin plunged the knife into the protagonist's clone. The warrior's jaw dropped in confusion. Drops of blood began to trickle down the leg. A pool of red liquid spread across the ground. One of the men, eyebrows raised in surprise, declared that he had indeed struck, and the second exclaimed that they needed to move away, as the player who had just been struck wielded poisonous blood magic. People began running in panic, and shouts could be heard to move away to avoid being hit too. Numerous journalists rushed forward. Suddenly, a man lunged toward the protagonist in Isaac's body. The stranger swung his knife. Yujin narrowed his eyes sharply. Suddenly, the hooligan was struck in the back. Ken appeared behind him. The old man, sweating, asked if that was the master swordsman over there. The warrior frowned gravely, and the reporters declared that they absolutely had to film this. The body of the protagonist's double lay on the ground, and someone asked where the ambulance was, adding that a man was dying there. The fighter lowered his gaze thoughtfully. In the past, Ken had apologized for entrusting him with this, causing the man's pupils to quickly narrow. The master, his mouth wide open, retorted that he shouldn't say such a thing, for it was a great honor to be of service to him even in this way, and even though his life was insignificant, he would certainly kill him to appease the souls of his comrades who had gone before him. The master parted his lips. Falling to the ground, the killer thanked him for watching over him all this time. The hooligan, bleeding, whispered that it was for the sake of the alliance. His gaze was confused. The swordsman narrowed sharply. China knelt next to the body of the protagonist, double lying on the ground. The immortal player covered the hunter's clone with a cloth, up to his head. Ken approached from behind and announced that he had come as a representative of the country to congratulate them on their successful completion, adding that no one could have known something so terrible would happen. Suddenly, Wu Jin, in Isaac's body, narrowed his eyes. While the crowd filmed the heroes with flash cameras, the master swordsman declared his sincere regrets. Newspapers quickly spread the news of the protagonist's death. A video appeared online, under which the hero of Japan sincerely regretted his death and promised to destroy all terrorists in Japan. A member of the government bowed and declared their regret for the current situation and promised to provide Isaac's team with a free pass to the dungeon. A wad of newspaper lay on the floor. The computer screen was shattered and sparking, and someone could be heard asking the director to calm down. Leaning his hands on the table, Yamwan fumed at the impossibility of calming down in the current situation. The assistant, chin down, remained silent. The man clenched his teeth in anger and exclaimed that she knew how much money had been invested in Yujin, then wondered how those idiots dared touch him. Suddenly, Guildmaster Phoenix slammed his fist down on the table. It felt like his desk had split in two, and he asked his secretary to find the terrorists behind this, then added that that wasn't enough and ordered them all to be brought to him. Bright lanterns hung from the roof of the building. Traditional Asian dishes were set on the table, and someone could be heard expressing their regret over the death of their colleague. Suddenly, China looked down in alarm. Ken closed his eyes and remarked that if he had arrived a little earlier, he would have been fine. The immortal player looked at his comrade in bewilderment. From the table, the master swordsman declared that this would never have happened. Narrowing his eyes, Yujin said it was all fine, because it was inevitable, then added that death always followed the players. The assistant put her hand to her mouth and explained that he was saying it was all fine because death always followed the players. Instantly, a smile appeared on the man's face. The powerful manager, wrapping his fingers around the glass, remarked that this was well said. Winking, the man from the shadow world added that they were like comrades. Setting a small container on the table, Ken announced that he had prepared the best drinks for them, so they could enjoy themselves. China gritted his teeth in anger when the other man asked if they thought there was no reason for the living to despair, although it was a great pity for the dead. Suddenly, the immortal player slammed his fist on the table and let out a cry of indignation. He placed his foot on the chair and shouted that this was disgusting and that he couldn't bear to hear it anymore. The player's pupils noticeably diminished in size, and he was outraged by the death of his dungeon companion, unable to understand how a man could behave like that. As he left the room, the young man exclaimed that everyone here was an ignorant bastard, and that he was so filthy he wanted to punch him. The master swordsman's lips drooped as China declared that if Yujin saw them now, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Taking a step forward, the immortal player admitted he hadn't thought Isaac was like that. His jaw dropped. The young man suggested he misunderstood, then cried out that he could handle things on his own, however he wanted, but he would go. The door slammed shut behind the protagonist. He put his fingers to his mouth in fear, but the maid remained silent. At that very moment, the girl leaned closer to the master's shoulder. Setting his glass on the table, the hunter suggested they finish their meal. The protagonist, narrowing his eyes, thanked them for the treat and then added that he would consider the dungeon proposal as soon as possible. Looking down, Ken remarked that he was sorry to end their conversation like this, but this was their first time encountering 4-level dungeons. He then asked if he could handle it alone without their help. Standing up in front of his interlocutor, the protagonist replied that he certainly couldn't. Grabbing his jacket with both hands, the player asked him to prepare a gift that would change his companion's mind. A moment later, Wu Jin emerged onto the dark street. A large screen on the roof of the building showed the news. A masked man held a sign calling on the Japanese government to apologize immediately. Citizens held up signs calling for the heroes of Korea to compensate for Wu Jin's death. A news anchor was visible on the screen, announcing that protests had been ongoing in Korea for 4 days. At that very moment, a joyful grin appeared on the protagonist's face. Walking forward across the bridge, the hunter asked his companion about his whereabouts. Putting his fingers to his chin, Ken mused that no matter how much he thought about it, he felt sorry. Furrowing his brows, the master swordsman inquired if Sakura was there. Kneeling, she replied that she was. Sitting at the table, the master said that if possible, he would like to win Isaac over to their side. He then asked if there was such a way, to which she replied that the situation was currently unfavorable on all counts. 3 chess pieces appeared, one of which was crossed out, and the assistant remarked that everything had been fine when they removed Wu Jin. A friendly relationship was evident between the figures of Isaac and Ken, and the lady explained that China had eventually become hostile towards them, adding that it would be difficult to convert both of them. Yin Wang's eyes began to glow with anger, and the fighter noted that, in addition to the protagonist's death, Guild Master Phoenix was furious, and if they lost Isaac as well, a confrontation with him would be inevitable. Shin folded her arms, and Sakura continued that if Messiah learned that they wanted to convert Isaac, she wouldn't let it go so easily. The girl's face was hidden behind a mask, and she declared that in the current situation, Isaac's defection would do more harm than good. Holding up his drink, Ken asked if she thought so. Ken closed his eyes and admitted his apologies, then added that, in any case, this man was someone they couldn't have. Abruptly setting the small container down on the table, the master swordsman wondered if it wouldn't be better to make it so no one could. Sitting at the table, the man ordered the Nemean lion pelt to Isaac, to which his assistant questioned him. Turning his head back, the master explained that it was payment for sending his comrade on his final journey to the underworld, adding that he thought it was quite cheap. A large jeep pulled into a dark courtyard. A mask lay on the seat, and China shouted that he was very angry. Yujin sat across from his partner and asked if this was because he hadn't had a chance to eat. The immortal player grinned angrily, unsure of who they were taking him for. The protagonist lowered his chin and clarified whether that meant it wasn't true when the boy asked if he thought he could simply sell himself for food. Folding his arms in indignation, the player exclaimed that it wasn't quite true, or rather, not for that reason, adding that he'd gotten angry when he saw the faces of those who'd been holding out their hands after pulling such a dirty trick. Furrowing his brows, the hunter said he could understand to some extent, then admitted he didn't think they'd contact them immediately after doing it. The young man's pupils widened in fear when the protagonist pointed out that his anger had been quite opportune, after all, as he'd expected him to be obsessed with food and the conversation to drag on, so he thought through several scenarios. Clutching his head, China protested that he was allowed to sit any longer, then cried out that he'd only eaten sushi and left. A bright light was visible behind the car, and the immortal player exclaimed that they looked delicious, to which the other player remained silent. An image of Isaac and China appeared on the website, and it turned out to be news about how even the death of a comrade won't stop the hero, and that it was a one-on-one interview with him. A stack of newspapers appeared, stating that Team Isaac was promising to attack a 4-level A-rank dungeon on Mount Fuji. On the table lay a newspaper stating that the Japanese government had expressed regret over Yujin's death, and someone was heard saying that it was good that he had prepared in advance, otherwise there would have been a big disaster. The other player replied that he, too, hadn't thought they would make their move so quickly. Second put the phone to his ear and explained that this meant he had angered the Yamato Alliance so much, but his well-being was most important, and the person on the line replied that everything was fine. The broker looked away and stated that they didn't know what else they could do, so they needed to be careful. He then asked if they had promised him an additional reward of an Aegis shield if the attack was successful this time, to which he received a positive answer. Smiling broadly, the man exclaimed that these guys were very funny, to which they asked him what was so funny. Narrowing his eyes, the dungeon dealer explained that the secretary had brought him some very interesting materials. The paper was labeled as a report on a failed attack on a dungeon on Mount Fuji. The man's lips drooped, confused, when Second asked how they were going to reward him with something they didn't have themselves. A snow-covered cliff was visible behind the player, and the man explained that the Aegis shield was currently located inside a dungeon on Mount Fuji. A magical portal appeared on the city street in the night. Citizens stood on both sides of the road, filming the scene. A reporter, holding a microphone, explained that this was the entrance to a 4-level, A+ rank Hellhound dungeon, adding that players from various guilds around the world were currently entering. As Yujin and China approached the magical portal, the news anchor announced that Isaac from the Russian guild, goddess of all living things, was leading the raid. Closing his eyes, the man explained that after Yujin's death, criticism of the Japanese government hadn't subsided, and he didn't understand their official position. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred behind the journalist as he was explaining that the Japanese government had already paid reasonable compensation. The reporter, his jaw dropped in alarm, wondered what was happening. The man watched a crowd of people fleeing a cloud of black smoke. At that very moment, his pupils visibly contracted in fear. A splash of dark dust rose above the buildings. A bright flash of light appeared on the screen. Pressing his earpiece with his finger, the journalist began calling loudly for his correspondent. Suddenly, a helicopter flew high in the sky. The man, camera in hand, looked away in confusion. Fiery explosions were visible in the middle of the street. The reporter abruptly leaned down and began coughing. Putting his hand to his arm, the news anchor's assistant asked if his colleague was okay and if he could stand up. Taking his colleague's arm, the reporter wondered what had just happened. At that very moment, the man's pupils visibly contracted in fear. The journalists watched as the portal disappeared. A magical lock was visible, and they realized the passage had closed. Posts appeared online claiming a worst-case disaster had occurred, namely an explosion at the entrance to a 4-level, A+ rank dungeon in Japan, and that the entrance had closed shortly afterward. Newspapers appeared, reporting that Isaac's group was trapped in the dungeon, with almost zero chance of success, and that God had ultimately turned against him. A view opened up of a large estate in Asia. Ken smirked and said that the strategy of isolating them inside the dungeon wasn't bad. A ray of sunlight filtered into the room, and the master swordsman remarked that if it were him, he would have sent 5 or 6 more reliable men, to which Sakura questioned whether that was really necessary. Lowering her chin, she explained that this was their first 4-level dungeon, and it was also an A+ rank, before adding that they were probably going through pure hell right now. Frowning, the assistant recalled that they had also tried to clear this dungeon several times and failed. She then inquired about what they could do together, declaring she bet they wouldn't even want to hunt monsters. A small bamboo branch seemed to fall onto the stone. Kneeling before the master, the lady admitted she never imagined he would appreciate her prank. Placing her fingers on the floor, Sakura explained that she had placed the Aegis shield as an additional reward, but it was located inside the dungeon. Ken, clutching his chin, considered her words. Rising from his chair, the master swordsman asked if she thought it looked like a prank. Her eyes widened, unsure if it was. Approaching the front door, the man noted that recently more and more people were wondering about the shield's whereabouts, adding that it was because it was a legendary item with incredible power. The man from the world of darkness appeared, and he declared that if others learned that even with such an item, they had failed to clear it, people would become even more wary of this dungeon. His assistant sat behind him as he explained that the better their cleanup went, the lower their reputation would sink. Dragging his foot across the floor, the strongest of the managers declared that this false information would serve as both bait and trap when Sakura mentioned that in the future they might offer the Aegis shield as a reward to anyone who completed the dungeon. Smiling broadly, Ken remarked that in that case, the dungeon would forever be a tomb for the idiots who dared challenge it. A bright beam of light shot up to the heavens amid the dark forest. Standing opposite his ally, China inquired if they were the only ones who had managed to enter. Bowing his head, the immortal player wondered how his comrade had foreseen this, or if he had become a fortune teller. Yujin explained that there were too many preparations at the dungeon entrance, when suddenly his partner spread his hands and shouted that he wanted to know how he knew there would be an explosion near the entrance. The protagonist, chin down, remained silent. A katana wielder appeared to wound another, and the hunter reflected on how, before he returned to the past, the Messiah had been dealing with interference right there in the dungeon. People were seen running away from the powerful explosion, and the protagonist silently reflected that she could also deal with those difficult to face off against, isolating them in the dungeon alone, so this was common. Biting his lower lip, the player realized that this terrifying method of using an explosion was one of those the master had taught him in the past. China, his mouth wide open in rage, questioned his ally's listening status and repeated his previous question, to which the ally declared they should stop talking and focus on the hunt. Narrowing his eyes, Yujin announced that they needed to hurry if they were going to collect 20,000. Enormous stone shards rose into the air, revealing themselves to be a 5-story, B-rank plus dungeon called the Forest of Monsters. A notification suddenly appeared, informing the user that they had survived for 10 days and could proceed to the 5th floor. The player stepped on the enemy's back. Suddenly, the warrior waved 2 fingers. Instantly, the warriors leaped forward. One of the users suddenly extended his hand forward. The eyes of the men in black hoods began to glow brightly. The team members spread their fingers wide, after which the system announced that a skeletal warrior had been summoned. A magical glow was visible in the depths of the dark forest. A crowd of undead surrounded the team of warriors. A moment later, a broad smile appeared on the boy's face, and the artificial intelligence notified him that the Book of the Dead had been summoned. Magic particles appeared near the mage's palm. Suddenly, the young man's hood flew off. The magical teaching in his hand began to glow brightly. John grinned maliciously, and the system informed him that he held a book that contained the power of Osiris, and could also store 30 monsters that would receive the power of Osiris, increasing all stats by 15%. Sunlight fell on the petrified rocks on the 3rd floor of the Hellhound's dungeon. China lay meekly in the middle of a crater in the broken earth. Gritting his teeth, the immortal player asked if it was true that he shouldn't have underestimated his opponent. A bony insect emerged from the fur on his clothes and declared that it hadn't expected him to fight so hard, so it was surprising. The monster rose high and explained that players who challenged the 4-level dungeon most often died on the 3rd floor, then asked if he knew the reason. Grinning maliciously, the boy protested that he had no way of knowing, then asked what he meant by that. Frowning angrily, the player exclaimed that now was not the time to solve his riddles. A huge orc appeared on the field before him. Instantly, the young man kicked the ground. The sinister goblin spread his arms as the attack began. The monster's eyes began to glow brightly. A moment later, the ogre delivered a crushing punch to the ground. China clenched his jaw in rage. Suddenly, his pupils visibly contracted in fear. The troll slammed his fist straight into the player's body. The young man fell to the ground with a crash. After the fall, stone shards began to fly in all directions. The immortal player jumped down. The bone beast emerged from the fur on his jacket and declared that since it didn't like the riddle, it had no choice but to tell him the answer right away. He then added that this was because most players tried to conserve their strength for the fourth floor and ended up losing on the third. The monster's eyes glowed brightly, and it explained that when attacking a dungeon, it was crucial to manage resources and stamina wisely, while also trying to conserve energy for the third floor boss, which was tantamount to suicide. Grinning angrily, China protested that his ally, knowing this, had simply abandoned him and gone off somewhere, wondering when he would finally send the skeletal warriors here. China replied that he had hinted at this when asking the question, and besides, he knew for a fact that he could easily deal with the ogre alone. The immortal player's eyes widened in alarm when an ally pointed out that he was wearing the pelt of a Nemean lion, so he definitely wouldn't have any problems. A bright glow surrounded the boy's silhouette, and he realized that, if he thought about it, he'd already taken several high-damage hits without ever using the skilled blessing of the river Styx. Suddenly, his clothing stats appeared. The user wrapped his fingers around the skeletal beast. It said that, seeing how hard he was to deal with it, he assumed he was mistaken and would immediately send backup. The player shouted back that he thought they would act as usual, so he was just biding his time, adding that he didn't need backup, as he could handle him one-on-one. Yujin appeared beneath the skeletal beast's mask. Bowing his head, the young man asked to leave this to him so he could do his own thing, to which the player replied that if he needed help, he could just ask. The menacing goblin seemed to tower over the player. Suddenly, the ogre's jaws opened wide in anger. China's jaw dropped in fury. At the same moment, the immortal player kicked the ground, revealing a view of petrified rocks. It seemed as if a man had approached a skull. Squinting, the protagonist announced that he had finally found it. A pile of skeletal remains lay before him. The hunter held his head in his hands, when suddenly the system announced that the Eye of Anubis was opening. The warrior held a golden shield in his hand, and someone could be heard asking if it had been mentioned that the master swordsman had lent them the Aegis shield, adding that in that case, there was nothing to worry about, as this dungeon would be easily completed. Gritting his teeth, the warrior fumed at having to do everything he could from the start, then added that he had been stalling for too long. Saliva splashed in the mouth of the ominous monster. Kneeling before the captain, the warrior apologized, arguing that if he hadn't saved his strength, he wouldn't have been hurt. The captain replied that he had no need to apologize, as he was only following his orders, so it was his fault. Handing the equipment forward, the team leader asked his assistant to take it with him and kill the hellhound, and then be sure to return it to the master for the sake of their hopes. Looking down, Eugene realized this meant the Aegis shield should now be on the fourth floor, and that they had gathered the most elite players and even given them a shield. But ultimately, the attack on the dungeon had failed. Placing his fingers on his chin, the protagonist wondered if there were any other reasons to be concerned about an 8+ rank dungeon, given that the Aegis shield was one of the strongest suits of armor in existence. The metal equipment gleamed brightly, and the hunter mused that he could definitely block the attacks of a single hellhound, so this problem would need to be dealt with gradually. The corners of Ken's lips seemed to turn down, and the protagonist decided it would be much more interesting to exit the dungeon with the Aegis shield. His teeth were visible through his smirk as he contemplated the master swordsman's expression and how he looked forward to it. Suddenly, a hologram of the system screen appeared. The girl looked down. She saw numerous messages, all asking questions about Isaac's progress in the dungeon. Turning her head to the side, Shin reported that the master swordsman had disposed of Wu Jin from the Phoenix Guild, and Isaac's squad was isolated in the dungeon, with a high probability of their death there. Standing opposite her interlocutor, the lady noted that John was also acting according to plan, then added that public opinion was also shifting in their favor. Folding her hands in front of her, the Messiah Guild Slen explained that, at least, everything had turned out for the best for them, since they didn't even need to interfere, and their strategy had been sound. The young man smirked and asked if she found the situation amusing. Raising her eyebrows, she wondered if there was another problem. Turning his head back, Sujuin stated that 3 years had passed since the gate appeared in Central Seoul and asked if she remembered what had happened there. Turning to face his interlocutor, the young man recalled that there had been a man who had wanted him dead, and then added that back then, he must have been certain he wouldn't make it out alive. Blood seemed to trickle down Shinhee's father's face. Lowering her chin, she remained silent when her partner stated that he had been just as certain as she was now. The chair tilted back slightly, and one of the first 7 players remarked that, as far as she knew, he hadn't died in that dungeon. Placing a hand on his knee, Sejong remarked that instead of dying, his position had actually strengthened, adding that he sometimes wondered if it was that guy who made him who he was today. Suddenly, the guy ran his fingers along the chair. Crossing his legs, the heir to the sacred light said that it was indeed funny, but he wasn't sure if he should be grateful for it. As Shin vanished in the beams of teleportation, her ally muttered that that guy was Isaac. An image of a member of the Russian guild, the goddess of all living things, appeared, and one of the first 7 players admitted that, for some reason, he felt a certain resemblance to him. The young man asked if his assistant shared the same opinion, to which she bit her lip and remained silent. Clasping his hands, Sejong declared that if he managed to get out of there alive, he would have to meet him in person at least once. A beam of light shot up above the petrified rocks, and suddenly a notification appeared, informing the player that they had killed the ogre and leveled up. Chin's mouth dropped open in exhaustion. The body of the ominous monster lay meekly on the ground next to him. Approaching his partner, Wu Jin noted that he had finished faster than he thought. Grinning, the protagonist explained that he had brought skeletons just in case, but there was no need anymore, and besides, he seemed fine. Leaping up from the ground, the immortal player expressed outrage at his words and shouted that he had died and returned from the afterlife, adding that his ally had been hiding somewhere and had come back specifically after it was all over. The hunter poked his ear with his finger, asking if he looked like someone who would act so recklessly. He then added that he definitely told him that if things got tough, he could call for help, and the skeletons would immediately come to his aid. The protagonist declared that they'd sorted things out anyway and suggested moving to the 4th floor. Suddenly, the skeleton warriors lifted the protagonist above them, and he asked to wait, as they hadn't finished their sentence. Wu Jin grinned, after which the system reported that he teleported to the 4th floor. Holding the newspaper in his hand, Sechin said that everything was going as he thought. The assistant, sitting across from him, asked if he was talking about the Hellhound dungeon, to which he replied that it was true. Putting the paper news down, the man remarked that everyone assumed Isaac was already dead, as even the newspapers were reporting it. Looking straight ahead, the girl inquired whether the Hellhound's dungeon was so powerful, and whether it would be stronger than a dragon. Placing his fingers on his chin, the broker thoughtfully explained that, more accurately, powerful, was more accurately described as dangerous. A bright magical beam flashed forward, and the dungeon rare item seller remarked that the hellfire spewing from its mouth is said to incinerate its target. The combat gear sparkled, and Sechin explained that among the legendary items, rare armor with an absolute defense effect can be found, adding that without something like that, he wouldn't have dared attack this dungeon. A tired goblin appeared next to a cheerful dog, and the man remarked that the dog's body regenerative capacity is greater than that of trolls, and the balance between attack and defense is almost perfect. The heroes sat across from each other in the office. Sijuan lowered her chin and asked if Wu Jin was okay. The broker, closing his eyes, told her not to worry, because although he looked like a simple guy next door who only thought about food, he showed his true colors when needed. Grinning, the dungeon dealer asked if there had ever been easy dungeons, adding that she should just have faith that this time too, everything would work out. Sijuan's teeth were visible through his wide smile, and he noted that China wasn't alone there, and that the protagonist was with him, meaning there was no need to worry. He then added that, as always, they would return safe and sound. A bright fiery light was visible amid the petrified rocks. It seemed as if the player was grasping the edge of the mountain with his fingers. A hunter, with the Aegis shield on his back, began to climb. Suddenly, the protagonist collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Narrowing his eyes, the player considered why it had taken him so long to find it because he was in a difficult spot. He recalled holding the skeleton's skull in his hands and mused that if it weren't for the Eye of Anubis, even if they had cleared the dungeon, the shield would still be buried here, having been discarded between cracks in the ground. Baring his teeth in rage, China ordered Yujin to quickly get up and help him. Suddenly, the black dog kicked the ground with its paws. Stretch his arms out in front of him, the immortal player fought back, shouting that he was so busy here that he was about to die, and asking how long his partner would be able to enjoy this alone. Spreading his legs wide, the player couldn't understand why he was always forced to do this. Rubbing his chin with his palm, the protagonist asked what he meant. The user, his mouth wide open in anger, couldn't tell if he was joking or asking because he didn't know. He then became indignant at how he was always having a comfortable time while he himself was in danger and suffering. At that very moment, the young man grabbed the dog's jaw. China approached the enemy's body and began screaming. Throwing the dog back, the immortal player declared that even tanks have rights. His pupils bulging in alarm, the young man asked if his ally thought he wasn't hurt when he was wounded, when he was wandering around from the 3rd floor doing nothing, and then cried out that he was running around like a madman looking for a shield, even though they hadn't come here for treasure. A bead of sweat trickled down Yujin's face. A magical sphere appeared above the player, and the protagonist remarked that he had a good character and would endure all this. Suddenly, the user turned his head back. At that very moment, a powerful beam of magic streaked through the air. The young man crossed his arms in front of his face to protect himself. A moment later, his pupils visibly contracted. China watched in disbelief as streams of dark magic flowed around the shield, and the system announced that the absolute defense effect was activating, and this item could not be upgraded. A burst of dark magic was visible between the petrified rocks. The Hellhound's eyes began to glow brightly. The heroes stood protected by equipment cloaked in the magical aura. Behind his comrade, the immortal player was surprised. Grinning, the protagonist noted that this was the very Aegis shield they had been searching for, then asked if his partner still thought he had been doing nothing but wandering around. Holding his palms out in front of him, the young man explained that he had simply been a little sad, which was why he had spouted such useless nonsense, and then exclaimed that it was great that they had found the armor, and that he had everything planned out. Extending his hand forward, the hunter suggested they slowly make their way out of the dungeon, when the system suddenly reported the legendary item stats. Lowering his chin, Yujin noted that they should be careful with the Hellhound. Streams of black magic emanated from the beast's bodies, and the protagonist explained that if it launched its attack, it would kill them with one blow. Smiling broadly, China explained that they had the Aegis shield, so he had nothing to worry about, then exclaimed that he would be in the vanguard. Looking straight ahead, the hunter announced that there was one more thing he needed to tell him. The immortal player's eyes widened in confusion. Suddenly, the boy turned around, and his partner shouted that he needed to dodge. A powerful beam of energy streaked past the players. Falling to the ground, the user didn't understand what had happened, as the Hellhound was definitely on the other side, and this attack was on the other. At that very second, the young man began to turn his head from side to side. His eyes instantly turned red with fear. Gritting his teeth, China asked what it was, and the protagonist realized it was exactly what he'd seen through the eye of Anubis. The animal's fangs glowed brightly, and the hunter explained that this was the reason they hadn't been able to complete the dungeon, even with the Aegis shield. The black dog's silhouette was enveloped in an unusual glow, and it turned out to be because there were two hellhounds. The other ominous beast's mouth dripped with poisonous drool. China frowned. Turning his back to the protagonist, he said there were two hellhounds. He turned around, asking if this was like a special offer. Buy one chicken and get the other for free? A beam of energy shot toward him. A moment later, the beam engulfed the pair. China, holding his shield in front of him, remained unharmed. He turned, asking Eugen what they should do with one shield, since they couldn't stand next to each other. The man froze, realizing there was no one behind him. China shook his head in rage, screaming and saying he thought he was standing behind them, which was why he was so diligently blocking. The protagonist, standing to the side, said it wouldn't work if they stood next to each other, and since he had a shield, he could handle one hellhound. Frowning even more, China said he could handle one, but what about the other? The protagonist, his brows furrowed, told the boy to look behind him. The man immediately turned around. He barely managed to block the beam of energy. A powerful stream of mana rushed past Eugen. The boy, lips parted, screamed. Smoke rose. China slowly emerged from the smoke. He turned his head. The player screamed, seeing his burning shoulder, struck by the unquenchable hellfire. China began rolling on the ground, telling the protagonist to help him. The protagonist yelled at him, telling him not to panic and to just take off his armor. Part of the armor was thrown off. Standing up, the man asked if the heat was a problem. The hellhound opened its mouth. Its howl could be heard throughout the dungeon. Numerous wolves, hearing the howl, rushed toward the center. China, nervous, began to look around, saying that they clearly had more work to do. The wolf opened its mouth and howled. A huge army surrounded the couple. Standing next to the protagonist, China said that if this continued, simply being careful with hellfire would no longer be an option. With swings of his weapon and shield, he repelled the monsters. Looking after the young man, he asked where he was going. The boy chopped up the wolves' bodies in a second. He frowned, silently thinking that this hellhound reminded him of old times. The 8-story dungeon he had attacked with the other members of Messiah, boss Cerberus, was a member of the hellhound family. The young man turned his head. Then, the number of hellhounds killed by his hand was only 23. Wu Jin cut down the monster. He chuckled. The events bring us to the real world. Yang Wing, frowning deeply, asked if Wu Jin was truly alive. The secretary, handing over a letter, said it had been sent to them. The man, unfolding the letter, began to read it. The guild leader narrowed his eyes. The piece of paper contained Wu Jin's confession that he had faked his death. At the end, he asked for money for safe passage. Yang Wing grinned, saying that even if the boy were dropped off in the middle of the Eastern Ocean, he would return alive. Waving the paper, he told the secretary to be careful and prevent information leaks, and also to forward the funds. The girl, parting her lips, excitedly remarked that Wu Jin was acting too suspiciously, no matter how life-threatening it was. It was strange that he had kept everything a secret from them until now. The man chuckled. Clenching his fist, he said he never believed him. It was simply a tool he needed to realize his ambitions. Yang Wing's pupils flashed as he said that as long as the boy lived, he could recoup his investment. He would make him pay in full for his deception. The monster opened its mouth. Smoke rose around the giant. China frowned, mentally noting that the young man had charged into battle without armor capable of blocking the hellfire. The protagonist easily dodged the beam of energy. Clutching his spear tightly, he charged forward. Eugen leaped to the monster's side. China turned, unable to understand how the young man, fighting a boss for the first time, could so easily read its movements. The beam of hellfire melted the rocks, yet the protagonist dodged it without a problem. The young man, looking away, said there was only one left. A single hellhound boss stood before the group. Throwing aside his spear, the young man remarked that weapons made from dragon bones melted quickly. Eugen chuckled. Multiple spears formed around him. The spears pierced the ground, appearing near the young man. The protagonist, picking up another spear, said he had prepared enough. The hellhound bared its teeth. The protagonist chuckled, saying he'd done everything he needed to. Raising his spear, he offered to finish the fight. The young man glanced away when China called out to him. The man stopped in front of him. The young man, frowning, asked what had happened. Bowing his head and grinning, China said he couldn't continue to be a stowaway. He had pride too. Grinning, he told him to leave the last dog to him. Eugen narrowed his eyes. Smiling, he asked if he was confident he could handle it. Handing the shield to the young man, the man said he was more confident than ever. Taking the spear, he said he didn't even think about becoming a burden to anyone. Mana enveloped China's body. He closed his eyes. He remembered the wounded secretary coming to them. They had jumped up from their seats, seeing her condition. The broker hugged the girl. She clutched his clothes and cried bitterly. And then China realized he had people he wanted to protect, so he had to become much stronger. The boy's pupils flashed. The events take us to a base in the middle of the Amazon. The soldiers lined up the slaves. The soldiers' headquarters was behind them. Putting a briefcase on the table, the man said it was payment for the bills. Shakira, crossing her arms, asked what it was. The man grinned, replying that it was payment for a request. The soldiers opened fire. Shell casings rained down. The blood of the dead began to spread across the earth. Opening the briefcase, the merchant thanked them for making his business so much easier. The girl picked up a stack of bills. Throwing it back, she said it was complete nonsense. Did he really think they were risking their lives for such a pittance? The merchant's eyes widened in fear. Shakira glanced at her banner and asked if the director had told him they only accepted payment in skill pages or items. The man standing before her said he was well aware of the terms of the deal with the Thunderbird Guild, but had been having trouble getting items lately. Smiling nervously, he explained that even with the money, he was having a hard time on the black market, and the remaining dungeons nearby were too dangerous. Shakira slammed the table. Standing, she declared that in this lawless zone of the Amazon, their leader's word was law. Grabbing the merchant by the robes, she asked since when such idiots as he dared speak. The girl, baring her teeth, said that if he said another word, she would rip out his tongue and throw it to a wild dog. The man immediately covered his mouth with his hands. Shakira swung her hand. She forced the merchant's mouth open. Tears welled in his eyes. Suddenly, lightning struck him. The corpse fell to the floor. Shakira turned around. The leader entered the room and asked if he hadn't told her not to waste time. Holding a skill sheet in his hand, he asked why she was torturing herself trying to negotiate with insects. Shakira was surprised to see the skill sheet she had been given. The glowing sheet read, "Rich summoning skill." Fry frowned and told her to keep things simple. The events take us to the dungeon floor. The boss's enormous body was studded with bone spears. He fell to the ground, exhausted. China's eyes widened. He stood up abruptly and struck. His spear was intercepted. The man frowned, realizing this. The protagonist, holding China's spear, told him to come to his senses. Sitting down, the player asked if he had really dealt with the boss while he was down. The young man pointed behind him. China leaned over. Smiling, Wujin said he hadn't done anything, he'd handled it himself. The man smiled contentedly. Yang Wang tapped the table. Sitting at the table, he told his interlocutor that this wasn't the first time he'd surprised him, and he never expected to be so deceived. The protagonist narrowed his eyes but said nothing. The man in front of him, frowning deeply, said he truly thought he was dead. The young man in front of him said that if you need to deceive your enemies, you should first deceive your friends. Leaning back in his chair, the guild master said that was quite reasonable. He parted his lips. Yang Wang's eyes sparkled as he said that from now on, he'd better not try to fool him. Releasing his aura from his body, he said that such jokes irritated him greatly. The protagonist merely narrowed his eyes, saying he understood. Yang Wang pulled open one of the drawers. He placed a newspaper on the table. Looking at the two photos on the paper, he said that John was the one he'd mentioned last time. Clicking on his photo, he said that this guy had been really getting on his nerves lately, the media deliberately creating a rivalry, constantly reporting on it. Frowning, the man said that wasn't part of his plans. He just needed Isaac to shine alone. The man clutched the newspaper, telling the guy that he needed to somehow convince Isaac to crush him. The young man standing before him asked if he wanted Isaac to attract even more attention. He replied that it was indeed so, that he needed to maximize his investment. The protagonist, bowing his head, said that in that case, he needed Grozny and Dari. Yang Wang raised his hand in surprise and asked why him suddenly. The protagonist, parting his lips, replied that it was because Grozny had what Isaac wanted. The young man imagined a rich summoning skill. Another mannequin was cut open. The severed part fell to the ground. The swordsman wiped away the sweat. Turning to his subordinate, he asked if Isaac had asked for Solomon's ring instead of the Aegis shield. The swordsman replied that it was indeed so. Ken, closing his eyes, said that he was the one who offered the Aegis shield as a reward. If he wanted another item in return, it was an unavoidable procedure. Gritting his teeth, he said he couldn't understand something. His subordinate's eyes widened in fear. Opening one eye, Ken asked how the boy even knew they had Solomon's ring in their hands. He looked at the roof of the building. Rubbing his chin, the man said he had no doubt about his apprentice. The information leak was as if there was a rat among them. The apprentice bowed and said he was deeply ashamed, that he would find the traitor right now and deal with him and Isaac. His teacher objected, telling him to leave everything. The boy looked up, surprised. The man sheathed his sword. Turning away, he said the day would soon come when they would meet in person. The boy, raising his eyebrows in surprise, asked if he meant combat. Ken touched the hilt of his sword. Veins bulged on his forehead with anger when he said he needed to wait. Looking at the many mannequins ahead, he said he'd have to chop them up with his own hands to gain satisfaction. The events take us to the Amazon. Shakira, grinning, asked what she was looking at now. A ghost? Looking at the young man in front of her, she wondered if it was a zombie. The man chuckled, saying he was still a ghost. It was closer to his line of work. Crossing his arms, she asked if he was pretending to be dead for the world to see, planning to live in Isaac's shadow. Yurgen spread his hands, saying it wasn't that important. Shakira slammed the table, asking if he was trying to tease her now. Flexing her fingers, she said he was now officially a corpse, so it wouldn't be a problem if she killed him again. The young man smiled. Clasping his fingers, he suggested they end this pointless squabble, as he hadn't come here to fight, but to see the leader. Shakira frowned, silently telling herself that this little guy was driving her crazy. Slamming her foot on the table, she said she'd only give him a minute to explain. The young man looked at his hands. Grinning, he asked if humans were included in the exchange. Shakira raised an eyebrow. The protagonist, smiling, said he wanted to know what he could get if he sold Isaac to the Thunderbird Guild. Grinning, she said that it turned out he wasn't here to negotiate on Isaac's behalf, It turned out he was going to sell him to them. Shakira jumped onto the table. Clenching her fist, she said she tried to be patient. The protagonist winced at the sound of someone else's voice. Frey appeared behind him. Shakira's eyes widened in shock. Grinning, the guild leader asked if they really should buy Isaac by the kilogram. Eugene chuckled and said he didn't care, but they hardly needed Isaac without one limb. The three in the room froze. Grozny, cloaking himself in an aura of lightning, said it was quite a tempting offer. A weak fire burned in the forest. The protagonist and China sat by the fire. The boy, chewing meat, asked if he really planned to do this. Eugene, in Isaac's body, asked what he was talking about. Frowning, China said it was a bit difficult to even think about it. They had just emerged from a 4-story dungeon where they nearly died. The boy, closing his eyes, asked if that was true, and his companion grew angry, saying he was willing to go into a 5-story dungeon, but perhaps an A+ rank was a bit early for them. The protagonist, opening his eyes, asked if the player was afraid of dungeons. China waved the bone and, in his anger, said that he always provoked him like this. Placing his hands on his knees, he asked if he really looked like a fool. Eugene frowned sharply, indicating that someone was there. The man jumped up and turned around. He frowned behind him. A human figure was approaching them. The protagonist's eyes widened at the sight of her. Adjusting her hair, Michelle introduced herself as a member of the Messiah Guild. She blushed slightly. Bowing sharply, the girl said that she was a fan of his, and besides, this would be their first attack together, so she wanted to greet him. The protagonist froze, looking at her. The corpse's arm hung limp. The armored man wept, hugging the girl's body. His comrade hid his face behind bandages and a hood. The members of the Messiah Guild stood motionless, mourning their loss. China, laughing, said he was glad to see her. After adjusting his suit, he asked if she was a fan. Could he sign an autograph? The girl looked away. As China picked up a pen, Michelle ran past him. She handed the notebook to Eugene, asking him to sign it. China trembled as he saw the boy sign his autograph. He broke the pen in his hand in anger. A portal opened in the middle of the forest. 3 members of the Messiah Guild were already waiting there. The Thunderbird Guild members mostly looked gloomy. China stood sadly next to the protagonist. Frey, holding the marbles, said that, contrary to what everyone knew, Isaac was actually being controlled. He grinned and asked if it was really him. The protagonist, sitting across from him, confirmed that it was indeed so. Shakira, frowning, protested, but the leader, raising his hand, interrupted her. He frowned when Eugene said he'd heard he loved collecting, gathering items and skill pages, but there were supply issues due to level restrictions. The boy chuckled and said he could help attack the necessary dungeons. If they used Isaac, there wouldn't be any dungeons they couldn't enter. Shakira gritted her teeth in rage. Closing his eyes, Grozny said that the way he spoke made it seem like he wanted something specific. Grinding the marbles sharply in his hand, he said he didn't engage in obviously unprofitable businesses. Standing up, Frey said he didn't know what he wanted, but he wasn't particularly interested. If he wanted something, he should offer something more interesting. Turning around, he said he'd been interested in selling Isaac, but in the end, nothing special. Shakira chuckled. Flexing her fingers, she said he was putting on a show, but in reality, he turned out to be a complete idiot. The protagonist frowned at the leader. Parting his lips, he said that a Cyclops dungeon had appeared in the Amazon and that they were currently forming a team to attack it. The man stopped. Turning his head, he asked, "So what?" The guy replied, saying he'd send Isaac to clear the dungeon. The man chuckled, calling it the funniest thing he'd ever heard. Grinning broadly, he asked if he was sure he was sending Isaac, who just graduated from a 4-story building, and if he was really going to bring him to a 5-story building. Slapping himself in the face, Frey laughed, saying that was incredibly confident, but he'd also wished for a lot of crazy things when he was his level. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Turning to the boy, Grozny said that if possible, they would talk again. The young man, parting his lips, asked what they would offer for Isaac. The man frowned, saying he had no intention of buying him. It seemed more reasonable, he argued, to buy him rather than Isaac. So would he work under him? The young man bowed his head and considered. Reaching inside his jacket, Frey said he would have to take a test, as he was a bit skeptical. Placing a sheet of paper with a skill on the table, he announced the start of the bidding. The sheet he placed on the table was a vampire skill. Now the protagonist frowned into the distance. Inside the dungeon, the landscape was rocky. Skeletons, along with China, fought against ogres. Dodging an attack, the young man asked the protagonist what he would tell Endon. The skeleton, Jaw Agape, asked what he was talking about. Turning his head, China said it would be immediately obvious they were on Grozny's side. Endon would definitely not tolerate such a thing. The necromancer smiled, saying he would relay everything to the leader. A huge fist rushed toward the surprised China. He ducked and dodged. The blows sent up a huge cloud of smoke. The man leaped toward the monster's head. With one blow, he felled the giant, asking the boy what nonsense he was talking about. A moment later, a huge cloud of smoke rose. The skeleton stood calmly, waiting for the smoke to clear. China's figure began to emerge from the smoke. The skeleton's jaw dropped in surprise. The blond man, placing his hand on the skeleton's head, asked if he was really going to tell him he had accepted Grozny's offer. The youth answered through the skeleton, saying that Envin couldn't be fooled, so the best option was to confess everything. Hitting the skeleton on the head, the youth asked how that could be the best option. Throwing up his hands, he asked if he really thought Envin would say he understood everything and let them go to Ivan the Terrible. He must understand his character. Eugene, approaching, said he seemed to have misunderstood. When China turned around, he said that if they told Envin about the deal, everything would be different. Smiling, he said he would consider them either traitors or those who had betrayed Ivan the Terrible. The scene shifts to the entrance to the Cyclops dungeon, day 23. Goblin corpses lay on the 4th floor. The warrior swung his sword, driving away the creatures. He gritted his teeth, declaring that he would soon go mad. Shaking his head, he called Kyle, asking about his situation. The swordsman, holding back the onslaught with his swords, said it was the same thing. Michelle, meanwhile, concentrated mana into her staff. The staff glowed brightly. Waves of mana rushed toward the sphere. The goblin frowned, staring at her. The monsters rushed at the mage. Kyle and the squad captain stood in their way. The girl raised her head. Her eye glowed with mana overload. A moment later, an explosion thundered in the passage. The smoke began to slowly subside. Wiping away sweat, the man said they barely made it through the barrier. Kicking one of the goblins, he remarked that the difficulty here was simply terrifying, probably because it was a high-level dungeon. Frowning at his comrades, he said that until they reached the main hall at the center of the labyrinth, the monsters would likely continue to appear in droves. One of the goblins quietly picked up a dagger. He slowly stood up while the group discussed the possibility of being surrounded by monsters. The commander turned, hearing the noise. The monster rushed forward. He frowned and shouted, telling Michelle to look behind him. The girl began to turn around. A goblin, blade raised to strike, appeared in front of her. Blood spurted. The mage closed her eyes. She slowly opened one. The goblin's corpse fell before her. The commander approached her, asking how she was feeling. He flinched sharply at the sight of the man in front of him, but still remembered to thank him for saving a teammate. The protagonist, raising his sword, asked why they hadn't finished the job. The surprised commander, his mouth hanging open, asked what he was talking about. Thrusting his sword into the goblins, the young man said it was a finishing shot. Some of the goblins trembled. One of them stood up in fear. The captain gritted his teeth at the sight. The group of goblins, who had previously feigned death, rushed away. The protagonist, glancing back, remarked that blood goblins differed from other goblin species in their intelligence. A skeleton stepped into the hall. 2 enormous skeletons blocked the shorty's path. The goblins sweated in terror. The commander clenched his jaw in horror. The young man, closing his eyes, said that the Messiah Guild had summoned them to clear the dungeon together, so he expected more from them. He smirked and declared that they were truly worthless. Veins of anger bulged on the commander's face. Michelle, grabbing Jordan's hand, calmed him. Lowering his head, Eugen said that a guild leader must be responsible for the safety of its members and be on guard at all times. Kicking the goblin, he remarked that if he had known about the blood goblins in advance, he should have prepared properly for the fight. In the end, it was the protagonist who had to kill the survivors. Smiling, he said that, judging by their lack of basic training, the rumors about the guild were exaggerated. Jordan clenched his jaw. He knew he wasn't perfect, but he wouldn't tolerate this attitude toward their efforts to save this world. The protagonist, moving his lips, said that he had only hoped for a good result in vain. The group leader's hand trembled. Kyle, frowning, told Isaac to stop teasing. They already understood what he meant. Stepping forward, the swordsman said he shouldn't get involved in unnecessary emotions. They were, after all, teaming up to clear the dungeon. Michelle, standing in front of Jordan, said that they were grateful for their help. But what business were they here for? Parting her lips, she said that he hardly came here to quarrel with them instead of overseeing his team's work. Gesturing behind him, the guy said he had a small problem. Their tank had injured its leg. China, his leg bandaged, walked out into the hallway. He greeted everyone with a nervous smile. The girl covered her mouth in horror. The couple immediately ran past the protagonist. Kyle held China while Michelle told him to sit down so she could examine his wound. Nervously, the man waved his hand, saying they shouldn't worry so much, but internally he cried, crying that his reputation as a real man was crumbling. Michelle sat down and offered China a potion. The protagonist, looking at her, mentally remarked that these guys were different from Sijuan. They sincerely wanted to save this world. Closing one eye, Jordan said that he himself had lost track of a team member and came to them, and now he was trying to teach him some basic duties. With a wide grin, he said he told himself that a leader is responsible for the safety of their guild members. Raising his hand, he told them to watch their own back first and then interfere with others. Grimacing, the man asked what had happened to him. Hadn't he been acting smarter than usual? The protagonist smiled, silently reminding himself that the commander's true nature had finally come to light, even though he hadn't changed at all. Looking back at China, he remarked that, unlike some, he hadn't been careless. This guy had injured his leg due to his own carelessness. Although China smiled, confirming his words, he mentally wanted to tear him to pieces. Kicking his leg, he said that, like a fool, he disobeyed the leader and run ahead, which is why this had happened. Smiling broadly, Jordan explained that they couldn't clear the dungeon without a tank now, so they had come to ask for their help. Closing his eyes, the young man said he had made a good point, but seeing the state of his men, he doubted it would be better to have his team under his command. Raising his hand, he said that if they obeyed his orders, he would ensure they emerged from the dungeon unharmed. Jordan's face twisted with rage. He dragged his axe along the ground. Approaching the protagonist, he said that the dungeon needed to be cleared. They could team up. Looming before the blonde, he said he couldn't tolerate his tone, and since he was so confident, he should challenge him for the position of leader. The news and the internet were all buzzing about the Messiah Guild being the first to challenge the 7-story dungeon. Shin bit her lower lip. She winced when someone asked her what was wrong with her face and if she was nervous. The girl frowned. A laughing John sat to the side, saying she'd done a lot of bad things in the master's absence, and was now worried. The boy's whole body was shaking with laughter. The player, stepping toward him, told him to stop talking nonsense and maintain decorum. The sorcerer narrowed his eyes. The boy who approached him said he had no right to talk about her. Sonu, bowing his head, said that while the master was away, she was as good as the guild's mistress. If he broke the rules again, he wouldn't stand by and say nothing. The necromancer continued to smile. Baring his teeth, he asked what he would do to him. An aura enveloped the two boys. The girl slammed the table. Shin, raising her hand, said they had no reason to start these arguments between them. Everything they were about to do was for the master. Kay moved his lips. He bowed his head and said he knew Sejong wanted to meet Isaac face to face someday, but they were gathered here to kill him. Closing his eyes, he asked if the rumor about Isaac entering the rank A dungeon on the 5th floor was true. The girl, picking up the remote, said she'd thought it was just a rumor until recently. Projecting 2 men, she said she'd received this information from a guild member currently in Amazonia. As they could see, there were witnesses confirming Isaac's entry into the dungeon. Narrowing his eyes, the swordsman asked who had entered with him. The girl, turning to him, said they weren't of the same opinion and couldn't trust them, which was why they hadn't given him the mission. Frowning, Kay said the boy wasn't the type to be dealt with easily, so he'd handle it himself this time. Shin grinned broadly. Interlacing her fingers, she said she was relieved that he had personally intervened. Raising her hand, she said the boy had become the bait for the entrance to the dungeon. John chuckled. Placing his hands behind his head, he said that if only Isaac could be destroyed, there would be nothing wrong with that. His eyes sparkled as he said he would become the sole owner of the aura. The people at the table fell silent. The swordsman, moving his lips, asked what location the operation was scheduled for. Shin pressed the control panel. It revealed a huge portal in the middle of the pyramids. Her lips parted, becoming serious, and she explained that the dungeon would be in Egypt and consisted of 6 floors. The dismembered skeleton fell to the floor. Jordan lay there, writhing in pain. His companions, standing to the side, were surprised. Lying on the floor, the big man declared that he had lost the fight. The protagonist leaned against the wall. Chinos, sitting nearby, silently remarked that he had once been like that. Jordan began to rise. The young man, grinning, said that now was the time to fulfill his promises. A huge number of floors loomed over the group. Tank clutched his weapon, silently remarking that they had been fighting for several days, but there was no end in sight. He looked back sullenly and asked Michelle to help him. Mana flared beneath the man. The monster's eye glowed. Jordan rushed toward the Minotaur. It exhaled steam from its nostrils. A massive axe rushed toward the tank. The floor shattered under the monster's blow. Jordan rolled back. Standing up, he called out to Kyle. The assassin immediately rushed forward. He leaped straight at the Minotaur. His blade sank into its flesh. Kyle began to move along the monster's arm, slashing at it. The skeletons, approaching, also began to attack the beast. Michelle and the skeleton mage prepared spells. 2 fireballs struck the Minotaur's head. The man turned. Looking at Isaac off to the side, he cursed silently, saying he had been reckless in offering combat. The protagonist smiled contentedly. Kyle frowned, trying to call out to the captain. He turned his gaze to the Minotaur. The massive axe was falling straight toward him. Jordan's body trembled, and he realized his leg was damaged. The floor beneath his foot shattered. Raising his weapon, the tank decided it was too late to dodge. He frowned and screamed loudly. Michelle covered her mouth, terrified. The monster's blow landed on their comrade. A huge amount of smoke rose from the attack. Jordan cracked an eye open. A moment later it widened. He saw the savior's long blonde hair. Kyle, squinting, said he was scared to death. The protagonist held his comrade like a princess. Embarrassed, the man screamed, demanding that he let go. The boy smiled, saying that since the princess wanted it, he wouldn't interfere. The man's body fell to the floor. He jumped up, furious. Michelle approached him and asked if he was okay, and he replied that he had no serious injuries. Then, glancing at the blonde man's back, he asked where he was going. The young man turned around and said the tank was out of action and someone had to replace it. A sweaty Jordan asked how he was going to fight. He was a damage dealer, after all, but he was getting involved in this chaos. He then looked at the battlefield, where the skeletons were facing off against the Minotaur. The young man looked back, asking if they had any other options. Rising to his feet, Jordan said he could go himself, even if he risked death. The protagonist turned to him, saying that engaging in battle with such a leg was tantamount to suicide. If he died, who would be responsible for the team? The blonde man turned around, telling him not to think it was cool when a leader sacrifices himself. He should have spent that time training to prevent such a situation, because a tank isn't just some bullet catcher, absorbing attacks. The young man disappeared from his spot. Rushing toward the Minotaur, he said that a tank's role is to understand the timing and give allies the opportunity to attack the enemy. Events take us to Sechen's headquarters. He smiled and said that some ragamuffin had shown up at such a fine place. Francois, smirking, remarked that his greeting was too rude. Were the poor really bothering him? Frowning, the blonde man asked if he really was a ragamuffin. Frowning, the disgruntled broker asked why he had come to see him. Throwing up his hands, the man said he must have important business. If not, then why had he come all this way? Or did he think he'd come to see his old, balding comrade? Sechen grimaced, angry. Francois placed his glass on the table, saying he had one question. Moving his lips, he asked if his words about trying to save the world had actually held true. The broker frowned and became serious. The man sitting across from him said he had made his decision the day Mr. Lee died. Second leaned slightly. The blonde froze, puzzled. The secretary entered the room. The man, slapping his leg, said that if he decided on something, he'd definitely do it. The dragon slayer, bowing his head, said it seemed like nothing had changed. Second slapped his leg, saying he still had a condition. He smiled, saying he'd calm down once he'd repaid the favor twice as much and the insult fourfold. The Minotaur roared, bleeding. Jordan frowned, mentally noting that the boy was dodging all the attacks without using his physical fortification skill. The protagonist calmly ran away from the Minotaur, as if he knew everything it would do next. The young man smiled and looked relaxed. The enormous monster ran after the boy. Jordan, standing to the side, screamed, asking what he was doing. Woojin turned to face the monster, his lips stretched into a grin. The boy didn't move as the monster ran toward him. The Minotaur crashed into the wall. Jordan's mouth dropped open in shock. Sina shook his head, saying they had to start all over again. A huge amount of smoke rose. Clenching his fist, the group's captain mentally scolded himself, saying it would have been better if he had sacrificed himself. Then everything would have ended with his death. They didn't even have any skeleton warriors left now, they lost. The skeletons rushed toward the Minotaur. Jordan froze, surprised. One by one, the skeletons began to attack the monster. The Minotaur began to pull out its horn. The protagonist spun his sword. He grinned, saying he couldn't move now. A moment later, he vanished from his place. In a second, he was at the monster's eye. The blade rushed toward the eye. Blood sprayed, and the system notified that the Minotaur had been poisoned. Steam came out of the monster's nostrils. He forcefully tore his horns from the wall. Eugen, shifting back, mentally noted that the enemy still had strength left, and he thought he could buy himself some time. A red aura enveloped the beast. Its eye glowed brightly, and the Minotaur entered berserk mode. The Minotaur rushed forward and swung its axe. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, determined to use all his strength and kill it with one blow. A goblin corpse was thrown at the monster's face. Skeletons began throwing corpses at the beast. One of them created a gust of wind, throwing the goblin. The goblin's body glowed. A moment later, all the bodies glowed brightly. The protagonist grinned, activating the corpse explosion skill. The goblin corpses exploded. The Maasai Guild members watched in amazement. As the Minotaur fell, clouds of smoke rose again. A huge number of skeletons rushed towards it. The skeletal ogre swung its sword. The second, climbing onto the torso, swung for a blow. Eugen calmly stepped aside. The Minotaur roared and screamed, bleeding profusely. The crowd of skeletons relentlessly cut him down. John, leaning on his arm, asked why he told him to stay behind. Smiling, he asked Shin if she was planning to ask him out. The girl narrowed her eyes. Tilting her head slightly, she asked what happened with the last order. The young man, clasping his hands behind his head, asked if she was talking about Bamung. Smiling, he said someone had beaten him to it. The girl froze in surprise, shocked that there was someone else hunting for that sword besides them. Sunwoo, frowning, said he couldn't bear to listen any longer. He summoned a dagger. A moment later, he moved behind the sorcerer. Then he placed the blade to his head. Standing behind the boy, Sonu said he should punch a hole in his face before such a scum would understand politeness. John, smiling, declared him their precious bait. Touching the tip of his blade, he asked if he really intended to threaten him with that toy. Sonu's frown deepened. The blonde, sitting calmly in his seat, asked if they could really do anything about Isaac without his help. The boy shouted, declaring that he would destroy him and go to Egypt. As he raised his blade, Shin stopped them. Narrowing her eyes, she said they had no better bait than John to lure Isaac and stir up public opinion. Sonu gritted his teeth. Smiling broadly, the boy said she was quite knowledgeable about this matter. Closing her eyes, Shin said he'd better get to work as bait. The events take us to the 5th floor, to the Forest of Giants. The group entered the 5th floor. The group immediately called out to the protagonist. He glanced at them. A man in dark armor approached and said he knew his intel was excellent. Thanks to him, they had been able to reach this place safely without much effort. The young man turned his head and asked what was wrong. Coming even closer, the Thunderbird commander said he simply wanted to check if he had forgotten his promise. China, standing to the side, frowned. The man smiled and said he was to give them all the rewards they had earned in the dungeon. So Isaac and the commander continued chatting while the others waited. Jordan gritted his teeth, angry. Michelle approached him and asked if he was okay. He smiled nervously, saying he was fine. Kao placed a hand on his shoulder, telling him not to dwell too much on the previous battle. The girl smiled, agreeing. Retracting her finger, she said it wasn't his fault, just that Mr. was too brilliant. Her words pierced Jordan like a sword. He bowed his head, even more hurt by these words. The protagonist turned to them. He narrowed his eyes, remembering the past. Back then, the 3 boys had cried over Michelle's death. At the end of the battle, they were all wounded and bleeding, with a 50% survival rate. The enormous giant had killed many people. Its 2 heads and brightly glowing eyes were still etched in the boy's memory. The boy's eye flashed. He himself had prepared a gift for the boss. Suddenly, the crows took flight. The man flinched at this. Jordan also turned around. China frowned and stood next to Wu Jin. The events shift to Sechin and Francois. The broker, massaging his forehead, told them to stop beating around the bush and get down to business. Francois calmly sipped his coffee. Moving his lips, he said that if he really wanted to save the world, he had one thing for it. The man placed the glass on the table. Sechin, frowning, asked what it was. Francois summoned a sword. The broker flinched in shock. Sijuan also flinched, being at a distance. The man placed the sword on the table. Sechin, picking it up, was alarmed to realize it was Bahamut. Frowning, the Dragon Slayer said that it was precisely this that the men from the Messiah Guild were secretly searching for, and if his suspicions were correct, it was the only sword capable of killing the savior. The broker's eyes lit up at the sight of the sword. A plane flew high in the sky. Sechin followed it with a grim gaze. The broker glanced at the girl behind the wheel and asked if there had been any problems when it took off, and she replied that there hadn't been. The secretary gripped the steering wheel. The man flinched when Lee addressed him. The girl turned to her boss and asked him not to worry about her opinion. Sechin raised an eyebrow. He began to look visibly nervous and asked when he had been worried, to which the secretary replied that she had asked the man personally. The broker recalled the girl talking to Francois. Lee lowered her head and admitted that she now knew everything. The man frowned when the secretary explained that she was talking about the day her father died, and he couldn't believe that everything had now been revealed. Lee turned the key in the ignition. Sweat trickled down the director's face as he placed his hand on the back of her chair and asked if she was okay. The girl looked straight ahead and admitted she was far from okay. The car pulled out of the parking lot. Meanwhile, the squad was advancing into the cave. Jordan glanced at the protagonist with displeasure and asked why they had come here and if the Thunderbird guys would be okay. Eugene turned to his companion when he added that if they wanted to win the battle, it would be better to join forces with them. He remembered how, during his conversation with the leader, one of his men had run up to them. Panicked, the man announced that the enemy was already here and asked what they would do. The commander turned to the young man and suggested they launch an attack immediately, as they had been doing so far. It would be best for everyone to exit the dungeon as quickly as possible. The necromancer turned around and asked them not to be foolish, but to hide separately and remain quiet, as they had been doing so far, but the man didn't understand what he was talking about. The protagonist cast him a disdainful glance and told him that this monster shouldn't be underestimated, and that if the leader wanted to stay alive, he had to do as he was told. The captain glared at the boy's back as he left, mentally cursing him. The subordinate frowned and asked the commander if they should prepare for battle. The man clenched his teeth. He remembered that they had managed to get here without unnecessary losses, and if they managed to destroy the two-headed Cyclops with their own hands, all he had to do was get rid of that scoundrel Shakira, and he could become the leader's right-hand man. The commander smirked. Then he pointed at the subordinate and ordered him to gather everyone immediately. Eugene glanced back, hearing that they had decided to catch the two-headed Cyclops themselves. In the present, the young man turned to the boys and told them not to think about the Thunderbird Guild. They needed to sort this out first. When the bald man began to get angry, Michelle immediately stepped between the boys and tried to calm him down. China turned to his partner when he inquired about his condition. The immortal gave him a thumbs up and declared that he was in excellent shape. When the monsters emerged from the cave, someone screamed. Giant ants snapped their jaws. The necromancer turned to them and suggested they proceed with the plan. China immediately opened his inventory to equip Solomon's ring. The immortal looked at the glowing artifact and remembered that he had obtained it by tricking Sona. The blond man extended his hand forward, activating Solomon's command. Golden light engulfed the nearest ant, and it began to glow brightly. At that moment, one of the Thunderbird Guild members fell, bleeding. The leader was breathing heavily. He swung his blade to fight off the shadows, shouting, "Where did these monsters come from?" The captain swung his weapon again, threatening to cut anyone who came near him to pieces. But then he tripped over something lying on the ground. The man fell to the ground with a crash. The fighter struggled to his feet, but then his eyes widened. He stared in horror at his comrade's body, trying to understand aloud how this had happened. The leader looked back, certain he had just fought a Cyclops. The man shook as he saw the battlefield, remembering how the enemy had suddenly circled around the others and fled. The captain lowered his sword, unable to understand why all his men were dead. He had certainly killed monsters, after all. The fighter stared ahead in confusion. Then he flinched when a shadow fell over him. He glanced back. A two-headed Cyclops towered over him, its eyes glowing. The man looked up at his boss and cursed. The next moment, a huge fist was flying toward him, and a loud crash echoed. When the monster raised its hand, all that remained of the overconfident boy was a pool of blood. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, monstrous teeth devoured flesh. The protagonist stood on a cliff, watching a two-headed Cyclops. Someone approached from behind and addressed the young man. The necromancer turned and saw Jordan's displeased face, expressing doubt about the wisdom of his plan. Eugene raised an eyebrow and clarified what exactly was causing his doubts. The bald man pointed behind himself and explained that he was talking about striped ants. While China petted the nearest monster, the man asked if the protagonist really intended to join forces with them for battle. While Michelle hid behind Kyle, he offered to touch them, as they seemed rather cute. Jordan frowned and reminded him that Isaac could control them with the item now, but who could know when they would become hostile? The young man smiled, and when the warrior suggested the effect had a time limit, and they could get out of control during battle, he asked if they still doubted him. The bald man waved his hands and began to justify himself, claiming that wasn't the case. The necromancer approached his ally and admitted that he couldn't control the ants indefinitely with the ring. The protagonist patted the man on the shoulder and added that before that happened, they had to fulfill their role, after which the insects would self-destruct. Jordan looked back at the young man in surprise when he grinned and said there would be no problem. China smiled broadly and announced to the ants that the order had been given to advance, meaning their time had come. Solomon's ring glowed. The ants were drawn to the bright light. The immortal raised his hand over the crowd of monsters, and soon the army of insects advanced. The Cyclops flinched at the noise. When the boss turned around, hundreds of ants were rapidly surrounding him. They began to climb up his legs and bite him. The monster roared in pain as the insects climbed higher. While China enthusiastically encouraged the ants, Yujin looked calm, and only Jordan looked tense. The man frowned, unable to understand how a horde of insects could so easily deal with the boss monster of the 5th floor of a rank A+ dungeon. At that moment, the two-headed Cyclops fell into the center of the surrounding swarm. Only its eye protruded from beneath the insect carcasses. But the next moment, it began to glow brightly. The ants' eyes also began to glow. Suddenly, one of them bit its neighbor. Soon, all the monsters began to fight among themselves. China glanced at the ring with displeasure, confused as to why his subjects had suddenly started fighting each other, and assumed the effect had worn off. The ants continued to fight each other, until the Cyclops began crushing them with his feet. The humans watched as the boss tried to crush all the distracted insects. The necromancer looked at his comrades and explained that the two-headed Cyclops' eyes were demonic, but possessed different abilities, with the left one exerting a chaos effect. The young man added that this rendered the subject unable to distinguish between friend and foe, and that this was what happened if they mindlessly ran ahead, believing themselves stronger. The immortal pointed downwards and asked what they should do now, as the same fate could very well await them. But the protagonist smirked and countered that this would only happen if they didn't have a plan. Now it became clear that the Cyclops' left eye had stopped glowing, indicating that the skills reset factor was working for it as well. Jordan looked down in surprise, trying to figure out if this wasn't Isaac's first encounter with a two-headed Cyclops, and how he even knew about the demon's eye and the reset time. At this point, China punched his palm, concluding that he could go straight in and finish off the boss. The bald man thought he trusted his partner too quickly, but Yujin pulled a sword from his inventory and announced he'd go it alone, as the enemy still had his right eye. Jordan looked at the necromancer with displeasure, and asked how he planned to deal with the Cyclops if his right eye was also a demon's eye. When the boy took off, ignoring the big man's cries, China advised him not to worry about it. The immortal glanced back with a smile, concluding that the fighter simply hadn't yet figured out what kind of person Isaac was. As the protagonist ran forward, the immortal explained that this man wasn't the type to do anything without a clear plan. The Cyclops noticed Yujin approaching. His right eye lit up. The young man gritted his teeth, moving closer, when the petrification skill kicked in. The protagonist's body began to become encrusted with stone. His legs too slowed him down. Eventually, he was forced to stop. He looked straight at the boss, who was approaching him. The player smiled, and his ring glowed. He knew he'd only have one chance, and Lancelot's ring activated resistance to the effect. The stone crust then scattered in all directions, and Yujin knew the monster didn't realize it was immune to the demon's eye, which was why he was vulnerable right now. The boss stared in surprise at the man who had jumped out, wondering if the left eye's reset time hadn't yet expired. That's why the protagonist was able to pierce the right eye with his blade. The Cyclops immediately attempted to strike the insolent man, and he managed to knock the necromancer off his shoulder and onto the ground. Clouds of sand rose into the air, but a bright light blazed among them. When the sand cleared, the necromancer stood with the Aegis shield in his hands. The Cyclops began to growl angrily, but its right head was attacked by fire. Michelle had thrown a fireball at the monster, and her commander ordered the others to join the fight. Someone approached the boy from behind and asked if it was their turn. The player turned and announced he was taking the one on the right. China approached his partner, who asked him and the others to deal with the left one. It was necessary to destroy it before the eye's reset timer expired. Fire spells rained down on the Cyclops again as the immortal advanced on the enemy, and his protagonist summoned skeletal warriors. An explosion of flame engulfed the Cyclops' right head, and the left let out a loud roar. Meanwhile, Yujin ran forward with his undead. The young man glanced to the side. The sorceress cast another spell, and the necromancer smiled. Then he stopped, only to abruptly change direction the next moment. Now the hero and his warriors were approaching the monster from behind, and soon the system reported its defeat and the acquisition of the demon's eye as a trophy. The dungeon light above the trees flickered. Yujin stepped out, but when the rest of the squad emerged, something caught their attention. Michelle's eyes widened in fear. She caught the leader's attention by pointing at what she saw, specifically, the machine guns aimed at them. From the crowd of armed men, a single man emerged to greet the players. Jordan's mouth dropped open in indignation when he realized it was the Thunderbird Guild, the legendary Shakira, and their leader, Grozny. Confused about what was going on, he loudly asked what all the fuss was about. Shakira frowned and shouted back that they had no business with them, so they could leave without further ado. The woman raised her pistol with a smirk, deducing that Isaac had destroyed the boss monster and promised to give them a reward. The big man had to block the sorceress's path, who exclaimed that they didn't care what kind of deal they had with the Russian. They were the same players who had risked their lives clearing the dungeon. The girl glared at the rivals and declared that not only had they failed to join forces to save the world, but they had also threatened each other, which she considered very impolite. The master smirked, surprised by such a phrasing. The man gestured at his gun-toting men and countered that he thought he'd been quite polite, simply because he hadn't turned them into wasp nests. Fry's smile widened and he asked the protagonist if he was right. The necromancer frowned at him. At that moment, the entrance to the dungeon disappeared. A tense silence fell over the clearing. The man shoved his hands into his pockets. Judging by the fact that the dungeon was destroyed and no one had returned, it seemed the young man hadn't cared about the safety of his men. Heading toward Yujin, the master added that they were worthless anyway. The contract hadn't stipulated their lives, All he needed was the item he was supposed to bring. To Qin's indignation, his partner agreed. The immortal leaned toward the young man and whispered whether he really wanted to give the artifact to such a man, to which the necromancer replied that they had to. After all, they were supposed to get what they wanted. The necromancer opened his inventory. The blond man, gritting his teeth, watched this scene, thinking it was a shame to give up the demon's eye, even though he wasn't affected by the effect and therefore posed no threat. The others watched with bewildered expressions. Soon the villains left, and Jordan couldn't believe it. Michelle bowed and thanked Isaac for everything, even if it was brief. Kyle extended his hand to the young man and acknowledged that they had learned a lot. The necromancer shook his hand in return and said it was okay. While the players were chatting cheerfully, the bald man somehow stepped aside, crossing his arms. The protagonist noticed this. The displeasure on the big man's face brought a smile to the player. Michelle scratched her cheek and apologized for the commander. He simply had a very strong sense of self-worth and wasn't a bad person. At this, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. Eugen walked straight toward the disgruntled man. With a sly smile, the young man remarked that Jordan really wasn't such a good leader. The bald man turned to him with an angry expression, but Jordan interrupted him. The protagonist looked at the others and acknowledged that the men standing there would henceforth trust him, stand behind their commander, and fight alongside him. The necromancer extended his hand, smiling, adding that it was because he had become their best comrade. The big man stared at the boy's hand in confusion. Then he smiled. He accepted the handshake. The others looked at them with smiles. China glanced at his partner with displeasure, noting that such words didn't fit his image at all. As the men left, the immortal admitted he thought Eugen disliked the members of the Messiah Guild. The young man only chuckled. He saw Michelle thanking his friend, but the latter didn't understand why. With a broad smile, the girl explained that it was because he always protected them. The protagonist watched them go, asking if he'd said he didn't like them. Instead, he silently admitted he simply couldn't forgive the false messiah who had mercilessly trampled their noble will. Meanwhile, at the Messiah Guild headquarters, they had already seen the entire stream of news and comments on social media. Shin winced when she heard that Isaac had returned from the Amazon. The master swordsman emerged from the shadows and demanded to know why she called him at such a crucial moment. Ken glared at the girl and told her that if she was going to say the plan had failed, she'd better hold her tongue. But she smirked and told him not to worry, as everything had gone according to plan. Shin opened her status window and explained that she simply wanted to completely eliminate the possibility of failure. The man narrowed his eyes when he heard her call him, and that he'd taken advantage of it. The master's assistant demonstrated the armor and offered to examine the helmet of Hades and the boots of Hermes. The newspapers reported that Isaac and John would meet on the 6th floor of the Sphinx dungeon in Egypt. Yang Wang drummed his fingers on the armrest of his chair. With a satisfied smile, the guild master admitted he hadn't thought the Messiah Guild was the first to attempt such a thing. The situation was becoming increasingly interesting. The man turned to Eugen and asked how smoothly the deal with Grozny had gone. The young man calmly replied that everything had gone well, although there had been a few hiccups. The protagonist recalled the moment he'd handed over the artifact to Frey. The necromancer had smiled and said that the man wasn't one to break promises, so he'd asked if he'd brought the goods. The Thunderbird master had grinned and said he appreciated that attitude. Even in such a situation, he could only think about the goods. Frey handed the young man a piece of paper with the skill, adding that promises must be kept. Thus, Eugen obtained the Lich summoning skill. Grozny glanced at the young man and warned him that the level cap was higher than 180, asking him not to die before then. In the present, Eugen smiled and said he'd received what he needed. Yang Wang, wearily propping his face on his fingers, said he'd heard the young man had received a good offer and wanted to know why he'd been so open about it. The protagonist lowered his gaze and recalled the master's words. The man smirked when he heard the necromancer attempt to deceive him no longer. With a confident smile, Yang Wang expressed confidence that the player now understood him. At that moment, the door opened. The master, with a calm expression, assumed that the boy surely knew what he wanted from him. When the secretary entered, Eugen said that she was to report every move Grozny made to the man. Only then did the protagonist notice the girl approaching, and the master informed him that there was something else. The secretary placed a box on the table. Yang Wang, without changing his expression, asked for it to be given to Isaac. The young man opened the box, and a light flared from within. To his surprise, the necromancer discovered the ring of Osiris inside. The master rubbed his chin and added that, as he had already said, he did not want John and Isaac to compete with each other. The man frowned and said that since such a chance presented itself, they needed to persuade Isaac and finally deal with this George. The player looked at the ring when Yang Wang added that he would use any means necessary to achieve this. The boy slammed the box shut with a grin and agreed to do everything. Soon, they were at the entrance to the dungeon in Cairo. A crowd had gathered around it, cameras flashing. John approached the protagonist. The latter, smiling, announced that he was honored to participate with him. Eugen smiled discreetly, but his opponent noticed. The necromancer shook the boy's hand and said he was glad to cooperate. John frowned. He was sure he'd imagined the player looking at him with disdain a second ago. The scoundrel turned away with a smirk, deciding the Russian could laugh while he could. A wind blew inside the dungeon. China destroyed the monster's head with a single blow. Another orc was attacked by skeleton soldiers. The necromancer glanced sideways. His opponent was approaching, admitting he was indeed as good as they'd said. With a smirk, the young man noted how powerful each of his skeleton warriors was. His undead were far inferior, something he could learn from. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor with mild disdain, but admitted he was also good in another way. The scoundrel spread his hands and asked in what way. The young man chuckled and replied that he was talking about sheer numbers. Indeed, the sorcerer surpassed Eugen in the number of undead he'd summoned. John glanced back and realized who he was talking about. The warlock raised his hand and admitted it was all thanks to the ring. The artifact glowed, and the young man announced it was the Ring of Hades. The protagonist's eyes widened. With a satisfied grin, the scoundrel explained that by using the ring's abilities, he could turn the skeleton warriors summoned by another person into his own soldiers. The necromancer's gaze grew tense. He hadn't heard of this artifact. It was apparently hiding in the Messiah Guild. As the player watched, the boy asked him not to worry. His grin widened and he promised that he had no intention of touching his skeleton warriors, but he was curious about something. He added that he was referring to the warriors summoned by the people standing behind him. Eugen narrowed his eyes, realizing it was pointless to order his skeleton warriors to attack the enemy, as he hadn't known such an item existed. Concern flashed in the young man's eyes. Such a threat was hard to ignore. He looked at the sorcerer's smug expression and silently added that sometimes openly displaying one's power was far more effective than concealing it, which meant his opponent was quite a dangerous fellow. Flames were flaring above the forest. John was eating dinner by the fire, watching the second group. The scoundrel glanced sideways and expressed regret that those belonging to the afterlife could neither eat nor drink. Then he bit into a piece of meat. The shadow beside him was silent, and the sorcerer surmised that although he didn't know the observer's exact location, it was always there, waiting. The young man turned to the silhouette and added that they couldn't answer him anyway, and again assumed that his silent companion was probably hungry and thirsty. The sorcerer covered his face with his hand and began to laugh, explaining that in order to catch the sixth floor's boss monster, Isaac, he needed to be patient for a while before he could kill his opponent. Suddenly, half the piece John was holding fell to the ground. The scoundrel looked up with displeasure, now realizing where the observer was. A horned silhouette rose from the fire before him. On the 21st day of the dungeon attack, a volcano erupted. The team of players stopped after reaching the 5th floor. John smiled insolently as he explained that they were down to the last floor, and that everything up to the 5th had been quite easy. He turned to the protagonist and added that it seemed the 6th floor's difficulty level was simply terrifying. Eugen frowned, knowing his opponent was right. The young man narrowed his eyes, surveying the scoundrel's team, and noticed that they were in an A-rank plus dungeon, but so far there had been no casualties, meaning the 6th floor's boss monster was quite dangerous. As China examined the creatures his partner had summoned, he silently added that his combat prowess was already known to the entire world. It was unlikely they had sent only these creatures to capture him. The necromancer lowered his brows, realizing the true enemy was simply invisible. He knew how to achieve this and assumed Shin had revealed her treasure. Wu Jin headed for the door. The protagonist placed his palms on the panels. The entrance swung open. The young man glanced sideways at Yuan's smirk and decided it was time to make a decision. The immortal's feet sank into the sand. He looked down in surprise and asked if they were really in the desert. The blonde looked at his partner in surprise when he replied that they weren't. The team stood at the edge of the jungle. The scoundrel raised his hand and suggested the necromancer move toward the thicket first. The player turned around, about to say something. The young man's gaze was filled with disdain as he declared that until they destroyed the assassins pursuing them, they would postpone the hunt for the boss monster. The warlock shuddered. He spread his arms, echoing Eugen's words. The villain smiled and asked what the protagonist meant. Suddenly, several enemy skeletons rushed the young man. The monsters nearly reached the necromancer, but their attack was repelled by his undead. The young man smiled and said he knew it. Then he jumped away from the fighting skeletons. China watched him with confusion, not understanding why he was simply running away. One of the enemies turned and ordered the fugitives to be captured. John frowned and ordered Isaac to be left alone, and the golem, Durahan, and the skeleton mage to be captured first. The necromancer glanced back. He had heard the order to capture the special creatures without fail, and realized his enemy was clever. Regular skeleton warriors could be recreated in the dungeon. However, with special creatures like the golem, Durahan, the skeleton knight, or the mage, things were different. The summoning conditions were too strict. If they were destroyed or John were to take them away with Hades' ring, the loss of their strength would be indescribable. So the protagonist opened his inventory and summoned the Book of the Dead. The monsters he summoned immediately began to disappear. John was furious. When the golem also began to dissolve, the scoundrel screamed about being summoned back. The sorcerer watched his fleeing opponent, silently cursing him. Meanwhile, the heroes continued to run deeper into the jungle. One of John's subordinates approached the commander and asked if they should pursue them. The scoundrel turned around abruptly and said the boy had gone mad. His opponent retained a significant portion of his strength, and he should consider what would happen to him if he followed them into the forest. The boy gritted his teeth, unable to understand how Isaac had figured out the killers. Even if they destroyed all his skeleton warriors, the matter would only become more complicated. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the immortal turned around and assumed the pursuit was over, to which his partner concluded that their enemy wasn't as foolish as those who had fought them so far. The blonde turned to Eugen and asked what they should do now and if he had a plan. The young man smiled and replied that, of course, he did. He put on the Ring of Osiris, which immediately imprinted itself on Van Gogh's bracelet, forbidding him from removing it. China pointed at the artifact in surprise and asked where he got it. The protagonist smiled and replied that he had a sponsor who spared no expense. Suddenly, the necromancer looked thoughtfully at his friend and called him by name, which made him nervous, as the address seemed too profound. The immortal followed the player's gaze, wondering if he was used to falling. Several wyverns flew over their heads, and the young man reminded the blonde that he had already experienced this himself. China pointed at himself and asked what he had done wrong again. Eugen's gaze turned bored. The immortal raised a finger, aloud denying his own assumption. At that moment, something caught the young man's eye. He looked at the mountain, toward whose summit the lizards were flying. A clawed paw landed on a rock. The sphinx looked down from its perch. The birds flew away around the high cliff. Eugen approached the dragon lying on the ground. His lips twitched. China wondered if he was suggesting a ride on a wyvern, or whether he wanted to summon the skeletal warriors again. The skeletal beast spread its wings. Placing a finger to its chin, the immortal player realized they couldn't fly if they were nothing but bones. The protagonist placed his palm on the beast's body, and his partner wondered if the new ring also possessed such an ability. The attribute on the hunter's finger began to emit a magical glow. A surge of energy was visible behind the monster's body, and suddenly the system reported that the Osiris ring's resurrection skill had been used. The enormous wyvern spread its wings wide. The boy lowered his chin, greatly surprised. The contented protagonist stroked the beast's face. Petrified rocks were visible in the night. Sharp fangs filled the monster's mouth. Suddenly, its pupils visibly contracted. A bright beam of magic flew past the sphinx. At that very moment, the monster began pounding the ground with its paws, trying to dodge. The beast clenched its teeth in anger. Standing on the wyvern's neck, China wondered if it had eyes in the back of its head, too. Dropping his jaw, Eugen shouted that the enemy was approaching. A vortex of air appeared near the ancient monster's mouth. A shockwave approached the protagonist and his partner. Streams of dark magic spread across the wyvern's face. China frowned angrily. The enormous monster leaped upon the players from above. Clenching his jaw, the immortal player exclaimed that he was going crazy, wondering why he was so fast. The sphinx's paw flew through the air. The hunter sat astride his companion. Turning his head back, the protagonist told his companion to hold on tight, as this was only the beginning. The heroes plummeted. The players began to fly away from their opponent. Grinning angrily, the young man asked if he'd mentioned that he needed to get used to falling precisely because of this. The Egyptian monster leaped upon the players from above. Eugen abruptly turned his head to the side. Suddenly, the protagonist narrowed his eyes. Looking at the bright glow in the middle of the dark forest, the hunter realized they were there. A fire had been lit on the ground. John looked up thoughtfully. The mage decided to stand and walk forward. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably diminished in size. He saw monsters flying quickly across the sky. The sphinx opened its mouth wide, preparing to attack. Turning around, China shouted that the enemy was behind him. At that very moment, the hunter grabbed his partner by the fur jacket. The heroes began to plummet. The Egyptian monster clamped its jaws around the wyvern's neck. Grinning viciously, the immortal player expressed outrage at his opponent's actions. Gritting his teeth, the warlock cried out in alarm. A powerful explosion erupted in the middle of the dark forest. Guild Assistant Messiah covered his face with his hand. A moment later, the sorcerer looked away. The sphinx landed on the field before a crowd of undead. Frowning angrily, John considered the fact that a battle with the boss monster without any preparation was doomed to failure. A pile of stone fragments lay on the ground. China was stuck headfirst, and Eugen asked him to get up. Breaking free from the rubble, the immortal player yelled that his ally was a fool for at least telling him he was jumping ahead of time. Grinning angrily, the boy protested that he thought he had a plan, then added that he was lucky he had his sword ready. Suddenly, the protagonist slammed his shield into his partner's face. Folding his arms in frustration, the player exclaimed that he was simply crazy for falling for him, to which China declared his faith in his abilities. Grinning, the hunter suggested he go already. At that very moment, the protagonist kicked off, and the young man reflected on his ability to talk, then asked where he was going. Birds flew over the dark forest, while China asked him to wait for him. The skeletal remains of warriors lay on the ground near the sphinx's paws. Suddenly, the Egyptian monster rose on its hind legs. John hid behind a tree trunk. Gritting his teeth, the sorcerer declared that he'd barely survived. Looking at the fragments of the warriors' skeletal bodies, he realized he'd lost not only the summoned skeletons but his own men as well. Stepping forward to his companions, the warlock declared that since this was the case, there was nothing he could do. Bowing his head, the sorcerer announced that they would immediately go after Isaac. At that very moment, a magical glow appeared before the fighters. A small trail of dust drifted across the ground. John abruptly looked down. Under the bright light, a question arose about what this meant. The young man's eyes glowed brightly, and he explained that without Isaac, they wouldn't be able to clear this dungeon on their own, adding that they would all die here anyway. The sorcerer clenched his jaw and said that since this was the case, they would kill him first. The warlock, looking ahead, announced that he would act as bait and replace Isaac. Narrowing his eyes, the mage added that he would only be able to act calmly once he had destroyed him, and he didn't think he would hesitate for long. A note appeared on the ground, entrusting him with this task. Removing his hood, the sorcerer noted that he would first need to get himself together. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the young man said that because of Hades's helmet, he hadn't slept or eaten properly for over 20 days, and no matter what super skills the players possessed, an empty stomach couldn't fully utilize its potential. Suddenly, a blue light appeared from his eyes. Ken cupped his helmet in his hands. Then John smiled. The master stood before the sorcerer. Through sweat on his face, the swordsman declared that he now felt alive. The boy, jaw hanging open in disbelief, asked where Isaac had come from. The warrior's brows dropped sharply. Suddenly, the mage attacked him. Baring his teeth, the warrior asked what he was doing. The man's katana began to crumble. Tossing his helmet, the youth asked if he believed such a thing and why he thought he was here. Suddenly, someone slammed their foot on the ground. Ken quickly turned his gaze to the side. A huge number of evil spirits surrounded him. Suddenly, it seemed as if the player had broken a branch. China, his mouth wide open, asked why he was leaving traces everywhere. Yujin, smiling slightly, replied that a guest would be arriving soon. Frowning in confusion, Sechen's subordinate asked what guest he could possibly mean, since there were monsters and enemies on all sides. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist said he was here. The blonde man turned sharply. The warlock's expression was serious. Suddenly, the mage threw a helmet. The immortal player dodged the throw. The equipment landed on the ground. Squinting, the protagonist explained it was Hades' helmet. Scratching his head, the wizard was surprised he even knew the name of the item, and wondered how he knew about the assassin, before adding that it meant there had been an information leak. The warrior, Ja Agape, asked where he'd heard of it. Looking ahead, Yujin asked why he was giving it to him. John, closing his eyes, replied that he had won, and this was an offering to the winner. The immortal player's pupils glowed brightly, and he exclaimed that it was very cool, then asked if it was a legendary class, and the system entered his stats. Raising his palms, the youth said he surrendered, and therefore let them guarantee his safety. Standing in front of the players, the wizard added, "Not only here, but also outside the dungeon." Lowering his brows, the protagonist muttered that he thought he'd decided the Sphinx couldn't be killed so easily, and that he was thinking quickly, which was typical of him, as he didn't haggle easily. Chin's jaw dropped, and he shouted that if they promised to spare him, what would happen to his men? Grinning, the young man asked if he was referring to these same men. Numerous fallen skeletons were visible. Baring his teeth, the warlock declared that they were no longer useful anyway and had dispatched them before coming here. Sechen's subordinate frowned in confusion, hearing that he'd left no one alive. The warrior called the mage a lunatic, and then the protagonist placed his hand on his comrade and said that was fine, but he had one more condition. Lowering his brows, Yujin said that he must give him Hades' ring. From a distance, the users appeared to be standing in front of the sorcerer. John removed the ring from his finger. Grinning slyly, the boy remarked that he couldn't go against him. China clenched his jaw angrily. Suddenly, a view of a dense forest opened up. Ken, quickly moving his legs, muttered that John had barely fought off the skeleton warriors, only to be confronted by another wave of monsters, adding that everything had become too complicated. Baring his teeth, the master reflected that he hadn't liked him from the start. Suddenly, the swordsman narrowed his eyes. Two terrifying monsters attacked him, and he realized they had already caught up with him. The warrior delivered several slashing blows to his opponents. Through the sweat on his face, the man noticed that, no matter what anyone said, this was the 6th floor of an A-rank dungeon, and staying alive alone would be no easy task. Fearsome monsters hung from the branches, and at that moment the fighter added that he couldn't even dream of destroying the boss monster and leaving. A second later, the vicious beasts rushed forward. Ken assumed a fighting stance. Suddenly, a wing appeared on his leg. The master quickly soared upward. Clenching his jaw, the swordsman thought he couldn't die alone, like the last dog. The warrior could be seen flying over the forest. After a while, a light appeared in the distance. A cloud of smoke spread across the ground. China, hands in his pockets, muttered that the world was full of all sorts of objects, then wondered if there was even one who could go to the toilet for him. The immortal player looked up sharply. Ken appeared before him. The master landed opposite Sechen's subordinate. Sweat poured down the blonde's face. Suddenly, something hit the ground. The swordsman frowned deeply. Suddenly, the users appeared to be sitting around a fire. Yujin glanced sideways. The protagonist bolted, surprising John. Trees were visible in the night. The warrior lowered his brows menacingly. The protagonist quickly moved his feet. The blonde man gazed thoughtfully ahead. Turning his head, Ken noticed he was late. Clenching his jaw, the warlock reflected on how tough he was. After all, a wave of monsters was chasing him. Frowning, the master said he'd guessed when he betrayed him, and now sided with Isaac. The mage bared his teeth. Furrowing his brows, the swordsman said he couldn't let them live and die himself. Holding a katana in his hand, the warrior added that without a tank, the two of them would never escape this dungeon. A powerful aura surrounded the fighter, and he commanded them to perform a final dance with knives. Smiling, Yujin repeated his words. Curling the corners of his lips, the protagonist replied that he would play along, and then the system announced that he had summoned skeletal warriors. Vivid marks from blows appeared. The players fought each other. The protagonist, clenching his jaw, thought that he probably hadn't fully recovered yet, but he was still a true master of the sword. Ken narrowed his eyes sharply. Suddenly, a terrifying skeleton appeared before them. The master quickly turned his gaze to the side. The warrior rushed forward. Opening his mouth wide, the swordsman exclaimed that he should get out of the way. Suddenly, the fighter delivered a slashing blow to the monster. A huge swarming of undead could be seen in the distance. John bared his teeth in bewilderment. A powerful explosion echoed. A thick haze appeared. Sweat trickled down the wizard's cheek, and he muttered that this couldn't be true. A deep fissure appeared, and the boy then said he must be in terrible condition, having not eaten or drunk in days. The boy's pupils sharply contracted, and he couldn't understand how this was possible. The warlock looked back. The mage dodged his opponent's attack. John clenched his jaw in confusion. The skeleton hit the ground, and at that moment, Ken noticed the wizard's resilience. The master narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Then the swordsman spat. The contents of his mouth bounced off the monster's head. Suddenly, the turtle man's core appeared, and the system recorded its stats, and the boy was utterly surprised. Lowering his brows, the boy wondered if the master was full of strength, but was ready to climb walls due to hunger and thirst, and he didn't think he was hiding exactly that. Frowning menacingly, the man asked if he'd said they would all die here. Drawing his weapon, Ken asked why he hesitated, then said he should come here, as he would personally end his life. Standing behind the protagonist, the warlock muttered that as long as Isaac was there, he had no need to interfere. Grinning, the swordsman offered to continue, then asked if he'd really intended to end things so boringly, and if he thought he should give his sword a good swing before leaving. The protagonist, lifting the corners of his lips, asked if he'd said everything. Placing his sword over his shoulder, the blond man said that this moment would be his last, because he had no intention of dying here. The warrior, smiling, remarked that he seemed to have completely lost his mind before his death. Suddenly, a beam of magic appeared. The warrior looked down in confusion. Suddenly, his hands fell to the ground. The man looked down, confused. Opening his mouth, Eugen declared that he was alone. Ken clenched his jaw in pain. Standing opposite the master, the protagonist added that he had no comrades here. Jaw dropped, the swordsman shouted that this couldn't be true. China, mouth wide open, asked if he'd attacked him while he was going to the bathroom, and if he realized how painful it was, and whether he didn't even know basic etiquette. The warrior's pupils glowed blue. Then the man hit the ground with his knees. Looking forward, the fighter remarked that he had slit his throat. John chuckled, clapping his hands, remarking that it hadn't been a bad blow. Keeping his hand at his side, the mage said he didn't think he'd have the core of the turtle man. Ken was seen sitting on the floor, and at that very moment, the warlock asked what now, since they hadn't even really begun. The master bared his teeth angrily. The warlock, shuffling his feet, exclaimed that it was an excellent plan, and now they needed to go after the Sphinx. The boy's gaze snapped to the side. Touching his face with his palm, he demanded to know what kind of civility this was. The swordsman clamped his mouth around his katana, and the wizard asked if he thought he'd be spared if he bowed like that. Suddenly, wings appeared on the warrior's feet. The fighter quickly took off. John lowered his brows in confusion. Sweat poured down Chin's face. Ken left a trail of magic behind him. His gaze was stern. Eugen frowned gravely. The immortal player clenched his jaw in confusion. Opening his mouth, the warlock addressed the protagonist. Suddenly, his body seemed to split in two, and the swordsman wondered where the protagonist had gotten the Aegis shield. The warrior bared his teeth, thinking he tricked him. The blond man was clearly holding a protective device in his hand. The other half of the boy's body hit the ground. The young man began coughing up blood. Frowning angrily, the sorcerer spoke rudely of the protagonist. Lying on the floor, John declared that it was his right to live. Looking down, the protagonist said it was a mistake. Chin, his jaw hanging open, remarked that he shouldn't be so offended. Lowering his eyebrows, the immortal player added that he thought the people he'd killed had experienced the same thing he was now. Suddenly, the boys looked to the side. Ken had abruptly fallen to the ground. Smiling, the master said that he was disgusted enough without him, so he should stop being so clever, because the same end awaited them too. Biting their lips, the players listened attentively as they heard that only the two of them remained in this dungeon. The swordsman, his mouth wide open, asked if they thought they could destroy the Sphinx. Closing his eyes, the warrior called them idiots. Holding his sword, Eugen declared he was right. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist added that perhaps he was foolish. In the past, a man stood on a mountaintop, and the protagonist thought he was trying to make the world a better place. The fighters charged furiously, and then the boy muttered that his comrades, the ones he fought alongside, had felt the same. The swordsman stood by the fire, and the young man added that he was mistaken. Eugen's eyes glowed blue, and he asked what about him. Looking down, the protagonist asked if he had ever dreamed of saving the world, knowing it was a foolish undertaking. Ken frowned sharply at the question of whether he had ever experienced such a thing. Suddenly, the master's lips lifted. The swordsman, his mouth wide open, asked him what nonsense he was spouting, and whether he thought that clearing dungeons and ending the game would save this rotten world. Grinning, the man exclaimed that even a stray dog would laugh at him. Lying on the ground, the warrior explained that, on the contrary, even greater chaos would ensue. The night sky was visible, and then the warrior said that the protagonist himself knew that this world was under the strict control of players who had achieved immense wealth and power, and that when this game ended, they would be of no use to anyone. Eugen's pupils glowed brightly, and at that moment, Ken wondered what would become of this world, then declared that utter chaos would reign. Raising his sword, the protagonist asked him to stop, adding that he no longer needed to listen to him, and that he was talking too much. The blonde looked down. Suddenly, a slash appeared. The master's jaw dropped in pain. The young man standing next to him said that if he had the chance to start over, he hoped to live up to his title as a swordsman. China, clutching his chin, pondered his connection to the Messiah Guild before being addressed. The immortal player parted his lips in surprise, and the system announced that the vampire skill had been activated. Suddenly, the protagonist's fangs appeared. Dark power swirled around Eugen, and at that moment, the artificial intelligence wrote down the characteristics of a vampire. Through sweat, his subordinate, Sechin, asked what kind it was. The protagonist remarked that since they were alone, he had no one to be embarrassed about, causing the warrior to step back and ask what would happen next. Lowering his brows, the young man said they needed to leave before the night was over. Suddenly, the girl opened the door. The lady parted her lips. Sijuan entered the room. Then, Secretary Sechin looked down. In the past, her father, his mouth slightly open, addressed her. The man, raising his eyebrows, asked if it was his birthday, to which he received a negative answer. His daughter was washing the dishes, and at that very moment, the gentleman asked if it was hers, too, to which he again received an unfavorable answer. Raising his cutlery to his mouth, Sijuan's father asked if she was ready for school, to which she immediately replied that she was. The man asked who his daughter took after, and then, throwing down the gauntlet, she remarked that, of course, it was her father. Turning her head, the girl asked if he'd mentioned leaving soon on a business trip abroad. She also said he was probably busy and that when he finished, he should leave everything on the table, as he'd clear it up when he got back from school. The gentleman called her name through tears. The old man, jumping toward the lady, asked when she'd grown so tall and asked her to come over for a hug. The man asked if she was leaving already, and how about tomorrow? Then Secretary Sechan, approaching the door, replied that she'd eaten while setting the table. Her father's smile was visible. A second later, Sejun touched the doorknob. Closing his eyes joyfully, the gentleman asked her not to get sick while he was away on business. Then the corners of his lips lifted. The girl's gaze abruptly turned to the side. Her close relative extended his index finger and said that she should beware of cars on the way to school, and if the dungeon ruptured, she should first analyze the safe zones. He knew she was lazy, but he told her to be more kind to her friends, and to listen to the teacher, not just sit with her books, and to go for walks sometimes. The number 7 appeared on the scoreboard, and it was audible that he would leave her some pocket money, and therefore she shouldn't save it all at once, but spend it like other kids her age. Waving his hand, the man asked his daughter to try to befriend Shinhee, and then call her the most beautiful in the world. Narrowing her eyes, the lady answered affirmatively and added that she was gone. A red traffic light was visible, with a crowd of people standing near it. Sijuan held her backpack, and one of the passers-by told his friend that the Hansung group was in the news, after which the latter explained that their stock had recently risen sharply. Secretary Sejong, hearing about Hansung, quickly glanced to the side. Then she looked up. A message appeared on the huge screen, announcing that Hansung Group was cultivating players for a brighter future for Korea. Her lips parted thoughtfully, and at that moment someone addressed her. Sejong turned around abruptly, after which she was asked why she was standing there yawning in the street. Shinhee was seen blowing a bubble gum. The lady, raising her palm, offered a hesitant greeting, after which her partner asked what the coldness was about. Guild member Messiah raised her head and asked if she was looking in the right direction, to which she responded affirmatively. The woman's mouth dropped open in surprise. The billboard announced a restructuring at Hansung Group to cultivate players. A second later, Sejong glanced to the side and addressed her colleague. Walking along the crosswalk, a girl asked why she was going to school so early today, and Shin said she wasn't going. Hugging Secretary Sechin, the lady informed her that she had recently become a player. Winking, she asked if she knew the coolest part, and if she'd heard that a gate had recently appeared in the basement of her father's office. Human silhouettes were visible from a distance, and it was clear this was still a secret. Guild member Messiah, lowering his brows, said that a dungeon might soon rupture and that he was currently heading there. Sijuan, jaw hanging open, asked what if her father found out, after which her partner remarked that he was always worried. Shoving the girl on the shoulder, Shin exclaimed that she was also a player, and that he himself said he would try to cultivate players, then asked why he was making an exception for her. Clenching her fist, the lady declared that she would see she was stronger than this Sejong and would certainly prove it. Secretary Sejong stared thoughtfully ahead. Suddenly, a member of the Messiah Guild grabbed his colleague by the arm and shouted at him to stop staring and to come here. Since she was now a player, she needed to capture this day. A photo showed joyful girls. Shin was pictured on the wall. The lady, her mouth slightly open, called out her name. Numerous documents were visible. Sejong's pupils glowed blue. After some time, news appeared, reporting that the Messiah Guild had become the first in the world to break through to the 7th floor of the dungeon, and that Sejong had been recognized as the most influential player in the world. The commentators also inquired about Isaac and John. Suddenly, there was a bright flash. Shin looked away. The man frowned seriously. Sweat trickled down the girl's cheek, and someone asked about Isaac. Raising her eyebrows, the Messiah Guild member began to speak. A huge monster appeared. The terrifying beast suddenly opened its mouth. The warriors furiously attacked the enemy. China, clenching his jaw, exclaimed that they had finally pierced his hide. Yujin kicked the enemy. Suddenly, a dark force appeared under his palm. Skill icons appeared, and the system announced their activation. Magical energy swirled around the protagonist. The protagonist grinned contentedly. The evil spirit bared its teeth maliciously. Suddenly, a powerful explosion sounded, and immediately the artificial intelligence reported that the blood mist skill had been activated. The immortal player's eyes widened in surprise. Black mist surrounded the golem's body. Red pupils were visible through the thick haze. A second later, the blood golem appeared. The lady, crossing her palms, said she had sent Isaac, John, and the master swordsman to the 6th floor of the A-rank Egyptian dungeon. The gentleman, sitting on a chair, asked who was responsible for all this. The boy, his mouth wide open, asked for calm down first. The young man wanted to examine the situation in more detail, and then the man slammed his fist on the table. Hidaro protested that he hadn't asked him, causing the teenager to clench his jaw in confusion. Shin parted her lips and declared it was all her fault. Turning her gaze to the side, the lady said they shouldn't worry, as she had prepared for this situation properly. Ken lay on the ground, and the Maasai Guild member added that she had given the master swordsman Hades' helmet and Hermes' boots. The warrior's legs were visible. The mage's mouth was bleeding, after which the girl explained that, while he was acting as bait, he was quite capable, and even John would appreciate it. The lady leaned against the table. Shin, smiling slightly, remarked that no matter how great Isaac was, the chances of him surviving and escaping this dungeon were 0. The archer frowned gravely. The blond man raised his fist to his mouth. The gentleman placed his palm on the table and remarked that she was very confident. The Maasai Guild member's mouth dropped open in confusion. Suddenly, a blue glow appeared. The young man smirked contentedly. After a while, a car became visible. Yang Wang exited the vehicle. Suddenly, the girl, shuffling her legs, turned to him. Running up to the director, the assistant announced that something had happened. Narrowing his eyes, the director asked what was wrong. The secretary whispered something in his ear. Baring his teeth, the Phoenix Guild master asked if it was him again. Then the gentleman walked toward the house. The old man held the orbs in his hand. A lady stood behind him. Yang Wang entered the room. The man's lips lifted. Suddenly, the system reported that he had destroyed the Sphinx, and at that very moment, John appeared to be lying on the ground. A second later, the sorcerer rose. Suddenly, the two halves of his body began to merge. A bright flash appeared, and then the artificial intelligence announced the use of the return of the dead skill. Suddenly, the warlock rose to his feet. The wizard's jaw clenched menacingly. A moment later, the guy spread his arms out to the sides. The night sky was visible. A view of a building beyond a high fence opened up. Roughly running his fingers across the table, the man noted that he'd appeared and mentioned this so suddenly that he'd even felt a little flustered. Holding 2 small orbs in his hand, his interlocutor asked why that was and if he needed time to think. Seated at the other end of the table, Yang Wang remained silent. Resting his head on his fingers, Guild Master Phoenix mentioned an offer to clear the 7th floor of the dungeon together, then asked why he should accept. Sitting in his chair, Fry asked if he, too, would like to see headlines stating that Sijuin had cleared the 7th floor of the dungeon alone, to which he was asked in return whether that was the reason he was proposing to join forces. Grinning wickedly, the Thunderbird's Guild Master mused that, if it came down to it, he'd simply join him in clearing the dungeon they'd be heading to with Isaac. The man frowned angrily and asked again. Tilting his head to the side, the other man answered affirmatively. Suddenly, Yang Wang dragged his nails across the table. Gritting his teeth in rage, the Phoenix Guild Master protested that he'd come to his home, and was even trying to harass him. At that very moment, multiple streams of dark magic swept across the table. Shakira tried to cover her face with her hands, while her commander reflected on how he never thought the man was so powerful, then inquired about the meaning of to harass. A moment later, Fry's fist was enveloped in bolts of energy. Grinning wickedly, the man declared that he usually harassed those roughly his equal. A bright flash erupted behind the Phoenix Guild Master. The two men clashed. Yang Wang gritted his teeth with the effort. A sinister smile appeared on the Thunderbird's Guild member's face. He seemed to touch his fingertips to the glass of his drink. Sechin, closing his eyes, exclaimed that nothing could replace instant coffee. Placing his hand to his chin, the man remarked that buying only ground coffee was too bitter, while his assistant reflected that he had clearly brought the paper cup and instant coffee from the Phoenix Guild meeting. The broker lowered his chin when called. Typing on the keyboard, Sijuin announced urgent news and added that Fry and Yang Wang had met. Raising an eyebrow, the boss let out a surprised yelp before declaring that something big was finally brewing. Folding his arms, the dungeon dealer said this was getting interesting, and now he could imagine how things would unfold. Suddenly, the young woman slung her bag over her shoulder, just as the boss inquired about her destination. Taking steps forward, the secretary replied that she needed to meet a friend. Seichan, her jaw dropped in disbelief, was taken aback. The young woman was confused as to what her reaction was until the man suddenly held his palms out in front of him and shouted at her to hurry to the meeting. At that very moment, the office door slammed shut, and Sejun could be heard saying she'd be there soon. Frowning angrily, the broker considered his assistant's words. A view opened up onto a dark alleyway, home to Cairo's black market. A bright beam of light fell on the table where the 3 heroes sat. Running his fingers over the cloth, the player offered words of gratitude, then added that it had been useful. The fighter's eyes glowed brightly in the darkness, and he said he had given up hope, but thanked them for keeping their promise. John smiled maliciously and admitted that he had initially thought he would turn traitor. Folding his arms, China called out to Master Isaac. Yujin, turning down the corners of his mouth, declared that a promise was a promise. Suddenly, the mage appeared to land in a clearing in the forest. The boy's jaw dropped sharply in fear. A horned helmet lay on the ground before him. Beneath the equipment lay a paper note stating that it must be returned after use. Grinning broadly, the warlock muttered that they left him this. Closing his eyes, the young man asked if he'd known he possessed the skill of summoning the dead, then added that nothing would surprise him. Rising from his chair, John asked how he'd learned of it. Yujin grinned and reflected on how he'd had to kill him twice because of that skill. He saw the swordsman pierce the enemy's body, and the protagonist silently remarked that it had happened before his return. A hunter in knightly armor stood beside the mage, who lay meekly on the ground. Raising a glass of drink to his lips, China considered simply leaving him there to die, when the protagonist suddenly asked him not to think about it, as he had no need to know where the information had been found. His eyes widened in disbelief. John exclaimed that he was very cool. At that very moment, the immortal player spat the drink out of his mouth. The user began to turn his head from side to side as the warlock remarked on how amazing Isaac was, and how he was his type. Putting his hand to his forehead, Sechen's subordinate realized they were both not quite normal. Swiping his glass across the table, Wujin declared that the mage was now officially considered dead. Frowning angrily, the protagonist explained that this was precisely why he needed to keep a low profile and live quietly from now on. Rising from his chair, the hunter said that otherwise the Messiah Guild would find him. Sadly, John hung his head and remained silent. The protagonist bid the boy farewell, when he suddenly leaned his hands on the table and yelled for him to wait. China turned his head back sharply. His jaw dropped. The sorcerer asked to be taken with him. The immortal player clenched his teeth in rage. The two young men stood facing each other, separated by a table. The user watched them, lips pressed together. Shin stood in the office before the panoramic window. She seemed to tap her fingernail against her teeth. Her computer screen glowed brightly. It displayed a news site, reporting that Isaac's team, which had cleared the dungeon, had lost every survivor. No one understood why Isaac had failed to save Iowan, and all the residents had gathered to honor the fallen. Hearing a knock on the door, Sezhung's assistant glanced away and motioned for the man to enter. Suddenly, the front door began to open. The guard extended his hand and motioned for the guest to proceed that way. Sezhung calmly walked forward across the room. Shin narrowed her eyes, noting that they hadn't seen each other in a while. The woman looked at her with her lips downturned. Through the panoramic window, the two women could be seen sitting at the table. Setting her coffee mug on the table, Sejong's partner mentioned that she'd disappeared without even warning, so they'd been quite worried. Smiling, the Messiah Guild member asked what she'd been doing all this time, then added that she'd been surprised when she'd suddenly suggested meeting. Sejong, hands folded in her lap, remained silent. Lowering her chin, the secretary announced she wanted to ask her something. Her eyes widened, the lady asked again. Holding her hands out in front of her, Shin agreed, then added that she probably had a lot of questions, as they hadn't seen each other in a while. But she felt a little hurt that she hadn't even asked how she'd been, and whether this meeting had been a bit too cold, even though they were friends. Running her fingers through her hair, the Messiah Guild member remarked that 3 years had passed, and she was still the same. The girl's teeth were visible through her slightly open mouth, and she began to speak. Shin looked away, worried. Sezhung asked if she had killed her father, and her eyebrows rose in fear. A pool of blood seemed to spread beneath the man's body. A shadow appeared behind the girl. Sezhung's companion's eyes filled with tears. Her pupils visibly shrank in fear. A shudder coursed through her body, and the lady turned back. A light hand reached forward. The reflection of her fingers was visible in her assistant's eyes. The Messiah Guild member raised her eyebrows sadly. Tilting her head to the side, she declared she didn't understand what they were talking about. Putting her fingers to her forehead, Shin expressed outrage that her friend had appeared out of nowhere and wanted to know, then added that her father had died in an accident during the dungeon's explosion. Sezhung's mouth turned down, and she remained silent, while her interlocutor explained that she didn't know who had told her what. While the girl clutched the envelope, the companion of one of the original players declared that everything was wrong and that she had been misreported. The woman, her jaw hanging low, remarked that her friend, as before, was still inept at lying. Suddenly, the secretary tossed the document onto the table. At that very moment, the Messiah Guild member began to realize what it was. The envelope contained a paper stating that it was a list of those affected by the Hansen Group dungeon rupture. Shin, holding the documents in her hands, remained silent, while Sezhung declared she knew her father was dead. Her mouth twitched. She added that it wasn't because of a monster or an explosion. A memory of meeting Francois at the train station flashed back to her, and she admitted she'd hoped her friend would at least tell her something. Rising from her chair, the secretary suggested she'd been mistaken. The assistant of one of the first 7 players bit her lip in alarm. Stepping forward, the lady walked away. Jumping up from her chair, the Messiah Guild member asked her to wait, and asked what she meant by that. Shin, her mouth wide open in rage, expressed outrage that she had appeared 3 years later and now claimed to have killed her father. Clutching the envelope in her hand, Sezhung's partner couldn't understand what had happened to her or whether she had injured her head, believing she trusted some papers more than her friend. Angrily frowning, the girl asked if she really thought she had killed her father and now wanted revenge. A moment later, a flame appeared near her finger. Scattering the documents around, the Messiah Guild member declared that she couldn't do anything to her now, since she didn't even know who she was or what position she held. Burning sheets of paper scattered behind Sezhung, and she explained that she knew perfectly well that her friend was the director of the Hansen Group and also the deputy master of the Messiah Guild. Lowering her head, the lady asked if she was asking what they could do to her, then added that she would find out soon enough. A man stood on the balcony of the house. Gripping the metal railing with his fingers, the man considered the will. A memory appeared in which the two men clashed. Wind currents rushed toward a large building. Raising his palms, Fry said they needed to stop wasting time on useless bickering. Closing his eyes, the Thunderbirds Guild master explained that he simply wanted to negotiate with him before he actually got down to business. Yang Wang looked directly at his interlocutor and remained silent. Placing his hands on the table, the man declared that they would both write a will then and there, to which he was asked what he meant. The warrior grinned maliciously and asked not to misunderstand, as it would be a very simple will. He then added that even they couldn't be sure of surviving on the 7th floor of the dungeon, to which the Phoenix Guild master frowned menacingly. Raising his hand, Fry remarked that they would do this in case one of them died there. The man lowered his chin and explained that they would simply write a will in advance for the benefit of the other guild members, so that one of them would join the other. Standing behind the boss, the assistant didn't understand what this meant, but the man explained that the Messiah Guild had cleared the 7th floor first, so all the world's attention would now be on them. Interlacing his fingers, the Thunderbirds Guild Master noted that the problem was that they both couldn't stand to watch, then added that going it alone would be tantamount to suicide. Yang Wang's eyes glowed with anger as the man explained that whether they liked it or not, they had to join forces, adding that they needed to stop pretending and just be honest with each other. Fry twirled his finger in the air and explained that he was quite ambitious, so he had no intention of dividing the reward and glory equally after clearing the dungeon. Narrowing his eyes, the man asked if his interlocutor was the same, then added that he knew he could stab him in the back at any moment as soon as he reached the 7th floor. Leaning back in his chair, Yang Wang said nothing, and his companion suggested they write their wills and head to the dungeon. Standing on the balcony of the building, Guildmaster Phoenix exhaled heavily. He suddenly looked back when someone suggested he had many doubts. The man's legs, shrouded in streams of dark magic, took step after step forward. Wu Jin drew closer and closer, and his interlocutor reflected on the fact that he hadn't even sensed his presence. Gritting his teeth in rage, the guildmaster asked when he had arrived. The protagonist grinned maliciously, and replied that he had just arrived. Lowering his hands, Yang Wang suggested they traveled with Isaac to Egypt, to which Isaac replied that was correct, as he personally entrusted him with a special mission. A memory flashed back to Guildmaster Phoenix, who narrowed his eyes and advised his subordinate to use this opportunity to persuade Isaac, as he needed to deal with Iowan. Grinning, the hunter recounted his struggles while Isaac hovered around and tried to deal with Iowan, adding that even in the dungeon, he'd stood firm and hadn't been easy to persuade. Lowering his head, the man praised his assistant for eliminating the warlock, reflecting on how he not only persuaded Isaac, but also walked with him all the way to the 6th floor. Running his finger along the metal railing, the guild master began to speak. Frowning angrily, Yang Wang asked if he really needed to speak, so he could sort things out quietly and without further ado. Turning his head toward his interlocutor, the chief noted that Isaac hadn't offered the press any excuses for Yoan's death. A malicious grin appeared on Wu Jin's face. Closing his eyes, the protagonist declared that he, too, had no idea what was going on in his mind, then added that after awakening, he had cleared the 6th floor in one leap and reached the pinnacle of glory. Standing on the balcony, the hunter asked how anyone could understand the mind of such a genius, especially since Isaac wasn't his subordinate. Bowing his head forward, the protagonist explained that he couldn't interfere or tell him how to act outside the dungeon. Turning down the corners of his mouth, Yang Wang realized his interlocutor was right, and then said that, whatever the case, he had gotten rid of Yoan, just as he had wanted. Leaning his hand on the iron railing, Guildmaster Phoenix remarked that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Turning his head back, the man suggested they sort out their relationship, as he thought they needed to clear things up. Turning the corners of his lips, the player silently muttered that he felt this bothered him, as they would likely meet soon in fray on the 7th floor. Folding his arms, Yang Wang noted that although Isaac wasn't his subordinate, it was undeniable that he had a certain amount of attention. Looking down, the man explained that if the three of them were to clear the 7th floor of the dungeon together, his role would become very important. Placing his hand in his pocket, Guildmaster Phoenix continued the conversation. With a broad grin, he declared that, as far as he knew, he would only act for a reward. Suddenly, Wu Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. A key glowed brightly in the chief's hand. At that very moment, a flash of light appeared. A magical portal formed behind Yan Wang. The protagonist stared straight ahead. With a broad grin, the man asked him to follow him to the armory. The heroes stood in front of the magical passage. The man's face was illuminated by beams of teleportation, and he said the assistant could choose any weapon he wanted. Upon entering the magical portal, Guildmaster Phoenix explained that it had to be one that suited him and Isaac. A sinister grin appeared on the hunter's face. Approaching the glowing aura, the protagonist remarked that his boss should only remember his words later. A huge shopping mall with brightly colored signs appeared, and someone's indignation was heard. Sitting on the couch, Seichan exclaimed that this was completely unlike his assistant, and how could she have barged into the Hansung group, to which she remained silent. Placing his fingers under his chin, the broker declared his utmost respect for his employee, adding that he couldn't help but notice her behavior this time. Holding his hand out in front of him, the man asked what they would gain from angering Shinhee. Lowering her chin, Sejun replied that she didn't even know. Placing her glass on the table, the secretary explained that it was unclear what the consequences of angering her would be. A girl's silhouette was visible in the reflection of the drink, and she remarked that it was also unclear what they would gain from it. A beam of magic flashed through the hair of the Hansung group director. Suddenly, it seemed as if an arrow had pierced the wall. A master archer stood on a small pedestal, a bright red aura glowing around him. A sharp katana lay on the stand. A bead of sweat trickled down the girl's cheek. Her dark silhouette was visible from afar. Rising from the sofa, the lady declared that now everything depended on her choice. Sechin's pupils widened in bewilderment. The moon shone brightly in the sky above the dark forest. The man took a confident step forward. Fry approached the car, next to which stood his assistant. Shakira bowed as she opened the car door, exclaiming that her boss had done a good job. A column of military vehicles moved forward along the road. Narrowing his eyes, the Thunderbirds Guild leader inquired about the progress of the 7th floor's preparations. Turning her head back, the young woman announced that they had selected a dungeon with a difficulty level of C+. Lowering his chin, the man inquired about its location and features. Taking the paperwork, the fighter explained that it was located in Pakistan, and its peculiarity was the presence of armed terrorist groups stationed around the gates. The lady looked down and recounted that she had been told that some of them contained players of a fairly high level. The soldiers were wandering near a magical portal, and the assistant explained that due to this, even the Pakistani government was unable to approach the area. Fry fingered two small orbs in his hand. Turning his head toward the window, the man remarked that even if they were players, terrorists weren't a problem for them. He then asked if that was all she'd been told. Shakira's silhouette appeared in the reflection of the car's side mirror, and she informed him there was more, then announced that Wu Jin had arrived at headquarters. At that very moment, a satisfied grin appeared on the Thunderbirds Guild leader's face. The team's flag fluttered high in the air. Entering the room, the man exclaimed joyfully. The protagonist rose to his feet with determination. Extending his hand, the hunter said they hadn't seen each other for a while, to which the other replied that it had indeed been a long time. Grinning wickedly, the captain called the man Yongwang the dog. As they shook hands, energy flowed around their wrists. Lowering his chin, the protagonist asked what the expression Yongwang the dog meant. Narrowing his eyes, the young man asked why he'd come here then. Fry's lips instantly lifted. Suddenly, the man began to smile broadly. Wu Jin, clasping his hand, declared himself embarrassed by such a warm greeting. Shakira clenched her jaw in displeasure. The Thunderbirds Guildmaster's eyes began to glow brightly, and he questioned whether the young man had done as he was told. Frowning angrily, the protagonist considered his calmness to be a bluff. Lowering his hand, the hunter remembered that it was officially known that his boss and the man had both cleared the 6th floor. Lowering his chin, the hunter answered affirmatively, pondering what it would be like to think his boss was inferior to him in strength. Standing in the middle of the room, the protagonist explained that Isaac would kill Yin Wang on the top floor of the dungeon. The man's wide smile revealed his snow-white teeth. A winding road between cliffs opened up before the player's face. A tank appeared to be moving forward along the ground. Several other military vehicles passed nearby. Suddenly, the man in the turban pulled the binoculars away from his face. He jumped up abruptly and began shouting for his boss. Pulling his hand back, the soldier announced that he thought he should go down. As he screamed about unfamiliar faces down there, blood spattered from his body. The man's jaw dropped in fear. Members of his army scattered, and he realized that a bang had been heard after the bullets had flown. Gritting his teeth in rage, the leader of the organization decided that this meant one of them had launched something at his head from at least 1,500 meters away. Peering from behind a huge boulder, the captain considered the need to at least roughly estimate the range to parry the attack. Frowning angrily, he noticed the bullet had flown in that direction. Suddenly, his shield flew up, revealing a view of petrified cliffs. A military cannon sent wisps of smoke billowing from it, and suddenly the system announced that the silent hunter skill had been unlocked. Shakira peered diligently through the scope, indicating the target was 1,765 meters away, before announcing it had been destroyed. While she lay on the ground, her superior remarked that it was a most beautiful sound. Holding his binoculars, Fry admitted he always enjoyed hearing it. Glancing toward his assistant, the man inquired about the estimated time until the gate's invasion. Below the cliff, tanks fired, creating powerful explosions where the shells impacted. Looking away, the lady said 10 minutes would be enough. China watched Wu Jin's expression closely. Yang Wang's eyes narrowed among the crowd. A news site was displayed on the bright computer screen, reporting that the Thunderbird and Phoenix Guilds had united to prepare for the clearing of the 7th floor, and that John's death would not be in vain, as Isaac had finally spoken. This was the first attempt at a unified clearing of the 7th floor, following the Messiah Guild's lead. Sejong confidently rested his elbows on the table. One of the first 7 players smirked and began to discuss the Messiah Guild's position. Shinhee bowed her head when asked what she thought. The boss asked if they should make a statement and announce their opinion to everyone, to which the director of the Hansen group folded her palms and muttered that it wasn't necessary. The girl's pupils visibly shrank in alarm. At that very moment, the heir of the Sacred Light approached his assistant. The deputy guild master of the Messiah Guild leaned over as the boss wondered thoughtfully where he'd seen such a familiar expression before. The lady's eyes widened in confusion. Sejong grinned and remembered that it was the same face he'd seen back then. A memory of a trembling Shin turning back appeared, and one of the first 7 players noted that it was the day he first saw her. Standing shoulder to shoulder next to his partner, the heir of the Sacred Light admitted that back then, he thought they looked very similar. Angrily frowning, the strongest player suggested he'd been wrong. Placing a hand on the girl's shoulder, the young man suggested they stop talking about the past, adding that what mattered now was what would happen in the future. Standing behind the director of the Hansen group, the young man remarked that this was self-evident. Taking steps toward the precipice, Sejong declared that this time it wasn't his fault. Black smoke seemed to billow from several floors of the company building. Putting his hand in his pocket, one of the first 7 players explained that this was the work of terrorists who hated players. Lowering his chin, the young man asked if this was true. His partner raised her hands in alarm. Shin watched the departing heir of the Sacred Light. The deputy master of the Messiah Guild began to bite her lip in sadness. Throwing the papers on the table, Sejong shouted that they must have completely lost their minds. The secretary's pupils noticeably dilated. Sliding her computer chair across the floor, Sejong asked what had happened again. The man, folding his arms in anger, announced that the Messiah Guild had finally begun to show its true colors. The newspaper featured Shinhee's image and a statement announcing the joint efforts of the Messiah Guild and the world's 5 best guilds, declaring that hatred toward players was unacceptable, and that the Korean government had granted the Messiah Guild the right to investigate crimes against players. Slamming his palms on the table, the broker expressed outrage at what they had said, and at the government's authority to do so, before shouting that this meant they could now use force even against ordinary citizens if they didn't like something. Closing his eyes, the boss declared that no one had any idea what those freaks from the Messiah Guild were really thinking. Sitting on the couch, the rare dungeon item seller exclaimed that if things continued like this, all power would be in their hands. The secretary watched in disbelief as her boss begged Mr. Se-chung to save the world, then added that this was how everyone would talk. Beads of sweat trickled down her cheek, and she silently assumed she'd heard the same thing for the 20th time. At that moment, her face disappeared behind the computer monitor. The phone, lying on the desk, began to vibrate as Se-chung asked if that was true. A moment later, the man looked back. Putting the smartphone to his ear, the broker greeted his interlocutor. Francois grinned and said they hadn't seen each other in a while, to which he replied that he was a great dragon hunter. Closing his eyes, the fighter said he was busy and would keep it brief. Holding the documents in his hand, the hunter explained that he had been informed that the golden dragon gastric juice he had requested had arrived in Pakistan, and then asked if his interlocutor knew where it was used. Lowering his head, Sechin replied that he himself did not know this, since his client had not explained it to him. Suddenly, beads of sweat broke out on Francois's face. The broker jerked the phone away from his ear when the dragon hunter yelled that he was crazy for ordering such an expensive item without even knowing where or how it was used. Wiping his ear with his finger, the dungeon vendor muttered that he thought the customer said something about killing him, then muttered that the other person was being too loud. A moment later, the car entered a dark tunnel. The man looked down, confused as to who was about to kill whom. A notification appeared on the phone screen, indicating the user was out of range. Francois clenched his teeth in anger and complained about the lack of signal. A magical portal lay amid the petrified rocks. His doppelganger approached Wu Jin from behind. The heads of the two guilds stood facing each other. Yang Wang turned his head to the side, alarmed. A wide smile appeared on Fry's face. Taking steps forward, the man asked if it was Mr. Isaac. China's pupils widened in confusion. The courier held a box and announced that he had a specially registered package for him, to which he was questioned. Throwing his hand back, the clone of the protagonist declared he would handle it himself. Closing his eyes, the delivery man countered that the recipient must receive it in person, then added that a signature was required. Suddenly, the clone frowned angrily. Clenching his jaw in fear, the man exclaimed that he would give it back, since the recipient was standing right next to him. At that very moment, the two teammates began to approach. The double abruptly pulled the tape off the box. Dropping his jaw, the immortal player inquired about what he had ordered. Inside the package was a glowing flask, which he announced was golden dragon gastric juice. Looking down, Isaac considered what he saw. Folding his arms, he was indignant at having thought it was something bad, so he decided to take a closer look and discovered some kind of gastric juice, something he didn't know what it was for. Placing his fingers under his chin, the protagonist guessed he'd heard about it somewhere. A glowing flask appeared, and he explained that it was the gastric juice of a golden dragon, which allowed one to see the true form of a sealed item. Closing his eyes, the hunter remarked that encountering such an item or this juice was quite difficult, adding that it was just rumors, as he'd never actually seen them. Raising his palms, the young man suggested they hadn't suspected anything, and the protagonist reflected on how he'd assumed he knew. His mouth wide open in rage, China shouted that it was all nonsense, as he knew everything. Smiling, his partner agreed. Wu Jin began to raise his head. Pointing a finger at his ally, the immortal player asked if they could go without him. Furrowing his brows in anger, the boy exclaimed that he was one of those who killed their own, so they couldn't trust him to go into the dungeon together. Smirking, the duplicate in Isaac's body asked what he was talking about. Showing the symbol on his wrist, he couldn't understand how anyone could be trusted more than this. Folding his arms in displeasure, his subordinate, Sechin, couldn't understand what could be worse than a man who had already died and returned to life, after which he shouted that he couldn't trust him, or rather, simply wouldn't. In the past, John leaned his hands on the table and shouted to be taken along. China clenched his teeth in indignation. The protagonist, his lips drooping, remained silent. Clenching his hand into a fist, the immortal player couldn't understand who this idiot was and where they were taking him, since it looked like they were just going on a trip. The mage grinned maliciously and replied that he didn't know why, but that Master Isaac held a grudge against the Messiah Guild. He then exclaimed that, anyway, he was no longer interested. Sticking his tongue out, the young man declared that since that was the case, he'd like to see Isaac and the Messiah Guild fall apart. Looking away, Eugen asked if the warlock could guarantee he wouldn't betray him, and why he should trust him. China was indignant that his partner was actually planning to take him, when the young man suddenly placed a scrap of paper on the table and declared he'd use it. It turned out to be a rare soul-bending skill, which allowed one to select a target and form a contract with them to transfer their soul, as well as exchange certain skills or items. His jaw dropped. The mage remarked that, as they could see, he couldn't betray them. On the contrary, his life depended on them. Grinning furiously, the immortal player asked if the man was crazy and what would happen if Isaac actually told him to die. Leaning his hands on the table, John declared that this gentleman had had many chances to kill him, but he hadn't. Smirking, the sorcerer explained that he wasn't one to waste his time killing, so he wouldn't harm him unless he got in his way. Looking down, Eugene considered the possibility that he was right. While the companions held their hands out in front of them and argued, the protagonist pondered the disadvantages of this skill for a mage, but he tied the knot around his own neck. Narrowing his eyes, the hunter couldn't understand what was going on in his mind. A view of petrified rocks opened up, and someone shouted that it was time for them to enter the dungeon. Taking a step forward, the hunter motioned for the companions to go. John closed his eyes and asked what the object was that he wanted to remove the seal from. China, holding out his finger, didn't understand why it mattered, to which he replied that they were now colleagues and simply wanted to ask. Looking back, the protagonist explained that he would soon find out for himself. A bright glow was visible in the middle of the dark forest. The heroes had made camp next to a burning fire. Eugene glanced at the notification that 111,111 goblins needed to be destroyed to reach the second floor, with just over 20 remaining. He then considered that these were the same clearing conditions as last time, and that there were 333,333 goblins on the third floor, and so on. Ominous monsters appeared, and the protagonist realized that the Goblin King would be sitting on the topmost, 7th floor. Suddenly, the hunter began scrolling through the notifications on the system screen. At that very moment, the protagonist narrowed his eyes and read the status window, which stated that he was level 176. Grinning, the player realized that this was close to the limit. On the first floor of the dungeon, a man in armor brandished his weapon. During the second floor of the dungeon, an army of warriors stood against a crowd of trolls. During the trial on the third floor of the dungeon, skeleton warriors helped slay monsters, when suddenly the system reported that the required number of monsters had been destroyed and the doors to the fourth floor were opening. A white pillar rose above the trees. The player placed his palm against the glowing wall. Team Wujin stood behind the Phoenix Guild master. Looking at Yanwang, the protagonist grinned. At the same time, a broad smile appeared on the man's face. The guild captain placed his palms outstretched. The crowd watched as the tall pillar emitted a bright glow. The man stepped forward on the ground. At that moment, the hunter glanced back. A black cloak hung over the fighter's broad back, and he inquired whether he had spoken with Isaac. Lowering his chin, Wujin stated that he had conveyed everything, then inquired about when exactly they would begin. Narrowing his eyes, Fry replied that when they reached the fourth floor, they would first engage the Phoenix Guild and Isaac's team, then added that the three of them would fight, including their Thunderbird Guild. A magical spear began to appear in the man's hand, and he declared that Wujin would take advantage of the confusion during the battle and move to the rear of the Phoenix Guild with Isaac, adding that he would need to give a signal. The tip of the weapon gleamed brightly. Grinning wickedly, the guild master declared that he would then deal with this Yanwang himself. Darkness enveloped the mountains on the fourth floor of the dungeon. The mace crushed the goblin's head. The monsters surrounded the heroes, who dispatched them easily. The soldier wiped the sweat from his face and sighed heavily. The warrior looked around and asked permission to ask a question. His interlocutor stood in the shadows. The knight asked if he believed in Wujin. Yanwang looked away silently. The fighter leaned on his weapon and explained that the boy was using Isaac as he pleased, but that could be a common misconception. The man raised an eyebrow and suggested that the Russian was simply doing as he pleased. The guild leader scratched his beard thoughtfully, and the soldier asked what would happen if a battle with the formidable one broke out and Isaac sided with him. The director smirked. The chairman looked around and replied that in that case, they would all die. The warrior's mouth dropped open and he asked if his superior trusted this young man so much that he was willing to risk his life. Frowning, the villain denied this and explained that he had never trusted anyone enough to risk his life. The villain turned away and added that he trusted only himself and his intuition. The knight's eyes widened and he was about to object, but Yanwang interrupted him, saying he would kill the formidable one with his own hands in this dungeon. The leader, engulfed in flames, declared that they would capture the Thunderbird Guild and that nothing unforeseen would happen. A bright pillar of light appeared in the middle of the forest, and the system reported that the user had reached level 180. China looked back and saw his friend engulfed in the light. A golden page, sent to him by his patron as a token of admiration, appeared before the protagonist. Wujin took it in his hand. The boy ran up to his comrade and asked what he had managed to obtain. The player hugged him and asked if Banshee was really such a good thing. The boy held a page for the skill of the same name, which allows one to summon damned souls. The young man pushed his ally away and replied that he didn't know. Smiling, the ranger declared that it was the first time he'd seen such a skill and added that he didn't know its properties. The employee frowned in displeasure, thinking that his client always spoke as if he knew everything, but this time it was different. Isaac approached the squad members and said that his power was far greater than that of someone with the status of a representative of the Dark World. The man shrugged and explained that no one had ever seen the skills he would be acquiring, and the employee was indignant at his boasting. Suddenly, the warrior slammed his fist into his palm and realized something. China crossed his arms and suggested that his friend was unaware of something. While they were arguing, the necromancer tore up the skill page. The boy pointed at him and declared that he was the one with the power. Then the player pointed at the soldier and called him Isaac. The knight's eyes widened in surprise and he asked what that meant. The swordsman, grinning furiously, suggested that their leader simply wanted to conceal his identity, and claimed he was a fake Isaac. The protagonist pinched his cheek and claimed to be the real Isaac. The warrior looked at him in shock and loudly asked what he was talking about. Birds rose above the trees. Shakira looked up when someone called her name. Sitting by the fire, Fry asked why her face was like that. The man smiled and suggested it had something to do with Wu Jing. Introducing the cunning young man, the woman replied that she disliked his look and told him that he was openly spying and working for both Yang Wang and the leader. The Thunderbird leader held 2 orbs in his hands, and the woman decided they couldn't trust his words about cooperation. Grozny closed his eyes and explained that they should deal with both the Phoenix leader and the young man and his companions once everything was resolved. The guild member's mouth opened wide and she wanted to say something, but the villain declared that they had already analyzed their combat capabilities. A fire burned on the ground, and the villain reminded her that Isaac could summon a maximum of 200 skeletons. The monster gritted his teeth in anger. The director glanced at the army. Fry, covered in lightning, concluded that they would be unable to stop him. His eyes lit up, and he declared that even if something changed, they would get nothing. The people stood before the portals, fully prepared, because the leader of Thunderbird had warned them. They aimed their rifles at the gates. If their leader died, nothing would remain of those who emerged from the dungeon. Purple energy concentrated in the lich's mouth. The goblin fell to his knees as the banshees let out a drawn-out wail. The monster clutched its head in horror. All its brethren collapsed to the ground. The monster looked up in fear. The skeleton approached him and swung its sword. After a few swings, blood sprayed into the air. The heroes stood aside while the undead creature dispatched the enemies. The protagonist silently looked at the new summoned creature. China pointed at it and said it was pretty cool, because now he didn't even have to interfere in the fight. Yujin drooped his lips and declared that it wasn't enough. The boy closed his eyes and asked if he really had to fulfill his role as a tank. The boy crossed his arms and explained that the skill wasn't entirely effective. The young man looked up and considered the fact that this skill, which didn't directly damage the enemy, wasted too much magical energy. Isaac raised an eyebrow and asked if they wouldn't be using Banshee anymore in future battles. Holding up a page, the ranger replied that no matter how ineffective the skill was, there would always be a way to make up for it. With a smirk on his face, the necromancer showed his friends a piece of paper. It said it was a lich summoning skill. The players stared at it in surprise. The employee's eyes widened, recalling how his comrade had traded this page for a demonic cyclops eye. The representative of the dark world tore the paper and confirmed it. A pillar of bright light fell upon him. Storm clouds gathered in the sky. The protagonist looked up. The warrior covered his face with his hand and asked what was happening. The employee glared menacingly at his ally and asked if he had really foreseen this. The answer was no. A gigantic vortex of dark energy appeared above Yujin. Lightning struck the ground before his feet. The darkness thickened and transformed into a black silhouette. It approached the boy. The young man smiled and said he hadn't expected this. The monster extended its hand and asked its master to lay down a sacrifice. The boys watched from the sidelines. Isaac looked tense, while China gritted his teeth in fear, wondering what sacrifice they were talking about. The ranger narrowed his eyes slyly. The necromancer gestured toward the goblin corpses and asked if that wasn't enough. A powerful aura enveloped the goblin. Bright energy lifted his dead brethren into the air. Shakira looked up in amazement. The girl pointed to a thundercloud and asked the chief to look there. Frey turned tensely. Lightning flashed one after another. Frowning, the woman remembered the Russian in that direction and asked what it was. The man glanced ahead, realizing he'd seen something like this before. Darkness fell across the sky along with lightning. In the past, Grozny had encountered the monster and made a contract with Indra, and he wondered if their enemy had gained power comparable to hers. The guild leader grinned, assuming this could interfere with their plans. The villain turned away and declared they needed to go, and the Thunderbird member asked where. The villain clutched his weapon and replied that they needed to eliminate the obstacle. The squad stood in the desert amidst the mountains, and the leader shouted that they needed to retreat. The mace was covered in the blood of a dead goblin. The soldier watched the boss and asked what had just happened. Yang Wang glanced back and clarified whether he was talking about the area where Team Isaac was fighting. Looking away, the warrior explained that something strange was happening there and suggested the Russian had used a new skill. The man turned and explained that it wasn't uncommon for one to level up and gain a new skill in a dungeon, and the tank agreed. Leader Phoenix frowned sternly, thinking that this wasn't an ordinary skill at all. Something flashed in the distance. A bright bolt of lightning streaked forward. The director glanced sharply in that direction. A knight rushed forward to protect him. A wave of energy slammed into his shield. The chairman's eyes widened, wondering what was going on. A powerful explosion of energy erupted in the middle of the forest. Dust rose from the ground. Looking at the shimmering shaft, the villain asked what kind of antics this was. Fry raised his hand and asked if the enemy was interfering in his affairs. The spear's tip erupted from the shield. The villain, his eyes glowing, declared his goal was to destroy the boss of the 7th floor. The spear returned to its owner's hand, and Yang Wang wondered if they weren't supposed to help each other. The man smirked and replied that he realized he didn't have to. Shakira raised her eyebrows in surprise. Headmaster Phoenix looked away when the girl drew his attention to something. The leader of the Thunderbird narrowed his eyes tensely. The director frowned sternly. A monster stood on a high cliff. The lich raised his staff above his head and absorbed the summoner's power. The skill description turned gold, its rank increased to EX, and the system announced that the number of all summoned creatures was doubling. A golem appeared right before the heroes. Riders stood beside the living corpse. Dark energy enveloped the undead. The woman smiled and concluded that Yujin had kept his promise. Grozny frowned sternly, realizing something was wrong. Isaac watched the scene unfold from a high cliff in the clearing. The wizard smiled, and the commander reflected on the power he had demonstrated so far, doubling, and surmised that in that case, there was no point in currying favor with him or the chairman. Gritting his teeth, the captain wondered why he had to hide his strength, deciding that this man had been seeking a three-way conflict from the start. Fry gripped his weapon and realized he was failing anyway. His eyes flickered. Swinging his spear, the man reflected on his own plans, which he must fulfill at any cost, and promised to deal with the Russian as soon as Yang Wang was defeated. Chief Phoenix looked away, puzzled. Grozny threw his spear at him and wished him death. The director spread his swords as the enemy weapon approached. The chairman crossed blades and asked if the enemy really thought he could die here so easily. Suddenly, the villain's eyes widened in fear. The powerful blow raised a gigantic cloud of dust on the battlefield. The villain's brows furrowed tensely. China stopped the spear with his shield, and Yanwan asked if it was Assistant Isaac. The boy looked back and denied it. Grinning furiously, the player stated his name and expressed outrage that no one knew his. The man frowned in confusion and asked what was going on. The employee looked up. Another bolt of lightning struck him. A bright light illuminated the stunned warrior's face. A powerful wave of energy engulfed him. The impact shattered the ground and kicked up dust. The squad members watched from the sidelines. Fry grabbed the spear and grew angry at being stopped again. Chief Phoenix covered his face with his hand. A giant crater formed in the middle of the battlefield. The director hadn't imagined his enemy was so powerful. The shield, lying on the rocks, trembled, and the system reported that the blessing of the River Styx skill had been activated. The employee broke free from the rubble and screamed. Shakira, her mouth hanging open in shock, wondered how he managed to survive and why Assistant Isaac had even bothered to defend the chairman. Frowning in displeasure, the Thunderbird leader suggested they were conspiring to destroy him, wondering where Wu Jin was then. Light energy flashed past the soldiers. It approached the commander. Grozny turned his head tensely. Lightning flashed past him. The spear fell to the ground. The commander trembled, and the girl asked what had happened to him. The captain covered his face with his hands. Suddenly, blood gushed from the wound. The woman ran up to the boss. The protagonist emerged from the white haze. Wu Jin removed his helmet and suggested the blow had been too weak. Fry glared at him. The warrior clenched her teeth in anger. Yang Wang's eyes widened and he asked what was really going on. China ran his finger across his throat and declared that they had destroyed Fry. The man frowned menacingly. Chief Phoenix pointed forward and said that wasn't true, and the boy asked in shock what that meant. The Thunderbird leader was enveloped in lightning, and the system reported that he had 1 health point remaining. The description of the EX rank skill, Indra's Descent, which activates upon receiving fatal damage, lit up. A gigantic bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It completely engulfed Grozny's body. Shakira's mouth dropped open in horror. A huge whirlwind appeared before her. The commander transformed into a thunderstorm monster. The god narrowed his eyes furiously and shouted that he would destroy all humans. The boy gritted his teeth, realizing that dealing with him wouldn't be so easy. The director froze in amazement, and the terrified player wondered what kind of monster it was. The squad gathered before the giant. The giant extended his hand and wished them death. Bright bolts of lightning immediately rained down upon the team members. The soldier broke into a run, and one of the projectiles hit a stone golem. The chairman bared his teeth and realized he never encountered anything like this. The employee raised his shield, and the villain ordered everyone to retreat as far as possible. The warrior grinned broadly and asked if the enemy really thought they could withstand the Thunderbird. At that very moment, lightning struck him too. Shakira looked up and realized Indra was striking everyone indiscriminately. Dust rose around the monster from its multiple attacks. Isaac frowned tensely and wondered if the master was alright. The protagonist took a step forward. The god turned his head and flinched. Yujin smirked and asked why he was so angry. The boy raised his index finger. The youth pointed upward and declared that this was the real enemy. The monster looked up. It turned out that the ranger was pointing at his friend, who stood on the cliff. The necromancer narrowed his eyes slyly and said he was simply following his orders. The man raised an eyebrow, wondering why his comrade was pointing at him. The representative of the dark world spread his arms and invited his opponent to stop attacking the innocent and engage him in combat. The spirit opened its mouth angrily and asked what kind of nonsense this was. Indra belched a huge bolt of lightning. It approached the protagonist. A smile lit up his face. A powerful explosion occurred. China gritted his teeth, outraged that his ally had attacked the scoundrel without any preparation. The wizard's eyes widened in fear. The monster continued to hurl lightning at the enemy. His blue eyes sparkled. Another explosion thundered, and the god wished death upon the enemy. Another attack sent a gigantic cloud of smoke into the air. Another explosion occurred right in front of the squad members. The girl's mouth dropped open in excitement, thinking of her superior. The monster bared its fangs. The villain froze in place, creating numerous craters on the battlefield. Indra thought it was much quieter now, when suddenly a bright light lit up the dust cloud. The monster's eyes widened in confusion. A spark of bright energy sparked before him. Golden lightning dispersed the dust cloud around the protagonist. A hammer appeared in his hands, and Yujin declared that everything was going according to plan. China stared at him in shock. In the memory, the boy bared his teeth and shouted that they needed to talk. The player pulled the leader aside. The employee frowned furiously, indignant that his friend hadn't told him anything and had taken action himself. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked what he was dissatisfied with again. Raising his hand, the warrior replied that he was referring to the golden dragon's digestive juice and asked if his comrade couldn't have told him in advance where he intended to use the artifact. The young man looked at Isaac and concluded that this was annoying. The ranger reached into his inventory and asked if his ally remembered the item from Yang Wang's arsenal. The tank's eyes widened in surprise and wondered what it had to do with it. The necromancer uncorked the flask. The representative of the dark world poured the contents onto the stone. The worker's mouth fell open in amazement. An explosion of bright energy erupted before him. Lightning flashed in the sky, and the system announced that the user had unlocked the sealed power and become the master of Mjolnir. The worker's pupils narrowed as he realized his friend had foreseen this situation. The protagonist stood before Indra. The monster narrowed his eyes and realized that the hammer was absorbing all his attacks. The weapon in Eugen's hands glowed. Gungnir, lying on the ground, rose into the air. The god caught it in midair. The boy narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The monster clutched the glittering spear and challenged his opponent to try to parry it. The giant swung the weapon. The young man parried the attack with his hammer. Gritting his teeth, the ranger realized the enemy had changed tactics when he noticed his attacks were ineffective, and concluded he was on a completely different level. The necromancer dodged the blow and realized the villain was well aware his weapon was longer than Mjolnir and was taking advantage of it. The representative of the dark world lunged forward. The protagonist leaped up and swung his hammer. Eugen dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. Part of his head shattered. Yang Wang raised his eyebrows in surprise. China frowned tensely. Isaac's mouth dropped open in shock. Shakira frowned menacingly and called out to the boss. The young man grinned and thought about how he had once been an infighter. His image as a swordsman appeared behind him. Lightning flashed around Indra's head. The monster swung the Gungnir. He gripped the shaft tightly in his hand. The god pointed the weapon at the enemy and screamed. The youth narrowed his eyes in disdain. He gritted his teeth and thought it was too dangerous, as it was very difficult to dodge blows in the air. The spear approached the ranger. A smile appeared on his face. The necromancer landed abruptly on the battlefield. The monster looked down and noticed something strange. The representative of the dark world wore Hermes' boots, which allowed him to fly and increased his movement speed. The giant frowned in displeasure and understood. His shattered head had regenerated. The protagonist shouldered his hammer, and Indra concluded that he wasn't working for Isaac at all. Yanwan lowered his weapon and thought about how his ally had been bothering him since his trip to Egypt. In the memory, a sinister aura enveloped Eugen. The man's red eyes flashed, and he realized he had raised a true tiger. The opponents stood facing each other. The monster grinned and admitted he had been wrong to underestimate his enemy. The god pointed a Gungnir at him and declared he would fight with all his might. The boy frowned in displeasure. The monster lunged forward and asked his opponent to boast of having fought such a powerful creature when he departed. The young man gripped the handle of his hammer and realized the villain was approaching. The player jumped back, parrying the attacks. A cliff appeared behind him. The ranger looked to the side and realized he was cornered. The giant swung his spear and asked where his enemy was looking. Indra thrust his weapon forward. A powerful blow shattered the earth and raised dust into the air. The necromancer leaped out of the resulting cloud. A thundercloud appeared overhead. Lightning struck the cliff next to him. The representative of the dark world leaped to the opposite side of the ravine. The protagonist glanced sharply to the right. At the last moment, Eugen dodged the Gungnir's blow. A cut appeared on his side. Isaac opened his mouth wide and called out to his master. The boy clutched his wound and used the vampire skill. A sinister energy enveloped him once again. The youth leaped upward, engulfing his opponent in a bloody mist. The monster spread its fingers and demanded to know what kind of cheap trick this was. A powerful wave of energy pierced the mist, and the god asked if his enemy really thought it would work. The player bounced off the ground and rushed forward. The ranger swung his hammer, wondering if the villain had neutralized his entire skill. The necromancer closed in. With a powerful blow, the representative of the dark world shattered his opponent's shoulder. The monster swung its fist, declaring it was his turn. The protagonist was unable to dodge as the giant's hand landed right behind him. The powerful blow sent him flying backward. A cloud of dust and ash rose from the ground. Eugen covered his mouth and coughed up blood. Indra towered over him and asked if his opponent could tell the difference between them. Grinning, Fry thanked him for the opportunity to witness such a hilarious spectacle and decided it was time to end it. The boy rose to his feet and said he, too, hadn't had this much fun in a long time. The monster flinched and narrowed its eyes. The young man frowned menacingly and explained that fighting such a superior opponent forced him to use all his strength. The player imagined an army of the undead. The ranger smiled and declared he couldn't remember the last time something like that had happened. The god bared his teeth and asked him to stop chatting. The undead lunged at him with weapons. A few blows tore them to pieces. The skeletons collapsed to the ground after the enemy's attack. A broken skull landed at Isaac's feet. The monster frowned with displeasure. The man stood calmly in place. The necromancer jumped out of the pit. The representative of the dark world looked up and reminded him who his true enemy was. The summoned creatures surrounded the members of the Thunderbird Guild. One of them held a sword to the terrified Shakira's throat. The undead approached the giant. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slyly and declared that his opponent was fighting the wrong one. The undead army surrounded Indra. The clone raised his hand and thought about how he had positioned the warriors right in front of the terrible one, while his master was stalling. The wizard extended his hand above his head. Blue-eyed creatures stood behind him. The clone decided that with such power, they could end this battle. The undead leaped forward. The skeletons rapidly approached the enemy. Lightning flashed around the monster. The god released a wave of energy from his hand and shouted that the soldiers would not help his opponent. A huge bolt of lightning headed towards the undead. The summoned creature frowned angrily. A crushing blow fell upon the army. Suddenly, the monster's eyes widened. The giant saw Yujin in the distance and wondered when he had managed to get there. The boy raised his hammer above his head, and the undead rushed into battle. Indra swung his Gungnir. The spear pierced a group of skeletons. The youth frowned sternly. China raised his shield before him. The ranger's eyes widened in surprise. The boy smiled broadly and explained that the enemy would have to defeat him first if they wanted to strike his comrade. The necromancer grinned. The monster returned the weapon to its hand and prepared to strike again. An explosion sent skeletal bones flying into the air. The lich clutched Merlin's staff. The summoned creature raised its staff above its head and summoned even more warriors. Rock fragments destroyed the undead, as the sorcerer cast his spell again and again. Yang gritted his teeth and noted that Grozny had been nearly invincible. But now he was forced to take a defensive stance. Isaac crossed his arms over his chest, realizing his comrades had come to the aid of a representative of the dark world who had found himself in a critical situation. The protagonist lunged forward alongside the undead, a malicious grin gleaming on his face. Chief Phoenix glanced at him from under his brows and assumed this had all been planned in advance. The skeletal army closed in on the god from all sides. Blood dripped to the ground, and the system reported that Indra's arrival had been cancelled due to insufficient magical power. Fry transformed back into a human, and the monster's image vanished into thin air. The leader of the Thunderbird opened his mouth wide and began breathing heavily. Numerous corpses of summoned creatures surrounded him. Terrible leaned against one of them. The scoundrel wiped blood from his chin. Yujin took a step toward him. The boy narrowed his eyes slyly and said that he had an amazing army, but there was no such thing as infinite power in this world. The villain bowed his head and declared himself so exhausted it was almost comical. The commander smiled and expressed outrage that the enemy would mention such a thing, even though he himself was constantly summoning the undead. A whole army of undead stood behind the young man. The player closed his eyes and explained that it was time for him to go. The monsters pounced on the captain. A blue sky hung over the cliffs, and the sound of blows could be heard. Shakira fell to her knees. The girl's eyes widened and she wondered if her boss was dead. The ranger approached Isaac, and the woman was outraged that their ally had betrayed them. The guild member frowned menacingly and decided to deal with him herself to avenge her boss. The man turned and walked toward her. The doppelganger raised his eyebrows and said that they needed to choose a successor to replace Grozny. The warrior clenched her teeth in anger. The swordswoman lowered her gaze and concluded that they hadn't planned to kill them all. She raised her hand and asked the traitors to listen to her. She rose to her feet and explained that Frey hadn't said who would take over the guild after him. The woman frowned sternly and asked the Russian to appoint someone to represent the Thunderbird Guild. The clone scratched his chin thoughtfully. The guild member smirked, thinking that everyone here knew who the boss's right-hand man was. The warrior narrowed her eyes and decided that she needed to survive this damn dungeon first, and then deal with the traitor. The protagonist stood behind his comrade. Yujin raised his hand and offered to assume control of the Thunderbird. Isaac looked back, surprised by his decision, and the swordswoman wondered what they were talking about. The young man stepped forward and explained that he had made some sort of deal with Grozny before his trip to Egypt. The young man smiled slyly and added that the commander had promised him a high position in the organization for the murder of one man. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered if they were talking about him. Standing between the heroes, the player explained that he had accepted his offer and fulfilled his end of the bargain, so he had every right to become a master. Raising his hand, the ranger reminded her that the enemy had been there when Fry proposed the deal and asked if she didn't remember. Shakira, her mouth hanging open, demanded to know what nonsense she was talking about and shouted that they had never made any deals with him. The necromancer glared at her and asked her not to pretend. Gritting her teeth, she realized that no one had proof because the boss was already dead, and she concluded that if they couldn't resolve their differences, they would have to fight. As the two stood facing each other, the woman realized that if that happened, the Thunderbird would be completely destroyed. The duplicate looked at its master, and the guild member confirmed that they had indeed had an agreement. The representative of the dark world smiled contentedly. The warrior bared her teeth and silently called him vile. The clone raised a puzzled eyebrow when the swordswoman objected. Shakira lowered her gaze and declared that, even though the protagonist had the right to the position, she was the one who had always been at the boss's side. The girl placed her hand on her chest and shouted that they should appoint her guild master, because then the other Thunderbird members would accept it. Wu Jin turned away, and the woman reminded him that it would be beneficial for clearing dungeons. Suddenly, a white cloak appeared in the air. The boy looked away tensely. Yang Wang emerged from the crowd and stopped in front of him. Frowning sternly, the man asked who had come up with the idea of appointing a successor to the Thunderbird leader, and explained that, according to Fry's will, the guild was to go to Phoenix. Narrowing his eyes in disdain, the leader thanked Isaac for her intervention and added that these matters had been previously discussed between him and Grozny. The double smirked. The young man approached his ally and declared that he had arrived just in time. Looking at him askance, the director decided that infiltrating his armory wasn't enough and asked if his comrade was really encroaching on his domain. Frowning sternly, the player suggested some misunderstanding and reminded him that he had managed to destroy Fry, as he had been ordered. Looking around, the ranger explained that everything had gone wrong because of the Russian, not his fault, and explained that he had wanted to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible and had tried to stick to the plan even with the death of his commander. The chairman gritted his teeth, and the necromancer said he hadn't refused him so as not to miss such a chance. The representative of the dark world, his lips drooping, offered one piece of advice in gratitude for the support his ally had shown him thus far, asking him not to be stubborn and simply forget about the Thunderbird. Isaac's eyes lit up, and the protagonist warned that otherwise he would be killed. The heroes clashed, and Eugene declared that his comrade was one of those who would go to the end for their goals. An army of skeletons surrounded the boys and watched them silently. A crowd of goblins had gathered on the 7th floor. One of them approached the throne where the king sat. The chieftain clenched his teeth in anger. The shaman stopped in front of him. The monster slammed its foot into the ground. It raised its staff above its head and screamed loudly. Its brethren bared their fangs and echoed its battle cry. The warriors rushed after the sorcerer. An entire army of monsters rushed forward. The shaft of the spear sank into the ground. The boy held it in his hands, and Mjolnir began to resonate with Gungnir, increasing its wielder's stats. The young man thrust the hammer forward. Then the undead rushed to attack the monsters. The summoned creatures began to hack at the goblins. China delivered a crushing blow. Shakira fought the monsters. Isaac watched everything unfold from atop a cliff. Yang Wang looked at him and thought about how he had disgraced himself in front of his people because of him. The man gritted his teeth and resolved to exact full revenge for this insult. Chief Phoenix gripped the hilt of his sword. The director raised the weapon above his head and shouted that they too must join the fight. An explosion echoed across the battlefield. A huge portal glowed in the highlands of Pakistan. After a while, the first person emerged from it and reported that the dungeon had been cleared. It was Shakira. The girl narrowed her eyes in disdain. A huge crowd of soldiers stood before her. Someone followed her out. The squad members gradually exited the dungeon through the gate. The next moment, the portal disappeared. The soldier looked at the team but didn't see the boss. The scoundrel picked up the radio and ordered everyone to prepare for action. The soldiers raised their rifles. The woman approached the commander. The guild member crossed her arms and asked her comrade to cease all actions. The captain stared at her, puzzled, and asked why. Standing before him, the warrior asked everyone to listen carefully. The swordswoman opened her mouth wide and shouted that, from this moment on, according to their boss's final order, a new leader would be appointed for the Thunderbird Guild. The soldier ran up to her and asked who it would be. Shakira gritted her teeth. The girl turned and saw the protagonist. Eugene crossed his arms over his chest and smiled slyly. Some time ago, the heroes stood on a battlefield strewn with corpses. The boy grinned and offered his condolences. Isaac stood nearby, the young man declaring that he had appointed him as Frey's successor. Yang Wang frowned with displeasure. The player raised his index finger and decided to give them one warning before they left the dungeon. Holding the Gungnir, the ranger asked his allies not to tell anyone that he had been appointed the new leader. The necromancer raised his finger to his lips and asked them to keep an eye on their people. The man looked at him askance and asked if they really looked like fools to talk about this everywhere. Chief Phoenix frowned sternly and declared that he would want to tell everyone about it if he were him. The girl asked what the enemy was planning this time. The representative of the Dark World's eyes flashed and replied that Isaac had some plans. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slyly and said that it didn't matter who the Thunderbird Master was, because very soon it would all lose all meaning. The director clenched his teeth in anger. The woman looked away in displeasure. A guild member approached the soldiers and asked her comrade to convene a leadership meeting upon returning to headquarters. The warrior frowned furiously and said she had bad news. Standing at the podium, the clone introduced himself and stated that he was standing here today thanks to the people's support and approval. The clone raised his eyebrows and expressed gratitude for being there. People watched him through a screen outside. The wizard explained that after lengthy discussions, the leaders of Thunderbird and Phoenix had decided to merge the two guilds into one. People in the cafe stared at the television. The man announced that the new guild would clear dungeons, fight monsters, and save the world without any claim to reward. The flag of the Savior organization appeared behind him. Isaac narrowed his eyes and announced its founding. The townspeople raised their hands in joy. Sechin smiled, overjoyed at finally achieving this. Standing by the window, the broker concluded that he could become a worthy rival to the Messiah. The businessman closed his eyes and thought about how much time had been spent on this. Suddenly, the director clenched his teeth and grew angry. Looking around, the man asked his friend to eat more quietly. China stuffed his cheeks with chips. The boss pointed to a pile of dirty dishes and asked why his subordinate wasn't cleaning up after himself. After emptying the pack, the boy called himself a folk hero who had cleared out a 7-story dungeon and threatened to find another office if the boss continued to behave like this. Sechin threw an empty cup at him and shouted that no one would ever believe he had managed to clear out this dungeon. The player waved his hand, doubting this and reminding him that they had won together with Isaac. The broker smirked and claimed he was undercover. The employee gaped in shock, and the businessman asked him to let him know if he ever wanted to leave the office. The director turned to Sijuan and asked her to throw out all the trash as soon as the employee left. The employee trembled with fear. China looked back and smiled awkwardly. The girl bowed and thanked him for everything, but the boy said he had no intention of leaving. The director crossed his arms and asked what his friend was going to do now. The building was covered in signs, and the player called his comrades swindlers. A car was parked outside the apartment building. Various artifacts lay on pallets. Standing before them, the protagonist decided he had managed to recover quite a few valuable items. In a memory, the lich raised the staff, and Wu Jin concluded that this summoned creature was more powerful than he had thought. The corpses of monsters lay around Sezhung, and the boy realized that this wouldn't be enough to defeat him. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. The player squinted and realized he needed it. Sunlight illuminated the mansion. A bottle of alcohol fell to the floor and shattered. Yang Wang wiped his beard with his hand. Sitting at the table, the man was outraged that the man who should obey only his orders didn't acknowledge his master. The guild leader trembled with anger and asked how he had the conscience to appear before him again. Standing in the center of the office, the ranger asked what they were talking about. The necromancer stepped forward and identified himself as a simple subordinate. The representative of the dark world smirked and said that his master had changed. The director looked at him sullenly. The protagonist slammed his hand on the table and asked him not to be so upset. Wu Jin leaned toward his ally and reminded him of his long-awaited desire to transcend the Messiah Guild. The chairman's hand shook. The young man narrowed his eyes slyly and explained that Thunderbird and Phoenix, under Isaac's leadership, had now formed a force capable of opposing the Messiah. The scoundrel smashed a glass, clenching it in his fist. The villain gritted his teeth and asked what his subordinate knew about him. The young man smiled and replied that he knew a great deal. Raising his eyebrows, the player called his boss someone who always stepped over others to reach the top, adding that he hadn't succeeded because Sijuan had proven stronger. The cuts on Yang Wang's hand began to bleed, and the ranger called him a loser who always ended up in second place. Standing before his desk, the necromancer remarked that he had always pretended to be strong in front of others. The man frowned menacingly. The representative of the dark world called him a coward who actually had a lot to lose. The protagonist looked down and declared that he now had only two options. The guild leader gritted his teeth. Wu Jin suggested he remain angry for the rest of his life, like Fry, and follow him. The boy turned around and added that he had the opportunity to become a hero by following Isaac. The young man headed for the office exit. The player glanced back and asked the director to think about it carefully. The director remained alone in the room. The chairman leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily. The villain grabbed the armrest. A crumpled newspaper lay in the corner, upset at having lost everything in an instant. On the front page was the headline of an article about how Phoenix and Thunderbird had united into a single guild. Looking at the ceiling, Yang Wang wondered what had gone wrong and when. The man frowned sadly and decided that everything was too confusing. A fire was raging in the center of Paris. Helicopters flew overhead. Suddenly, a wave of fire knocked one down. A huge dragon was wreaking havoc on the city streets. Locals fled from it. Suddenly, the monster looked away. Francois plunged his sword straight into its eye. The player jumped down and slashed the monster's neck lengthwise. The events were broadcast on television. A news anchor reported that a dungeon had ruptured in Paris, resulting in numerous casualties. The hunter was covered in blood. At the government's request, soldiers eliminated the dragon. Helicopters circled above the monster's corpse. The city remained in a dire state, and residents were gripped by terror. News websites immediately began to publish various articles about the dungeon rupture and how it was the worst situation in history. Francois clutched his head and expressed outrage at what was happening. His subordinate crossed his arms, deciding that this was putting him in a difficult position. The player gritted his teeth and declared that people were gravely mistaken. Someone held up a sign asking for help clearing a 7-story dungeon in Bordeaux. A local held up a sign that read, "French hunters are cowards." A warrior looked out the window and asked if it was pleasant to see the safety of the townspeople threatened. Reading a newspaper, the knight explained that he was trying to assess his abilities soberly. Scratching his mustache, the employee suggested that the time was not yet ripe and suggested they wait a little longer until he had the opportunity to enter the dungeon. The man turned away and declared that the people would become increasingly dissatisfied if that moment did not arrive soon. The car drove past the protesting crowd. The old man raised his hand and concluded that this was precisely why his boss had intervened personally, so it was too early to lose hope. The car stopped near the entrance to the building. Bowing, the employee wished his boss good negotiations and said he would wait outside. Francois thanked him. Suddenly, the player looked away. Sezhung, waiting for him, bowed. The hunter grinned, realizing he wasn't too late. The girl asked how he was doing, and the warrior approached her and replied that everything was fine. The woman tucked her hair behind her ear when the knight explained that she had made the arduous journey from Korea to here. The heroes approached the door. The secretary's eyes widened in surprise and asked if they were the only guests. Sitting at a table in the empty restaurant, the man announced that he had rented it for them. The employee thanked him for his concern, and Francois crossed his arms and replied that it was nothing. Suddenly, the player looked around and asked what it was. China was sitting at the next table, greedily devouring meat. The hunter tensely adjusted his glasses. The boy looked up and noticed him. Frowning menacingly, the employee asked what was wrong and suggested that it was the first time he had seen anyone eat. The warrior leaned back in his chair. The knight rose from his desk and asked where a man who simply sat and ate as he pleased came from in his rented restaurant. The employee stuffed his cheeks and looked at him disapprovingly. China smiled and wanted to boast about his accomplishments, but Sijuan interrupted him and introduced him as a colleague from her office. The man stood between them, and the woman assumed it was the first time her friend had seen someone who fought dragons. Francois smirked and concluded that the broker had hired the newcomer to gain experience in a foreign country and serve as a bodyguard. The boy was hurt by his words. The woman narrowed her eyes and asked her colleague to remain quiet while they spoke. This treacherous remark struck the employee in the face. The employee broke out in a cold sweat, and the player adjusted his glasses. The secretary raised her fist to her mouth and cleared her throat. She placed an envelope on the table and said they needed to talk business. With her hand on the folder, Sijuan announced that she had reviewed the proposal and the materials her ally had sent, stating that they summarized their terms. The hunter took the documents and frowned. The woman looked up and explained that they needed a Death Knight skill page for clearing a 7-story dungeon in France. The warrior raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what that meant. Sitting across from him, the woman reminded him that the skill was unique, not legendary, and added that they could have obtained it themselves with a little effort. The knight frowned sternly and tried to object, but the secretary asked him to hear her out. Sijuan narrowed her eyes and remembered something her ally had given them the last time he came to Korea. In the memory, Sijuan looked at the sword in shock. The woman turned down the corners of her lips and declared that the broker was willing to offer a discount, considering the price of the item. The woman introduced her smiling superior and said the boss had asked her to pass this on to his comrade. The man nervously adjusted his glasses and rejoiced at having at least some conscience. Suddenly, someone entered the restaurant. Shin headed toward the table and noticed that the heroes were working extremely hard, having gathered here so early in the morning. The secretary glanced back and spotted her. 2 bodyguards stood behind the sorceress. China frowned angrily. Member Messiah lowered her gaze. The employee looked up at her, disapproval evident in her gaze. The knight of the round table sat down in a chair, a smile spreading across her face. The villainess raised her hand and asked if her guild really had to compete with a mere broker for the right to clear a dungeon in France. Shin ran her hand through her hair and declared that she didn't even have the words to describe the situation. The sorceress tossed her curls back and asked if this was some kind of joke. Francois crossed his arms, and the Messiah member reminded him that the French government had requested their guild's assistance. Sitting across from the heroes, the knight of the round table asked if they understood the situation. The boy clenched his teeth. Lowering his hands, the player asked what was going on, saying that even a newbie like him couldn't remain silent any longer. The villainess narrowed her eyes in disdain, and the employee expressed outrage at her remarks. The employee pointed at himself and declared that if the Messiah didn't like competing with them, they could return to Korea and hand over the clearing rights. Shin-hee asked who that was, and China waved her hand, asking her to stop, reminding him that her guild had never cleared a dungeon higher than rank B. The boy grinned and explained that the newly opened dungeon was rank A, deducing that Messiah simply lacked experience clearing such dungeons. The hunter lowered his head. The player pointed at the enemy and decided that they wouldn't be so overconfident if their new guild, Savior, managed to outshine their rival and successfully clear the dungeon. The sorceress asked what they were talking about. Sezhung stood up from the table and called out to her. Messiah's member looked up at her. The girl narrowed her eyes and remembered something. In the past, standing against the backdrop of falling rubble, the woman had declared that her enemy would soon find out for himself. The secretary glanced back and said they would see each other again. The employee bowed. The boys headed for the restaurant exit. The warrior silently looked at the trembling knight of the round table. Her face was reflected in the lenses of his glasses. Their photo appeared on the front page of the newspaper, announcing that the Savior and Messiah guilds had begun competing for the right to clear a dungeon in France. Then there was an article about China fighting monsters, which journalists assumed was an armed demonstration for the right to clear the gates. Standing at the podium, Shin-hee announced the opening of a Messiah guild branch in central Paris. Francois turned away from the camera, trying not to talk to the reporters unnecessarily. The article stated that the French government would announce the raid's participants that evening. People gathered in front of the parliament building. The sorceress shook hands with an official. They waved to the photographers. Someone watched the proceedings from afar in the square. The player glanced back as someone approached him. Sezhung adjusted her sun hat and asked if the journalists had noticed him. Lee adjusted her hat and, while her companion fidgeted, expressed hope the journalists hadn't noticed them. Francois peered at the boys over his glasses and assumed, judging by the lack of fuss, that they hadn't noticed. He then recalled that they hadn't seen each other for about a month. The girl looked at the man with boredom and, when asked how she had been living in Paris, replied that she had enjoyed it and thanked him for his concern. The hunter handed the secretary a package, offering it. She peered inside. Francois pulled off his mask and announced that, thanks to Lee, they had managed to resolve some urgent matters. The man grinned and added that her proposed condition was the clearing of a 7-story dungeon. The girl smiled when the hunter reminded her that she hadn't said the Savior Guild would be involved. He glanced toward the crowd of reporters and explained that, thanks to the secretary's intervention and his influence on Shin, the French government had managed to conduct a joint operation in a very advantageous location. Furthermore, the Messiah Guild had publicly declared its intention to intervene. Francois adjusted his glasses and added that clearing the dungeon was now only a matter of time. The hunter shoved his hands into his pockets. Lee reminded him that the battle wasn't over yet, so he would gratefully accept this from the dragon hunter. The immortal fumed that the Messiah Guild had finally lost its right to clear the dungeon. He had personally destroyed that monster in front of several dozen onlookers. The boy clutched his head, wondering why, in that case, he hadn't rested for a month, and whether this meant he was being used to stir up public opinion. The girl pulled a piece of paper from the bag, and saw that it was a Death Knight skill. Lee put it back and thanked the hunter again. They shook hands. Then Francois left. But after a few steps he stopped. The man turned to the boys and, to their surprise, remembered something else to say. The hunter frowned and admitted there was something he still couldn't understand. Francois rubbed his chin, noting that the competition and the struggle for the right to clear the area made sense to them too. China frowned when asked why they had given up so easily. The man adjusted his glasses again and wondered if Isaac himself was afraid to enter the 7-story A-rank dungeon. The secretary smiled and replied that a press release would be issued in a few hours. Meanwhile, in North York Moors National Park, the protagonist walked out to the cliff while Lee explained that the Savior Guild had to enter the dungeon as soon as possible. Yujin smirked, and the girl added that she was referring to the 7-story, A-rank plus dungeon in Britain. Francois stared at the secretary in surprise, unable to believe another one had appeared. Li calmly replied that it was indeed so. 3 months earlier, inside a 7-story, C-rank plus dungeon. Shakira turned around, her gaze sad. The girl headed for the door. She left the Mokosh guild members behind, near the body of their commander. The fake Isaac approached Yujin. Then, together with China, they left the dungeon. The necromancer looked at the fallen enemy with disdain. Then he touched his fingertips to his head, revealing the eye of Anubis. The young man's eyes were emitting black smoke. And now he looked out from under his umbrella, musing that he hadn't realized how vast the fusion of Grozny was. Protagonist Knight stared at the dungeon entrance, silently wondering who knew he'd hide the existence of an 8+ rank dungeon in Britain. The necromancer grinned, deciding he'd just gotten lucky. At that moment, his phone rang. When the player answered, he was asked about the weather in the British Isles. Second was sitting in his office, explaining how even the locals didn't carry umbrellas in the rain. The guy grimaced and reminded him that he wasn't a local, but Korean, and the broker joked that Isaac wasn't Korean, but Russian. Yujin's expression became irritated, and he asked how things were going. The man looked at the computer screen and remarked that they'd been working together for a while, so naturally, everything was going according to plan. The news was so full of Isaac's superiority over the Messiah Guild, Second assumed the latter were furious. The broker picked up a stack of papers and reported that, as expected, major guilds had begun offering to collaborate on a joint sweep, and had initially approved their applications. The man explained that the Chinese guild Kunlun had said they would send 80 high-ranking players. Master Carrie and Ellis, whom the protagonist knew, would be coming from the Great Guild. The Border Guild was planning to send J. Players considered the best in the British Royal Palace would also join from the Victoria Guild. The young man grinned and admitted that the lineup was quite good. But then the broker glanced at the documents, confused, and announced that this wasn't the end. He leafed through the papers and noticed that, despite their need to clear a dungeon in France, a request to join had been received from the Messiah Guild. The necromancer narrowed his eyes when Sechin added that it looked like the scoundrels were determined to send their men at any cost. The player asked who the leader was. The broker replied that the boy had probably heard of him. His name was Sonu. He was one of Shinhee's closest associates, one of the few remaining members of the Round Table. Wu Jin didn't move when he said that was actually good. The other man couldn't understand what exactly he considered good. The protagonist grinned in response and said that the enemy would regret dispersing their forces, and Sechin understood. The young man continued to stare at the dungeon entrance. A moment later he headed away. At dawn that same day, on the day of the cleansing, teams of 8+ players gathered near the dungeon. Yang Wang looked gloomily at Shakir, who returned the mirrored gaze. The Great Guild was already here too, as was Kunlun, and the representative of the Messiah was already here too. Isaac was the first to reach the entrance. Together with his partner, they gazed at the glowing portal. A beam of light shot from the tower into the sky. A crowd of players gathered around the defeated monster of the 7-story A-rank dungeon, and the system announced that they had destroyed the master of the Minotaur Labyrinth. Sejong emerged from the shadows toward Shin. The master asked what day it was. She turned to her partner and informed him it was already the 10th. He opened his inventory. The boy grabbed the hilt of his sword. Swinging the weapon, he declared that he would lead the way on the next floor. Shin looked at him in confusion, remembering the guild members. Sejong passed by and remarked that the guild members' growth was certainly important, but it was too slow. The master turned to his trembling friend and added that the Savior Guild had most likely already entered the A+ rank dungeon. The boy's gaze turned arrogant as he declared that they had to finish before them. Sejong gripped the hilt and explained what they should do after exiting the dungeon. Heading for the door, the young man added that they would immediately begin preparations for the next one. Looking straight ahead, the master thought that perhaps he would meet his main opponent on the 8th floor. Meanwhile, Wu Jin was reviewing information about the dungeon, which required surviving for 10 days to advance to the next floor. The protagonist rubbed his chin, mentally noting that the survival quest began on the 1st floor. The young man smiled, concluding that luck was on his side. At that moment, Sonu from the Messiah Guild approached him, addressing him by name. His face looked displeased. The young man stepped closer to introduce himself. The enemy extended his hand in greeting to the necromancer. The player accepted the handshake, introducing himself in return. Sonu looked grim, trying to overwhelm with his aura. Wu Jin, on the other hand, looked calm and friendly. At that moment, Carrie came out to the boys. The great guild master folded her arms and asked if they really wanted to leave without them. The woman gestured toward Ellis and Dave, indicating that some old acquaintances were there. The American woman smiled cheekily, reminding the protagonist that they had once met in the Durahan dungeon. Ellis lowered her head and hesitantly greeted Mr. Isaac. The young man glanced at her. He noticed that the girl had become much calmer than before. The necromancer raised his eyebrows and muttered that he remembered now. No wonder they seemed familiar. The Americans visibly angered when the young man declared it was nice to see him again. Then 2 more people approached the group, happy to have found where everyone had gathered. The Chinese man stepped forward and added that they were going to fight together for some time, and it would have been better to get to know each other beforehand. The man bowed and greeted the others on behalf of the Kunlun Guild. A dark-skinned man next to him raised his hand and also greeted everyone on behalf of the Victoria Guild. Only Yongwon glared at them from the sidelines, annoyed that they were holding a gathering of friends here. Phoenix Master frowned, wondering how this had happened. Yujin spread his arms and announced that since representatives from all the guilds were gathered here, He was going to propose a wager to boost morale. The Chinese man tensed and clarified what the young man meant. The protagonist raised a finger and reminded them that the boss monster was on the top floor of the dungeon, and it was a dragon. Therefore, the other monsters could be considered guardians. As everyone present knew, unlike regular monsters, they teamed up with other races. The necromancer raised an eyebrow and added that guardians formed armies to attack players, then asked if everyone had already noticed that there was a survival quest on the first floor. Sonu folded his arms when the young man explained that this meant a large concentration of guardian squads. The man frowned and asked with displeasure what kind of wager Isaac was proposing. The young man narrowed his eyes with a smirk and replied that it was simple. They had done this before. Ellis and Dave winced when the protagonist added that since only those who had participated back then were present, the explanation would be brief. The necromancer opened his inventory while the American woman tried to comprehend. Merlin's staff appeared in the player's hands. The girl's eyes widened. The young man showed the artifact and announced that he would give Merlin's staff to the guild that destroyed the most monsters. Ellis clenched her teeth, looked at her grim master, and silently called Isaac a fool. But the young man, with a sly look, continued that it wouldn't be free. Those who wanted to participate in the bet had to wager legendary items, roughly equivalent to the staff. There was a moment of silence. The Chinese man grinned, thinking that was typical Russian behavior. He glanced around, noting that all 5 guilds, including the Messiah Guild, had entered into a secret agreement to maintain their fighting power all the way to the top floor. He lowered his head, silently hoping that nothing unexpected would arise in their plan, when Carrie suddenly spoke up. Everyone present flinched and looked at her. A destructive aura gathered around the great guild master, as she reminded him that the staff Isaac held was the property of her organization. Ellis shielded her face from the wind, thinking her superior had transformed into a monster. The woman's eyes truly glowed with an ominous light, but the necromancer calmly accepted her conclusion that this was a clear provocation. The young man smirked and said he couldn't do such a thing. China noticed Carrie's rage from afar and couldn't understand what was going on. The Chinese man stared at the woman tensely, perceiving her anger as the provocation. But suddenly the American smirked. Her aura calmed, and she declared that if Isaac wanted Merlin's staff back, she had no reason to refuse. Ellis looked at the master in surprise when she agreed to the bet. But then Carrie folded her arms and declared that they had a condition in return. The woman extended her hand and demanded a promise that neither Merlin's staff nor King Arthur's ring would be used during the competition. To his partner's surprise, Wujin smiled and asked if it really irritated her so much when he used those items in front of others. The great guild master's face twisted with anger when she didn't deny it, but added that that wasn't the whole reason, as the young man's abilities were comparable to Master Sejong. The protagonist continued to smile as the woman insisted that if he wanted to make a bet with them, they should make this concession. The immortal looked at his partner in shock when he agreed to such terms. The blonde gritted his teeth. He knew that without King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff, the effectiveness of the round table items would be greatly reduced, and he wasn't sure Yujin could handle it. At that moment, a Chinese man ran up to the negotiators and declared that they had no right to make this decision alone. Carrie gave him a withering glare. That piercing gaze horrified the man. The master, without turning her head, informed the necromancer that he seemed overconfident, so she wanted to offer him another condition, but he said he wanted to hear it out. The American woman glared at the man and declared that they would bet on how many guardians would be destroyed by the Savior Guild alone, and how many by the other guilds. China was furious, and when the woman added that the Savior Guild would be against everyone else, he shouted that it was too much, but the others found sense in her words. Sonu indignantly shouted that Isaac had been the one to propose a bet, trying to motivate them to get to the first floor as quickly as possible. The necromancer looked at the man, who continued that it did sound a bit unfavorable to him, but the offer of the great guild master made sense. The immortal gritted his teeth in anger, not understanding what they had done here, or whether they were fools who would agree to such terms. But Yujin only smiled and, to his partner's shock, announced that he had one more thing to add. The guild representatives' faces expressed varying degrees of anger and surprise when the young man declared that if he won this bet, he would receive all the legendary items in their possession. The American's eyes widened. China also looked shocked, and the others were horrified. The necromancer simply put his finger to his lips and demanded that there be no further objections. Lee sat in the dark office, scrolling through the news. The clicking of the mouse was the only sound in the silence. Suddenly, the lights came on. Second entered the room and apologized. He didn't want to scare the girl. The boss walked inside and asked why she hadn't gone home yet. When the secretary lowered her head, the broker scratched his head, thinking something had happened. But then his gaze fell on the monitor. He saw articles about the Hansen Group and the Messiah Guild, all because of Shinhee. Second smiled amiably and suggested they go to the company party that day, even though there were only 2 of them, then asked what Lee wanted for dinner. The girl looked at the boss in surprise. The broker laughed and confirmed that he was planning to treat the secretary to an expensive dinner that day. Lee looked at the man incredulously. He asked, confused, why she was looking at him so strangely, but she agreed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Soon they were seated in a small restaurant. A traditional Korean dinner was served. Se-chan looked at the table, confused, and turned to the secretary. Lee looked at her boss, and he explained that there was a slight misunderstanding. After all, she had only ever seen him save money, and frankly, he had enough money to avoid such cheap street food. The secretary placed her chopsticks on the table and said she knew about the broker's financial situation. Lee looked down and added that these were the funds the man had won from bets he placed on dungeon clearing, since she was the one who managed the accounts under Isaac's name. The girl glanced at the menu hanging on the wall and expressed confidence that Se-chan wasn't acting this way because he was obsessed with money, but simply because she wanted to help him. The secretary didn't look up as she continued speaking, knowing they shared the same goal. The boss looked at Lee in surprise. Then, he rubbed his chin and brought up the girl's father. The secretary winced when the broker suggested Francois had told her everything. Lee clenched her fists. The girl didn't begin her story right away. 4 years earlier, at the Hansen Group headquarters in Seoul, the CEO's office was flooded with sunset light. The CEO himself stood facing the window. The man turned and told them to come in. An assistant entered the office, visibly nervous. Jin-soo continued to stare out the window when the girl announced that the chairman was calling him. The CEO turned to her and raised his eyebrows. Meanwhile, in the boardroom, the man at the head of the table called the company's stock price, which lay before him, absurd. Director Kim looked upset when the chairman addressed him. The boss slammed the papers on the table and barked that he told him several times not to let reporters in. The man lowered his head, confirming this. Young-ho glared at his subordinate and demanded to know why things were happening this way. At the time, all the newspapers were full of news about the appearance of dungeons and players. And it was precisely these that Jin-soo was reading now, while his colleague loudly demanded to know what the government official who had proposed working together was doing. Crowds of protesters had been gathering in the street, causing chaos since early morning. And while people waved signs demanding the disclosure of the research results, Young-ho couldn't understand why they couldn't stop the leak. The chairman rose to his feet, picking up the papers from the table. Then he threw them at Director Kim, shouting that he had lost the right to hold this position and stand there. The CEO's eyes widened as he looked up from the newspaper. The man's nose was bleeding, but he begged for one last chance. The director bowed deeply, pledging to find out how the journalists had managed to get inside and deal with the situation immediately. Jin-soo rose to his feet and asked the chairman to calm down. Would Director Kim have done all this on purpose? After all, he had worked for the Hansen Group for so many years. The director's eyes watered when the CEO suggested he himself had been having a hard time because of all these incidents. The man took the employee by the elbow and asked him to stop bowing. With a warm smile, he expressed regret that he had been having a hard time lately, as he had always worked so hard for the company. The unfortunate man glanced sideways at the CEO when the latter suggested they talk to the chairman while he worked. Kim adjusted his glasses and thanked his boss. Young-ho still looked irritated, but when a colleague offered to let the poor man go, he agreed. The door slammed behind the man. The chairman turned to Jin-soo and declared himself the same. While the man was picking up papers from the floor, the red-haired man yelled that he always repeated that you can't be too nice to your subordinates. While Jin-soo was straightening a stack of papers, his colleague added that if he indulged them, they would start thinking they could make a mistake again. The CEO didn't answer right away. The boss looked at the man with displeasure when he addressed him. With a frown, he asked if he could offer some advice on an old friendship. Young-ho coughed into his fist, expecting to be nagged again. Jin-soo looked calmly at his colleague, explaining that this unpleasant situation could, on the contrary, turn into a good opportunity. But the man didn't believe a crisis could be an opportunity. The CEO looked sternly at the chairman and asked what he considered the biggest problem. He glanced at the banner hanging across the room and added that it had nothing to do with working with the government and the Messiah Project. The man scratched his chin, pondering the question out loud. With a disgruntled expression, Young-ho admitted that, no matter how you look at it, the problem was the players. They were simply lucky to have had an awakening one day. The chairman slammed his fist on the table and added that they were pretending to be the best and disobeying their superiors. The redhead clenched his fist and added that if they were even slightly less valuable, he wouldn't have toed their line. Jin-soo braced his palms on the table and agreed with his colleague. The man's expression was filled with anger as he added that at the moment, a certain Sejuan was among them, and he posed the biggest problem. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot, slain monsters lay scattered all over the floor. Sejuan was breathing tiredly. He and his men had gathered near the entrance to the dungeon. The young man stepped away from the beast he'd killed and announced that they needed to scan the gate from the inside before the monsters started appearing again. One of the soldiers approached the entrance. The bald man removed his helmet, frowning at the gate. His eyes glowed as he activated his doppelganger skill. Then the young man split into two. The clone disappeared into the bright light of the portal, only to run a little deeper. The scout tried to do this as stealthily as possible. Soon, he was standing in a tree, looking around. Sejuan folded his arms and asked if he saw anything, and the bald man replied that there was a B-rank floor here checking for a boss monster. At that moment, the doppelganger turned around, barely aware that its creator hadn't seen anything else so far. But the next moment, the scout fell to the concrete, clutching his head. His comrades rushed to the trembling young man, asking what had happened. The hunter removed his hands from his face and, with a trembling voice, reported that he thought there was a flying monster behind the gate. And when the enemy attacked his double, he realized he'd never seen such a thing before. His colleague patted his comrade on the shoulder and urged him to pull himself together. Sejuan muttered something about a flying monster they'd never seen before. The blond man smiled and declared that they needed to speak with Director Lee and postpone the cleanup. At that moment, Jin-soo lowered his head and informed the chairman that the special security team, including Sejuan, and the Messiah Project participants, had abandoned all duties. Young-ho covered his face with his hand when his colleague added that they continued to postpone the cleanup. At that moment, the youth in question approached the office, as the CEO continued that if they continued to push back the date, The gate, still contained in the Hansen Group basement, could rupture and spread outward. With a grim expression, the man declared that his superiors would have to make a decision, as he was flying to France that evening. Sejun paused outside the door when he heard that they were going to replace him, and Young Ho had just asked if the CEO had anyone in mind. The young man clenched his fists when he heard that there was a guy who had the eyes of the world on him lately. The blond man's face twisted with anger when he heard about the sole survivor of a quest called the Dragon. The door swung open. The men turned at the sound. Sejun burst in and announced that he needed to report something to his superiors. Jinsu glared at the young man and demanded to know why he had barged in while the chairman was speaking. The blond man smirked and replied that it was urgent, to which the CEO objected, claiming that no matter how urgent the situation, he had been too rude. At this point, Young Ho was picking at something on his desk. The player noticed his actions and, in the next instant, dodged the thrown object. The chairman glared at Sejun. The boy smiled insolently and told the boss that he shouldn't have been so angry, as it was harmful to his health, and he didn't deserve such treatment. The man's face contorted with anger. Young Ho frowned and yelled that the blond man couldn't just barge into the office like he was at home. The director had to grab his colleague, trying to calm him down as he continued to shout that this boy was no one to decide what was urgent and what wasn't. Sejun glared at the man until the man added that once you start treating players normally, they lose all sense of boundaries. The chairman continued yelling even as something flew past him. When a scratch appeared on his face, Young Ho abruptly fell silent. Blood trickled down his cheek, and Jinsu noticed it, horrified. The man turned sharply to face the player. He was clutching a sword, mana radiating from it. The CEO frowned and demanded an explanation. Stepping forward, the man added that Sejun had overstepped his bounds, but he didn't think so. The young man's gaze turned icy. To the chairman's horror, the blond man declared that if he had overstepped his bounds, the chairman would be lying on the floor, cut in half. Blood dripped from the blade as the player reminded the bosses that this was a different generation, and they were the ones who didn't understand the situation. The player's expression calmed when he explained that all the members of the security team guarding this building were under his command, and he didn't think there was an idiot among them who would want to help them. Jinsu frowned when the man threatened that if they said anything stupid again, they would get more than a slight cut. Sejun put away his sword and said that since they were so busy, the story wouldn't take long. With a tense expression, the director clarified the urgent matter. The young man sat down, picked up the projector remote, and reported that a problem had developed at the gate on the 4th underground floor. A flying monster, unlike any of the players had ever seen before, had appeared. When the projector spat a square of light onto the wall, the blond man added that until they determined what danger lay beyond the gate, they couldn't continue clearing it. Jinsu scowled at the player when he said they needed to delay their entry. The director grew angry and demanded to be listened to, as Sejun had only suggested delaying the start of the clearing last week, and now he wanted to do it again. Since the dungeon wasn't destroyed, monsters would continue to appear from there. The young man smiled dangerously, and when his boss asked how much more time he needed, he replied that he didn't know, and that he'd said everything he wanted to, so he was getting ready to leave. Outside the building, the chairman's daughter looked at the company building with a smile. The girl entered. Young Ho's hands were shaking. The man lowered his head and demanded that he immediately carry out what they had agreed upon. The boss raised a scowling gaze to the director and told him to get ready and leave immediately, not wait until evening. Jinsu looked seriously at his colleague and promised to return with the contract as soon as possible. Meanwhile, young Shinhee was descending the stairs. The girl was in a great hurry. Finally, she stopped at the entrance to the 4th underground floor. The schoolgirl smiled and reached for the door handle. At that moment, Jinsu got into the car, and the driver asked if the chairman had given his approval. The man smiled, confirmed this, and added that they were heading to Incheon Airport. Sejun smiled and promised to deliver his boss at full speed. Shinhee turned the handle. The next moment, she fell to the floor as one of the security team members burst out from inside. The guys ran upstairs as fast as they could. Another man peeked out from behind the door and immediately looked tensely at the girl who shouldn't have been there. When he shouted to the others that a civilian was there, the soldiers immediately stopped. One of them looked up from his phone, not immediately believing his words. Meanwhile, Young Ho was sitting at his desk. At that moment, his phone rang. The guard looked alarmed as he demanded that the girl leave immediately if she wanted to live. There was no time to explain. Shinhee looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was saying. The man extended his hand, urging her to quickly get to her feet. The next moment, her eyes widened. The fighter whose hand she was about to take fell dead, crushed beneath the monster's foot. The troll's enormous palm pressed against the doorway, too low for him. Then his hideous mug appeared. The monster growled viciously. The next moment, he was thrown back into the room. The schoolgirl's eyes were filled with panic. She glanced to the side. She could hear the boys upstairs talking. At some point, Shin turned. At that very moment, she met Sejun's gaze. The young man looked at the schoolgirl arrogantly and asked who she was. The girl was so confused she didn't know what to say. Her face darkened when she recognized the player. The blond man descended. The fallen fighter's hand trembled as the willpower skill activated. Shin was horrified when the mustachioed man rose from a pool of his own blood. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise. She couldn't believe he was still alive. Sejun clapped his comrade on the shoulder and advised him not to waste his energy. The man sheepishly wiped the blood from his lips and apologized. The blond man went inside, grumbling that as soon as he left, this was already happening. Several more trolls emerged from a nearby passageway to meet the boy. A sword appeared in the player's hands, and he admitted the situation was unpleasant. The monsters rushed at the man. The blonde man raised his blade, but suddenly a fireball streaked past him. Its explosion destroyed all the enemies. Sejong turned around. The same schoolgirl stood behind him, breathing heavily, and her entire posture suggested she had thrown the projectile. Shin looked at the boy with a forced smile. The boys stared at the girl in shock, realizing that before them stood the rarest class of mage. The blonde turned to the schoolgirl and admitted he'd never seen such a skill before. At that moment, one of the trolls burst through the flames. But the monster couldn't catch the player off guard. With one blow, Sejong sliced the monster in half and, without noticing, had cut a gas pipe. Gas began to hiss and leak out. An explosion thundered behind Sejong. But the boy only smiled, declaring that they had an interesting specimen. Meanwhile, the car reached the airport. While Jinsu was texting Francois, the driver announced that they were there. Sejong, smiling, reminded his boss that the journey was long and asked him to be careful. The director peered through the car window and sternly instructed the boy that if anything went wrong and he was delayed, he should stop by his house sometimes to check on his daughter, who was like a niece to him. But before the man could finish speaking, the car radio announced breaking news. A fire had broken out in the basement of the Hanseong building in the Gwangwoman district for unknown reasons. The men stared tensely at the radio as the announcer continued to explain that the building's entrance was sealed off and there was a question about whether a new gate had appeared, as there were still workers trapped inside. Jinsu got back in and demanded the car be turned around, and the driver immediately understood. The car took off. The director clutched the back of the seat opposite him, wondering why this had happened now. At that moment, a fire was indeed raging in the company building. The chairman was running toward the helicopter on the roof. Young-ho climbed in, the phone shaking in his hands. He put the phone to his ear and asked what was happening again, only to be told the man was busy. Sejun smirked and asked him to check the photos he'd sent him, as if he left now, he'd deeply regret it. The irritated boss opened the message, but when he saw the photos, his eyes widened. He saw his own daughter hurling fireballs at the monsters. The man gritted his teeth, unsure what Shinhee was doing there. The blonde man smiled and explained that her face seemed familiar, and from the chairman's reaction, he was convinced it was his child. The young man watched the schoolgirl successfully fight and added that she had grown quite capable under Young-ho. The man angrily gritted his teeth and, upon hearing that, unlike himself, who was nothing special, called the player a freak. The chairman's face was filled with anger as he demanded that his daughter be taken out immediately. Sejun smirked and replied that he would be glad to, but it would be a bit difficult. A new enemy emerged from the gate. The same flying monster appeared before the players, and the boy added that he didn't know what might happen. The bird opened its beak, screaming, and the blonde man said he couldn't leave right now. The boss jumped out of the helicopter, demanding that the scoundrel wait for him. As the chairman rushed back to the building entrance, the pilot tried to stop him. At that moment, Young-ho reached the fire brig and turned his attention to it. He opened the door. The man picked up an axe, silently cursing Sejun. The car stopped abruptly. When Jinsu returned to the office building, several fire trucks were already there. The director and his driver watched in horror. The CEO opened his briefcase. The man looked inside with a scowl. Jinsu held a red button. The assistant, running closer, asked the chairman to wait, as it would be madness for him to go there. The man, standing before him, asked him to entrust this matter to Sejun. The old man, removing his hand, thanked him for his concern and added that he couldn't do that, as the man had never intended to control the gate from the start. Still standing, the leader explained that if things were left as they were, the damage would only continue to mount. The assistant, turning to him, tried to object, but the man explained that his daughter attended a school in this city. The director, smiling, explained that he couldn't simply entrust the future of his loved ones to others. Patting the man on the shoulder, the old man asked him not to worry about it and to leave quickly. Turning, the assistant shouted that in that case, he would bring people who could help, and again asked him to wait. His mouth widened. The man asked him to promise the same. The leader merely raised his hand, saying nothing. A pillar indicating the floor appeared. The same portal stood before them. The girl, her eyes widening, realized that Sejun's abilities weren't so preposterous that the old man would ignore them. Standing behind him, she knew that if he trained her, she would quickly become stronger and then achieve fame. The fighter approached the swordsman and asked if they could begin the operation. The warrior, turning his head, denied it. Approaching the portal, the boy asked them to leave everything as is, but the girl screamed a question about what that meant. Sweat streamed down her face as she began to talk about how leaving things as is would cause the monsters to escape. The young man, raising his head, inquired about how the situation inside the gate would change even if the monsters were to emerge due to the breach. She covered her mouth with her hand. The fighter, approaching her, said he was very sorry the inhabitants were in such danger, but before clearing the next dungeon, they first needed to ensure their safety. Coming closer, the boy explained that they couldn't demand unconditional sacrifice from their players, and the useless lives of those who weren't chosen could be worth something if divided between them. Her gaze suddenly darted to the side. Placing a hand on her shoulder, the warrior asked her if she really thought the lives of reborn like them and ordinary people were of equal value. The girl was sitting on the couch when the television broadcast news of a powerful explosion in one of the districts of Seoul, which turned out to be a dungeon breach. Holding her phone in her hand, she typed a message asking her father to call her back after he read the message. She walked toward the window. Her eyes suddenly widened. Looking at the fire, the daughter tried to figure out if all was well with her father. The old man, raising his hands, asked the man to repeat his last words. The hunter, bowing his head slightly, said that they couldn't begin the cleanup now. The man, frowning, shouted a question about what this meant, as they needed to begin a cleansing operation to stop this breach. The young man, looking down, asked if his words meant he was allowing all members of the Messiah Project to perish. The director bowed his head, gritting his teeth. The leader explained that he hadn't meant that, but if necessary, he would have to do so. Putting one foot forward, the leader also shouted that their power was given to protect people, but the swordsman asked him to stop hiding behind loud words. The young man, closing his eyes, asked if it mattered whether they all died here or not, but whether they would still need to enter the dungeon to save people. The man, grabbing his jacket, pointed out that he knew what he meant, as the Messiah Project was originally created to protect people and to cultivate players who have a calling and are willing to sacrifice their lives to save others. Gritting his teeth, the director questioned whether he really thought this was for their own safety and well-being, ordering him to stop deluding himself and enter the dungeon to sort out the situation before something even worse happened. The young man, smiling slightly, noted that in that case, the other man would have to take full responsibility. Someone stepped forward. The leader's eyes suddenly widened. The girl had been walking toward him when he asked her what she was doing there. The young man, turning, asked if she had heard his words about sacrificing their lives for the lesser races, who couldn't even defend themselves. The old man, extending his hand, told her not to fall for his tricks and to simply leave, as this place was too dangerous. She suddenly turned away. The director, following her, tried to call out to her. His gaze immediately darted away. Some rocks began to fall. A hole appeared in the ceiling, from which they were flying. This hole extended across several floors of the building. The director, looking up, understood that he couldn't allow the monsters to get out. Someone was running quickly down the stairs. It was Yango. He held a fire axe. His gaze suddenly darted back. His eyes immediately widened. A huge monster was outside the window. Its eyes glowed bright red. The man immediately clenched his teeth in realization. The monster immediately struck the building. The old man looked away. The director, reaching into his shirt, understood that he couldn't hesitate any longer. He held a button. Raising it, the director shouted about the massive amount of dynamite under their feet. Frowning, the man shouted that if they didn't continue clearing the area immediately, everything here would be blown up and the breakthrough would be blocked. A smirk appeared on the man's face. The soldier, standing before the leader, remarked that he hadn't expected him to be so stupid, since even if everything here were blown up, the gate wouldn't disappear. The director, still holding the button, said that this way he could destroy everything around him. Sweat streamed down his face as he spoke of how this would be enough to buy them time. The girl, raising her hand, shouted, asking if he was crazy, asking if he really wanted to kill everyone present. The man, looking ahead, apologized to her for having to drag her into this. The leader, holding the button with a trembling hand, explained that if this wasn't done, he wouldn't be able to stop an even greater disaster, and the soldier asked him to stop. The young man, glancing at the soldier behind him, ordered everyone down to the basement and begin preparations for the cleanup. They all began to leave when the swordsman said he would first speak with the director and then catch up. The girl followed the others. Suddenly, she glanced away. The boy's eyes glowed blue. The man clenched his teeth in anger. A small shop appeared on the street. The man, hiding his eyes under his hair, spoke of how Sejuan and Shin were with their father until the very end. She also imagined the man then and now, saying that this information was accurate, as it was learned thanks to the testimony of members of the Messiah Project. She also recalled her meeting with that man, saying that she now understood why he had hidden the truth from her until she had managed to meet the dragon hunter in person. Her head remained bowed. Sweat trickled down the man's face as she said she didn't blame him. Several plates of food were on the table, and she could be heard saying that she now understood what she should do. Looking up, Sejuan said that the answer to that question was quite satisfactory. Smoke rose from the forest. The player, her mouth agape with exhaustion, realized her magical powers were completely lacking. A yellow glow suddenly appeared around her body, along with a message stating that a magic boosting skill had been activated, rapidly increasing the speed of her magica regeneration. Someone was standing next to her. A smirk was on the young man's face. Frowning, the girl realized that with a master of additional skills, this person wouldn't be a problem either. A smile appeared on her face. The mage immediately struck the ground with her staff. Bright flames began to appear around her body. Someone immediately rushed forward. A giant monster was already flying towards her. Her face was still smirking. The monster's mouth was wide open. Suddenly, a blow struck its face. Immediately afterwards, the enemy's body flew to the side. The fighter immediately landed on the ground. The man gave her a thumbs up. The girl's head began to glow as a message appeared stating that the casting had already been completed. Bright flames began to spread through the forest. The man's eyes suddenly opened wide. Approaching his comrade, the man asked him to listen. His companion, raising his hand to his face, asked if he was playing a game with a pet. The hunter, looking ahead, inquired about what they were talking about. The man, pointing, shouted that he meant the skeleton was dealing the final blows, which was why their hunt had taken so long. The fighter, pointing at the system window, shouted that because of this, they were the only ones lagging behind. The guild ranking system window appeared when the man reminded them that their leader had told them he could take on all the guilds alone. The player, clutching his head, screamed that they were doomed, as they could lose their legendary items. Pointing at the skeleton, the warrior also noted that the leader was giving the monster all the loot, as if trying to raise it as a pet. The young man tore up some paper as his companion shouted that he shouldn't have taken their word for it. His eyes widened as a message appeared informing him that the Death Knight had mastered a Dark World representative skill, followed by a window detailing the creature's stats. The young man walked toward it, his hand resting on the horse's body. A system window appeared above the knight's head, informing him that the number of monsters destroyed had already exceeded 40,000. Another window also appeared, asking if the user wanted to summon a Death Knight. A grin appeared on the player's face. The other man's eyes suddenly widened. The creature began to rise into the air. The young man's face was still smirking. Some kind of black energy began to rise into the air. It swirled around the summoned monster. Suddenly, a bright, blinding flash appeared. All the light instantly vanished. The warrior looked up in surprise. They both looked up. The creature sank to the ground. Before them stood a transformed Death Knight. The warrior, standing behind him, noted that his colleague apparently had some sort of plan. The knight immediately dropped to one knee. The man, raising his fist, asked if they would now proceed with the brutal slaughter. The monster looked down as a message appeared about summoning the Book of the Dead. The creature's image began to be absorbed into the artifact. His companion, open-mouthed in surprise, asked what he was doing, asking why he needed to place his new weapon, which he had painstakingly crafted, there. The knight had already completely disappeared when his companion asked if the player hadn't planned to use it to deal with the other guilds. The young man, looking at the system window, replied that he had only just finished preparing to attack the top floor, and now they needed to focus on the ground floor, as victory didn't depend on the Death Knight. The man's eyes turned white when the companion remarked that victory depended on him. Green waves appeared in the air above the monsters. They immediately began to flee in the other direction. It was a huge crowd of enemies. The fighter, smirking, supposed they must have managed to frighten them. The girl, holding her staff, asked if he didn't see anything strange here. She, raising her hand to her face, understood that there really were monsters with a high level of intelligence who would choose to flee to avoid being caught. But this situation was different from before. A green crystal hung in the air, emitting these waves. The warrior, clenching his teeth, realized they had once again turned him into bait. The man, crossing his arms, asked if they had dropped anything useful, as they had barely managed to destroy that monster. The player, throwing something, replied that he didn't even know. The warrior caught it, and a message immediately appeared with information about the artifact. China, closing his eyes, said he could do whatever he wanted with the thing, as he had no need for it. Anyone would want to spend their life force and be prepared to die first. The young man shrugged. His comrade, standing behind him, noted that he had once again proposed a useless argument, which had only led to confusion. The man, walking forward, said that no matter how outstanding a leader, the outcome would never change. The man, frowning, said he was quitting, as he didn't want to involve his guild's name in this senseless plan. No one knew what could go wrong, and his reputation would be ruined and everything, including the alliance, would fall apart. The young man, smiling, said he could do as he pleased, as he understood that the man would soon be struggling with his last strength. The guild leader, his mouth open in rage, shouted that there was no point in pretending to be strong. Monsters were already rushing toward them from one side. The same was happening on the other. They were running toward them from all directions. The fighter, gritting his teeth, couldn't understand what was happening, as there were too many enemies here. A group of people were walking through the forest. One of them, looking away, asked why it was so quiet, but the leader realized something was wrong, as all the monsters had vanished. Pointing, the man asked everyone to look. The leader, tilting his head slightly, tried to figure out where they were running so quickly, wondering if the monsters couldn't see them. One of them immediately rushed forward, shouting for them to follow the monsters. They ran quickly. The leader flew forward. His eyes suddenly widened. Looking at the crystal and the monsters around him, the warrior couldn't comprehend what was happening. The girl, walking behind, said it was a death echo box that had once been circulating on the black market. Coming closer, she added that at the time, the item had seemed pointless to her, as she thought no one crazy enough to use it for such a purpose. Looking at the man, the leader remembered what they say about the protagonist being so stubborn and willful that no one would truly obey him. But apparently someone had appeared who was willing to sacrifice their life. Her gaze shifted to the hero. Frowning, she couldn't believe they had the resolve to use a wide-area provocation skill while traversing a 7-story, A-rank dungeon. Such a thing would only be possible if they all went mad at once. A huge amount of smoke rose from the forest. The man, raising his hand, assumed the protagonist was trying to dislodge him. Looking at the fighter, the leader realized he'd nearly died. The warrior, smiling broadly, talked about how he'd managed to earn a huge amount of money and his suffering had paid off. The hero smiled. A system window appeared before him. It was a window with the guild rankings, where the man was saying that if you compare all their results, the differences would be insignificant. The player, clenching his teeth, realized the man was simply mocking them. Raising his hands, the young man apologized, explaining that he'd simply wanted to inspire them and offered a wager, but hadn't expected to win. The girl bit her lower lip. The hero, raising one hand, noted that it was a wager after all, and he'd be able to use these items for a good cause. His gaze immediately darted to the side. His gaze was fixed on Galahad's cursed shield. The young man standing before it realized he'd never expected to lay his hands on something that belonged to a knight of the Round Table, but he also considered its options. Squinting, the player realized it looked more like an offensive weapon than a defensive one, not even particularly beneficial to the user. The shield was in his hands when someone suddenly shouted for him to wait. The representative, bowing his head, declared the bet invalid. The hero, placing the item on the ground, asked if there were any problems in the bet. The man closed his eyes as he began to speak. His companion, his mouth open in anger, began shouting that the monsters they were hunting had suddenly, out of nowhere, begun flocking to the location of the Savior Guild. One of the fighters looked away when the man mentioned his guild. The girl also frowned. 2 other people looked in the same direction. The Chinese man, raising his fist, shouted that it seemed like they were trying to stop everyone else from hunting monsters, and therefore this argument couldn't be considered a fair bet. The hero, raising his hand to his face, asked if he meant to say that using an item with a taunt effect to direct a wave of monsters at a tank was unacceptable. The protagonist, closing his eyes, noted that the item had indeed had an effect on the entire map and could have interfered with others. The protagonist began to squint. The man clenched his teeth. Grinning, the boy asked if there was a guild among them that could handle the wave of monsters that had formed after using the artifact. The fighter clenched his teeth in anger. The girl bit her lower lip. The other 2 warriors' eyes widened. They all stared at each other silently. Someone suddenly clapped. The hero, smiling, apologized for making it look like they were being scolded and asked them not to be upset. A system window began to appear in front of him. The same messages began to appear in front of the other 2 people. The other players also saw these system windows in front of their faces. The eyes of one of them suddenly widened. The system window announced that all the guards had been destroyed and the remaining 4 of the 10 days of the survival quest had been completed. A notification also appeared that the doors to the next floor had opened. The man looked up and asked what it was, while the other said it was the first time he'd seen a survival quest completed prematurely. A bright glow appeared before them as they discussed how it meant they'd succeeded. A new gate loomed in the distance. The young man, passing his companion, said they should consider the bet settled. His hand rested on the door. Turning, the hero asked the others to proceed to the next floor as well. The gate began to open, revealing a bright glow. Someone stood in the sand. The person lowered their hand. The player, looking at the dust, realized that just a few years ago, this place had produced the finest wine in the world, and now it was so abandoned. Someone else was standing behind him. The old man, clasping his hands in front of him, asked how much longer he would wait here. The fighter, raising his head, replied that he himself didn't know, since that damn idiot had left the gate there himself. Looking at the enormous gate ahead, the man explained that he could only stand and watch, adding that it all looked extremely sad. His assistant, also raising his head, asked him not to be too upset since he had done everything he could. Looking at the gate, his comrade explained that the fact that the Messiah Guild players had been able to enter it was also a result of his hard work. The old man, standing nearby, said he was confident that the public would someday recognize his achievements. The man, clenching his fist tightly, explained that it wasn't that, since he himself no longer understood what he was feeling. The fighter, glancing to the side, said that a few years ago a Korean man had appeared who wanted to meet him, and if he had been able to put everything aside back then and go to Korea, he might have had the opportunity to get inside now. The gate was still before them. The player, adjusting his glasses, said that these were the very thoughts running through his head. The warrior, looking down, explained that he had ultimately proven himself a hypocrite, like the rest of them. The old man, his mouth open in surprise, said nothing. The leader's eyes widened when his assistant shouted that this was all wrong. The companion, pointing, said he knew it wasn't true, having served him for so long. Frowning, the companion explained that no matter what choice he made, the world would eventually find out what kind of man he truly was. A smile appeared on the man's face. The 7-story dungeon appeared. They were already fighting on the 2nd floor. They had also incinerated their enemies on the 3rd floor. The monster from the 4th floor also appeared. Enormous clouds of dust rose into the air on the 5th floor, and a message appeared announcing the doors to the next floor had opened. People were already standing before them. One of the fighters stood closest, his gaze directed somewhere behind him. The young man crossed his arms. The warrior abruptly turned away. The Chinese player, standing in front of the others, asked if they remembered that tomorrow they would finish clearing the 5th floor and ascend to the next. The man, frowning, explained that the next floor was the last, where they would have to pretend to assist the protagonist, and asked how they should proceed. Raising one hand, the warrior also asked if everything would proceed as planned, namely ascending to the 7th floor and attacking the protagonist. The woman frowned and replied. The warrior also rubbed his chin. The other 2 people looked away. The Chinese man raised both hands and shouted a question about why they had suddenly gone silent. Gritting his teeth, the player realized they were all just pathetic cowards. The girl, raising her hand to her face, said that given the current fighting strength of the Savior Guild, their forces simply couldn't handle that man. The fighter, crossing his arms, agreed and noted that even if they managed to destroy him, the losses on their side would be too great. Another man nodded affirmatively after the other man mentioned that they still didn't know what kind of dragon would be on the 7th floor. The first man, frowning, asked if the ally wanted them all to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the protagonist alone. The Chinese player gritted his teeth in anger. The man, looking back at the protagonist, realized that if they could get rid of him here, that would be the best option. The warrior, placing his hands on the door, realized they needed to find at least a weak spot. The man, opening the door, knew that the main goal was survival and a successful exit from the dungeon. Suddenly, a notification window opened, informing them that they needed to defeat a boss monster to reach the next floor. Similar system windows appeared in front of several more players. They suddenly began to take cover from a certain impulse. They all looked in the same direction. The man, clenching his teeth, couldn't believe what was happening. The girl's eyes also widened. In the distance, a huge red dragon appeared in the sky. Its maw was wide open. The warriors, looking up, couldn't understand what the dragon was doing here, which should have appeared only on the 7th floor. The hero also looked up. The Chinese man, gritting his teeth, understood that they had no business even thinking about this man. After all, they were on the 6th floor, and the boss was such a monster. Turning his head, the man also suggested that this turn of events might be better. The guild representative grinned, knowing the red dragon was enough to warrant the man's considerable effort. The young man turned to him and asked if he really wanted to tell him something. The fighter, raising his hands, denied it, explaining that he thought his interlocutor might begin the attack. The young man, looking in his direction, asked what the others would do in the meantime. The man, gesturing with one hand, replied that they would join in as long as he stayed ahead. The hero, smiling, realized it was all too easy to understand. Blades had already appeared in the hands of the two fighters when the thought struck the protagonist that each of them was pursuing only their own goals. The young man, smiling slightly, knew that if they wanted to stay alive, they would have to abandon all their plans. The girl clenched her teeth, looking up. The head of this monster appeared, just as the player realized that a much more terrifying monster awaited them on the next floor. Someone stepped forward. Two men walked toward the enemy. Something began to appear in the young man's hand after a notification appeared about summoning the Book of the Dead. His companion, smiling, asked if it was time for his new weapon, and he affirmatively replied. A dark energy suddenly enveloped the figure after the announcement that he had successfully resurrected a Death Knight from the Book of the Dead, as well as skeleton warriors from the same book. A red cloak appeared. The skeleton immediately knelt. The warrior, bowing his head, asked the commander for orders. His companion, his mouth open in surprise, realized that if this creature could speak, it must be conscious. A smile appeared on the young man's face. The hero, pointing a finger at their enemy, declared that his first creation was to fight this lizard. The knight narrowed his eyes at the captain's words about needing to demonstrate his strength. His image suddenly began to blur. Looking back, the protagonist heard someone ask him to wait. The lich hovered above the ground. The monster, his mouth open, asked what he should do in such a situation. Smiling, Eugen invited his minion to watch the battle. Raising his hand, the protagonist spoke of being in a one-man show. The warrior stepped forward. Looking forward, the Death Knight addressed the mage, declaring that he had no right to speak to the king like that. Pressing his crowbar to his interlocutor's forehead, the sorcerer was outraged that some knight would dare speak to him like that. The man placed his hand to his chin. Looking at his minions, the young man realized that even with a lich, a Death Knight does not split into two. Looking away, the summoner felt a little sorry. Imagining the rider, Eugen guessed that a skeleton knight, originally a Death Knight, would surely join them. Pointing his finger, China shouted that the other guilds had already begun the battle. The dragon opened its mouth wide. Looking up, Eugen ordered the boss's movements restrained before it flew away. The lizard's legs began to freeze. The ropes entangled the beast's tail. A powerful explosion reverberated across the battle arena. The fighters stared at the cloud of dust. Ellis was sweating. Frowning, Jay ordered the girl not to relax. The woman turned her head. Looking back, she couldn't comprehend what was happening. The enemy shook the ground with a blow of its tail. The great guild member opened his eyes. A moment later, the sorceress looked forward in horror. Holding her shield in hand, the warrior declared that it was dangerous. Ellis poked her head out from behind a crack. The dead bodies of her comrades lay on the ground. Baring her teeth, Eugen realized the fight would not be easy. Glowing crosses appeared above the victims. Something ran across the dragon's skin. The lizard looked away. The warriors struck the boss. Swordsman launched a powerful sweeping attack. The monster raised its head high. The knight sank to the ground. Sonu, looking ahead, noticed that it had been a good blow, and his ally asked if he was alright. His mouth dropped open. The man replied that he wasn't quite alright. The ground was illuminated by the light of the fire. The warrior's eyes widened. Smoke rose from the scorched mark. Clenching his fist, the Kunlun Guild representative suggested retreating immediately. Baring his teeth, he shouted that they couldn't retreat in this situation. Sweating, the fat man explained that they couldn't count on victory, as they first needed to reload their equipment and then, in a short skirmish, discover the dragon's weaknesses. Turning his head, the knight decided it was best to consider attacking while there was still the opportunity to fight on the ground. Raising his head, the Chinese listened to the words that if anyone refused to participate in the battle, they would be the first to pay. Frowning, Sonu said that staying alive was the most important thing for him now. Smiling, the Kunlun Guild representative asked for the blade to be removed. Someone walked in front of the two representatives. The monster stuck its hand into the hole in its stomach. A chain fell to the ground. The Death Knight began swinging his weapon. The men looked on in surprise. The monster threw a projectile forward. The chain wrapped around the dragon's neck. A moment later, the knight's hand and weapon began to glow with an orange aura. The warrior pulled the chain. The lizard's skin began to squeeze. Then, blood began to spurt from the boss's neck. Opening his eyes, the Chinese man couldn't believe what he was seeing. Flames were erupting from the dragon's mouth. Looking at the warrior, no one could comprehend what was happening. Spreading his legs wide, the Kunlun Guild representative noticed that this creature was single-handedly holding off such a huge enemy. Sweat began to appear on the fat man's face. Turning, Carrie ordered her allies not to stand rooted to the spot. The representative, his mouth open, shouted that everyone who had already regained their strength should continue the attack. The mages began casting spells. Projectiles flew into the enemy's body. Frowning, Sonu also ordered his subordinates to attack. Raising his hand, the Chinese man asked for a wait. The fat man lowered his head. The Kunlun Guild representative rushed forward. Numerous fighters ran toward the enemy. A bright light was visible through the smoke. A moment later, a column of fire erupted from the dragon's mouth. The lizard burned its opponents. A beam of fire approached the Chinese man. The man, baring his teeth, screamed that he couldn't breathe. The warrior dodged the flame attack. Looking at the thick smoke, the fat man realized that if they continued attacking the boss like this, they would be useless. The Kunlun Guild representative saw his armor begin to burn. The dragon continued to pour fire onto the battlefield. The lizard's eyes widened. The Death Knight stood on the enemy's head. The warrior held his sword in his hands. The fighter brought the blade to his opponent's eye. The boss opened his mouth wide. Looking up, Wu Jin knew this would happen. Watching the two monsters clash, the protagonist considered the possibility that his henchman had wounded his opponent in the eye to limit his visibility, and then move within the damaged eye's field of view. The assistant plunged his sword into the dragon's wing. Smiling, the protagonist realized his familiar was as cruel as he was. Standing behind the master, the lich addressed him. Opening his mouth, the skeleton asked how long they would stand and watch. Flying before his army of death, the sorcerer reminded them that they were eager for battle. Closing his eyes, the summoner said he wanted to test their effectiveness. The legion of undead charged. The knight fell to one knee. Looking at the ground, the fighter was glad it was all over. Wiping blood from his face, China agreed it had been a difficult battle. Clouds of dust swirled around the body of the slain monster. Placing his hand on the corpse, Yujin noticed that the adult dragon was very different from the hatchling. Looking at the many corpses, the protagonist realized that the 5 guilds had spared no effort in the attack and were doing everything in their power. Looking at the fallen warriors, the protagonist knew that all the raid participants had suffered considerable damage. Someone on the ground addressed the summoner. Turning his head, China couldn't understand why these people had come here. Frowning, Sonu said there was a problem. Looking at the other man, the knight mentioned that a monster stronger than their previous enemy would await them on the next floor. Lowering his head, the representative reminded them that they had suffered significant damage. Looking ahead, Yujin asked about the consequences. Opening his mouth, the other man asked to distribute the Savior Guild members among the other guilds, as he could replenish his forces by summoning new skeletons. Placing his hand on his chin, the protagonist realized Sonu wanted to split their army on the 7th floor. Sweating, China couldn't understand what the Messiah Guild was planning. Smiling, the protagonist thought it was funny. Lowering his hands, the summoner agreed to send the players. Raising his palm, the young man added that he had one condition. Frowning, the man asked what it was. Raising his thumb, Yujin demanded that they be on the same team as the Messiah Guild. Looking ahead, the representative couldn't believe his ears. Looking at his interlocutors, the protagonist explained that the other guilds would be on a different team. Glancing sideways, Sonu realized his interlocutor had entered the tiger's den himself. Grinning broadly, the warrior thought he'd have to change his plan. Smiling, the protagonist suggested that this would be enough. The allies shook hands. The young man held his head up. Frowning, the representative accepted the condition. The raiders stood near the glowing gate. The man looked away. Opening her mouth, the girl asked what he wanted to say. Frowning, the warrior inquired about their leader's plans. Pointing her finger, the woman implied that no one knew what awaited them on the next floor, so it didn't matter what their current leader thought. Looking ahead, the fighter realized that no matter what he ordered, his companion would be ready to rush into any life-threatening situation. The woman's mouth fell open in surprise. Bowing her head, the bandit listened to Yujin's suggestion of splitting the camp. Glancing askance, the knight added that it was done to slaughter them like dogs. The warrior frowned. The boys glanced toward the dragon's corpse. The protagonist turned around. The fighter stood before a huge gate. The knight strode forward. Sonu turned his head. The protagonist smirked. The swordsman smiled maliciously. The raiders entered the portal. Someone stood there and said that everyone was already up there. China, mouth open, suggested they move forward, as they were the last ones left. Looking away, the summoner said they had some remaining business here. Frowning, the assistant asked what other business they had left. Yujin walked toward the boss's body. The protagonist placed his hand on the creature's skin. Clenching his fist, the immortal player was glad his comrade had decided to do so. The protagonist smiled. The snake's bones floated in the air, and the young man realized he had failed with the spiny snake due to his low level. Remembering the fight with the hatchling dragon, the youth knew he had to abandon that idea back then in order to find weapon material. Raising his head, the summoner was confident he could do it now. The lizard skin began to peel off. His ally watched in surprise. A giant skeleton began to emerge from the portal, followed by a notification that a dragon had been summoned. The creature kicked up sand into the air. Narrowing his eyes, Yujin decided it looked pretty good. The pet looked at its master, his mouth wide open. The man was surprised that it had actually worked. On the very top floor of the dragon land, numerous raiders stood. Standing still, the fighters shouted that they didn't know what might appear here or when. Looking ahead, the boys decided they couldn't relax. Dust flew across the floor. Clutching her staff, Ellie knew it was approaching. A foot stepped forward. A dark silhouette was visible in the distance. Raising her eyebrows, the girl realized it was the shadow of a dragon. The knight advanced. The boss thrust his sword into the ground. Casting a spell, the lady didn't expect to see such an opponent. Casting a fireball, she thought there was nothing to fear. After all, it wasn't a dragon. Flames covered the enemy's body. Turning her head, the sorceress asked her subordinates why they weren't attacking him, after which the system displayed information that Excalibur's wielder was testing their hostility. The warrior held his sword before him. Sweating, Ellie couldn't believe their enemy wielded Excalibur. Looking at the message that all stats had been reduced by 25%, she couldn't understand what was going on. The woman's eyes widened. The dragon's shadow swung his sword to attack. Sweating, the woman thought this was the end. The sorceress opened her eyes. Someone stood before the mage. The shield deflected the blade's strike. Excalibur's wielder looked down. Yujin peered from behind the shield. The protagonist swung his sword. He managed to push the enemy back, and the system reported that the stats of users opposed to Excalibur had been reduced by 25%. Suddenly, the ring on Yujin's finger glowed. The boy noticed it immediately. The sword in the monster's hands trembled as they began to resonate. The stat reduction reversed. The young man narrowed his eyes suspiciously, and memories from his past life surfaced in his mind. The player frowned, thinking that, judging by them, this item should have appeared much later. Bamum was shrouded in a blue haze. The dragon hunter wielded it at that moment. The monster pointed the weapon at Francois, and the ranger realized that in his past life, he had defeated him in battle more than once. Then the man killed his opponent and lowered the bloody blade, passing Excalibur over to him. Suddenly, the warrior dropped the weapon. It fell to the ground. For some inexplicable reason, the knight was unable to use it. The necromancer looked down and understood why. The ring glowed even more brightly, and the representative of the dark world concluded that this artifact was the key that identified the sword's owner. The dust around the dragon cleared. The villain gritted his teeth in anger. He jumped up. The villain dealt a powerful blow to the shield. The protagonist swung his blade again. The boss jumped back. The monster glanced sharply to the side. Soldiers leaped at him from all sides. The monster raised Excalibur over its head to defend itself. A bright column of light crashed to the ground. The soldiers landed on their feet. Sonu gritted his teeth and concluded that this was no easy opponent. The system began a hostility check. The villain lunged forward, dispatching everyone who stood in its path. The villain approached the commander. Excalibur cut his sword in half. The man's eyes widened in shock. He quickly looked away. The dragon swung its sword. Yujin ran forward and pushed it aside with his shield. The boss stabbed his sword into the ground and managed to stay on his feet. The boy looked back and said he would cover his ally. The young man narrowed his eyes and asked him to attack. The captain gritted his teeth, his sword regenerating. China's mouth dropped open and he asked what he should do. The ranger turned and asked his comrades to take the others and deal with the situation above while they fought the monster. The girls immediately looked up. The boy raised his hand to his forehead, confused, and asked if there was something in the sky. Suddenly, the player's eyes widened. A gigantic fireball descended on the squad. Carrie frowned furiously and ordered her subordinates to erect a barrier. Their staffs glowed. A protective dome appeared above the team. Ellis's mouth fell open in fear and she asked what it was. The woman bit her lower lip tensely. The fiery projectile slammed into the force field, and an explosion occurred. The shockwave threw the soldier's back. A gigantic cloud of dust rose from the ground. The heroes fell to the ground. The sorceress raised her hand to her mouth and coughed. The great guild member looked up in horror. Amid the thick dust, the silhouette of a monster appeared. The giant dragon spread its wings and roared loudly, the system reporting that toxic fumes were gradually permeating the field, sapping their vitality. The monster towered over the squad members. Sonu grinned angrily, deducing that the dungeon had been under a different control all along. The heroes stared at the beast in silence. The knight's brow furrowed, realizing there had been no point in attacking it in the first place. The reptile's red eyes blazed, and the commander decided it was the boss. The captain lowered his gaze and considered how, while he and Isaac had been wasting time here, the brunt of the attack had fallen on everyone else. The necromancer stood opposite the villain. Something approached him from behind. The warrior smirked and noticed that no one was covering him from behind. His hand trembled, and Sonu asked his ally to wait a little longer. The man leaped to his feet. He rushed forward and realized he would plunge a knife into his comrade's back as soon as the clearing conditions were met. The commander engaged the villain. The representative of the dark world narrowed his eyes, watching him. A smile appeared on his face. The protagonist lunged toward the enemy. Flames appeared in the dragon's mouth. The mages aimed their staffs at it. The monster belched a wave of fire. China opened his mouth wide and screamed. The skeleton army charged. Shakira turned and called out to Yi and Wang. They ran forward. The enemy struck the protagonist's shield. Wu Jin pushed him back. The captain immediately attacked. The monster opened its mouth wide but was unable to attack. The beast collapsed to the ground, and the system reported that the team had destroyed the dungeon's master. Jay smiled broadly, overjoyed at their success. The soldiers joyfully raised their swords. Carrie frowned sternly and asked her subordinates to tend to the wounded before they left the dungeon. Yi and Wang looked at the battlefield and realized that about half of the survivors remained. The man crossed his arms and suggested they rest a bit first, then decide how to divide the rewards. Shakira suggested that some decent items would be waiting for them on the 7th floor of the A-rank dungeon. The leader narrowed his eyes disdainfully and considered the idea of leaving as few survivors as possible after the cleanup. The director glanced at the monster's corpse and decided that the items it dropped would be worth a fortune. Looking away, the chairman concluded that the reward distribution would begin with Isaac and wondered where he had gone. The heroes stood in the middle of the battlefield. The protagonist held a shield and sword. Yujin looked ahead from under his brows. The knight leaned on his sword and bowed his head. The boy took a step toward him. The young man lowered his gaze and said it had been a difficult, but worthy, battle. The dragon, shrouded in a dark aura, smiled. The player extended his hand to take Excalibur. The monster's hand instantly vanished, and the system reported that King Arthur's ring resonated with the sword. The ring on the ranger's finger glowed. A bright pillar of light engulfed the necromancer. The representative of the dark world looked at the weapon and realized it was the perfect weapon to put an end to the final days of the false mission. The system activated the Master of Camelot effect and increased the stats of all artifacts. Sonu, standing behind his comrade, straightened. Eugen smiled as his level increased. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened. The sword pierced him completely. Blood dripped onto the ground. The man grinned maliciously and laughed. The commander pulled the blade from his ally's back. The youth collapsed to the ground. The captain frowned slyly and called him a fool. Standing before the player, the traitor was surprised that his comrade didn't even know that the most dangerous enemy is always behind him. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. A deep wound appeared in his side. The villain fell to one knee. The villain looked to his left and declared that there was no one here except them. Standing in the middle of the empty field, Sonu wondered what was going on. John appeared behind him and said he had been tricked. The boy grinned broadly and asked if the enemy really thought he could kill Isaac. The man looked back and asked why he was even alive. The commander glanced at the ranger lying next to him. In his place lay a skeleton, who had been under the influence of a deception potion all this time. His mouth wide open, the captain expressed outrage at their daring to oppose the Messiah Guild and asked where Isaac was. The soldier pointed forward and replied that he was right here. The necromancer approached the enemy from behind. The traitor glanced back sharply. The representative of the dark world looked down at him and declared that such people were always predictable. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and explained that he now had a pretext. The villain frowned menacingly and asked what he was talking about. The warrior leaned toward him and said it was a pretext to deal with him. The villain's eyes turned bloodshot. The sorcerer jumped back as Sonu swung his sword. The man couldn't bear it any longer and fell to one knee again. Pulling his hood up, the sorcerer suggested he had struck too lightly and accused his opponent of being too aggressive. The gates of hell appeared behind the commander. The doors immediately opened. Black chains erupted from them. They bound the captain's hands. The chains immobilized his legs. The traitor tried to break free, but it was all in vain. John's eyes flashed, and he suggested they play an interesting game. Watching from the sidelines, Eugene realized there was no point in even looking at the man's memories. He turned away and thought about how he already knew his relationship with Sejuan and Shinhee, and that he was unlikely to gain any further information. The young man looked sternly ahead and concluded that the time had come for all-out war. The ranger walked toward his comrade. News sites reported that the Savior Guild had destroyed the dragon and surpassed the Messiah. The newspapers reported that the World Association believed that the senseless competition between major guilds should be stopped. Sechin sat in his office. He closed his eyes and realized that his allies had finally reached the 8th floor. The broker rose from the couch. He walked to the window and decided that only the 9th floor remained. The businessman looked down and remembered that there was only one dungeon in the world with 9 floors. A red cross glowed on the door. A notification appeared in the air, inviting users to defeat the boss and save this world. The director clenched his fist and realized that this game would end as soon as this dungeon was cleared. The leader looked at the sun and asked his brother to wait a little longer. Sezhung approached her boss and announced that she had to go. A black case hung on her back. Sechin looked up and called out to her. The girl stopped and looked back. The man adjusted his collar and asked her to be careful. The woman stared at him in surprise. The broker suggested a company party when everything was over. The secretary smiled and agreed. On the 8th floor, rock fragments floated in the air. A message appeared above the ground stating that the user had destroyed 200,000 monsters. Numerous corpses lay around the protagonist. Wu Jin raised his hand in front of him. At that very moment, Death Knights appeared on the battlefield. China scratched his chin and thought about how many monsters the skeletons had killed, and that it takes approximately 40,000 victims to summon one night. The boy began counting their number on his fingers. A beam of bright light fell to the ground. A thick cloud of dust rose before the boy. A skeleton emerged from it. The living dead knelt before their master. The young man smiled and declared that quite good. Gritting his teeth, the player wondered what this meant, and realized that his comrade could single-handedly dominate the entire world. The ranger reached for the system window and declared that this was not enough. The necromancer pulled a hammer from his inventory. The representative of the dark world threw it on the ground in front of his subordinates. The undead raised their heads. The protagonist gestured behind him and asked the summoned creature to take up the weapon and stand in line. The monster reached for Mjolnir. Its blue eyes lit up. The monsters fell into line, narrowing their eyes in disdain and preparing for battle. Eugen smirked. A veritable army had gathered behind him. The boy frowned sternly and declared that they now needed to meet with the Messiah Guild. The outdoor screen showed news of Sona's death in the dungeon. Sejuan approached the panoramic window. The villain looked back. Moonlight illuminated an empty chair. A man in black carried a portrait of the late Kun. The warrior raised an eyebrow. The chair he should have been sitting at was pushed under the table. In memory, Jihu frowned sternly. The villain passed by his chair and mentally called his comrades weak and incompetent. Jaehoon looked away. The master swiped his hand across the table and called his allies inferior. The knight narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The soldier lay in a pool of his own blood. The player approached him. The man clutched a detonator. Sejuan turned and concluded that their peace and salvation still depended on him. A bright light appeared behind him. The boy glanced to the side and confirmed his suspicions. The corpse rose to its feet. The villain frowned sternly. His comrade's body vanished into thin air. A bright silhouette appeared in its place. The enemy towered over the villain. The master cast a disapproving glance at him. The knight smirked and thought of Isaac. Someone entered the office and called out to him. Shinhu approached the table and announced that everything was ready. The player clasped his hands and thanked them for coming. Hidaro lowered his gaze and explained that he no longer wished to cooperate with him, but the matter must be completed. Sejong smiled and confirmed this. Sakura appeared behind the archer, and the boy explained that the structure of world power would be reorganized for the last time. The girl gestured toward her ally and declared that she had also agreed to help. The villain rose to his feet and thanked her for her help. The villain looked sternly ahead and said it was time for them to head to the 8th floor. The news was playing on the outdoor screen. Representatives of various guilds sat around the table, and a ticker indicated that they had entered into a cooperation pact. Yang Wang and Shinhee shook hands. Francois exited the airport. The news announced that he would also be participating in the cleanup. The city's residents gathered in the square to watch the broadcast. Many of them clasped their hands and began to pray. The presenter appeared on the screen and announced that the heroes would gather in one place to save the world. A huge crowd approached the portal. Holding a microphone, the reporter said that she was in front of the gates of the 8th floor of the A+ rank dungeon and that behind the security line, the townspeople had gathered to wish the saviors a speedy return. The reporter gestured toward the crowd and announced that the locals had come here with candles. The heroes exited the black car. China glanced warily to the side. The boy slammed the door behind him. The boys walked forward. Francois adjusted his glasses. The man stood in front of the dungeon entrance. Yang Wang and Shakira stood behind him. The protagonist and his comrades walked toward them. 3 more cars pulled up to the portal. Someone got out of the car. The members of the Messiah Guild stepped forward. Wu Jin looked ahead. Someone stopped right in front of him. It was Sejong. Hidaro stood next to Shin. The heroes looked at each other silently. The villain extended his hand first. The boy narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The sworn enemies shook hands. The crowd standing near the screen began to cheer. Flashbulbs surrounded the young man. The villain continued to glare at him. The squad gathered on the field in the A+ dungeon. Reindeer looked up. The villain frowned with displeasure. People watched them from the sidelines. Jordan pursed his lips angrily and realized they had to clear this dungeon, leaving only the 9th floor. Michelle smiled awkwardly and asked if her friend was overly excited. The man decided he was very lucky to be here with the master. The warrior burst into tears, realizing it was a great honor for his kind. His comrades were frightened. The girl ran up to him and asked what had happened. An army of skeletons stood on the opposite side. China gritted his teeth and wondered if everything would be all right. Someone placed a hand on his shoulder. The boy turned around. His ally assumed he was overexcited. Francois adjusted his glasses and asked his friend to make his face more relaxed, so no one would think they were going to die. The player broke out in a cold sweat. The employee raised his fist to his mouth and asked if they knew each other. The man grinned and confirmed it. The warrior approached his comrade closely and called him by his real name. Yang Wang watched them from a distance. Shakira crossed her arms and asked where the man who said Isaac would use them and abandon them was. The girl smiled broadly and explained that she thought it was some kind of grand strategy. The leader frowned in displeasure. The woman approached him and concluded that the Russian trusted them. The warrior frowned slyly and reminded them of how the leader had asked them to ally with the Messiah Guild. The director looked away. The Thunderbird member said that they were in such an important place thanks to him. The chairman turned away and confirmed this. Yang Wang looked away and decided that Isaac wasn't the type to like losing people. The protagonist stood before Sejuan. The boy's lips turned down. Suddenly, the player smirked and declared that the Messiah would clear the 1st floor, as they had agreed. The boys turned and went their separate ways. Suddenly, the master stopped. Without turning around, the scoundrel said they'd missed one detail. A bright light illuminated his face. Wu Jin glanced away. The boy immediately looked back. The commander's eyes flashed and decided there was no need for each guild to take on just one floor. The captain pierced the boy with the Longinus spear. The ranger clenched his teeth in anger. The necromancer grabbed the shaft, and the system reported that using items and skills was impossible. Sejong frowned angrily. The skeletons, standing aside, assumed a fighting stance. China opened his mouth wide and called out to his comrade. Yin Wang and Shakira bared their teeth tensely. The soldier's eyes widened in fear. The representative of the Dark World fell to his knees. The boy looked down at him and declared that today the Savior Guild would leave this world forever. Suddenly, someone swung a sword. The master looked up furiously. The undead charged. Cross blades protected the protagonist from the blow. The villain smirked and asked if he didn't want to die quickly. The player swung his fist. The villain jumped back and dodged. The employee looked back and asked if his friend was alright. Yujin trembled in pain. The commander slashed the air with his sword. The shockwave destroyed the group of undead. The employee was forced to jump aside. Tank gritted his teeth in anger and wondered where such monsters even came from. Shin opened her mouth wide and called out to her leader. The girl jumped up. A pentagram appeared on the battlefield. The woman frowned menacingly. A powerful wave of energy crashed down on the boy. However, a protective barrier saved him. The sorceress smiled slyly. The soldiers watched from afar. Member Messiah turned around. The mages raised their hands. A multitude of fireballs rose into the air. The projectiles approached the young man. The sorceress's brows furrowed in confidence, realizing they had succeeded. The enemy's spell was stopped by a solid barrier. Shin's eyes widened in fear. A beam of bright light struck the spot where she stood. A cloud of smoke rose above the battlefield. The girl covered her mouth with her hand, wondering what it was. Her eyes glinted. A spear pierced the ground. The corpses of warriors lay around it. The knight approached his comrade and asked if she was all right. Someone emerged from the dust. The woman looked away tensely. The fighter pulled a weapon from the rubble. Francois picked it up and declared that he had foreseen something like this would happen. Looking away, the man expressed outrage at the guild's overstepping its bounds and asked if they were truly prepared. Raising her hand, the sorceress realized he had defected to Isaac and replied that he was the one who needed to be prepared. Messiah flicked her wrist and declared that the entire guild had become his enemy. The soldiers charged. The sorceress smirked, deciding that the enemy couldn't do anything out of the ordinary anyway. The dragon hunter assumed a fighting stance. The knight clenched his teeth in anger. The warrior gripped his spear tighter. Francois thrust it forward. A shockwave rolled across the ground and knocked the scoundrels off their feet. The fighters lunged forward. They leaped at the man from behind. The player looked down. His legs were encased in ice. The dragon hunter turned his head. Shin's eyes blazed. The soldiers pounced on the enemy, wishing him death. Chunks of earth flew into the air. The fighter fell backward. His comrades fell nearby, dropping their weapons. The girl looked up at the cloud of dust in fear. A protective barrier appeared around the knight thanks to the dragon's scale skill. The warrior frowned sternly. The scoundrel's sword shattered into pieces. A powerful blow nearly struck the squad. The soldier collapsed next to the other team members. People surrounded his body. The fighters' mouths dropped open in fear. Jordan frowned tensely, and Michelle asked what had happened. Looking away, the man replied that he didn't understand and wondered why the master had suddenly attacked Isaac. The scoundrel wiped the blood from his chin. The villain waved his hand and asked why they were standing there doing nothing. His mouth dropped open and he wondered if his comrades couldn't see that their guild was under attack. The soldier clenched his teeth in anger, and the captain ordered everyone to join the fight. The heroes stood in the crowd, and the girl asked what they should do. The commander warned that he would destroy anyone who opposed the Messiah Guild. The fighter placed his hand to his forehead and concluded that they would have to obey, and his friend asked if they could attack without reason. Jordan spread his legs wide and looked around. His allies ran past him. The man frowned furiously. Explosions echoed across the battlefield. Yang Wang thrust his sword into the ground. The leader looked away and asked what was going on. Standing behind him, Shakira declared that they were all going to be killed. The enemy had them surrounded. Smirking, the scoundrel asked if the enemy really thought they would never betray him, and said that people like him did it all the time. The director's brows furrowed in anger. The girl glared ahead. There were scores of corpses lying around, but the battle was still going on. Something knocked the chairman off his feet. The knight collapsed to the ground. His eyes went white. The woman fell and squeezed her eyes shut. Yang Wang tried to rise. The soldier grinned, surprised that the enemy had held out for so long. The warrior swung his sword, ready to finish them off. Something approached his face. A fist struck him in the cheek. The attack sent the villain flying backwards. His entire body convulsed. China frowned menacingly and asked how he dared to swing at his men. The boy bared his teeth angrily and asked if the enemy had noticed they weren't following orders. The player spread his arms and added that his comrades were less handsome than he was. The employee pointed at himself and declared that they were still members of their guild. The soldiers rushed at him with weapons when the commander ordered them to finish him off. The warrior grabbed the battered captain by his armor. The tank tossed him into a pile with the other fighters. Spitting blood, the employee said that this couldn't even be called a warm-up and suggested they get it over with. The villain sweated and asked who the hell he was. China looked away and realized he didn't have time. The protagonist was still under the protective dome. The villain slammed his feet into the ground. Another enemy stopped on the other side. The squad surrounded the boy from all sides. The player gritted his teeth and wondered why there were so many of them. The employee smirked and asked the opponents to gather together. The warrior lunged forward and declared that at least he wouldn't be bored. The tank struck. The Messiah Guild members ran towards him. The employee frowned sternly. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. An arrow pierced the thick armor. China fell backwards, his eyes bloodshot. The soldiers gathered around him, but someone ordered them to move aside. The man stepped forward. The archer approached the enemy. Hidaro looked down and urged him to stand. The master raised his eyebrows and declared that he knew he couldn't be killed so easily. The boy leaned on his hand. The player swung his fist and screamed. The villain easily dodged his blow. The villain lunged and drew his bowstring. 2 more arrows pierced the employee's back. The fighter stopped behind him. The enemy looked back and decided this hunt would be interesting. The arrowheads ignited from the skill's use. The warrior's body was engulfed in an explosion. His eyes turned white. The man raised another arrow and declared that this wasn't the end. The archer launched a flaming projectile. The fireball approached the tank. The worker jumped to his feet and turned. China grinned and declared that the enemy had narrowly missed him. Hidaro lowered his weapon, surprised that he had managed to dodge the attack from such a distance. Introducing Ken, the villain realized his enemy was stronger than expected and declared that this attack should have been the last. The villain frowned sternly and ordered his subordinates to kill him. The soldiers pounced on the boy from all sides. The player gritted his teeth and realized there were too many of them. Suddenly, something gleamed in his eyes. The employee pounced on the enemy. 3 arrows pierced his back. Holding him before him, the warrior remembered worse times. In the memory, he was attacked by a crowd of undead. Tank smiled and thought that it was all Wu Jun's fault. Sejong's lips drooped. The commander knelt before him and declared that everything was nearing its climax. The captain frowned and reported that the vice chief was fighting a dragon hunter. Shin unleashed a fireball on Francois. The foreman continued to attack the employee with explosive arrows. Dead skeletons lay around, and the soldier was glad that the leader had dealt with them. The fighter smiled and explained that they only had to wait for the barrier around Isaac to fall to confirm his death after it was all over. Dust surrounded the protective dome. The knight placed his hand on his knee and decided that the enemy wouldn't be able to change anything, even if he survived. The guild master narrowed his eyes and declared this too boring. His cloak billowed, and the commander asked what it meant. The villain walked away and ordered his subordinate to help his comrades. The captain ran back. The villain frowned sadly and thought about how disappointed Isaac had been. Sejong looked at the dome and realized he'd hoped his enemy would be different. The boy narrowed his eyes in disdain and asked if this would really be his end. The protagonist frowned menacingly. Blood trickled from Chin's mouth. Dozens of arrows pierced his body. The player broke them with his hand and asked the enemy to stop. The arrows fell to the ground, and the employee wondered if the enemy thought he could defeat him with toothpicks. Standing nearby, Haidaro was surprised that he had managed to survive so many attacks. The man's brows furrowed, realizing he needed a special approach. The warrior bared his teeth and realized he'd been too confident. The foreman saw the inventory window before him and assumed his opponent was about to draw a weapon. The tank pulled meat from the system window. The worker took a bite and reflected on how much blood he'd lost. The archer watched him with bewilderment, and China concluded that all was not yet lost. The warrior's eyes flashed, and he declared he'd underestimated his opponent. The villain raised his bow. The boy quickly stuffed the meat into his mouth. The villain released the bowstring. The player's eyes widened and he realized his enemy was unarmed, the arrow no longer in his hand. The worker turned and extended his arm as the projectile flew toward him. The warrior lunged forward. Haidaro raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered if he'd really decided to go all out. The arrow pierced the tank's chest. The worker swung his fist and shouted that he must take the blow if there was no way to dodge. Suddenly, the arrowhead burst into flames. A powerful explosion rocked the battlefield. The man looked at the cloud of smoke and called his opponent stupid. Suddenly, a fist erupted from the dust. China delivered a crushing blow. The boy's eyes widened in shock. His hand froze in midair before his enemy. The force field cracked. It turned out that Sakura was holding a shield in front of her comrade, having entered invisibility. The player gritted his teeth and wondered what it was. The girl swung her sword. Its blade was enveloped in dark energy. The worker jumped back. The warrior's mouth dropped open. He fell to one knee. Looking back, the woman asked if everything was alright and said she wanted to deliver the finishing blow. The master raised his head and thought about how he hadn't expected his opponent to survive the explosion and continue the attack. The broken shield fell to the ground. The assassin approached the tank, wondering what monstrous force could have broken her arm. The assassin raised her sword above her head, deciding that this was the end. The apprentice frowned angrily and noticed her enemy laughing. Sakura glanced away in fear. The archer gritted his teeth as blood gushed from the wound. The blade had pierced him clean through. Smiling, the tank declared that everything was going according to plan, realizing he'd always wanted to say that. John appeared behind the villain. The soldier narrowed his eyes slyly, surprised that they could be so easily deceived. The villain bowed his head. The soldier held the helmet of Hades in his hands. The villain fell to the ground. Haidaro rolled over, concluding he was too old to have foreseen this. The knight raised the helmet before him. The girl frowned sternly and called out to her comrade. The woman dropped her sword and ran to his aid. The assassin lifted the man from the ground and began to weep loudly. At that moment, the worker rose to his feet. China frowned sternly. The boy turned away and felt the weight of the situation, even though they were enemies. Suddenly, the player's eyes widened. The sword pierced the assassin's back. The apprentice fell dead. John swung his blade, and the employee asked why he did it. Shouldering the weapon, the soldier asked his ally to brace himself and asked if he really thought Sakura would thank him for saving her life. The girl lay on the archer's back, and the soldier explained that she would have stabbed him in the back at the first opportunity. The knight narrowed his eyes and asked his friend to stop feeling sorry for them. The warrior lowered his gaze in horror. Tank looked at his hands and wondered what he was doing. Enemy corpses lay before him. The employee turned and remembered that this war would end the game that gave them skills and items. China followed his comrade. The soldiers retreated from the dome. Francois frowned and began breathing heavily. Standing behind her subordinates, Shin concluded that the enemy had definitely earned his title. Smiling, the girl noticed the enemy's distraction as he defended himself, and decided it was rather foolish, as he and Isaac had no connection. The woman waved her hand, realizing he'd reached his limit and that it was time to end the fight. The fighters rushed forward, weapons in hand. The man gritted his teeth in anger. In a flashback, Sejong approached him to discuss a 7-story A-rank dungeon. The player adjusted his glasses and expressed surprise that they'd managed to clear 6 floors. The secretary smiled. The hunter crossed his arms and said he decided to hold off on clearing the 7 floors to save himself the trouble. China's mouth widened and he called out to him. Baring his teeth, the boy explained that their goals were still aligned and asked his ally to make a choice. The employee pointed at him and offered him the choice of either fleeing in disgrace or becoming a hero. The knight's eyes widened in shock. The tank gave a thumbs up and suggested he was the kind of man who would remain a hero even in the face of death. The warrior grinned, remembering those words. Suddenly, he was enveloped in a powerful, bright energy. A wave of aura crashed down on the soldier. The fighter frowned menacingly, surprised that a dying old man could do such a thing. Francois raised his shield in front of him. The villain swung his sword, not understanding where his opponent was aiming. The villains pounced on the man from both sides. They pierced him with their blades. Blood gushed from the hunter's mouth. The Messiah Guild member smiled and asked if this was his final battle. The player narrowed his eyes slyly, assuming it had worked. The soldier's eyes widened in fear. Shin dropped her staff. The girl collapsed, wondering how this could have happened. A few moments ago, a wave of energy had approached her. The woman fell to the ground. At that moment, the barrier collapsed. The soldiers turned their attention to the protagonist, who was under the dome. The knight looked back and realized that this attack was aimed at the vice chief. The villain gritted his teeth and asked how he dared do such a thing. The villain swung his sword and wished death upon his opponent. The warrior stared tensely at the blade. It approached his head. Suddenly, chains bound a member of the Messiah. They threw the soldiers back. John stuck his tongue out at them. China helped Yujin to his feet. Swords crossed in battle. The man struck the enemy with his blade. The warrior fell backward. The enemy raised his weapon over his chest. At that moment, a wave of fire pushed him back. Michelle ran to her comrade and asked if he was all right. The girl placed her hand on the armor and cast healing magic. The woman's eyes widened and asked her friend to help her get out of here. The sorceress looked around and said they were wounded. The warrior swung his sword. Someone knocked him down. The mage's eyes widened in shock. Jordan stood next to her, an axe in hand. The Messiah member lowered his gaze and said it was close. Approaching them, Kyle reminded them of his warning to keep their cool and declared that his friend would get hurt if she kept getting hit. Michelle tried to protest, but the scoundrel raised his hand and whispered that he didn't want to die. Then his hand fell to the ground. The girl began to cry. The woman bowed her head and wanted to ask something. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and the sorceress asked why they were pointing weapons at each other. The man stared at her, puzzled. Members of the different guilds continued to fight. Yinwang and Shakira lay on the ground, and the mage asked why they were so desperately trying to kill each other. Sakura lay on Hidaro's back. The soldier clenched his teeth in anger. Suddenly, the fighter looked back. He noticed the barrier around Shin dissipate into thin air. Blood gushed from the vice president's mouth. The knight frowned menacingly. The protective dome collapsed. The warrior stared silently at Francois. China placed his comrade's hand on his shoulder. The protagonist bowed his head. In the memory, the boys were standing in a parking lot. Wu Jin looked down and explained that the Longinus spear was far more dangerous than any enemy skill. The boy crossed his arms and decided that going against Sejong would be tantamount to suicide. John smirked and declared he could kill him if he put on the Hades helmet. Assassin added that he would take advantage of the disappearance if anything went wrong. The player's eyes widened in amazement and said that it sounded like a good plan and that they might have a chance of victory. The boy's mouth dropped open and he dismissed the idea. The heroes looked at him, puzzled. Frowning, the young man explained that cheap tricks wouldn't work on their opponent, and reflected on his own ability, the Eye of Truth. The scoundrel's eyes lit up. This ability allowed him to discern illusions and deception. The ranger gritted his teeth and realized there was only one option. The necromancer stepped forward and declared he would act as bait. The assassin raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what that meant. The warrior's eyes widened in shock and he asked why. Looking down, the representative of the dark world realized their enemy was a terrible perfectionist and explained that he would use the Longinus spear first thing if the opportunity presented itself. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and added that as soon as that happened, Shin would encase him in the dome. John scratched his chin thoughtfully. Yujin said they would try to incapacitate the leaders of their allied guild, and that Francois would be the first. The boy placed a hand on his comrade's shoulder. The young man smiled and declared that he was counting on him. The tank's lips tightened tensely. The worker, his eyes shining, imagined the leader praising him and was amazed at the ranger's trust in him. Suddenly, the necromancer placed a hand on his shoulder. The representative of the dark world closed his eyes and apologized. China raised his hand and explained that it was nothing unusual, and that allies always did this. The protagonist bit him on the neck. His vampiric fangs glowed. Yujin was enveloped in an ominous aura, his health points fully restored. The boy wiped away the blood and declared that this was a different matter entirely. The exhausted boy fell to the ground and invoked the blessing of the river Styx. The player immediately regained his form. The employee bared his teeth angrily and began shouting curses at his comrade. The young man gave him a thumbs up, reminding him that he was counting on him. A shadow loomed over Francois. The ranger extended his hand and thanked him for his assistance. The man smiled. The hunter grabbed his comrade's hand. The knight rose to his feet and declared it was nothing. The necromancer looked away and declared there was still one more thing to do. The representative of the dark world saw an enemy before him and proposed a real game. Sejong smirked and said he expected no less. Shrouded in a dark aura, the scoundrel mentally named Isaac his one and only enemy and wished for a little fun. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in disdain. The Book of the Dead appeared in his hands. Wu Jin looked at it and concluded that there was no point in hiding his strength any longer. The young man smiled and decided to give it his all for the first and last time since his reincarnation. A powerful gust of wind swept over him. The youth lowered the corners of his lips and summoned the Death Knights. The undead engaged the villain. The monster swung Mjolnir. A wave of energy crashed down on the master. Guild Master Messiah cut it in half. The knight frowned in displeasure. The undead returned to their master. The lich raised his staff above his head. The monster stood on a wyvern. Lava ignited in the stone golem's veins. The undead sat on horses. Francois adjusted his glasses in surprise as the army of the dead surrounded him. A huge bone dragon stood at the rear. The soldier gritted his teeth and realized the enemy army had suddenly grown in number. The ranger raised his hand. The necromancer pointed it forward. China grinned broadly and let out a battle cry. The dragon hunter charged, along with the skeletons. The wyvern spread its wings and soared forward. The fighters' eyes widened in fear, realizing they couldn't win. The knight knelt and asked what they should do. Sejong looked back. The scoundrel swung his sword and sliced through the air. The resulting shockwave split the stone golem in half. The warrior's mouth dropped open in shock. His comrades raised their eyebrows. The soldier gripped the hilt of his sword and concluded that with such a leader, their guild was invincible. Standing before his subordinates, the villain ordered them to kill as many enemies as possible. Head Messiah smirked and urged them to carry out the order. The warriors charged. Skeletons rushed to meet them. The undead creature delivered a crushing blow. The undead crossed swords with the knight. A wyvern flew to the ground and attacked the enemies. The bone dragon belched flame. The master stepped forward, enveloped in ominous energy. The protagonist stood in the distance. The warrior narrowed his eyes slyly and called out to him. Wu Jin frowned in displeasure. The monster stepped forward. The beast plunged its sword into the ground. The summoned creature's glowing eyes flashed and declared that it would not let the enemy get close to its master. Sejong frowned angrily. The villain delivered a powerful slash. The skeleton blocked his attack. The undead creature shuddered tensely. The villain approached him closely. His blade sank into the enemy's weapon. Head Messiah narrowed his eyes in irritation. Something ignited in the air above him. The master looked back. The Death Knight leaped into the air and swung Mjolnir. A huge bolt of lightning crashed to the ground. The young man frowned sternly. The warrior parried the enemy's blow. The monster frowned menacingly. The monster clutched Gungnir in its hands. The summoned creatures pounced on the enemy from all sides. The young man raised his eyebrows and considered that attacking such a man from two sides was good, but not particularly effective. China's mouth dropped open and he realized the skeletons wouldn't hold out for long. Francois sweated and began breathing heavily. The ranger took a step forward, and John asked where he was going. The necromancer looked ahead from under his brows and declared that he would have to deal with this himself. A golden notification appeared, indicating that the system had installed and activated the new Knights of the Round Table effect. The necklace on Wu Jin's chest glowed. The light then enveloped the rings on his fingers, until all of it gathered on the blade of his sword. The Lich let out a battle cry as some of its master's light transferred to him. The shields and weapons of the Death Knights swelled with power. The protagonist emitted such a bright light that a vortex formed around him. With a calm expression, the young man addressed the knights. They continued fighting Sejong when the necromancer commanded them to approach him. A hammer flared in the hands of one of the warriors. A bright beam of light struck the villain directly, but he managed to cut it with a blow of his sword. The blond man looked at his opponent in surprise. The knights had indeed retreated to the one who had summoned them. The young man plunged his sword into the ground, and with a dissatisfied expression, he folded his arms across his chest. Wu Jin frowned at his opponent, considering how he'd been expected to calmly confront 4 Death Knights at once. The monster knelt and asked his lord for orders. The youth extended his hand toward the battlefield and ordered them to deploy to support their forces. The knight's eyes flashed, and he replied, "As my lord commands." The warriors then leaped from their positions. Sejong grabbed his sword. Pointing it at the enemy, he inquired if he really intended to face him alone. The scoundrel smirked and called it intriguing, considering he'd combined all the legendary items and received all the blessings. At that moment, the system announced that the Slayer of Holy Light had expressed interest in this battle. The blond man continued to smirk, and when he met the protagonist's calm gaze, he declared that arrogance would be his undoing. But at that moment, the Envoy of the Dark World also showed interest. Sejong leaped forward. His furious attack rained down on the young man, who barely managed to fend it off. The blades clashed, sparks flying. The villain was confident of victory. The necromancer could only grit his teeth, but at the same time, debuffs rained down on his opponent. The blonde's gaze grew surprised. Excalibur was pressing on his sword. At some point, Wu Jin managed to push his opponent back. He barely managed to stay on his feet. The next moment, a cloud of sand rose into the air as Sejong used Savior's Touch, shielding himself from the effects. The villain, engulfed in a bright light, rushed back into the fight as soon as his stats were restored, and immediately launched his blessing skill. Now the protagonist was surprised. The blonde flew towards him, instantly raising all stats to 1000%, and unleashed Final Judgment on the enemy. The young man gritted his teeth as he realized he couldn't dodge the attack in time, so he abruptly reached into his inventory. A ringing sound rang out, and the system warned that the damage had exceeded the equipment's durability limit. But when the blade struck the shield, absolute defense activated. Sejong only smirked again, and he threw the protagonist away. But the latter, using his shield, managed to stay afloat. The villain lunged at him again. When the beam of light almost hit the youth, he used the skill Vampire. The villain narrowed his eyes. A swarm of bats rose into the air from the spot where the knight had struck. When the blonde tried to attack them, he only split the swarm in two. The bats circled around Sejong. Something caught the villain's attention, and it was the protagonist, clinging to his arm with his fangs. With a powerful blow, the blonde threw Wu Jin away. He fell to the ground. Gina, who had been watching the fight, began to doubt his partner was alright. The immortal watched with tension, no longer confident the necromancer could handle Sejong one-on-one. The scoundrel narrowed his eyes. He looked at the wounds left by his opponent, and wondered when he would stop acting so vilely. The protagonist struggled to a sitting position. Wu Jin wiped the blood from his mouth and apologized for his cowardice. Rising to his feet, he added that he felt he had to use every skill at his disposal to win. The knight's gaze widened in irritation when the system reported hematoxylin poisoning. The blonde chuckled and claimed it was just hematoxin, then used his skill again. His wounded arm was enveloped in light as his resistance to poisoning increased to its maximum. The necromancer narrowed his eyes. Sejong returned his mirrored gaze and asked if that was all he could do. Dark energy began to gather around Wu Jin. His eyes flashed red as the young man declared there was more. Red smoke was now gathering from all corners of the battlefield. The scoundrel looked wearily at his opponent and called it pointless, as his skills were removing all the negative effects of the blood fog. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the fog. The knight glanced sideways at him. Something was approaching. Sejong barely managed to jump when several striped ants burst from the ground beneath his feet. At that moment, the hero used Solomon's ring. A huge swarm of insects continued to burst from the ground and attack the scoundrel. The knight was enraged, calling it another cheap trick. He swung his sword to use the skill line of extermination. A streak of light destroyed all the monsters. The ant carcasses scattered in all directions. Then they fell to the ground like rain. Wu Jin frowned. He had expected this from his enemy, too. Deep fissures in the earth spread out in all directions from the knight. Sejong looked at the protagonist with boredom, deciding that this was definitely the end. Then he stepped forward, demanding that his opponent die already. But at that moment, the monsters' bodies began to glow. The villain didn't even notice, continuing to advance. The necromancer smiled and activated the dead explosion skill. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the dungeon. At some point, the smoke began to settle. Wu Jin's eyes widened. A bright beam of light dispersed the smoke and struck the young man directly. The protagonist rolled to the side. He gritted his teeth and looked towards his opponent. The next moment, the knight's palm covered his face. Sejong pressed the young man into the ground. He continued to press, while Wu Jin wondered if the stat difference between the classes was really that great. The villain threw the protagonist back. He rolled head over heels across the ground before collapsing. The knight calmly looked at his enemy and said it was a sad sight, as without his skills, he was nothing. As Sejong moved toward the fallen man, John called out to the necromancer. Chains flew toward the scoundrel. The player deflected them with a sharp movement. Blades of light flew toward the open door in space. The sorcerer only had time to cast a frightened glance at his former ally. The blows struck him. Then the knight headed back toward Yujin. The blonde man stopped near the prostrate youth. He looked at the protagonist with disdain and declared that he had high hopes. Sejong flipped the necromancer over. The scoundrel's eyes widened. He saw the youth wearing a familiar mask. At that moment, something approached the knight from behind. He turned sharply, to see a skeletal warrior swinging a spear at him. The weapon's tip was rapidly approaching. The blonde managed to block the blow with his sword. Sparks flew in all directions. Sejong didn't notice that the protagonist had risen to his feet and was launching an attack of his own, thinking he couldn't defeat him with the strength of a mere skeleton. A powerful blow found its mark. The scoundrel's hands trembled, and he almost let go of the sword. The knight clenched his teeth in anger, looking down at Isaac. But it was enough for the spear to slip past the blade, and the tip of the weapon pierced Sejong's stomach. It sank into the ground, piercing the knight's body. The scoundrel frowned at the artifact, recognizing the spear of Longinus. The blonde man collapsed to the ground, and the next moment, all his positive effects were removed, allowing the negative ones to take effect. Sejong began coughing up blood, poisoned by hematoxin. Blood dripped to the ground at his feet. The scoundrel immediately grabbed the spear, knowing he had to pull it out as quickly as possible to resist the poisoning again, as nothing in this world could kill him. The status window reflected in the young man's eyes, showing negative values for all stats. The knight chuckled darkly, deciding that no matter how much the summoning had reduced his stats, there was no weapon capable of penetrating his defense in a single blow. But Sejong's body was trembling. The scoundrel looked up at Wu Jin and assumed this was his backup plan. The blonde grabbed his sword and declared it wouldn't be enough to kill him. The protagonist removed his mask and looked at his opponent with disgust. The other man reached for the hilt of his weapon when the boy stated he had expected this. Reaching into his inventory, he added that he had therefore prepared something else. At that moment, the knight swung his weapon at the necromancer. There was a clang of metal on metal. A fragment of Sejong's blade flew off. The scoundrel's eyes widened. Looking at the hilt of the sword piercing him, the young man couldn't believe his eyes. He had just received Balmung's curse. The glint of the other man's weapon was reflected in the knight's eyes. Wu Jin dealt the final blow to his opponent. The knight collapsed at the protagonist's feet, who received a notification that the envoy of the Dark World was satisfied with the outcome of the battle. The battle immediately stopped. Everyone looked at the dueling masters, and then Isaac's voice pierced the silence, announcing Sejong's death. The necromancer used his shout skill to do so, then lowered his sword. With a weary look, the young man ordered everyone to drop their weapons. He walked toward the other players, declaring that from now on, there was no longer any animosity between him, including the members of the Savior and Messiah guilds. The crowd looked at Wu Jin in confusion as he continued that there had been many casualties. But now they knew where to head. While John recovered and China looked grimly at his partner, he announced that they needed to recover and regroup as soon as possible. Shinhee was receiving treatment when Wu Jin added that they needed to reach the 8th floor. Yang Wang wiped his chin with a disgruntled expression, and Shakira looked angry too. The protagonist stopped in front of the crowd and declared that the only opponents they should be aiming their swords at were the monsters from the dungeon. An axe fell to the ground. Jordan, who had thrown it, shouted that he would support the necromancer. They hadn't come here for senseless deaths. Michelle looked around in confusion and added that she thought so too. She didn't understand why they had to fight each other at all. Another blade fell to the ground. Soon, the others began to drop their weapons. Soon, on the 8th floor of the A+ dungeon, China glanced at the players with displeasure and asked his partner if he was absolutely sure they should have continued with this lineup, since even Shinhee was still alive. Wu Jin smiled at his friend when he added that Sejuan's sixes were still back. The young man chuckled and remarked that if they were truly loyal, they would have continued fighting. But once everyone had dropped their weapons, their devotion was a hollow sound. The immortal looked at the protagonist with confusion and acknowledged his point, but whether they could trust each other during battle was crucial. But the necromancer's smile widened and retorted that he needn't worry. The player patted one of his dead soldiers on the head and explained that they had good comrades and allies who wouldn't betray them. China smiled at his friend, and on command, the squad of players advanced on the boss. 2 months later, the dungeon was declared clear. Some of the assembled journalists noticed something odd. The reporters began asking where Seyun was. Wu Jin stepped to the microphone and informed the assembled group that the Messiah had rested peacefully in the dungeon. With a calm expression, the young man continued that he had spoken to him on his deathbed. The eyes of those gathered filled with tears. Shin stood behind the protagonist as he added that Sejong apologized for not being able to complete the game. The girl's face was filled with sadness as the necromancer continued his story. China and John watched their friend with smiles. The members of the Messiah Guild also looked confidently at the speaker, and everyone watching the broadcast heard Isaac and the Savior Guilds vow that they would one day kill the dungeon boss on the 9th floor and put an end to the game. Sechin watched the screen of his phone. After the words were spoken, he smiled. The broker looked at the photo of his old friend on the table, glad that this day had finally come. The Phoenix and Thunderbird masters looked at Wu Jin with displeasure as he spoke of how this way they would save the world. The protagonist glanced around at everyone listening. The flashes of cameras intensified as the young man concluded that Sejuan's last will would be forever remembered. The necromancer recalled the face of his greatest enemy. Then he walked away from the podium, pondering what allowed him to leave as a hero, desiring to save the world. The player descended the stairs, silently adding that now, everything that had been ruined, he must fix. At that moment, Shin watched him go. The girl flinched when a familiar voice called out to her from behind. She turned and saw Jisa. With a cold gaze, the secretary asked her to tell her the whole truth. The sorceress lowered her gaze, trembling all over. Tears streamed from her eyes as her former friend gave her hope that everything between them would return to normal. Shin abruptly sank to her knees. Soon, all the news was broadcasting Isaac's intentions to clear the final dungeon this week. Chin's scream echoed from the restaurant when he was given black bean noodles instead of Korean beef before such an important event. The immortal eyed his partner suspiciously when he asked to simply place his order and asked if he would pay. Instead of answering, Wuzheim threw his credit card at him. While the protagonist glared at the blonde, the latter immediately realized that he had given him the opportunity to show up, but now he himself would cry from the amount of food he would eat. The guy began pointing at the menu items when he informed the waiter they were ready to order, effectively asking for the entire menu. Chin was already rubbing his hands when the next chair was pulled out and a familiar voice rang out. The necromancer looked up in surprise at the newcomer. Sechin sat down and, when he noticed the young man's gaze fixed on his bald head, declared it rude, but the immortal countered that shiny things attract people's attention. The broker frowned at the boys and asked if they'd ever considered what would happen after the game ended. The more dishes the waitress placed on the table, the angrier the man became, but he continued to talk about a future where players would lose all their powers. A vein began to throb on the director's forehead as he tried to continue, saying that all guilds would also become useless, while the waitress interrupted him with more dish names. But then Wu Jin smiled and said he'd heard that Sechin founded the Pandora company to prepare for the chaos that would ensue after the game ended. The broker returned the boy's smile and confirmed the rumors. Once the game ended, the players would become unemployed. The man lowered his eyebrows and added that the new company intended to invent new technologies and create jobs to prevent them from going down the wrong path, thus maintaining peace. China, greedily devouring his food, announced that he'd finally figured out why the director needed Pandora. He thought he'd used it to transfer all his money and escape. For that, he promptly received a slap on the head. Second cleared his throat and added that almost all preparations were complete. The protagonist rubbed his chin when the broker added that all he had to do was clear the 9th floor and return unharmed. The necromancer smiled and announced that the end of the game was finally near. The man placed his hands on his knees and said he'd been thinking about this recently. After all of this had been created by an otherworldly being, one beyond human understanding. The director pointed up and suggested that they were still out there somewhere, observing their actions. Second frowned and added that, looking at them, these beings might think this battle would never end. The broker looked up at Yujin with a dark gaze and asked him what he would do if he were the only one playing the game if the characters stopped listening to him and didn't reach the end. The young man responded with an equally grim look and said that in that case, he would have restarted the game, or deleted his character and started over. Sechin laughed, and while the confused China tried to figure out what he was talking about, he said he'd thought the same thing. Then the broker's gaze fell on his phone. He jumped up abruptly, and shouted that he urgently needed to make an important call. The man headed for the exit, and the necromancer watched him with a smile. Then he stood up and informed his partner that he'd be going to the restroom for a bit. The director glanced knowingly at the protagonist as he left. The men exchanged glances, and each went their separate ways. Several hours later, China stopped chewing as it dawned on him. His cry echoed throughout the restaurant, claiming that those shameless cheapskates had simply run away. The radiance. The dungeon and monsters arose simultaneously. Humans were imbued with abilities, and then players emerged. People had two notions of the radiance. They considered it an all-powerful deity, capable of opposing monsters. But they also considered it a catastrophe that would destroy the world. Some people carefully studied this strange phenomenon, surmising that it might simply be a diversion for the deity or special individuals. Among the 6 radiances, the most famous were the following: the one who understood the speech of beasts, who knew contracts with various spirits, the one who controlled the source of knowledge, who could grant the power to control destructive magic through spells, the one who fought for life, imbued with extraordinary strength and energy, and the one who intensified the 5 senses and increased agility. These 4 were the most famous, and only a select few were chosen as the guardian of the sacred light, who granted strength in attack and defense, and also as the representative of the dark world, which granted power over curses and dark magic. To catch Seiyun, the protagonist chose a representative of the dark world. He followed his path, to the end of a dark path. Wu Jin succeeded in getting his revenge. The young man stood at the gates of the final dungeon. He turned and said that only one target remained. The necromancer walked away, adding that this game needed to be put to an end. In an office building in Seoul, a news anchor reported that Hansung Group director Shinhai had resigned. With a gloomy expression, Seiyun listened to the news as they discussed the company's next steps. The broker put down his phone, mentally deciding that Secretary Lee must be fine. The man shoved his hands in his pockets, turned to the window, and thought she could handle it. Meanwhile, at the cemetery, Jisa led Shinhai to her father's urn. Tears streamed down the sorceress's cheeks. She ran her fingers over her uncle's photograph. The secretary standing behind her lowered her head. The girl remembered her former friend squatting near the stands. Shinhei was crying and begging Jisa for forgiveness, admitting she was right. Tears streamed from the sorceress's eyes as she cried out that it was all her fault. The girl lowered her head, begging for forgiveness. Shinhei knelt next to her former friend, hugging her legs. Now Jisa turned to the sorceress. The girl turned when she heard the secretary ponder a lot after that day, wondering if she could forgive her. Shinhei lowered her head when she heard that it wouldn't work. Jisa took a step toward the sorceress and repeated that she probably couldn't. Shinhei's eyes widened when she added that she couldn't do that right now. The sorceress looked up at her former friend in surprise. The secretary handed her a business card and said that if Shinhei truly regretted her actions, she should prove it with her actions. The girl took it. She saw it was from Pandora, the company Jisa headed. With a calm expression, the now former secretary informed her that she could come to Pandora, as the company had been founded by her father's will. Her expression remained unchanged as she explained that this was all in preparation for the unrest that would erupt after the game ended. Shinhei looked at the card with puzzlement when Jisa added that if there were still people dear to her, it would be worthwhile to work together to ensure their future. The girl lowered her gaze and expressed hope that their relationship would one day return to normal. A tear rolled down the sorceress's cheek. The director turned around and asked her to think about it, and, if anything happened, to call her. Shinhei was left alone in the cemetery, clutching the business card to her chest and quietly crying. At one point, the sorceress fell to her knees, covering her face with her hands. Soon, all the news was reporting on the heroes who had gathered to clear the final dungeon. Sechin listened tensely to the report of the long-awaited clearing of the final dungeon. An excited reporter reported that heroes from all over the world had gathered before the gates, wishing them luck in continuing the work of Sejuin, who had so recently fought so desperately on the 8th floor. A huge crowd of players, soldiers, journalists, and simply curious onlookers had gathered around the gates. Chin's legs were visibly shaking. John chuckled and asked why his friend was so nervous. He angrily barked that he had never been nervous in his life. Wu Jin watched the immortal attempt to strike the sorcerer and realized he was overexcited. But then the young man lowered his gaze. His hands were shaking too, and the protagonist admitted that this was normal. After all, they were heading to the final floor of the final dungeon. The necromancer clenched his fist, mentally adding that even he, who had nearly died there, was a little nervous. He himself was curious to know what lay behind that door from his memories. The car stopped. The guys stepped out, straightening their jackets. Then they headed forward, straight to the final gate. Francois greeted them with a wave of his hand. Jordan's team looked delighted. Only Master Phoenix and Thunderbird looked displeased. The Savior Guild headed first for the portal. Eugene turned with a smile and announced the start of the cleansing. The first player stepped into the dungeon. Dozens of fighters entered the gate. China looked around in amazement. He cast a shocked glance at Eugene, unable to believe he was telling the truth. Not long before, on the 8th floor of the dungeon. At the very moment the boss monster was defeated, the immortal breathed heavily. The blonde rubbed his sword back, grumbling loudly that he could get sick and die in no time. Then the protagonist approached him and praised him. China coughed into his fist, thanked him, and added that his partner had done well, too. The immortal began to stretch his joints and complained that the 8th floor had been so hard, it was scary to imagine what the 9th would be like. He asked if the necromancer knew anything about the next dungeon. The protagonist looked down and admitted that he didn't really. The blonde rubbed the back of his head in irritation and remarked that he thought Yujin would know something. Then the young man replied that from the first to the 8th floors would be nothing but a cave. And a huge door. But what lay behind it, the protagonist himself didn't know. China stared at his friend, puzzled, and asked what he'd even mentioned. The necromancer smiled. And spreading his hands, he assumed that was exactly what would happen. Then the immortal flew into a rage and demanded that the departing Wu Jin tell him how he knew so much. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked around thoughtfully. So far, everything matched his memories from his past life. The young man approached the edge. He announced to those gathered that a briefing on their plan of action had begun. But just as the player began talking about the first floor, a piercing sound deafened him. The young man stared in surprise at the system error notification. Hundreds of notifications poured in, declaring each floor cleared under pressure. The players stared in horror at something they had never seen before. Notifications had arrived for everyone. Yang Wang looked at the windows in confusion, not understanding what they were. John raised his eyebrows and asked what was going on. China put the side of his hand to his mouth and asked his partner what was going on. With a confused expression, Wu Jin replied that he didn't know either. Suddenly, a bright blue light lit up before them. A huge door appeared directly behind the players. The young man frowned and announced they were heading to the 9th floor. Soon, the fighters found themselves directly in front of the final door. A gust of wind blew through the protagonist's hair, as he realized he had never heard of a system error before. Black smoke emanated from beneath the entrance. The immortal's hand clapped on the necromancer's shoulder, as he wondered what was inside. The blond man mockingly noted his friend's nervousness, sensing it from his expression. China gave him a thumbs up and urged him not to be afraid. The boy glanced back at his friend, who promised to protect him. Yujin smiled. Then he turned back to the door, deciding he wasn't afraid this time. The displeased glances of the guild masters followed him, along with the encouraging glances of his friends and allies. The protagonist looked resolutely at the door, determined to put an end to this. The young man pushed it open. The entrance to the final dungeon opened, and the system announced the beginning of the final battle. But inside, the players were met with darkness and silence. China exchanged glances with Ion, and they both agreed they couldn't see anything. Suddenly, a torch lit above the heroes' heads. All the torches along the walls of the corridor did the same. Jordan flinched. Monster corpses littered the room, which startled the big man. Yongwan approached one of the monsters, noticing that nothing remained of its head. Then the man flinched. He turned sharply. At the end of the hall, he saw a throne glowing with a scarlet light. Someone sat on the throne, propping up the head of the game's main boss. The blonde stranger smiled and announced that the humans had arrived too late. The protagonist frowned at the sight of him. Everyone stared in surprise at the system notifications that appeared. Yongwan crossed blades, trying to figure out who stood before them. He clenched his teeth with tension. His blades broke, and a bright light illuminated his face. A moment later, a beam of energy struck the entire crowd except the protagonist. Yujin spun around. The beam left only a deep mark in the ground, and then fell to his knees. China, arms crossed over his chest, was falling. The Dragon Slayer was barely able to stay on one knee. Narrowing his eyes, Radiance said he thought one blow would be enough to deal with them. The youth stepped forward. Exuding killing intent, he asked the boy who he was. Skeleton warriors, mages, and beasts appeared behind the protagonist. Radiance snapped his fingers, finding it all amusing. A bolt of lightning gathered near the ceiling. Yujin frowned at the ceiling. China and John tensed, looking up. Francois gritted his teeth, shocked. Suddenly, the bolt of lightning transformed into a huge sphere. The deity chuckled. A moment later, a column of energy crashed down on the crowd. The shield still glowed from the deflected attack. The protagonist coughed up blood. He fell to his knees, all his comrades dead, vanished. Narrowing his eyes, the Radiance said that he was nothing more than a pathetic little thing, putting on airs, and now he dared to interrupt his fun. The young man clenched his jaw in anger when his opponent said that it couldn't end so quickly. Wasn't it Isaac or Yujin? The young man's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't understand how the opponent knew him. Moving his lips, he asked who he was. The god grinned and said he had no answer. Next time he should amuse himself. The man waved his finger. The young man frowned. Suddenly, his entire body was pressed to the ground. The floor beneath him crumbled and gave way. The young man's pupil dilated as he thought about dying. The protagonist's eyes began to close. A moment later, his blood sprayed everywhere. Radiance flooded his consciousness as he died. He opened his eyes again as the system announced the start of the game. Wu Jin stared at his hands in shock. He spun around. Directly behind him was the throne. Radiance, smirking, asked if he liked the feeling of being resurrected. He was already familiar with the feeling. The protagonist, looking at the throne ahead, realized time had reversed. He smiled bitterly, beginning to understand what kind of unprecedented force, which had killed the entire squad, was here. The system had generated an error he had never seen before. The man sitting on the throne was hostile, and it was directed at him. Smiling, the man said he looked different from Radiance. Narrowing his eyes, he asked if his problems really began because he killed Sejuan, the guardian of the sacred light. Veins bulged on the god's forehead. Enraged, he asked if he really thought mere humans could embarrass him. Extending his hand, he said he was being too insolent, though it might spoil the mood a bit. The youth's body hung in midair. With a wave of his finger, the god declared that he wished to vent his anger on him. Yujin's body slammed into the ground and columns. He coughed up blood, shattering the floor beneath him. Grinning widely, the Radiance said that while they, humans, enjoy squashing bugs, for them it's just a game. Yujin once again stood before the throne. He breathed heavily, wiping away sweat. His body was pinned to the ground with a spear. His body was almost completely immured in the floor. A sword of light pierced his chest. The youth lay with a broken neck. Blood slowly spread across the floor. Scarlet liquid splashed in all directions. The young man cracked an eye. Looking at the radiance on the throne, he silently told himself that he didn't think he would intervene personally. He gritted his teeth. The young man stared intently at the throne ahead. Grinning, the god said that he seemed to have many thoughts in his head. Looking at the human corpses, he asked if he really thought that these dregs, who fell apart as soon as they were touched, would help him. The bodies of the fallen skeletal warriors lay to the side. Rubbing his chin, the man asked if he really thought this would happen. The protagonist shuddered as the guardian of the sacred light said there was only one way to escape. An invisible pressure descended on the boy's body. He fell to his knees. Narrowing his eyes, the guardian told him to kneel, bow his head, and beg for mercy. The protagonist braced his hands on the floor, trying to resist. But even so, he fell face first onto the floor. The young man was practically lying before the throne. His body trembled, trying to rise with all his might. Suddenly, part of Radiance's body turned to smoke. The young man's eyes widened. He saw the figure momentarily become blurry, and the shoulder shatter. As he stood, the young man realized this wasn't the god's main body. He grinned, deciding to provoke the guardian a little more first. The god's pupil flashed. He frowned, asking Yujin why he was smiling, if he was crazy. The young man raised his head and said he was just laughing. Kneeling, the protagonist said he possessed terrifying power, but couldn't make him, a mere human, dance to his tune. He was angry and screaming, just like a human. The man frowned even more. The protagonist grinned broadly. Radiance rose from the throne. 2 enormous lightsabers appeared next to him. He narrowed his eyes and told the boy that even if he begged, it wouldn't help him, for he would die again and again. Beams of light rushed toward the protagonist. Yujin's body flew into the air. A bright light struck his face. The young man's soul found itself in pitch darkness. He opened his eyes slightly. A moment later, his pupils dilated in shock. A system notification in front of him announced his death. A moment later, the panel changed, reporting a system error. Suddenly, the system panels collapsed. A faint light appeared in the darkness. A mist of stars reflected in the boy's pupil. A gateway to space opened right before him. Energy began to accumulate in a single point. A second later, a cloak being formed from it. A representative of the dark world descended from the heavens. The enormous figure of the representative stopped before the boy. The light beneath the hood was swallowed by the darkness, preventing him from seeing its face. The protagonist chuckled and said he was a bit late. The cloaked figure asked if he'd known he'd be coming, as he seemed unusually relaxed. The man, smiling, said that the lunatic was going crazy outside, so he knew the other radiances wouldn't be sitting still. The 2 men stared at each other in silence. The representative, radiating chaos energy, said it was amusing. He knew he'd chosen him for a reason. Yujin, narrowing his eyes, asked what he could offer him right now. The being gathered mana before his finger. A moment later, the protagonist's heart began to pound wildly. The cloaked figure said he was sorry, but for now, that was all he could offer. The protagonist chuckled. Coating his body with mana, he said that would be enough. Waving his hand, the representative told the man he probably had many questions, but first, they needed to resolve urgent matters, and then they could talk again. The young man agreed, smiling. Clouds of smoke rose from the top floor of the dungeon. The Radiance, standing by the throne, said that this creature was trying to provoke him again. He snapped his fingers. The guardian narrowed his eyes. Snapping his fingers again, he tried to understand why the process wasn't starting. Clenching his fist, the guardian assumed he was losing his strength. He slammed the armrest hard. The guardian frowned. The young man, radiating dark energy, began to rise. Gritting his teeth, the man immediately realized who had intervened. The protagonist, covering his body in dark mana, asked the god if he had expected this. The Radiance chuckled. He covered his eyes with his hand and laughed. The veins suddenly bulged across his face. Summoning a weapon of light, he asked the boy if he was proud that the representative had helped him. Grabbing the weapon, the god said it wouldn't change anything. The youth, smirking, asked if he really thought so. Mana gathered in the boy's palm. A moment later, a sword appeared in his hand. A spear of light rushed toward him. The protagonist stood motionless, awaiting the spear's approach. He held his sword against the spear. The beam of light was split in 2. The guardian of the holy light's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist, throwing his sword over his shoulder, said that now he could fight him too. The god clenched his jaw in anger. He jumped down. The guardian immediately rushed toward the youth. Yujin parried his attack. They began to move across the battlefield, colliding with each other. The guardian's shoulder vibrated. It suddenly dissolved. The protagonist, dodging the attack, realized that the cycle was getting shorter. Forming spears of light around himself, Radiance asked if this was all he could do. Spears rushed toward the youth. He gritted his teeth in anger. An explosion thundered across the battlefield. A huge cloud of smoke rose before the god. Looking at his hand, he realized his strength was almost exhausted. The protagonist, appearing behind him, said his suspicions were correct. This was too much for him. The guardian spun around. A streak of dark energy appeared amidst the light. A huge wound appeared on his chest. The light, penetrating the wound, began to heal. The god clenched his jaw, realizing that if he expended all his strength, the battle would be over. He slapped himself on the shoulder. The wound instantly disappeared. The protagonist standing opposite him mentally noted that the power radiating from the wound had weakened, and that he was reacting strangely. Several times, the god's body became cloudy. The youth smiled. Looking at the opponent before him, he said that he was being limited in the use of his power, and that it was gradually becoming useless. The god clenched his jaw. The youth smiled, realizing he had guessed correctly. Narrowing his eyes, he said that even for the Radiance, manipulating space and time was not so easy. If his powers were limited, then so be it. A huge gate, riddled with bones, appeared behind the guardian. He turned to face them. Chains burst from the gate, rushing toward the god. A moment later, they entangled him, restricting his movements. A second later, only part of his body was visible. A cocoon of chains hung in the air. The youth, narrowing his eyes, said they had to hold out until the enemy's strength was exhausted. A bright light began to burst from the cocoon. Yujin frowned. A moment later, an explosion thundered. The youth covered his face with his hand. The guardian, breaking free from the cocoon, acknowledged his foresight. Veins bulged all over the man's body as he said he had long wanted to meet him to kill him, since he had ruined his fun. Scars covered the god's body as he explained that because of the contract, he could only be reborn in a spiritual body. The scars gradually faded as he said he had intended to play for a while before killing him, but now he had changed his mind. He would kill him before he lost his strength. A moment later, he lunged forward. In a split second, he pierced the youth with a spear of light. The youth coughed up blood. Frowning, the Radiance said he had just been about to pierce his heart. He had simply gotten lucky. The god loomed over Yujin. He clenched his jaw in rage. Suddenly, a system notification appeared above him. Lowering his chin, Yujin exclaimed in realization as the system announced that the stern champion of life was pleased to meet him and was transferring some of his power to him. The protagonist gripped the hilt of the weapon that had pierced his chest. Suddenly, the hunter pulled the spear's tip from the wound. The radiance of divine light clenched its teeth in anger. Holding the weapon aloft, the holy being was outraged that such a dumb idiot possessed such power. Frowning angrily, the protagonist assumed he had allies. Veins bulged on the deity's face, and he couldn't understand what was being said. At that very moment, the player grabbed the glowing spear. The youth abruptly pulled the opponent toward him. Streams of flaming magic surrounded the user's fist. The powerful blows sent the Lightbringer flying far back. With a wicked grin, the young man declared that he thought his opponent was only doing whatever he pleased. Covering his face with his wrist, the radiance of divine light inquired about what he had said, when a notification suddenly appeared, indicating that the silent hunter was looking indifferently at the guardian of the sacred light, transferring some of his power to him. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in the sky. A magical blade began to form at Yujin's fingertips, and he questioned how the other radiances could hate him so much. The holy being clenched his jaw in anger. Instantly, the protagonist disappeared from the enemy's sight. The Lightbringer instantly raised his chin. The hunter appeared in front, preparing to attack. A moment later, the player sliced the guardian of the sacred light's spear in half. Part of the weapon fell with a clatter onto the deity's foot. The enraged face of the radiance of divine light was visible in the shadows, when suddenly the system reported that the hearer of the sound of all creation was casting a sidelong glance at him and transferring some of its power to him. Grinning, the protagonist remarked that if the other radiances were on his side, it would be good news. Suddenly, a green aura enveloped the user's palm. At the same moment, spiky tentacles erupted from the ground. The guardian of the sacred light, shrouded in tentacles, opened his mouth wide in fear. His eyes glowed brightly, and he couldn't understand how the young man could do this to him. A moment later, the deity tore apart the plants on his body. Grabbing his glowing spear, the Lightbringer began to step forward, and a notification appeared, informing him that the master of the source of wisdom was looking disdainfully at the guardian of the sacred light and transferring some of its power to him. Grinning, Yujin noted that he was still far away. Lowering his chin, the radiance of divine light protested his words. Suddenly, a magical pentagram appeared beneath his feet. The Lightbringer, blazing with fire, opened his mouth wide in rage. At that very moment, a powerful explosion erupted before the protagonist. A cloud of gray smoke rolled across the ground. Through the misty haze, the silhouette of the guardian of divine light appeared. Approaching the enemy, the hunter asked him to listen. Lowering his head, the radiance remained silent. The player abruptly grabbed the opponent by the hair. Raising the deity's terrified face, the protagonist ordered him to concentrate. Narrowing his eyes, the user declared that this would not do. The youth abruptly raised the magical blade above his head. A flash of light appeared from the Lightbringer's side, and he screamed loudly. Standing before his opponent, the protagonist declared that he was putting in so much effort that he simply had no words. Looking down, the hunter inquired about facing death, then remarked that he never felt such a thing before. Grasping his shoulder, the guardian of the sacred light began to beg for mercy. Kneeling, the radiance declared that this was the end, then asked him to show mercy just this once. The hunter remained silent, the corners of his lips drooping. Clasping his palms together, the deity promised never to appear here again. Yujin stared intently at his opponent. Closing his eyes, the protagonist declared that this was no longer interesting. His jaw dropped. The hunter asked the radiances what they would do now. A black sphere appeared in space. A magical portal opened behind the heroes. The young man looked back, seeing the creatures. The sacred deity appeared, asking him to leave the punishment to them, as they would handle it themselves. The player turned his head when he was told they hadn't seen each other in a while. The protagonist, dropping his jaw, inquired if his interlocutor was, by any chance, the stern fighter for life. Suddenly, his human form began to appear in the place of the creature. Folding his arms, the man noticed that the user immediately recognized him. Smiling broadly, Radiance recalled how he hadn't succeeded in his past life, but had managed to overcome it in this one. The guardian of the sacred light admitted he'd had a lot of fun, to which the young man grinned and replied that it was good, since he'd helped him too. Raising his palm, the man laughed and remarked that Yujin was still the same, then added that if he didn't mind, they'd deal with the brat themselves. Pointing at himself, the stern fighter for life explained that he wasn't the only one with a grudge against him. Behind him, other deities hovered in the air, and he noted that the Lightbringer had accomplished something incredible. Holding her palm out in front of her, Radiance stated that this was precisely why the punishment would be merciless. Narrowing her eyes, the protagonist inquired whether this was true. Standing before the bound deity, the hunter told him to do as he pleased. Frowning, the man said she would provide the details. Removing her hood with her fingers, the companion of the stern fighter for life declared that she could finally tell him everything. At that very moment, the girl transformed into a human and addressed the player. Placing her hand on her hip, the goddess noted that he likely had many questions, and then asked where it would be best to begin. The user remained silent, his lips pressed together. Holding the glowing rope in his fist, Radiance said that they could communicate, and he and the guardian of the sacred light would go. Lowering her chin, the lady thoughtfully suggested that they should begin with the moment when Sejong killed him. At that very moment, the deity gestured toward the hologram. One of the first 7 players waved his hand from the screen, and the girl stated that she thought Yujin knew the world was in his hands, adding that beyond monopolizing power, abandoning dungeons, and appropriating items, there were no exceptions even for ordinary people who disobeyed him. The protagonist gritted his teeth in alarm at this. The throne of the heir to the sacred light stood on a mountain of humans, and the goddess noted that he acted as if he considered himself a king, or rather, a deity. Looking down, Radiance stated that they, too, were not thrilled with this behavior. Folding her arms in displeasure, the lady clarified that only the guardian of the sacred light held such a disapproving opinion. The divine being stood around the planet, and she announced that after lengthy deliberations, they had reached 2 decisions. With her chin lowered, the girl explained that they had decided to start the game from the very beginning and also to choose a player who could stand up to Sejuan and reach the end. The protagonist, frowning angrily, asked why they had chosen him. The goddess's pink lips glistened brightly. Placing her fingers on his chin, the holy being explained that the player possessing a burning desire for revenge against the heir of the sacred light, and possessing the skills necessary to reach the end of the game was precisely him. The young man's eyes widened in confusion. Twirling a strand of hair around her finger, the lady admitted that it had been very difficult back then. Radiance remarked that even they had struggled to preserve one person's memories and reverse time and space, to which Yujin raised his hand and asked how that mad deity had managed to do so. Snapping his fingers, the girl explained that he was only allowed to control this dungeon. Standing opposite him, the goddess declared that his actions had no effect on the outside world. Closing her eyes, the holy being declared that this time was an exceptional case, adding that not only had the Radiance personally descended and contacted the player, but also intervened within the flow of time. Lowering her chin, the lady said that this created a small gap, allowing them to at least help him a little. Holding her hand out in front of her, the saint remarked that while they would have found a way to help him, he must have foreseen their intervention to some degree. Closing his eyes, the protagonist declared that this was simply a hypothesis, reflecting on how luck had been on his side. Lowering his chin, the hunter inquired about what would now happen to the guardian of divine light. Running one finger over the other, the girl informed him that he would lose the last of his power. Suddenly, the boy's pupils visibly shrank in fear. A huge hole appeared in the center of the earth. Standing near the cliff, the goddess added that after this, they would place him in this deep pit, and asked how the player would feel about it. The protagonist's sparkling white teeth were visible through his smile, and he replied that it was excellent. Looking straight ahead, the user asked what they would do with this world where the game had ended. Raising her hand to her mouth, the lady replied that she hadn't thought about it, but assumed everything would proceed as usual. Folding her hands, the Radiance said that everything would be as it had been before, when they began interfering in the world's affairs, and then asked if that wasn't enough. Closing his eyes, Yujin declared that they were only causing damage. Grinning, the lady explained that Radiances had always been like this, then added that they didn't think about cleaning up after themselves. Covering her lips with her fingers, the divine being explained that he had nothing to worry about, as people would find the answer themselves, as they always did. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he asked if this was true. Looking at him, the goddess remarked that she wanted to ask, just in case, if he regretted his abilities, which would soon be lost. Standing opposite the deity, the protagonist said nothing. Grinning, the young man explained that he had already achieved his goal, adding that, especially since he had found loyal companions in this life, he had nothing to regret. Humbly lowering her eyelids, the girl said that this was just like him. Turning her back to him, Radiance said she had to go, then asked if he had anything else to say, to which he thanked her for everything. The goddess, wide-eyed in confusion, remained silent. Lowering his hands, the player remembered her saying that all his actions amused her, but without her protection, he wouldn't have been able to take revenge. Narrowing his eyes, the young man declared that he had nothing more to say, and if she was finished, he could leave. Parting her lips, the goddess agreed. Suddenly, her silhouette was enveloped in a bright glow. Grinning, the holy being declared that in that case, this was her final gift. Immediately, her eyes noticeably widened. Yujin stood with his palms outstretched. A moment later, the bodies of the fighters appeared on the ground. The players suddenly came to their senses, rising to their feet. Their pupils widened. The protagonist noticed them all. Yang Wang, clad in armor, turned his head to the side, wondering what was happening. China suddenly rushed toward the hunter, calling out loudly for him. The immortal player, furious, opened his mouth wide and asked if Isaac was alright and where she had gone. Suddenly, the boy's pupils widened in fear. Beads of sweat covered his face, and he couldn't understand what it was. The other players looked up at the system screens. Sitting on the ground, Yang Wang read the game over notification. The man frowned angrily. At that moment, Guildmaster Phoenix glanced away. The commander stared at the three boys. Looking at Wu Jin and Isaac's body, he wondered if he had really managed to destroy the monster-like being, when the system suddenly announced that the effects of all the items had worn off, and therefore they would be removed from their users. A moment later, the protagonist's silhouette was enveloped in a bright glow. After a moment, the hunter carefully examined his palms. Gritting his teeth, Yang Wang realized that this was Isaac. The crowd of players dispersed across the spacious room. The protagonist and his comrades stood in the center. China spread his fingers wide, expressing his indignation at what was happening. The hunter approached Francois, who begged him to listen, while the immortal player had no idea where he was going. Lowering his chin slightly, the boy announced he had one request. The dragon hunter lowered the corners of his lips and remained silent. Suddenly, the man adjusted his glasses with his finger. Removing his hand from his face, the user agreed, if that's what he wanted. A bright magical sphere appeared high in the air, and someone shouted that the 9th floor of the dungeon had been cleared and they were leaving. The paparazzi held cameras and shouted that it was the dragon hunter, but they had no idea where Isaac was. The man hesitantly wrapped his fingers around the microphone. Placing his hands on the table, the player recounted how it had been a long journey, adding that after many sacrifices and efforts, they had managed to reach the 9th floor and kill the boss. A spotlight illuminated his silhouette, and he declared that they had finished the game. Lowering his chin, Francois noted that their savior, Isaac, who had led them, and his colleague, China, had died while clearing the dungeon. The crowd's eyes widened in alarm. People in the cafe turned toward the screen, where the dragon hunter was explaining his final words just before his death. The man was pouring a drink when he heard the words, about how when the game ends, chaos will surely descend upon the world, for which they must prepare. The man took one step forward, while the player explained that he had a capable person as an example. Sechin closed his eyes and greeted the crowd, then revealed that he was the director of Pandora. Standing on stage before a crowd of citizens, the broker explained that they had done everything they could to prepare for the consequences that would follow the game's end. Wu Jin and China watched him from under their hoods. Sujiwon stared at the screen as her boss explained that the CEO of Hansung Group had died in a fire. Shinhee held a drink in her hand, and Sechin said that the chairman of Hansung Group had also been there. The broker, his jaw set, declared that all of the aforementioned had contributed to the founding of his company, and therefore promised to do everything to support world peace. A smirk appeared on the protagonist's face. Suddenly, he turned away from the stage and began to walk away. 6 months later, a view opened up of the tall Pandora building. The employees of the personal loan department were seated at their desks. A man appeared to be wiping his chin with his hand. The woman closed her eyes and remarked that he must have been waiting a long time, then informed him that they had reviewed his application for the Player Employment Support Fund. Gesturing to his bank card, the employee informed him that the financial support would be transferred to his account later today. With a broad smile, the client inquired if this was true, then explained that with the disappearance of the dungeons, his abilities had vanished, and it had been very difficult, as he hadn't been able to find a normal job in all this time. Bowing, the man expressed his gratitude. Holding her palms out in front of her, the woman explained that Pandora and many others were making great efforts for people like her, and then admitted that she hoped this financial support would help him. Slamming his fist on the table, the client couldn't understand why this was impossible. Frowning angrily, he expressed indignation at being disregarded because he was unemployed, despite being told that they provided some kind of benefits and that selling his items would also pay for them. Holding his palms out in front of him, the personal loan officer muttered that that wasn't the case at all. Holding his glasses in his fingers, the guy explained that if he had a criminal record, the process would take longer, to which he was told to shut up. Suddenly, someone touched the man's back and remarked that there were a lot of people there, so it would be better to talk elsewhere while he shouted for his money. Turning his head, the client inquired who the hell that was. He waved his hand, indignant at being touched. A small smirk appeared on the man's face. Instantly, China tackled the big man to the floor. Lying face down, the man wondered if this was how he treated clients. Squeezing his eyes shut, the immortal gambler replied that it was true, but he should have listened when people asked him to talk. The setting sun fell on the office building. Standing at the door to the director's office, the subordinate asked if he could come in. Upon entering the room, the young man asked if she'd even had lunch. Flipping through the documents, China noted that there were a lot of them and advised her not to work overtime, to which Sujiwon assumed it was her shift. Holding a pen between her fingers, she asked if there had been any problems in the support department. Pointing at himself, the young man explained that he'd encountered one idiot, but he dealt with him quickly, then wondered who would protect this world if not him. Waving his arms in the air, the young man described how enormous he was, even though he'd simply grabbed his arm, sending him sprawling. He then exclaimed that his abilities were gone, but his reflexes remained, and that he even sometimes missed those days. Placing the writing utensil on the desk, the director remarked that it had happened over such a trivial matter, to which he exclaimed that she simply hadn't seen him. Looking straight ahead, the lady suggested he tell the man he'd be joining him on the mission, to which he yelled that he hadn't meant it. Scratching his head, China inquired about his current location. Sezhung steepled her fingers. Smiling, the girl replied that he was at least expending his energy in a much more difficult place than here, to which the subordinate muttered that it was actually difficult for him too. A view opened up of a fenced-in building in a dark alley. The man slammed his back into the wall, crying out in pain. The stranger stood in the shadows among the fallen bandits. John raised his eyebrows and announced that they had sorted everything out here. Suddenly, someone used a crowbar to pry open the lid of a crate. The box was filled to the brim with various suits of armor. Turning his head to the side, the young man explained that these guys had quite a few items. Raising his hand, the mage noted that there were no abilities, and these idiots were buying and selling items. Scratching the back of his head, the young man suggested they should leave, since it was almost finished, then added that he'd call the team to finish it all. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Jin told him he was leaving. Glare of sunlight reflected off the windows of the office building. Sechin, sitting in a chair, commented on how well his colleagues had done. Pointing at the photographs, the director of the Pandora company said that these guys had grabbed even more items this time. His mouth wide open in rage, the man couldn't understand where they'd even gotten them. Shoving snacks into his mouth, China inquired if rumors were still circulating about there being items that retained their properties. Narrowing her eyes, Sejuan reported that they were saying that certain organizations were collecting items from everywhere to eventually sell them to Pandora. Placing his fingers to his forehead, the broker admitted they were making his head spin, adding that it meant they now had to worry about that too. Wu Jin sat in his chair, arms folded, while the man talked about how the expenses were mounting, making it impossible. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist inquired about how much they needed. Confused, the dungeon dealer glanced away and muttered that the more, the better, and he should know that himself. Suddenly, the man in his chair rolled across the floor. Grinning, the hunter declared that he'd get the money in that case. A shelf filled with various awards opened up, revealing several framed photographs on the dresser. Furrowing his brows in anger, Yan Wang shouted that the guests should wait, as he couldn't just walk in. At that very moment, the door to the room began to open. The protagonist entered the room and remarked that they hadn't seen each other in a while. His eyes widened in confusion, wondering why he was there. The secretary peeked out from behind the user and apologized to the boss for his sudden appearance. Sitting at his desk, the Phoenix Guild master said everything was fine and then asked them to leave. A moment later, he clenched his teeth in anger. Grinning, Wu Jin assumed he knew why he had come, then added that he needed money. While the protagonist examined the rewards on the shelf, Yan Wang expressed outrage that the guest thought he could just barge in and extort money. Clutching a photograph from the Phoenix Foundation Mutual Aid Agreement ceremony, the hunter remarked that he had been forced to sell the name of one of the key participants who had cleared the 9th floor dungeon to keep the foundation alive. Looking down at the photo, the protagonist explained that many organizations had quickly responded by generously supporting such a hero, adding that it would be a shame if the hero suddenly turned out to be embezzling all the funds, falsifying reports, and generally pandering to his own selfish interests. After hearing this, the man clenched his jaw in fear. Guild Master Phoenix jumped up from his chair, confused by the nonsense he was saying, then cried out that he had no evidence. Turning his head back, the man asked what would happen if he said he had. Angrily frowning, Yan Wang considered the sudden appearance and threat. With his feet on the floor, the man mused that he didn't believe the man knew about the existence of his secret safe, so he was probably just bluffing. Grinning wickedly, the head of the Phoenix Guild remarked that his interlocutor was a master at charming people, no doubt about it. Pressing the red button under the table, he declared that they were now without abilities. They were just ordinary people, nothing more. His mouth wide with rage, the man asked if he thought he'd bring 2 scumbags with him and immediately instill fear. Suddenly, men in black suits rushed into the office. The guards took steps forward. Instantly, the bodyguards surrounded the guests. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said it was the usual. His jaw dropped. Yan Wang ordered their execution. A moment later, the head of the foundation's eyes widened in bewilderment. The bodies of his security guards lay meekly around him. Spreading his legs, Yan Wang exclaimed that there were mountains of gold here, to which China remarked that the bastard had hidden a lot. Holding up the cash register, the immortal player exclaimed, "Our accounting reports." Wu Jin, narrowing his eyes, praised his partner before ordering them to take everything from the safe and photograph all the documents. Sweat beaded on Yan Wang's face. He muttered about not wanting his money taken. A news website published a photo of a handshake between the head of the Phoenix Foundation and the director of Pandora, reporting that the Phoenix Foundation representative was making a large donation to Pandora and proposing to work together to advance the principles of good. The protagonist stared at his phone with a smirk on his face. Putting his hands in his pockets, John explained that they had been informed of the location of the next mission, adding that the estimated departure time was midnight, but that could still change. Running his fingers across the table, the hunter remarked that this meant they would have some work to do. Waving goodbye, the protagonist mentioned he still had some business to attend to, so they'd see each other there. A large structure beyond the fence opened up, and someone could be heard congratulating the man on his return to Pandora. The man stood on stage in front of a large audience. China peeked out from behind the door and called out to his partner. Standing in the hallway, he asked if something had happened and if he'd been looking for him. The man inquired if it was over, then suggested they go get something to eat. Looking away, Sechan's subordinate asked if he'd make him pay for it like last time. Turning away from his interlocutor, Wu Jin hesitantly suggested he forget about it if he didn't trust him, to which the man quickly agreed to go with him. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes narrowed. High up in the stands, he spotted 3 familiar faces. A faint grin instantly appeared on his face. Running up behind them, China loudly asked where they would go in that case. A large sign depicting a Korean cow appeared, and someone could be heard asking if it was too much. Reaching for a piece of meat with his chopsticks, the hunter told his companion to order whatever he wanted without even looking at the price, to which the other checked if that was true. After a while, the wooden boards were almost completely empty. While the boy was finishing the last piece of meat, the protagonist announced that he needed to talk and would be stepping away for a moment. During the meal, the immortal player closed his eyes in satisfaction. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably dilated. Jumping up from the couch, the young man shouted that the scoundrel had simply deceived him and disappeared. Grinning angrily, China asked if the cashier had seen the insolent-looking man, to which the other replied that he had just left and was talking on the phone. Gritting his teeth in rage, Sechan's subordinate cried out that the bastard had forced him again, when the clerk suddenly interrupted him and informed him that the man had left him a note. Holding the paper between his fingers, the young man read that Wu Jin had urgent business and had to leave, and that he had already paid for the food, so he could take the rest with him. At that moment, the immortal player began wiping away a stream of tears with his hand. The night revealed the Pandora office building. A beam of yellow light fell on Sejun's workstation. Suddenly, the door handle to her office slid down. Peering through the crack, she asked if anyone was there. A silhouette of a lady in a suit appeared in the shadows. Raising her eyebrows sadly, Shinhee said that they hadn't seen each other in a while, and then asked how she was doing. Hearing this, the Pandora employee's pupils widened in bewilderment. Sejun's assistant stood in front of her friend's desk and apologized for arriving uninvited, noting that Shinhee seemed busy. Fidgeting with her fingers, Shinhee thanked her for the offer, then added that she wasn't sure people would forget everything so easily. Looking away, the handsome group director continued, talking about what she had done. Jaw set, Sejun stated that admitting mistakes and starting to improve is no easy feat for anyone. The assistant noted that her friend was only just taking the first steps in that direction, to which Shinhee raised an eyebrow in confusion. Placing her hand on her chest, the secretary asked her not to be afraid, as she could help her along the way. Then she added what would happen if she started selflessly helping people and feigned remorse. Taking a step forward, the lady explained that if she did, people would eventually believe her sincerity. Taking her friend's hands, Sejun remarked that it would be the same as her believing in her. Looking down, the deputy foreman of the Messiah Guild remained silent. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she expressed her gratitude to her interlocutor. Sunlight glared off the windows of the office building. Sejun sat at his desk, his head bowed. Suddenly, the door to his office began to open. His assistant entered the room, and the boss suddenly asked if something had happened, to which she replied that she wanted to introduce him to someone. Shin slowly emerged from around the corner. The director of Pandora's company widened his eyes in bewilderment. Flicking her hair with her fingers, Sejun's partner greeted him and introduced herself, adding that she was pleased to meet him. The man remained seated in his chair. Handing over a folder of documents, the secretary announced that they were the monthly reports. Putting his hand to his mouth, the broker quietly asked if this meant everything had gone well. Turning her back to her boss, the girl asked him to quickly review everything and give his opinion after lunch, to which he wondered if she was ignoring him. Sejung abruptly grabbed her friend's arm to lead her out of the office, when suddenly the seller of rare dungeon items asked them to wait. Sejun closed his eyes, wondering if this devil was still indifferent to him. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably dilated. Pointing his finger at the phone button, the man shouted for the secretary to tell China to come up to him quickly. Chewing his food, the young man asked if something was wrong. At that very moment, a folder of documents flew toward his shoulder. Grinning furiously, the director of Pandora Company demanded to know whether he even knew people were trying to make money there and asked if he'd seen the food expenses. While his subordinate touched his cheek, the broker shouted that they'd spent 2,000 won on food alone this month, which was excessive. The subordinate replied that people were just eating, and there was nothing wrong with that. Bending over to pick up a paper, the young man remarked that working very hard can lead to a huge appetite, to which the boss yelled that he didn't see any signs of his ability returning, even though he was eating more and more every day. Closing his eyes, China said he understood and would eat half as much from now on. The young man's jaw dropped in disbelief when Sejun exclaimed that he would be getting a quarter of his previous quota. Pointing at the door, the man ordered him out of the office. Suddenly, the phone on the desk began to ring. With a broad smile, the broker greeted his interlocutor and asked if he'd been busy all this time. Francois held his phone in his hand and said he'd clearly not been that busy, when suddenly he was asked how he was doing. Sitting on the couch, the dragon hunter explained that thanks to the people sent by Pandora, things had become much calmer in France, adding that the information Wujin's team had sent him last month had also been very helpful. Grinning, the man admitted that thanks to this, they'd managed to shut down the entire illegal trade in items, and that he'd send them everything soon. He then asked if he had any reliable information again. Lowering his chin, Sejun remarked that the protagonist was also very helpful, but he had to say, sometimes too helpful. The dragon hunter pulled the phone away from his ear and asked if they were having any problems. Frowning angrily, the director of Pandora replied that he didn't even know how to put it, but his information was sometimes too accurate, as if he'd seen it all firsthand, to which his interlocutor replied that, on the contrary, that was a very good thing. Standing opposite the window, the broker mused that he was basically a nice guy, so he wasn't too worried, then added that he still felt like he was hiding something from him. Leaning on the sofa, Francois asked if he was getting on in years and if his nerves were getting the better of him, then said that Wu Jin could do whatever he wanted and invited his interlocutor to go out for a meal. Smiling broadly, Sechin asked if he was buying, to which the interlocutor replied that of course he was. After all, he was a greedy bastard, and asked him to say hello to the protagonist. Closing his eyes, the director of Pandora said, "Let everything be as it will be." Suddenly, a military helicopter flew over the forest in the night sky. John's jaw dropped, and he asked what these guys had done that made him turn to them for help. Folding his arms, the hunter explained that they were involved in illegal trafficking, kidnapping, torture, and dubious experiments. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist explained that these were extremely bad people, adding that this time they would finish them off once and for all. The heroes appeared to be watching the scene near a large warehouse from behind a tree. Holding a pistol in his hand, Yujin asked his partner to cover him, to which he agreed. At that very moment, the guys ran forward. Smiling broadly, the mage began firing a flurry of shots. The men in black suits tried to dodge the attack. A moment later, several bullets struck the men. Hiding behind a tall box, the bandit tried to shoot back. Suddenly, the hooligan turned his head to the side. He noticed all his partners lying meekly on the ground. The protagonist approached the entrance to the room. At that very moment, the hunter's brow furrowed in confusion. He saw the villains dragging people across the floor. Frightened young men and women sat in the cage. One of the kidnapped men was chained to the ceiling with metal chains. The protagonist's pistol fell abruptly to the floor. Gritting his teeth in rage, Yujin declared that he would have to act the hard way. Jumping from side to side, the protagonist stabbed each of the bandits in his path. The wounded men in suits fell to the ground with a crash. A pool of blood spread under the head of one of the hooligans. Suddenly, the hunter clutched his jacket. Holding the machine gun in his hand, John noted that there were too many of them. Raising the radio to his mouth, the young man reported that the situation was under control, so they were requesting reinforcements. Noticing the people behind bars, the mage asked for an ambulance to be sent quickly. Behind him, Yujin could be seen holding a bandit in his arms. A moment later, the man's body fell to the floor. The protagonist's back appeared, and he announced that they still had work to do. He then added that he had located their base and asked if everything was ready. His jaw dropped. John exclaimed that everything was ready. Turning his head back, the hunter said that in that case, they should go. The young man stared straight ahead, perplexed. Gritting his teeth in rage, the protagonist declared that they needed to take out the trash, while his partner considered following him as a good idea.